Ian Richardson in a stereo production of The House on the Strand. The novel by Daphne du Maurier, adapted for radio by Philip Lever and Kay Patrick.
And I remember, what's his name, old Professor Marsh, accusing me of leading you into God knows what trouble. Another brandy, Richard.
Well, I ought to be going. Vita's calling me in the early hours from New York, and it is a bit late.
Oh, go on. I haven't seen you for months. Vita surely can't begrudge us this one dinner together.
No, of course not. Well, just one more brandy then, and then I really must go.
You've changed, you know, Richard. You're not the same carefree Richard Young I knew at Cambridge.
No, just 20 years ago, and you're hardly the same carefree Magnus Layton.
Well, probably you're right.
Thank you.
So, what is it to be? England or America? Have you decided yet?
Well, that's the trouble, you see. I haven't decided yet. Vita's keen for me to take this directorship in New York.
Her brother's publishing firm. Sounds a little incestuous. So, Vita's pushing you to go to New York, and you'd prefer to stay in London. Vita retires to America in a huff, ostensibly to collect her son from school, leaving you with a decision to make.
Oh, now that's putting it a little baldly.
But to the point. And you see, I think I may be able to help. You're in between jobs, right?
Yes.
Vita returns in a week with your stepson in tow, and then what?
Well, Europe for a holiday, I suppose. After I've told Vita my decision, see England or New York.
You remember Kilmarth? My parents' old house?
Yes.
You used to like staying there?
Yes, of course I remember it. It's a beautiful old house.
Well, it's been standing empty since they died. Oh, the occasional visit from me, but that's all. I've modernized it, and a woman comes in from the village to keep everything in order. Now, what I'm suggesting, Richard, is that instead of hanging about in London waiting for Vita, you stay at Kilmarth. Vita and Teddy can join you there, and, well, you can all stay as long as you like.
It's tempting, Magnus. Only, well, you see, Vita's rather set her heart on the Mediterranean.
I would have thought it was just what you both needed. Somewhere you can laze about in the sun. Good for the boy, too. Plenty of sailing. But most important of all, the peace you need, Richard, to come to a decision. After all, it'll be a big move.
Oh.
Surely even Vita can see that.
Well, yes, of course you can.
Good. So then you'll put it to her, will you? See what she says?
Of course I will. It's extremely kind of you, Magnus.
Oh, nonsense, dear boy. Come back for lunch tomorrow and we'll finalize arrangements. Right. Another brandy to celebrate?
Well, Hello, Richard Young here.
One moment, please. Go ahead, New York. Your call is through.
Hello? Hello?
Richard?
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Are you all right? You sound a little strange.
Oh, sorry, darling, I haven't been in long.
Living it up while my back's turned, huh?
No, hardly. Just dinner with Magnus. You remember you've heard me talk about Kilmarth, Magnus's house in Cornwall, where we used to spend our holidays sometimes.
I remember.
Well, he's offered it to us, you, me and Teddy, for the summer. It's a beautiful old place. You'll love it.
Cornwall? But we said Europe for summer.
Yes, but...
I told Bill and Diana we might see them in Nice.
Oh, I've almost committed us, darling. You see, the thing is, I'd like to stay there. It's peaceful and it's quiet.
And cold. And what about food?
Oh, now, Vita,
And
listen.
if it's that old, it'll be primitive.
Vita, listen, Vita. It isn't primitive. Now, you just listen to me. I'll tell you about it.
All right. Go ahead. Convince me.
Good. I'm glad she's keen.
And as I say, her major fear seems to have been that she might find it primitive.
3 years of marriage and the dishwasher means more to your conjugal life than the double bed I'm throwing in for good measure. I warned you it wouldn't last. The marriage, I mean, not the bed. Just a second. I'll turn that off.
Your taste in music seems to have changed, Magnus. I don't recall you having much time for the romantics before.
No. Science has provided all the romance I need. As a matter of fact, Richard, I've stumbled across something rather exciting.
I thought I sensed something simmering underneath that calm exterior of yours. What is it?
I've had what I think is a success with one particular piece of research. A combination of plant and chemical into a drug, which has an extraordinary effect on the brain.
I thought all so-called hard drugs had that kind of effect. Well, the people who take them, mescaline or LSD or whatever, pass into a world of fantasy, don't they? Filled with exotic blooms and imagine they're in paradise.
No, this was no fantasy world.
You mean you've tried it yourself?
Of course. And I repeat, this was no fantasy world I entered. It was very real indeed.
What sort of world?
The past.
All your sins, do you mean? The evil deeds of your misspent youth?
No, nothing personal at all. I was merely an observer, like a spectator at a play. I didn't take part. Well, the fact is that... No, I won't tell you what I saw. It would spoil the experiment for you.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I want you to try the drug yourself and see if it produces the same effect.
Oh, no. We're not at Cambridge anymore. 20 years ago, I might have swallowed one of your concoctions and risked death, but not any longer.
I'm not asking you to risk death. I'm asking you to give up 20 minutes, possibly an hour, of an idle afternoon before Vita and her son arrive by trying an experiment on yourself that may change the whole conception of time as we know it at present.
Why me? Why not try it on your disciples in London University under proper conditions?
Because it would be premature. And because I'm not prepared to risk telling anyone, not even my disciples, as you choose to call them. I intend to work on it in September when I come down to Kilmarth. I've converted the old laundry into a laboratory. Now, meanwhile, you're going to be alone in the house. You could at least try it once and report back. I need your help, Richard. You're the only one I can trust, the only one who'll understand. You must understand just how much this means to me. Will you do it, Richard? Will you help me?
Oh, Vita's right. I never did learn how to say no to you, Magnus.
Thank you. Now, here is the key to the lab. It's in the basement. You remember the old laundry?
Yes, I remember.
Now listen carefully, this is very important. By the old sink is a cupboard.
Okay.
Inside you'll find 3 small bottles labelled A, B, and C. You drink 3 of the measures out of bottle A. Have you got it?
Bottle A, 3 measures.
Now, it could have a sudden effect, you know, no intervening stage, direct transition from one state to another. But no matter what you feel like, stay in the house, because you won't be aware of your body coming into contact with inanimate objects. There may possibly be a feeling of nausea, but nothing dangerous. But whatever you do, don't touch alcohol for at least 3 hours after taking the drug, and then go slow.
I'm beginning to regret this already.
Now, another thing. If you should meet a figure from the past...
A figure?
Yes, I know this sounds ridiculous, but you'll see. If you should do so, for heaven's sake, don't touch him. Inanimate objects don't matter, but if you try to make contact with living flesh, the link breaks and you'll come to with a very unpleasant jerk. I tried it and I know.
Tell me, Magnus, what will I see?
I prefer not to tell you. It might predispose you unconsciously to see what I saw. Now, I suggest you set off this afternoon. Give yourself this evening to settle in and take the drug sometime tomorrow morning. Give me a ring and tell me what happens.
Well, that's if I'm capable.
Of course you'll be capable. Oh, don't look so worried, Richard. I promise you there's absolutely no danger. No danger at all.
Had enough breakfast, Mr. Young? Hey, Mr. Young?
Mm-hmm.
You had enough breakfast?
Oh, plenty, thank you. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Collins, I was miles away.
Oh. Look, do you mind if I go now, Mr. Young?
No.
I've got to get my shopping, you see. Now, you're sure you'll be all right?
Yes.
I'll pop back this evening and get you a meal.
Yes, well, there's plenty to do. I'll be quite busy.
Like the professor. He manages to keep himself busy when he comes down here, though what doing, I don't know.
Let me see you out.
Now, you don't want to lock yourself away like he does. You want to get out, enjoy the fresh air. It'll do you good to walk over the hill to the sea. Yeah, Bring some colour to your face.
I'll probably do that later, Mrs. Collins. I've got one or two things to see to first.
Well, you know your own business best, I suppose. Well, till this evening then, Mr. Young.
Goodbye, and thank you again.
Goodbye.
Oh, well, no point in putting off the evil moment. Oh, what a place. Oh, well, cupboard by the sink, I think he said. Here we are. B. C. A. Now then, 3 measures. 1, 2, 3. Well, Magnus, your health. And mine too, I hope. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No nausea, numbness. Nothing. I feel cheated. Ooh. Well, no point in staying here, I suppose. Might as well take Mrs. Collins' advice. That's better. The beach, I think. What the? Who the hell are you? What is this?
Greetings, Father Prior.
Who are you?
I rode over to see you. Are you well?
I need rest, Roger. That is why you find me in bed. All the rest possible, to be in a fit state to receive the bishop. You've heard the news.
Oh, there are always rumours.
This was not a rumour. The bishop has already set out from Exeter and will be here on Monday, expecting hospitality and shelter for the night.
Ah, His Grace times his visit well. Martin Mass and fresh meat for his dinner. He'll sleep with his belly full. You've no cause to worry.
No cause to worry? You think I can control this unruly mob? What kind of impression will the monks make upon the new broom of a bishop primed as he is to sweep the diocese clean?
They'll come to heel if you promise them reward for seemly behaviour. Keep in the good graces of Sir John Carmino, that's all that matters.
Sir John is not easily fooled, and he has his own way to make with a foot in every camp. Our patron he may be, but he won't stand by me if it doesn't suit his ends.
Sir Henry, as Lord of the Manor, will take precedence over Sir John on this occasion. He'll not disgrace you, garbed as he is like a penitent. I warrant he's on his knees in the chapel now.
As Sir Henry's steward, you should show more respect for him. Henry de Champernowne is a more faithful man of God than I.
The spirit is willing, Father Prior, but the flesh... Best not to talk about the flesh before the bishop's visit. No, the reason I rode over was to tell you that the French ship is lying off Kilmarth. She'll be there for 2 more tides if you want to give me letters for her.
Oh, why in the name of blessed Anthony did you not say so at once? Oh, I can find nothing in this jumble. Why are my papers never in order? Why is Brother Jean never here when I require him?
À votre service, Father Prior?
Such promptness could be suspicious to a less trusting man than myself, Brother Jean.
Pardon?
Oh, never mind. My letters. I can't find my letters.
Are these the ones you mean?
Huh? Yes. Well, don't dally, man. Give them to Roger.
Monsieur?
Thank you. Good night, Jean. Father Prior. Lose no sleep over the bishop's visit. Good night.
Hey, be careful. Look out, man. Can't you see?
Richard?
Yes.
At last. I've been sitting here waiting for you to ring. I got impatient. Well, what happened? Did it work?
Yes.
Are you all right?
Well, I think so, except that I feel bloody tired, and I've cut my hand putting it through one of the kitchen windows.
You must have touched someone.
Well, he was walking straight at me. I put my hand up to protect myself, so I suppose I must have done. Apart from that, I was nearly sick in the boiler room.
Oh, minor matters, dear boy, minor matters. So, it worked for you too?
Yes.
How absolutely splendid. Now tell me everything, from the beginning. What happened?
Nothing at first. I went out and took a walk through the fields to the sea.
You damn fool, I told you to stay in the house.
Yes,
at
I know.
least for the first experiment.
I know, but frankly, I wasn't expecting it to work. I planned to sit down and, if it did, drift off into some delightful dream.
It doesn't happen like that.
Well, I know that now. I suddenly heard hoofbeats, and there was this rider at my shoulder. He seemed to look at me as if daring me to follow him. He was dressed in... well, I don't know how to describe it.
Well, his clothes were probably 13th or 14th century. I haven't pinpointed the period in time yet. Well, go on.
Well, I've followed him to a priory.
I think there's a tie-up there with a medieval priory that was once part of Tywardreff.
The father prior called my horseman Roger.
Roger. I saw him too. And in both our cases, the compulsion to follow him was particularly urgent. I felt it, and so did you. I've made the trip, to use student phraseology, several times, and he's invariably been there. You'll find the same thing happens on your next trip.
Oh, now look, Magnus, I did this for you today because I was on my own, and it's quite out of the question to go on. When my wife and stepson arrive, I'll be tied up with them.
But you've got nearly a week, Richard.
No, Magnus, I'm not trying it again.
Well, of course, it can still be dismissed by the skeptical.
Oh, I doubt that anyone could dismiss it, Magnus. The effect of the drug is amazing. I'm almost sorry I can't get involved. I'm curious to know if I'd see Roger again.
It could still be dismissed, however, Richard. You took the drug in the lab, so did I. I was thinking about you, wondering if you were seeing what I saw. Do you remember those experiments we did as students at Cambridge?
Well, it wasn't telepathy, if that's what you're driving at. Of that, I'm certain.
Can you prove it?
Well, I'm sure I can. There must be some way.
There is. Drive out to some spot in the middle of nowhere, take the drug without telling me where or when, and we'll see if we can't smash any possible theories about telepathy.
All right, Magnus, you win. Right, over there, I think, near the church. This is as good a spot as any, I reckon. I hope you appreciate this, Magnus.
Mark my word, Brother Jean. The Lady Joanna de Champagnat will not wear paint on her face to meet His Grace the Bishop.
No, but painted or plain, Sir John Carmineau will have her. Ah, here comes His Grace. No matter what troubles arise between His Majesty and Lancaster, he will ride the storm.
It is an art.
It surprises me to see Otto Bodrogan here. Not 2 years since he fought for Lancaster against the king.
The dragon is here today because his sister Joanna is Sir Henry's lady. Excuse me, my master is to be presented. I may be needed.
And may I present Sir Henry de Champagnat, Lord of the Manor of Tywardreff.
Your Grace, and my wife, Joanna.
And now, Your Grace, our loved and respected patron, Sir John Carmineau of Bockenard, without whom we, in this priory, would have found ourselves hard-pressed for money in these troublous times.
Your Grace, we are deeply honored to have you here amongst us. Your Grace, my brother, Sir Oliver Carmineau, one of His Majesty's commissioners, and his lady, Isolde.
Isolde. She's the one I'd pick if fortune favored me.
What? Oh. Yes, Brother Jean. And how long, I wonder, will she stay content within the walls of Carmino and keep a guard upon her thoughts from straying?
I tell you one thing, Roger. Otto Bodragan has an eye to her.
Roger,
Lady Joanna.
Sir Oliver and Lady Isolde lodge with us tonight. See if you can find them. I'm ready to leave now.
My lady.
And find Sir Henry, too.
I don't know about Sir Henry, but the Lady Isolde isn't far.
Where?
Over there, in the chapel doorway, in rather intimate conversation with Sir Otto Bodragan. I'll take a wager with you, Roger, on how long she'll keep that guard on her thoughts.
Would you like the light on?
What?
Well, I saw you just now in the churchyard, looking as if you couldn't make up your mind whether to come in out of the rain.
The rain?
Well, now that you have, let me show you around. I'm the vicar of St. Andrew's. It's a fine old church, and we're very proud of it. But you must be an enthusiast hanging about the churchyard in the rain.
I am interested, yes. Someone told me there'd been a priory here in former days.
Oh, yes, that's been gone a long time. The buildings fell in after the dissolution of the monasteries in 1539.
My interest goes back to before the dissolution of the monasteries.
Oh, I understand. I've often wondered myself what it all looked like in former times. The priory was close by, you know. It was a French house attached to the Benedictine Abbey of St. Sergius and Bacchus in Angers. I believe most of the monks were French.
Brother Jean.
I beg your pardon?
I was just wondering if you know anything about the lords of the manor in early times.
Well, I might be able to help there. Parochial history, I remember, records that the manor is mentioned in Doomsday, known as Tywardre, or House on the Strand. The last heiress, Isolde, sold it to the Champernownes in the 13th century.
Isolde?
Yes, I believe so. Can't help much further, I'm afraid. Tell me, are you staying in the district?
At Professor Lane's house, Kumarth.
Ah, yes. I don't think Professor Lane gets down very often, does he? He doesn't come to church.
No.
Well, if you feel like coming either to a service or just to wander around, you'll be most welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, it has stopped raining. Well, goodbye, Mr.
Young.
Goodbye, Mr. Young.
Goodbye.
Hope to see you again.
Sure.
You shouldn't have driven all the way to London. You must have set off at the crack of dawn. Why on earth did you just phone?
Well, I felt too elated. It seemed no trouble at all to get into the car and drive up. This trip, I had no feeling of nausea or vertigo from the drug, just elation. I must have broken the speed limit several times driving up.
Yes, that's one of the reasons we must test the drug. It could be addictive. Sit down, Richard.
Addictive?
Yes. And it may not be just the fascination of the experience itself, but the stimulation to the part of the brain affected.
If it's addictive, I suppose I ought to lay off it for a while.
Oh, it's up to you. Now, tell me what happened after you'd taken the drug this time.
Well, first of all, I drove to the church. I had the drug with me in your drinking flask.
And?
This time, too, Roger was the first one I saw.
Ah. I don't think I told you that he used to live at Kilmarth. You know, of course, that the foundations are 14th century. Incidentally, have you noticed how one gets the sense of the conversation without conscious translation from medieval French?
I hadn't thought about it at the time. Of course, you're right.
Anyway, carry on, dear boy.
Well, on my first visit, the bishop was due to arrive at the priory. On this trip, he had arrived, and they were all being presented to him. Sir Henry de Champernowne, and his wife, Lady Joanna, and the Lady Isolde Carmine.
You seem to have met the flower of the country, which is more than I've ever done in that time or this. With me, it was the monks' dormitory. So, the point is None of this can be put down to telepathic communication. Agreed?
Agreed.
Well, now, let's just think about this. The link for both of us was Roger. He is the brain that channels the information to us.
Tell me, did you choose the old laundry for your experiment because the 14th century foundations were as close as you could get to Roger?
Now, don't run away with the idea that this experiment is some sort of ghost hunt, dear boy.
No.
We're not conjuring up spirits from the vasty deep.
No, of course not.
To reduce it to its lowest level, if you sit in an armchair watching some old movie on television, the characters don't pop out of the screen to haunt you, although many of the actors are dead.
And yet somehow one gets the feeling of taking part, not merely witnessing. I intend to do more research into the Carmenars and Champernownes when I get back to Commerce.
One of my students has a buddy who works in the Public Records Office and the British Museum. He's trying to trace one or two things for me. I haven't told him why I'm interested. The lay subsidy roll of 1327 may help, apparently. Oh, and while I think of it, dear boy, the other bottle, B, should be in the cupboard in the lab.
Oh, yes, it is.
With
it is.
Well, now, pack it carefully and send it to me, would you?
Are you going to be experimenting in London?
No, not on myself, on a healthy monkey. Now, any news of Vita? Can you delay her? I mean, tell her the drains have gone wrong or something. Well, say something that'll daunt her.
Nothing daunts Vita.
Oh.
She'll bring a plumbing expert down with her from the American Embassy or something.
Oh, well, then we must just work fast. There's a great deal to do. Now, lunch first, I think. And then, if you're to get back to Cornwall before midnight, you'd better set off immediately after.
That you, Mr. Young?
Yes. It's late for you, isn't it? Something wrong, Mrs. Collins?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I was a bit worried about you. You see, you weren't in all day, and your bed didn't look as if it had been slept in, and there was no note, and no one had seen you in the village.
I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Collins. I had to drive up to London unexpectedly, but I should have left you a note. I'm really terribly sorry.
Oh, you're all right, are you, Mr. Young? You look a bit tired.
No, I'm fine, and I do apologize. It was unforgivable to worry you like that.
No matter. By the way, your wife rang up earlier. From New York it was. I had to tell her I didn't know what had happened to you, and she seemed a bit worried, and... Oh, well, I'm sorry if I did the wrong thing.
Oh, no, of course not. I suppose I'd better book a call back. Thank you, Mrs. Collins. Hello, Richard Young here.
We have that call to New York for you now, sir. Hold the line, please.
Thank you.
You're through now, New York.
Hello, Vita.
Are you all right, Richard? I spoke to some woman earlier. I could hardly understand a word she said, but it was something like you'd been missing all day. I was worried.
That was Mrs. Collins, the lady from the village who looks after Comarth. I wasn't missing. I had to go to London for the day, and I'd forgotten to tell her. I had to see Magnus on business.
Oh, so your professor's been putting you to work. That doesn't surprise me. What's he been making you do that's turned you into a performing seal?
Oh, endless things turning out junk. I'll explain when I see you.
That's why I phoned before. You'll be seeing me sooner than you expected.
Oh?
I'll be flying to London this evening. Bill and Diana have decided to visit London, and I'm flying with them. I'm bringing Teddy, of course.
But that means you'll be here tomorrow afternoon.
You needn't sound so enthusiastic.
No, it's just that I'm not ready.
Not ready? But you've been down there at least 3 days.
Look, darling, I can't explain over the phone, but, well, frankly, we weren't expecting you till Monday.
We? Is your professor there too?
No, I mean Mrs. Collins and myself, of course. She only comes in the mornings. She'll be terribly put out if everything isn't absolutely straight, and you know what you're like. You'll take a dislike to the place if it isn't shining.
Oh, what absolute nonsense.
Oh, now, listen, darling, don't be obstructive. If you come down right away, it won't be convenient, and that's the plain truth of it, and I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll tell Bill and Diana that it isn't convenient for my husband to see me.
Oh, Vita.
I'm sure they'll find that wildly amusing.
Vita!
Bye.
Oh, damn you, Magnus. Come on.
Morning. I think you can get past now. Sorry about the hold-up. The roads are rather narrow in this part of Cornwall, aren't they?
Oh, not to worry. You did a fine job getting your caravan clear of the road.
I'm used to it. I live here.
Oh, Chapel Down. It's an unusual name for a house.
Well, we decided to keep the name of the actual plot of ground. It's been Chapel Down for centuries. And the fields across the road are Chapel Park.
Anything to do with the old priory?
Priory? Well, what priory would that be?
Well, it's mentioned in this book, The Visitations of Cornwall. Perhaps you can tell me if there's any old farmhouse in the valley that might have been a manor house in days gone by.
Well, there's Trevenna up back behind us, but I've never heard that it was old. There's Trinadlin, of course, Trevarren up the valley near the railway tunnel. I believe that's, hundreds of years old, about 1705, they say.
My book mentions that a place called Grattan used to be an old house.
Grattan? Well, if it was, there's nothing but slate and rubble now. The name has something to do with burning, I believe. If you drive on a bit and park, there's a path opposite the turning to Stony Bridge that'll lead you to it. But you'll find nothing of interest for you.
I don't suppose I will, except the view.
Mostly trains. Not so many of those these days. You'll recognize the spot because of the entrance to the tunnel. That isn't far away.
Thank you very much.
You'll not find anything much of interest there, I promise you.
Well, he was right. Slate and rubble and no view to speak of. It's hot. Grattan. How you must have changed. I think I'll just sit a while. Wonder if I brought a flask. Just once more. One last look for Magnus.
Sir Otto. Sir Otto, over here.
What news of Sir Henry de Champernowne?
He is sinking fast. There is little hope for him. My Lady Joanna is with him. Sir Henry does not suffer. We have seen to that. Or, to speak more plainly, Brother Jean has done so, for he has been at the bedside night and day.
And the cause?
Nothing but the general weakness of which you know, and a sudden chill with that late frost we had. Through here, my lord.
Otto, you are too late, I'm afraid. Sir Henry is dead.
I'm very sorry, Joanna, that I could not be by your husband's side when he died. My ship was delayed.
Have no fear. Brother Jean did all he could for him. My husband would be attended by no one else. But you have not greeted our other visitor.
Lady Isolde. I did not see you in the shadows.
It is good to see you again, Otto, even on so sad an occasion.
I shall leave you to comfort one another. I have one or two things to organize. Roger, follow me.
Sir John Carmineau has not yet come, my lady.
Nor likely to. I left the matter to his discretion. If he is premature in condolence, it might be thought overzealous on his part. The sooner this business is over, the better for all of us. It is only left for me to don the black veil of sorrow. Should I wear it covering my face, do you think, Roger?
Unless you can weep at will.
I have not wept since my wedding day. You'd better return to Otto and Isolde. I must see Brother Jean about one or two matters.
How is my sister?
Calm, Sir Otto.
I expected it. You are aware that Sir Henry's son William, being a minor, will forfeit his lands to the king until he attains his majority?
I am, Sir Otto.
As William's uncle by marriage, and therefore his legal guardian, I should be empowered to administer his estates with the king as overlord. But the circumstances are not ordinary, owing to the part I took in the so-called rebellion against his majesty. Therefore, the escheator, acting for the minor and the king, is likely to be one held in greater esteem than myself. His cousin, Sir John Carmineau, in all probability. In that event, I don't doubt that he will arrange matters smoothly for my sister, and she can perhaps afford to face the death of her husband with equanimity.
I'm sure you must be right, my lord, but I'm afraid I don't understand such matters.
Maybe not. I think I'd best go and pay tribute to Sir Henry.
Lady Carmineau does not wish to pay tribute with the rest?
It is not my practice to make a mockery of death.
Sir Henry would be grateful for your prayers.
He has had them, with regularity for many years, and with increasing fervor these past few weeks.
I can assure you that everything possible was done for him.
I'm sure. I am no stranger to the seeds of the black poppy, and the white, water hemlock, mandragora, and the sleep they can induce.
The monk, Jean de Meral, was trained in the parent house at Angers, and he is especially skilled. Sir Henry himself had implicit faith in him.
I do not doubt Sir Henry's faith, the monk's skill, or his zeal in employing that skill. But a healing plant can turn malignant if the dose is increased.
I advise you to speak of this matter to my lady, not to me. It is none of my business.
I will only say this. If anything evil has been done this day or yesterday, you will be held responsible, with others when the time comes, not in this world where we lack proofs, but in the next, before God.
Isolde, be careful what you say. Oh, God! How did I get... The car. I must get to the car. Thank God. The car.
Are you all right?
Never again. Never again.
You all right? Here, put your head between your knees. You look terrible, old man. Your jacket's torn. You've been in an accident or what?
No, I'm fine. I'll just drive home. I do apologize. Thanks very much.
Well, that's all in a day's work. I'm a doctor.
A doctor? Oh. Well, the fact is, I must have walked up the hill a bit too fast. I felt giddy when I reached the top, and then I was sick. I couldn't stop myself.
Well, I suppose a lay-by is as good a place as any to throw up in. And I expect a swallow of, what is it, brandy?
Hmm?
The flask you're clutching probably did you a power of good.
Yes.
You got far to go?
A couple of miles or so.
Well, wouldn't it be far more sensible if you left your car here and let me drive you home?
Oh, no, I assure you, it was just one of those passing things.
Pretty violent while it lasted. Look, you're not a patient of mine. I'm not trying to prescribe. I'm only warning you that it might be dangerous to drive.
Well, I only have to go to the top of Palmere Hill.
Oh, it's all on the way home. I live in for you.
Mrs. Collins?
Hello, darling. Surprised to see me?
Good God. Rita.
You look terrible. Your jacket's in ruins.
For heaven's sake, you might have warned me. When we spoke, you said you wouldn't be flying back yesterday. How long have you been here?
Half an hour.
Dick! Dick, hi!
Hello.
Hey, we rang and nobody answered. Then a lady came up on a bike. Mrs. Collins, I think, and let us in. Hey, Mom's mad at you.
Go and finish unpacking, Teddy.
Oh, but Mom, I want to talk to Dick. Hey, gee, you look awful, Dick.
Go and unpack. You can talk to him later.
Oh, all right.
Well.
Yes.
after you've changed, I suggest you join me in the dining room. I'll get Mrs. Collins to make coffee. I think Mrs. Collins is pretty efficient. And she's told me all about you. How you lock yourself away for hours among the professor's things. So, I can relax.
What do you mean, relax?
I was imagining something young and stylish was around when you tried to put me off. I don't trust your professor an inch, but I'm satisfied on that account.
Ah, I see.
I drove straight from the airport. Bill and Diana were rather startled because they guessed I'd spend the day with them. But I told them I was worried about you. Joe sends his regards and says the sooner you let him have your decision, the better. Well, I'm sure you can see that. He's thinking of amalgamating with his other firm. You remember I told you. But if they do amalgamate, it wouldn't be before the fall anyway, and it wouldn't affect your job.
No.
You haven't been listening to a word I said.
Yes, I have.
What have I been talking about then?
You were saying something about Joe's firm, a merger of some sort.
What on earth is the matter with you? Have you no interest in our future? I might be talking to someone in another world.
Darling, let's not start on the wrong foot. If we start arguing, we'll wear ourselves out and spoil things for Teddy. If I'm vague and inattentive, you must blame it on exhaustion. I took a walk this morning in the hope of pulling myself together. It seems to have slowed me up.
What do you mean, exhausted? How can you be exhausted? You're not doing anything.
Oh, forget it. Look, Magnus, I'm phoning from the bedroom. I have to keep my voice down. Vita's arrived.
I thought she wasn't due until next Monday. Today's Wednesday.
Oh, she's come earlier, worried about me or something.
Well, did you manage to make another trip before she arrived? How do you feel?
Jaded. I came to find myself practically on the railway line near the tunnel with a train rushing past. It was a place called Grattan.
Yes, I warned you about that kind of danger, didn't I?
Yes.
It's always present. No warning system with the brain under the drug.
But even more worrying, I'm getting confused. I find it hard to tell where reality starts and ends. The figures are so vivid. Otto the Dragon and Isolde. She is beautiful, Magnus. Compared to the other woman, her dress is plain. No wimple, just a jeweled fillet crowning golden hair. And her voice.
Confusion? Now that's fascinating. Do you know what? I've a good mind to join you so that we can go on our next trip together. I'd like to take a look at this Isolde Carmino. She sounds worth seeing.
She's Bedragon's girl, not ours. Listen, Magnus, on this trip, Sir Henry had died. Must have been a gap of months since my last visit. Roger seems involved in it, some kind of foul play.
Foul play? Now listen to this. Found by my researcher friend. You remember I mentioned him?
Yes.
It's an order about the body of Sir Henry de Champanan from the bishop. He forbids exhumation of the body. He says that no one should afford any help, counsel, or favor for such an exhumation or removal.
I wish I understood all the underlying jealousies and rivalries. It's like half reading a story and not being allowed to read to the end. It's strange, but that other world seems more vivid to me somehow than my own now.
I know.
By the way, how's the monkey?
Dead.
Dead?
I killed him on purpose. I have work to do on his brain cells and the effects of the drug. Oh, it was all quite scientific. There's no need to get upset.
I'm upset because of the risk you seem prepared to take with my brain cells.
Your brain's different, my dear boy. You can take a lot more punishment yet.
Richard!
It's Vita. I'll call you again when I can.
Will you take another trip, Richard? This weekend?
I'll try. I must go now.
Oh, here you are. What are you hiding here for?
I was just phoning Magnus.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, can he leave you alone for 2 minutes?
Look what I found! Look what I found! Hi, Dick! What's this horrible thing?
Christ, what the hell have you been up to?
I wasn't doing anything. There are some rooms in the basement, and the key was in the lock.
You've been...
There's a dark little room full of bottles, Mom. And there's something like a dead kitten in one of them, and this monkey's head or whatever it is.
Did you break anything or touch anything else?
No.
If I catch you anywhere near that room again, I'll murder you.
Dick!
If you'd come next week as you were supposed to, Vita, this would never have happened.
Why, you're shaking. Anyone would think there were explosives in there.
Just keep away from there in future.
so. I just don't know what to make of it, Diana. I've never heard him speak to Teddy like he did yesterday. The poor boy's very upset. And Richard doesn't look at all well. Very, hollow-eyed. He says he's been sleeping badly.
Well, honey, it's a good thing you joined him there. A husband on the loose is a husband on the prowl, as I told you before. I've had experience with Bill.
Oh, Bill. Oh, we all know Bill can't be trusted out of your sight. Well, let's just hope that darn professor hasn't been putting Dick up to something. I don't trust that man. Never have and never will.
I can guess why that is.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. He may be like that, but Dick certainly isn't. Very much the reverse.
Maybe that's the attraction for the professor.
Oh, I gotta go, Diana. That's Dick and Teddy. Dick took him out for a walk to make up for the scene yesterday, Bye. I'll ring you later.
I'll just go and add the shell to my collection.
You do that. Hello. Well, that's eased the atmosphere anyway.
It was the least you could do after the way you talked to him yesterday.
Is this letter for me?
Yeah. You know, darling, I'm going to love it here. And it's so wonderful to be together. Well, aren't you going to tell me what's in that letter you find so engrossing?
Oh, nothing. Just a piece of research I was interested in.
Research? What about? Let me see. Sir John Carmino?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't make sense of this. What does it say?
That Sir John acted as a tutor for the estates of Sir Henry of Champernowne, and that Lady Joanna will be free to marry whomsoever she likes, and that Sir Otto Budragon has lost.
Lost? Well, don't look so depressed by it. When did all this happen, for God's sake?
In the reign of Edward III, 1312 to 1377.
Well, why on earth should you care what happened then? Oh, Richard. Teddy, honey, don't put so much marmalade on your toast, okay? Oh, morning, darling.
Morning. No, just coffee, please.
Teddy, you've had enough now. Run and get ready.
For what, Mom?
Church, dear. What else on a Sunday morning?
Okay.
And if you're going to drive us, Dick, you'd better make a move, too. What will you do while we're in church?
Drive a little, perhaps leave the car and walk. I'll be back to pick you up, don't worry. Have fun.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Here we are. Grattan. Here's to Isolde.
You know what comes about when women scold? Their tongues turn black and curl into their throats. I must pluck it back. Open your mouths. Let's pray God it does the trick. Now, you must behave. I have work to do. We have guests.
Let me stay another night and not sleep aboard. I may find myself hard aground if I make sail.
What's this?
The longer you remain, the more dangerous for us both. You know how gossip travels. To come here anyway was madness with the vessel well known.
There's nothing to that. I come frequently to the bay and to this river. It was pure chance that brought you here as well.
It was not, and you know it very well. The steward brought you my letter telling you I should be here.
Roger is a trusty messenger. With my sister Joanna away at Trelawney, this seemed a safe chance meeting place. A risk worth taking.
Worth taking, yes. But I do not trust the steward as you do, and you know my reasons. He keeps our meeting secret for the time because it pleases him. One word to my husband and we'd be lost.
Oliver is in London.
Malice travels with every wind that blows. Oliver cares not a jot if I live or die. He has women wherever he goes. But his pride would never brook a faithless wife. That I know.
My lady, Alice has the children's ponies. They are saddled and bridled.
Will you come?
Yes, I'm coming. Goodbye, Otto.
Not for long.
I am coming, Roger.
Look where you're going. Wandering across the road like that, you'll get yourself killed, man. Are you all right?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm fine. Oh, no, it's 1:30. Vita. I'm sorry, darling. I can't keep saying that, but the car broke down. I'm most frightfully sorry. I wouldn't have had this happen for the world.
I can believe it. I'm sorry. I seem to have spoilt your weekend for you.
What do you mean?
This telegram came for you while you were out. From your professor, naturally. Wired from Cambridge. It reads, "Have a good trip this weekend. Hope your girl turns up.
He says, what?
Shall be thinking of you. Greetings, Magnus."
Now listen, Vita, that telegram is a complete joke, a leg pull on the part of Magnus. Don't make an absolute idiot of yourself by taking it seriously. Look, I've been honest with you. I've been helping him with 1 or 2 bits of research, and this telegram is just his way of wishing me luck.
You're not a scientist. What sort of research can you possibly do? And that telegram hardly reads like a serious scientific document.
Look, Vita, it was a complete joke.
I'm not interested in the professor or his jokes. You share so many of them and keep me out that I'm past caring.
Oh, for God's sake, you're behaving like every well-worn joke about wives I've ever heard. The simplest thing to do would be to ring up Magnus first thing in the morning and tell him you're filing a divorce suit because you suspect me of waiting to meet up with some scrubber at Land's End. He'll howl his head off.
All right. What were you really doing this morning while we were in church?
I've told you, mooching about in a derelict quarry. It has connections with an old manor house, and Magnus and I happen to be interested in the site. Then I couldn't start the car, which I'd parked rather awkwardly in a ditch.
It's news to me that your professor is an historian as well as a scientist.
Good news, don't you think? Makes a change from all those embryos in bottles. I encourage it.
You encourage him in everything. That's why he makes use of you.
Oh, God.
While you were scrabbling about in that quarry for your precious professor, I've been busy too. Bill and Diana phoned. They're just crazy to see the house, so I suggested they put off their visit to Dublin for 48 hours and motor down to see us for lunch and so stay the night. They jumped at the idea.
Oh, my God, Vita.
I'm glad you're pleased.
No, you're right, Vita. American policy is changing there.
Bill rather hoped to get the embassy, but they gave it to Peters. Remember him, Vita?
Oh, do I? Surely he doesn't even know that country exists.
No, a diplomat's job is not an easy one. Of course, there's nothing like moving to a new country for giving you new interests in life. Well, you'll know what I mean, Richard. Aren't you going into partnership with Joe? Yeah, that's wonderful.
It's not settled. There's still a lot to be discussed.
Well, naturally. I mean, you can't decide on a flick of a coin, but what an opportunity. His firm is on the crest of a wave right now, and you'd never regret it. Especially as I gather you've nothing really to lose this side. No special ties. Of course, Vita would make a home anywhere. She has the knack. And with an apartment in New York and a weekend place in the country, you'd lead a very full life together with plenty of opportunities for travel thrown in.
Come and look at the view, Diana. It looks great by moonlight.
What? Oh, yeah, sure. Won't be long, boys. Behave now.
Hey, look, don't think I'm butting in, but, you know how girls talk. You got Vita worried. She told Diana you'd blown cool over the idea of coming to the States, and she can't figure out why. Women always think the worst. You know, I met this girl in Madrid. Diana was in the Bahamas at the time with her parents, and I was just crazy about her. 19 she was, and a real peach. Of course, we both knew it couldn't last. She had a job at the embassy there, and Diana was due back in London when her vacation was over. I was so wild about the kid, I felt like cutting my throat when we said goodbye. However, I survived, and so did she, and I haven't seen her since.
If you think I've got to go around the corner, you couldn't be more wrong.
Oh, well, that's fine, just fine. I wouldn't blame you if you had, as long as you kept it quiet from Vita.
Right. Now then, anyone for more drinks?
Have a nice chat, boys?
Fine, just fine. Hey, look here, let me help you with those drinks, Vita.
It's a beautiful place, isn't it?
Yes.
Your professor is very lucky. Talk to me, Dick. I want to know all about your brilliant friend. What's he like as a man? How did you meet him?
Hey, Teddy told me there was a room locked up in the basement here full of monkeys' heads.
How deliciously creepy. Tell me, Dick.
There's a quarter of bourbon left in the bottle, and it's all yours. I'm for bed.
Dick?
Would you excuse me, please?
I see what you mean, Vida. He looks ghastly.
Where's the measure? Oh, to hell with the measure.
It would be impossible to leave him here, Lady Joanna.
But to move him in such a gale, Roger, if it should be the smallpox. Sir Otto has been informed of his son's illness?
If I may suggest, the guest chamber at the Priory is vacant. Neither I nor my brethren fear smallpox. I would make it my business to watch him day or night.
We should have decided on this sooner. Come, we have delayed long enough.
What's your skill on this occasion? If you should let him die, you would have to answer to his father, and in that event the prior himself could not protect you, Brother Jean.
From what I understand, Sir Otto Bordragon will have trouble enough protecting himself. You know, Sir Oliver Carmineau lay at Buckingham last night and left at dawn, telling none of his servants his destination. If he has hidden in secret along the coast, it would be for one thing only: to seek out his lady's lover and destroy him. I would not give much for Sir Otto's chances if he were caught in an ambush.
We are ready, Roger.
Go ahead of me, Brother Jean. I will not be long.
As you wish.
Boy! Boy!
Sir?
Ride like the devil to Tregest. Warn Lady Isolde to stay indoors. The dragon was to have sailed here to the creek tonight, but he'll not venture in this gale. For God's sake, ride like the devil.
I will.
Roger!
Coming, my lady.
Isn't that my brother's ship in the bay, Roger?
Yes, my lady. And there's Sir Otto. I must warn him. Sir Otto!
Who are those men? Oh, stop the chariot! It's an ambush! Oh, can he not see? Roger! Roger, come back! I will not become involved!
Sir Otto! For God's sake, run! Sir Otto! Behind you! Take care!
Run, for God's sake, Sir Otto.
My lady! No, my lady!
Isolde.
Let me go, Roger! Otto! My love! Oh, no! No! Otto!
It's a pity we have to leave today, Vida. Frankly, I'm worried about Dick. Hey, what time did you say he set off on his walk of his?
Oh, well, I'm not sure. I must have still been asleep.
Have some more coffee, Vida. Come on, I'll help you make it. Quiet morning for you, Bill. Helped get rid of all that bourbon.
Ah, Dick. Hi, Dick, over here. Ah, you're a sly one, slinking off into the early hours for this walk. Hey, say, you look a bit off. Are you all right?
As a matter of fact, I've just witnessed a most appalling crime.
What on earth?
I felt I needed some air, so I took the car down to a place I know near the estuary, and the boat went aground. It was blowing damn hard, and the chap aboard and his crew had to take the dinghy. They made the opposite shore all right, and this appalling thing then happened. These thugs, these bloody thugs on the opposite shore. The chap on the boat didn't have a chance.
My God, how terrible. Hey, hadn't you better call the police?
Police? It's not a job for the police. It's this chap's son I'm thinking of. He's ill and someone will have to tell him.
But good God, Dick, it's your duty to inform the police. This is murder. And you say you know the chap who was drowned and his son.
What? No, I mean, I've heard people talk of the family.
Pull yourself together, man. You're obviously in a state of shock.
I think I'd better slip up to the bedroom. Pull myself together. Oh, I need some sleep.
Yeah, sure. Don't worry about us. Vita's taking care of us just fine.
And I was mortified. Staying upstairs all morning, not even coming down to say goodbye to Bill and Diana. What on earth is the matter with you these days? I don't understand.
I'm very sorry, Vita. Bourbon allergy combined with shellfish.
By the way, Bill said to tell you that he'll be listening to the radio and reading the papers in Ireland to see what's happening here in Cornwall. Make sense to you?
Well, he means the weather, I suppose.
Hello? Vita Young speaking. Oh, hello, Magnus. It's his house, after all. You'll have more fun entertaining your friend than you had putting up with mine.
Vita says, of course.
Well, I'll let you know about the train later. Have you been on a trip recently?
Yes. I went to Gretton again.
With ill effect?
As a matter of fact, I'm feeling pretty lousy. Something I ate or drank disagreed with me. I've been violently sick, and I've got a peculiar bloodshot eye.
What about the confusion?
That, too. I had a nightmare. Someone called Otto was set on by thugs.
Well, I'll get my man at the British Museum to check on that. Did Roger have a hand in it?
No, he didn't.
Strangely, I'm rather glad about that. Now, listen. No more trips unless we're together. No matter how big the temptation. Swear it.
I'll try. Goodbye, Magnus.
Cheer up, darling. Only 3 more days and he'll be here. Won't that be wonderful?
Oh, that was great, Dick. Hey, Mom, can Mrs. Collins cook them for our lunch tomorrow?
I'm sure she can. Go and put them in the fridge, honey. Otherwise the house will stink with the smell of fish. It's hot. Thank God this room's cool.
Yes.
Teddy's really taken to sailing. I wonder if we... Oh, there's a note from Mrs. Collins, darling. Telegram came over the phone to say Professor Lane is catching the 2:30 train from London instead of the 4:30. Arriving St. Austell 7:30. Well, thank the Lord for Teddy's mackerel. He'll be here for dinner.
To hell with the mackerel. Poor Magnus has been kicking his heels down at St. Austell for the last 20 minutes. I'll take your car. It's faster.
Well, the 7:30 was dead on time, sir.
Yes, I dare say, but that's not the point. The point is I was meeting someone who was on it, and he isn't here.
Well, sir, he probably got tired of waiting and took a taxi.
No, if he'd done that, he would have telephoned or left a message with the chap at your booking office.
I'll tell you what, sir. I'll open the booking office up, see if there's a message. This way. Now, let me see, sir. No, I can't see it.
Look, that case, the initials, M-A-L, that's his. But why did he leave it here?
There's a message, sir. That's from the booking office card. A suitcase with initials M-A-L to be delivered to a gentleman named Mr. Richard Young. You Mr. Young?
Yes, I am.
Owner of suitcase said to say he changed his mind and decided to get out at Par and walk from there.
What a bloody silly thing to do.
Well, it's a fine evening for a walk, sir. There's no accounting for taste.
Well, I promised Teddy he could wait up for the professor. Thank heavens I sent him to bed. Midnight and still no sign. I do think it's extremely bad manners on his part. He must have known we'd have dinner ready for him. For heaven's sake, Richard, what are you reading? Whatever it is, it's obviously of more interest than anything I'm saying.
Some papers I found in Magnus's case when I unpacked it for him.
Not more historical documents. Oh, really, Dick, I think I prefer Magnus the scientist to Magnus the historian. He really is the weirdest man. I went into his room to take some towels and thought I'd hang up his dressing gown, which he'd just tossed onto the bed, and the funniest little bottle fell out.
What?
Well, it was empty, so I threw it away, but really, what on earth was...
Listen, did this bottle have a label on it?
Label? Oh, well, I hardly looked for it. Oh, wait a minute, yes. Just said B. Very weird.
Oh, my God.
I'll get it.
Good evening, Mrs. Young.
Yes?
Is Inspector Parsons the idea? Would I have a word with Mr. Young?
Oh, certainly. Won't you come in? Richard, there's a police inspector to see you.
It's about Professor Lane, sir.
Yes. That's him, Inspector. How?
Word came through that one of our patrols had found the body of a man resembling Professor Lane near the railway line, just this side of Treveran Tunnel, not far from Grattan.
Grattan?
He seems to have received a blow on the head from a passing train, unobserved by the driver and the guard. He managed, apparently, to crawl into a small, disused hut just above the line, and then he collapsed. It looks as if he must have been dead for some hours. Oh, here's the doctor.
Oh.
Well, he has to be here, sir. You see, there'll be a post-mortem and everything.
Mr. Young, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've met. I don't know if you remember.
Yes, I do.
You weren't feeling well, and I made sure you drove home safely.
Yes, indeed, I remember.
I'm Dr. Powell. If it's any consolation, he couldn't have lived long after receiving a blow like that.
So he didn't just lie there wondering why nobody came?
Oh, no.
This was his walking stick, sir. Found lying halfway down the embankment.
Yes, it's one of many that he had.
You realize, sir, that you'll be required to give evidence at the inquest. There might be a question of amnesia, or even, of course, suicide. I mean, how could a grown man walk into a train and not see it?
Darling? Darling, some tea.
Oh, thank you.
How are you feeling now, darling?
Oh, I'm all right.
It's all over now, darling. The post-mortem and the inquest. Now you must just forget it. It really was extraordinarily generous of the professor to leave you Kilmarth. What do you intend to do with it when we go to America?
Oh, for God's sake, Vita, can't you just leave it alone for once?
Well, somebody's got to decide something. You just lie there staring at Magnus' walking stick and that letter they found on him. I don't think I can stand much more, Dick. Something's going on, and I don't know what it is. I'm trying to understand. But no matter what the coroner said, I don't believe that the professor just walked into that train or that he slipped on the bank and fell because he was so involved with some historical survey he didn't see the train. You and I both knew Magnus. He was so alert.
You heard the inquest. There's no other possible explanation. Nothing was found in the post-mortem to give any suspicion.
For God's
of
sake, what's behind this? Did you have some secret pact between you both that he would kill himself?
Magnus died accidentally walking into a freight train as it was going into a tunnel. Now, for God's sake, accept that and leave me in peace.
Yes, so that you can drool over that damn letter again. You keep your secret.
Oh. Magnus. Dear Dick, I'm writing this in the train.
And it will probably be illegible. There's probably no need to write at all, and by the time you receive it, we shall have had an uproarious evening together. I write as a safety measure. My findings to date are pretty conclusive that we are onto something of prime importance regarding the brain. The particular cells I've been working on, which I will call the memory box, store not only our own memories, but habits of the earlier brain pattern we inherit. With the use of a drug, the inherited older pattern takes over and becomes dominant. But by the way, I enclose an account of Otto Bodruggen's death. Poor Isolde. Who will comfort her now? Will we ever know? As to the drug itself, it's dangerous and could be lethal if taken to excess. So, dear boy, if anything happens to me, destroy what remains in the lab. No time to say any more. We are drawing into Exeter. A bientôt, in this world, or the other, or hereafter, Magnus.
If anything happens to me, destroy what remains in the lab.
Dick,
said...
Teddy, will you tell Vita that I have work to do and I do not wish to be disturbed? If anything happens to me, destroy. Only seed left. It must be destroyed. Destroyed completely. Oh, but I haven't taken.
She did not dismiss me. I told the Lady Joanna...
I know. And now she may threaten harm to you and this whole place. I would not have it thus. Think of your brother. Little Robbie must come to no harm.
He has grown to love you, even as I do.
Any further suffering that may come my way, I can bear alone. If I have brought dishonor on two houses, my husband's and Otto Bedragon's, which doubtless will be said about me down the years, I will not do the same to yours. I should leave. I should never have taken shelter here from my husband's anger.
This was my father's farm, and will be Robbie's when I die. And had you sheltered here for one night only, and not 15, you would have lent grace enough to last through centuries.
15 nights. And on each one of them, since I have been with you, I have stood looking out across the sea to Chapel Point, remembering that his ship would anchor there. Part of me died with him, Roger, the day they killed him, and I think you know it.
Yes, I've always known it. If I've given you cause to believe otherwise, forgive me.
Joanna!
Have no fear. My lady.
In all the 10 years you served my household, you never thought to bid me welcome here? So this is the retreat. And snug enough, no doubt, on a winter's night, apart from the smell of beasts. How do you do, Isolde? I had heard you had fled here.
I do very well, as you see. I have lived better here and had more kindness in 2 weeks than in many months or years before.
I don't doubt it. Tell me, do both brothers share you here before the hearth?
Why, you...
Roger! Not as yet. The elder is too proud, the younger too shy. My protestations of affection fall upon deaf ears. What do you want of me, Joanna?
I bring you a message from your brother. He has heard of the flight from your husband's house, and the disgrace that this has brought to our family and yours. He offers you the chance to retire to the nunnery of Cornworthy in Devon. I'm told the air is mild at Cornworthy. The nuns there live to a great age. There is a second course. To remain here, as drab to my one-time steward. But I warn you, the parish might serve you as they recently served a tenant of mine, and have you riding to do penance on the back of a black ram. What do you say? We could mount one of you on a ram and the other on a ewe and have them jog trot together.
Bitch! You bitch! I'll kill you! Leave her alone!
Oh, stop it, Richard! Stop! Stop it!
Oh, my God! Vita, darling! Oh, my God!
Oh, come on, Teddy!
Vita! Phone. I must phone.
What number are you wanting?
Look, I want Dr. Powell. Quickly, it's urgent.
One moment, please.
Oh, come on.
Hello, Paul here.
It's Richard Young from Comarth. You remember, the friend of Professor Lane?
Yes.
Look, the most frightful thing has happened. I had a sort of mental blackout, and I tried to strangle my wife, and I may have hurt her, I don't know.
Is she unconscious?
I don't think so. She went upstairs with the boy. I think they may have locked themselves in the bedroom. I'm speaking to you from the lobby downstairs.
All right. I'll come along straight away.
Well, everything's under control. Your wife's all right and your stepson. So now what about you?
Have I hurt her?
Slight bruising on the neck, nothing more. She insists you were fighting drunk and didn't know what you were doing, but it was a pretty grim experience. She says you don't usually drink.
I wasn't drunk.
What are you on?
On?
What drug?
That's just it. I don't know.
Something Professor Lane gave you.
Yes.
Was he on the same drug when he walked into that train?
Yes, he was. But the frightening thing was, I hadn't taken any this time. It just happened.
Yeah. I ought to get you to hospital for observation.
Oh, no, please, no.
On one condition. That you let me attend you and give me whatever's left of the drug so that I can have it analyzed.
Downstairs in the lab. In a bottle marked C.
Yeah. Well, now I'm going to sedate you. When you come round, we'll discuss whether or not you should go to hospital. Now, this won't hurt you.
Don't tell Vita. She disliked Magnus. And if she knew this, she'd dislike him even more. So don't tell her, will you? Don't tell Vita. Well, Dr. Powell, how long have I...
5 days.
5 days? Did I tell you...
Everything. Isolde, Roger, Otto, everything. You're lucky to be alive, you know. I've had the remnants of that drug analyzed. That bottle contained the most potent hallucinogen that's ever been discovered. And other substances as well, which we aren't even sure of yet.
Are you trying to tell me that everything I've seen has been an hallucination?
No. No, I think Professor Lane was onto something that might have proved extraordinarily significant about the working of the brain. And he chose you as a guinea pig because he knew you would do whatever he told you. And that you were highly suggestible into the bargain.
Have you told Vita?
That you were on the verge of a nervous breakdown and suffering from strain and delayed shock owing to the sudden death of Professor Lane. That's all.
Whatever you say, I did see that other world.
The other world? I suppose we all carry one inside us.
You can say what you like, but they all lived. I read about them. And the fact remains, I've been in that other world. I've seen it and known it. It was cruel, hard, and very often bloody, and so were the people in it. Except for Isolde, and latterly Roger. But my God, it held a fascination for me which is lacking in my own world of today.
Yes, a way of escape, a flight from reality. You didn't want to live either in London or New York. The 14th century made an exciting, if somewhat gruesome antidote to both.
All right. What have I to do?
Get right away from here, from the pull of Roger Kilmerth. Your wife suggested Ireland. You have friends there, I believe.
Supposing I said no?
And I'd sent for an ambulance and got you off to hospital. I thought Ireland was a better idea. It's up to you.
I hope we aren't going to find ourselves beside that crowd in the plane.
Mom! Oh,
not so loud, Teddy. Oh, look what you've
Teddy,
done.
why don't you sit down and keep quiet, boy?
Here you are, Dick. I'll pick it up for you.
Thank you.
It's a nice stick, isn't it?
Yes.
Those must be the initials of Magnus' father around the top. Oh, Dick, the top's loose. Did you know?
Would you give it
had
to me? It's meant to be loose.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Rita. I didn't mean
It's
to.
all right, darling.
Look, I must rush off to the gents. If they call the flight, go ahead and get in the seats in front.
If I'm caught in the mob, I'll find myself a seat in the back, and we can change places after takeoff. As long as you two are together. Now, here, take the boarding cards. Now, I'll hang on to mine, just in case.
Oh, Dick, honestly, you might have gone before. You're worse than Teddy.
I'm sorry, but nature calls. Excuse me. Could you tell me where I can catch a taxi from here, please?
I thought you'd be here. As I passed Kilmarth, I spotted the front door open. No, I rang the airport to see if you'd boarded. They said no. Then I knew where you'd be. Here at Kilmarth, where it all began.
You sound as though you expected me to do this.
I knew there was a risk. But I wanted to give you a chance just to see if you could make it, instead of going by the rules.
Which say?
Put your addict inside once he's well and truly hooked. Have you taken some more of the drug?
Yes.
I thought you'd given me all that was left in bottle C.
I did. Only Magnus had some with him. He kept it here, in the head of his cane. It's hollow, you see? And that was the rest of bottle B.
I think I should tell you that we've discovered that the drug contains a substance of some toxicity that could seriously affect the central nervous system, possibly leading to paralysis. I have the full report here, Mr. Young. Mr. Young.
Robbie, where are you?
Here, Roger. Here, take some water.
There's no remedy for this plague, Robbie. The swelling has spread to my throat and blocked the windpipe. Voice in my lips. That's comfort enough. Hear my confession, Robbie. There's no priest left to shrive
If
me.
it concerns the Lady Isolde, God rest her soul in peace. I don't need to hear it, Roger. I knew you loved her, and love her memory still. So do I. There was no sin in that for either of us.
No sin in loving. But murder, yes. When Isolde became so ill, she was in such agony.
But it did not last for long. It could have made her suffer for weeks, months.
Yes, I couldn't bear that thought. I gave her something to ease the pain. It was murder, Robbie. An immortal sin. And no one knows of it but you. Hear my confession, Robbie. Absolve me.
Go forth, O Christian soul, out of this world. In the name of the Father Almighty who created thee. In the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God.
It's finished. Roger's dead. He's free. It's all over.
Don't stand up. You're too weak. Sit here.
Doctor, would you look up for me in the encyclopedia? Look, it's there beside you. The date of the Black Death.
1348. Endemic in the Far East. They've had a number of cases in Vietnam.
Have they? Well, I've just seen what it did in Tyberdrath 600 years ago. So, there's no more temptation. Roger is free, and so am I. Now, before I put that call through to Vita in Ireland, suppose you repeat what you were telling me about the drug. I'm afraid I didn't hear what you said.
Well, there's no point now. I burnt the report with the flame from my lighter when you were on your knees reciting that prayer for the dying.
That's no answer.
It's all you're going to get.
Oh, that'll be Vita. Now for the countdown. Shall I tell her I got locked in the gents and I'll join her tomorrow?
It would be wiser if you told her you hope to join her later, perhaps in a few weeks' time, if you're lucky.
But that's absurd. There's nothing to hold me back. I've told you, it's all over. I'm free.
Answer the phone.
My hand. I can't seem to. Paul, I can't.
Dick? Dick? Are you there? Dick? Hello? Hello?
In The House on the Strand, the novel by Daphne du Maurier, adapted for radio by Philip Lever and Kay Patrick, Richard Young was played by Ian Richardson, Magnus Lane by Richard Handel, Vita Young by Bonnie Hurren, and Roger by David March. Mrs. Collins, Elizabeth Morgan, the Vicar, Brian Haynes, Caravan Owner, David Sinclair, Dr. Powell, Frank Duncan, Teddy, Judy Bennett, Bill, Vernon Joyner, and Diana, Julie Hallam. Father Prior, Manning Wilson, Brother Jean, Anthony Hall, the Lady Joanna, Elizabeth Morgan, Sir Otto, Vernon Joyner, the Lady Isolde, Rosalind Shanks, and Robbie, David Timpson. Radiophonic sounds were by David Kane of the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, and the play was produced by Betty Davis.
This is BBC 7.
Well, if you're scared of flying, the next 90 minutes are going to do nothing to allay those fears, and you can thank James Follett for that. Anything that can possibly go wrong goes wrong for Flight 510.
Listening to Station WNYA, time 8 p.m. Still no sign of an end to the JFK fuel operative strike. Union boss Jim Ryan is now threatening Transair flights unless Mayor Cohen intervenes. But it now seems certain that Percy Mansion won't be drawn into the arena. Air temperature 47 and steady. It's a cold November night in New York, with Queens and Brooklyn getting their first snow flurry. So here's old Blue Eyes to warm us up.
Strangers in the night, yes, mate. They're thinking monsters, wandering in the night. What will the chances?
Okay, I'm coming.
For the night.
Everett?
Captain Everett, this is the hotel switchboard. I have a call for you from Kennedy Airport.
Hold it, I'm dripping.
Captain, this is operations.
Look, hold on a second, just got the shower. Yes?
Are you ready for your flight plan details, Captain?
I'm trying to do three things at once here. Pencil. Okay, I've got one. Right, go ahead.
Well, surprisingly, you've got a headwind component, so you've got a long flight time.
Yeah.
Flight level 330 to Gander, and then climbing to 370 for your oceanic crossing on track Victor. And then the usual airways routing. En route weather, not too good, Captain. Moderate to severe clear air turbulence for the first half of your oceanic, and a large area of thunderstorm cells from about 30 west.
Charming.
Terminal weather is not too good either. London, Heathrow, Gatwick and Manchester are all going in for a probability of thunderstorms with associated heavy rain. Winds gusting up to 35 knots. Prestwick's not much better either.
Thanks a million.
Pardon, Captain?
Oh, nothing. What level are the tops of these thunderstorms at?
33, 35,000.
Oh, great.
You'll be above them if you get your oceanic clearance for flight level 370.
And what are my chances of that?
Well, I wouldn't like to place bets, Captain. Newark, Washington, and Boston are all pushing out extra traffic for the London Trade Fair.
Oh, thanks.
Still, it looks like a profitable flight from Transatlantic Airlines' point of view. You've got a fairly full load. In fact, you are full. 352 passengers, 4,500 kilos of freight.
Oh, goody.
Well, it eases the monotony, Captain. Oh, yes, there is something else. We've still got a fuel delivery problem with this strike. You heard the news?
Yeah, there was something on the radio just now, but I missed it. I was in the shower. There seems to be lots of atmospheric disturbance about.
I think that's local. I'll check it out. The problem is, Captain, that you're going to have to uplift JP4.
Oh, hell.
I'm sorry, Captain. There's no JP1 fuel being pumped into Kennedy.
Look,
Wide-cut gasoline is all we can get our hands on. Still, there is one consolation. A share out of what JP4 there is has been agreed on between all the airlines for tonight's flight, so you won't be getting much of the stuff.
How much?
Flight plan fuel, 68,000 kilos.
Oh, for God's sake.
68 tons is over flight plan. You're fine for London with Manchester as your alternative.
Now, look. If I'm going to have to feel my way along the curb among the thunderstorms on my track Victor, and have to contend with on arrival, I would like at least another 30 or 40 minutes holding fuel.
Sorry, Captain, but it's flight plan fuel or nothing.
Okay. Now tell me the good news.
I'm sorry?
Well, surely you have some good news after all that. Severe, clear air turbulence, thunderstorms, and JP4 in my tanks. It is only a few squirts.
Were you expecting good news, Captain?
Oh, forget it. I'll see you in the operations office.
Mary, will you please stop fussing?
The air tickets, Ted. Are you sure you transferred them to that suit?
Well, sure, I'm sure.
Well, show me, otherwise I'll worry.
Look, honey, passports, tickets, travel checks, hotel reservation, £100 in English money.
Oh, let me look at the money, Ted.
Well, what is this? Don't you believe me?
Oh, I'd just like to see what he looks like now.
Well, there it is, all in different colours.
They don't have 10 shilling notes anymore.
You, didn't have to wait all this time for a trip home, honey.
Oh, I didn't want to go without you. And you were always too busy. Anyway, I stopped thinking of it as home years ago.
Hey, what do you suppose English girls go for now instead of nylons?
Well, I'll tell you one thing they don't go for. Something you've got now that you didn't have then.
Money?
Middle-aged spread, my sweet.
Why, you little minx, come here. It's going to cost you.
Oh, no, Ted, stop it.
Getting old, am I?
I didn't say that. Oh, Ted, put me down, you idiot. Joanna and Trevor will be here any minute.
You're not so light yourself.
Look, Ted, Joanna
Think I might shake the English reserve?
They're not preserved.
Nor am I. Excited?
For the 1000th time, yes. Oh, that's them. Now stop assing about and put me down.
Apologize.
They'll hear us.
Open it.
Not like this, Ted. We must look ridiculous.
Go on, you can reach the latch.
Oh.
Good evening, Miss... Oh, are we interrupting something, Mr. Jackson?
No, come in. Good evening, Joanna.
Good evening, Mr. Jackson. Hello, Joanna, Trevor. All right, Ted. You've proved your point. Now put me down.
Just proving something to Mary. Come in, you two.
Thank you. To yourself, more like.
Does he make a habit of that, Mrs. Jackson?
Thank God, no.
If you did, Mr. Jackson, I'd have to think about increasing your life insurance to protect your UK division.
You'll be the one who need increased insurance if you didn't bring those exposition plans.
Oh, you're not going to talk shop on the flight.
7 hours is not to be wasted, Mary.
I've got everything. The plans, copies of the Ministry of Defence contracts for the Hotspur guidance system for your approval, and growth forecasts for the next 3 years.
Don't worry, Mrs. Jackson. We'll plan your assault on Oxford Street and Bond Street.
Well, if you people are ready, I'll give you a hand with your cases. We've got a taxi waiting.
I tried to tell her if you're planning on buying a lot of clothes in London...
I can't really believe I'm going back.
But Trevor said you hadn't been home since you were married.
1947. I was a GI bride. Married the same week as Princess Elizabeth.
Didn't you get terribly homesick? I've only been here a week and I can't wait to get back.
I was ill with it the first year.
Come on, you two. This is the era of women's lip. Grab a valise each.
Excuse me, miss.
Just a minute, Captain. No, Mr. Pullen, your trunk definitely has not arrived from Grand Central. The bellhop will bring it up to your room as soon as it shows up. You're welcome, sir.
What have you done with my crew?
Oh, yes. They checked out before their wake-up call. Your flight engineer wanted to do some last-minute shopping. They said they'd be back in time for the airport pickup.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Captain. Have a pleasant flight home.
Hello, Skipper. Getting worried about us? It's all Taft's fault.
Hey, look at that, Captain. 2 Batman suits for the twins. $15 each.
Well, I should keep them on the flight deck for this trip. They might come in handy.
Why's that?
Flight plan fuel with register diversion, track Victor, moderate to severe clear air turbulence, a headwind and thunderstorms en route and arrival, and we're uplifting JP4. Try repeating it without smiling.
I'd better keep with my wife.
The strike?
Yes, that's it. One big fuel share-out.
It's what I've suspected all along. Someone in operations hates us.
I've considered having an attack of amnesia at the airport and going home on a British Airways flight as a passenger.
How much fuel?
68 tons.
Well, that's okay.
Oh, there's the airport coach.
I know it's silly, but I suddenly feel nervous.
Now, what the hell are you worried about now? You've flown all over the States last
But
year.
never over an ocean, Ted.
I know how you feel, Mrs. Jackson.
You're crazy. What's the difference between flying over land and over the sea?
But the Atlantic is so wide. That Liverpool boat took us 10 days to get here.
A crummy troop ship. It broke down about 6 times.
And what happens if an aeroplane breaks down?
Oh, I've made the crossing 20 times now, Mrs. Jackson. You'll find those Transair Orion Jumbos are the most comfortable aircraft you've ever been in. We'll be upstairs in the first class section, with a spacious lounge and a bar behind the flight deck where you can stretch your legs.
Thank you, Trevor.
It's a pleasure, Mrs. Jackson.
Oh, I wish you'd call me Mary. Both of you.
Well, if Mr. Jackson doesn't mind.
Anything to keep her happy.
We've just passed 23rd Street.
The cabin crew are now being accommodated at the Park Century. It saves Transair 50 cents a night per head. Yes, that sleazy dump on the right.
Hey, look who we've got.
Who? Oh, yes, the tall blonde.
This year's Miss Transair.
Don't get excited, Taft. We used to have her in the European division. She's a one-woman ice age.
Yes, I know the type. Reserved for skippers. You to do something earthly with me around.
Oh, get him. Good evening, Charlie boy. So they finally made you up to the lofty rank of cabin service officer.
I applied over a year ago, Mr. Harmon. Evening, Captain.
Fitting reward, Charlie, for all those boring hours you spent watching stewardesses burning their knickers and escape chute practice.
Flight attendants, we're supposed to call them now. The Equal Opportunities Commission.
I'm not having any committee lecturing me on bird identification. If she's wearing a blue skirt, or better still, not wearing it, then she is a stewardess. Is she married?
Who, Captain?
Miss Transair, whatever her name is.
Oh, no, Captain, but I once saw a smile at a British Airways skipper.
Oh, we can't have that. No, they can find their own.
It was a very lukewarm smile.
Yes, I shall go and speak to her about it. Dazzle her with my charm.
50p, you get nowhere, Skipper.
You haven't got 50p.
You haven't got charm, so who's arguing?
Good evening.
Good evening, Captain.
I don't believe we've flown together before.
We haven't.
I saw your photo in the staff magazine a few weeks ago when you were made Miss Transair.
Really? That's a coincidence. I remember seeing yours a few years ago when you were married.
Well, I was a late starter. We're separated now.
By 3,000 miles of ocean?
By her solicitor and my solicitor. Yes. My first name is Stephen. I didn't catch yours.
I didn't drop it.
I'd like to know something about my cabin crew.
Very well. I'm 27, hazel eyes, 5'10". My hobbies are pony trekking and skin diving. And if you'd read the rest of the print under my picture, you would have seen that I never mix my social life with my job.
Your flight briefing sheets, Captain.
Thank you. Anyway, I don't care if she's the chairman's mistress. That's not the way to talk to a skipper.
50p.
What? Oh, well, I've only got a fiver. I'll owe it to you. What's this? The runway 28 right vases at London, the US. See, what that girl doesn't realise is that a skipper isn't exactly that influence. I mean, her future could be in my hands.
I don't suppose she'll let you get them on anything else.
Did you say something, Jeff?
Look, you give me the fiver, and I'll owe you the £4.50.
Those localisers are still out at Manchester. What the hell are they pouncing about it there?
Well, if I'm not wanted, I'll go and start my checks.
And I'm off to the lounge for a coffee and 10-minute sulk. Oh, try and get the aircraft's present position right when you load the inertials, Pat.
Oh, cheap.
What's up with him?
His bashful boy routine just came unstuck in an encounter with a stewardess.
Let me guess. The one from the European division, Miss Elaine Parsons?
That's the one.
I've heard, gentlemen, but don't quote me, that she's saving herself for the first Concorde skipper that even glances at her.
In that case, our Stevie Wonder's in with a chance.
How's that?
Well, haven't you heard? He's bought himself a rabbit's foot and bid for the Concorde Transair have ordered.
Steve Everett, you gotta be kidding.
Straight. Him and 20 other skippers, senior to him.
Cabin pre-taxi check complete, Charlie. All galley and cabin service equipment secured, toilet doors closed, door areas clear. All passengers secure.
First class cabin pre-taxi check completed, all passengers secure.
Okay, thank you, ladies.
We're getting behind. Clearance delivery, Jeff.
Kennedy clearance delivery. This is Transair 510, IFR to London with information Tango.
Roger, Transair. This is Kennedy clearance. Kennedy clears Transair 510, Sardi 1 with Hampton transition. Information Tango, squawk 2200, departure frequency 121.1.
Roger, Kennedy clearance. Transair 510 is cleared to London on a Sardi 1 departure with a Hampton transition. Squawk 2200, departure frequency 121.1. Clearance delivery obtained, Skipper. Control surfaces and spoilers.
Control surfaces and spoilers checked.
Inertials. Waypoints inserted and checked and nav mode selected. Brakes. Both checked. Normal selected.
All secured aft, Captain.
Chocks and ground equipment.
Chocks and ground equipment away.
Okay, ground. Chocks away on the hour on schedule.
Steward's report received.
Okay, ground. We're now ready for a pushback.
Thank you, Captain. I'll show you the ground lock on the port side. Have a good trip.
Isn't that the grenadier who likes to shove us backwards at Mark 1?
We're moving, Ted.
You're going home, Mary?
No, I'm leaving home.
Where the hell did they find that ground engineer? Oh, if that's the ground lock, Sonny, hold your torch on it so we can all see it. Good lad. Okay, Jeff, we're on our own. Taxi clearance, please.
Kennedy ground, this is Transair 510 requesting taxi.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Kennedy ground control. You're clear to the holding point at 31 left.
Clear on the right, Skipper.
Clear left. I'm going off radio, Jeff, to talk to the customers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain Everett. We're now making our way down to the holding point and will be taking off shortly. We're making a left-hand turn immediately after takeoff and flying up the coast towards Boston. Those of you on the left should have a good view of the lights of Long Island, and those on the right will have a glimpse of Manhattan.
68%, please, staff. Flaps, slats.
Flaps, slats selected to take off 20 degrees.
Engine reversers.
Engine reversers checked. Lights out. Radios. Radios tuned.
Radios tuned and identified. Kennedy VOR number 2 selected and identified. 252 radial in the window. Kennedy Tower, this is Transair 510 requesting takeoff.
Transair 510 monitor tower.
Right.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Kennedy Tower. You're cleared for takeoff.
Miss, could we have some more coffee here, please?
Yes, sir. I'm fetching some more.
Oh, well, that was a better meal than last week.
We'll have one evening in London when I'll take you all out of the best restaurant.
Thank you, Ted.
Bring that works manager you've hired, Trevor, and his wife.
Coffee, sir.
Ah, thank you.
Oh, darling. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. I'll get a cloth.
No, it's okay. This'll do.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. If you let me have your jacket and tie...
Don't worry. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, my dress!
Seems we're hitting a few pockets.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll go and get something.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
An accident?
coffee all over 2 in row 6.
Oh, they were a bit vicious.
Oops! Oh, I was praying for a smooth trip. It's the wrong time for me. A few more bumps like that and you'll hear the rattling noise from all the aspirins I've taken.
I'm sorry to trouble you, ladies and gentlemen, but in view of this continuing turbulence, it would be advisable if you remain
he's
in
put
your
the
seats
cabin
for the time
signs
being
up.
and kept
More
your
work for
seatbelts
us.
fastened.
Hello, girls. Are you managing?
We've just about got dinner cleared away, Charlie.
I know, love. You should see what it's like below in the economy class. A shambles. Absolute shambles. Sorry to trouble you, Captain, but I was wondering how much longer this is going on for. I still haven't started the film.
Don't let us stop you, Charlie.
Well, it's no good me starting these old Mark 1 projectors with all this banging about. They'll only jam, and I'll break my neck trying to rethread them. So, oh dear, oh dear. Sounds like a disaster in the bar.
You know, I think he holds me personally responsible for this weather.
There. Are you sure that'll be all right now?
Yes, it's fine. Don't worry, it wasn't your fault. Will it be like this all the way across?
Oh, I hope not. Well, if you're sure it's all
Yes,
right.
it's fine. Thank you.
Gander, this is Transair 510 requesting oceanic clearance for Belfast on track Victor. Flight level 370, Mark 82.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Gander. Gander clears Transair 510 to Belfast on track Victor. Flight level 330, Mark 8.
330, Taff. With all these thunderstorm cells lying in wait.
Roger, Gander. Transair 510 is cleared overhead St Anthony to Belfast. Track Victor is 330, Mark 82. Track Victor reads St Anthony 53 north, 50 west, 54 north, 40 west, 55 north, 30 west, 55 north, 20 west, 55 north, 10 west, Belfast.
Could we have our meal trays now, please?
Certainly, Captain.
Roger, Transair 510. Return to domestic frequency.
They've left most of it. Look.
Eventually, you'll learn the uselessness of trying to please flight deck crews.
Oh, has Charlie abandoned the film?
Yes, those stupid projectors.
Trevor? I can't sleep because of this buffeting.
Try.
It's easing up a bit. Is it often like this?
What's the time? We're about halfway across now. Clear air turbulence never lasts all the way, but this lot has gone on longer than usual.
God, what a long slog. I'm beginning to understand the reasoning behind Concord.
There you are. Let's calm down a bit. You see it doesn't last.
Sorry to trouble you again, Captain, but what are the chances of this lasting? I was hoping to start the film, otherwise they'll be wanting their money back.
Bit late, isn't it?
Well, we've taken the best part of 600 quid for headsets and most of the passengers are awake.
We'll be into some Q&M in 30 minutes. I'll keep the cabin signs on.
Ah, thank you, Captain.
I'm not doing it for you, old son. We have to thread our way through that little lot. Look at the weather radar.
Solid. Absolutely solid.
Some coffee, Charlie, before we're into it.
The captain would like some coffee, please, ladies.
Oh, is the buffeting over for good now, Charlie?
Oh, I imagine so.
Then we're resuming cabin services?
No. Not just yet. Roger, Transair 510. Your request for flight level 370, negative.
Roger, Gander. This is Transair 510, maintaining flight level 330.
Let's hope Shanwick are more obliging.
Yeah, if we're able to call them through this. This interference is getting worse. We've got no HF communication.
Your coffee, gentlemen. Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
I just saw sparks jumping off the windscreen wipers.
St. Elmo's fire. We're running into an area of thunderstorms.
Isn't it dangerous?
Oh, that's nothing. You come up in 30 minutes, and then we'll show you something that'll really make your hair stand on end.
Oh, no.
I was about to tell her that the windows may have turned blue by then. No sense of humour, these girls.
Have a listen on radio, Skipper. My eardrum's being blown out. Must be building up around every antenna.
Captain, I'm getting some weird readings on the engine vibration meters for number 4. I thought it might be a harmonic set up by the pounding the wings were taking just now, but the meters are starting to creep up. It might be an idea to run a...
I felt that. What the hell was that, Taff? Fire action, number 4 engine.
Fire action,
number 4 engine.
Number 4 engine, HP fuel cock. Shut.
Number 4 engine, fire control handle pulled.
Number 4 engine, low pressure fuel cock checked. Shut.
Stopwatch started. First shot. Fired.
LP cock switch. Shut. HP fuel valves, both shut on affected side. Hydraulic shut-off cock, shut.
10 seconds.
Immediate action completed and checked, Captain.
Fire warning lights still on.
Captain, the aft cabin is
Hold it, Charlie, hold it.
Sorry, sir.
20 seconds.
Doesn't look as if it's going to work.
25. 26. 27. 28.
Fire second shot.
29. 30. Number 4 handle turned anti-clockwise. Second shot fired.
Warning light out. Reset and test fire warning system. Yes, Charlie?
SSB. What happened, Captain?
We had to douse a fire in number 4.
Oh? Oh, that's what the passenger must have seen. The aft cabin steward has reported that some passengers are saying they saw a sudden sheet of flame from the right-hand outer engine.
A secondary fire action drill completed from checklist, Captain.
What do you suppose it was?
A fan disc broke up, I expect.
Don't look so worried, Charlie. We can soldier on quite happily on 3.
Aren't we turning back, sir?
No, we've passed our critical point, old son. Taff, it doesn't feel as if there's any abnormal drag, but you better go right aft into the tourist cabin for a visual. See if anything's hanging off that might cause problems.
Okay, Captain.
Oh, and pass the word to Gander, Jeff. Looks like we're going to have to deviate left of track to avoid that lot.
Sorry, Skipper. Still can't talk to anyone with all this St. Elmo's fire.
Have you noticed that the engines sound quieter?
We thought you were asleep. Mr. Jackson's well away. It's probably a slight change in pressure that's affecting your ears. Hold your nose and blow.
No. They're definitely quieter than they were.
Oh, God, it's starting to get bumpy again.
Shall I open my blind?
You won't see anything.
Look! Lightning!
Look at it, Trevor. We must be in the middle of a thunderstorm.
Now, don't be silly, Joanna. They're flying around it. That's why the aircraft keeps backing.
What's happening, eh?
Look at the lightning, Ted. Isn't it fantastic? You can see the clouds lighting up from inside.
You've woken me up to look at lightning.
You woke yourself with your disgusting snoring.
I never snore.
It's funny being so near to a thunderstorm and not being able to hear it. Have you ever seen it as bad as that before, Trevor?
No.
But doesn't lightning mess up their radio?
That's what I was thinking.
It was a fan disc, all right. It must have blasted turbine blades all over the place. There's no sign of the thrust cone and reversers, and I got a look at the front. The air door inlets are in shreds. Anyway, there's nothing hanging off the engine.
300,000 for a new engine. Oh, bang goes our profit-sharing bonus. Any luck, Jeff?
Nothing. Just blasted crackling, Skipper. HF and VHF bands all completely blotted. Ha! Maybe we can persuade Robertson to stop a new engine out of Taft's pay.
Captain, we seem to be getting through our fuel much faster than we should. Did anyone look at the fuel gauges while I was gone?
Swallow it all down.
Oh, thank you.
Give it 10 minutes. It always works for me.
Oh, I never thought it could ever be like this.
If it's any consolation, this is the worst trip I've known since I started flying.
This is only my 5th flight. I'm seriously considering making it my last.
But you must have seen something, Taff. You must have been streaming off the wings to have lost that amount.
It was some minutes after the engine breakup that I went aft. If the jettison chutes can dump 10 tons in 5 minutes, riddled wing tanks could easily lose that in half the time.
How much flying time have we?
Well, the totalizer shows...
I said flying time. You're going to have to make some very fast and very accurate calculations.
I can tell you now, about 70 minutes, but I'll have to double-check.
According to the flight guide, our nearest ocean station vessel is the Arctic Vigil weather ship, 400 miles to the north.
And we're 700 miles from Shannon.
60 minutes fuel, Captain.
Thank you, Taff. I suppose that removes the burden of having to make a decision. We ditch by the Arctic Vigil. Distress calls and all frequencies, Jeff. 121.5, 2182, 8364, and domestic.
It's all right. They're both asleep.
It was V night. Piccadilly was crammed. I lost my boyfriend and my left shoe in that order. It was murder. People were singing and dancing and going completely wild. God knows how many times I was grabbed and kissed by strangers. And then this American sergeant noticed I'd lost a shoe.
So Mr. Jackson wasn't an officer?
Ted? Oh, no. And he'd only been made a sergeant the week before.
Oh, my God, what's happened?
What the hell was that?
The wingtip's on fire! Look!
It's on fire! Oh, Trevor! Stewardess! Trevor, get one of the stewardesses!
It's no good, everyone trying to call the stewardesses. Sit down, Trevor, and you, Ted.
Why the hell do we have to fly with this crummy outfit? We're gonna crash.
Mary's right, sit down!
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please remain in your seats? There is no cause for alarm. Captain Everett has everything under control. Please go back to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
Where are they?
There you are. The fire's going out.
Our outer surge tanks are on
Warning
fire. We
lights
have
out,
insufficient
Captain.
fuel to reach Shannon. This is Transair flight... Oh, blast. This is useless, Skipper.
That bloody JP4. You can come off radio, Jeff. Now, let's concentrate on getting down in one piece. What about this aileron, Taff? I can't hold her straight even with rudder.
No pressure on all systems. I've got the figures for you. If we go down at 50%...
Yes, Captain. We're going to ditch in 25 minutes, Charlie. Brief your staff and get the passengers ready. Interphone is set for ditching. Report as soon as you're ready.
Yes, Captain. You're all absolutely clear about your duties.
Yes,
Good, good. Watch carefully for those able-bodied passengers who remain calm when the captain makes his announcement, and get them to help with the life rafts and to assist the elderly into their life jackets. Understood?
Yes, Charlie. They're just like doctors. They won't tell you what's the matter.
I'm certain we're losing height.
Where the hell are the stewardesses? Miss, we want to know what's going on here.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your complete attention, please? This is an emergency announcement.
What?
We shall soon be forced to make an emergency landing.
Oh, my God.
Please remove ties, collars, remove dentures, contact lenses, glasses, and high-heeled shoes. Put your chair back in the upright position and stow your table. Your life jacket is under your seat.
Where?
Put it on, but do not inflate it until you are outside the aircraft.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Take your teeth out, Ted.
How the devil are you supposed to wear this thing?
Trevor, I haven't got one.
It slipped down on my side, honey.
Do you all have a cushion each?
I can't get it on, miss.
Oh, just a minute, please, sir. Do you all have a cushion each?
Yes, thank you, miss.
How the hell am I to tie this behind my back?
Oh, no, sir, don't pull that. You were told not to inflate your life jacket. Oh, hell.
I'm sorry.
Would you like me to help while you give out the cushions?
Oh, would you? Make sure that they're tied properly and that they don't pull that red knob.
Right.
Thank you. Sir, would you help with the life raft?
Sure, what do I do?
Well, I'll be back in a minute. Do you all have a cushion each?
Are there any life?
No, madam, the tabs were passed around. Yes, that's right. That's
Captain
right.
Everett, ladies and gentlemen, we have full control of the aircraft and will be making a controlled landing in 20 minutes. We have plenty of life rafts, and we broadcast our position to rescue services.
There you are.
Please follow the instructions of the cabin crew at all times, and please study your safety instruction card.
What card?
Passengers who do not have a cushion, please hold up one hand.
Why all this fuss about cushions? Where are these life rafts?
Thank you.
Just read your card, Mr. Jackson.
Hey, Mary, what the hell are you playing at down there?
I'm helping these people. Now be quiet. And take your teeth out.
Attention, everyone. When the cabin signs are flashed and you hear the command, place the cushion on your lap and take up the placing position as shown on your safety instruction card.
I haven't got a card.
When the aircraft is stopped, unfasten your seatbelts and leave quickly by the nearest exit. Leave your hand baggage.
Can't do
And
that.
remember not to inflate your life jacket until you are outside the aircraft.
I can't leave the case in here.
And you, Jeff, will call take-up ditching positions over the PA at 1,000 feet, and then call brace, brace at 200 feet, and flash the cabin signs at the same time. Landing lights on from 2,000 feet for landing parallel with the main swell. Landing configuration will be gear up, of course, full flaps, 150 feet permanent rate of descent from 1,000 feet. I'll keep the passengers fully informed at all times, and keep the wings parallel with the water, not the horizon. I'll rotate to nose up 5 degrees and close throttles immediately on contact with the water.
Understood.
One suggestion, Captain.
Yes?
That we scrub round the fuel jettison. We're in static. It's virtually petrol, that JP4, and we're nearly down to unusable fuel anyway.
Okay, fuel jettison deleted from checklist. All right, lads, start top of descent check.
Very clever. I often wondered what was behind these roof panels.
Just pull that red toggle on the lanyard, and the entire life raft pack will lower itself onto the floor.
Okay.
Is that it? No, just steady it.
Can I give you a hand, miss?
No, it's all right, sir. Thank you. We can manage. Please remain in your seat.
Oh, very well.
We'll carry it to that overwing hatch there.
It doesn't look as if it could hold 26 people.
You'd be surprised at their size when they're inflated.
It's all academic, really.
What is? I'll show you how to attach the inflation lines.
All this. I mean, you can never practice a real ditching, can you? We could all be dead in half an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching 10,000 feet when we shall depressurize the aircraft. Try swallowing if you experience any discomfort in your ears. Oxygen is not necessary at this height, so the masks will not appear.
10,000.
Right, depressurize, Taff.
Depressurizing. Preparation for ditching check completed.
All first-class galley switches off. Emergency water containers filled. Loose equipment stowed in toilets.
9,000 feet.
All first-class life raft in position. Survival packs removed.
Flaps, slats.
Flaps, slats selected to take off 20 degrees.
First-class cabin survival beacons and first aid kits collected and secured.
Aft cabin.
All passengers secure. Cabin preparation complete.
Forward galley.
Everything stowed, Charlie. All services off.
Steward's report.
Cabin preparation complete, Captain.
We've just passed 5,000 feet, ladies and gentlemen, and everything is going smoothly.
Hold my hand, Ted.
Sure, honey.
You haven't taken your teeth out.
Approach check completed, Captain.
Looks like these bloody storms go all the way down.
Soon find out, old son.
Trevor!
All cabin crew to ditching stations.
Something to tell your grandchildren.
It's your kindness that I'll always remember.
Don't say anything.
Landing lamps.
Landing lamps on. Bloody hell. Hey, what's the matter with the radar?
Hell, look at that water.
Yes, I've looked. Worrying about the radar takes my mind off it.
1,500 feet. Cabin fully depressurized and resealed for buoyancy. Ditching check complete.
1,000 feet, Jeff.
This is the first officer. Take up ditching positions.
Oh, my God.
Level, Jeff. Level, that's it.
180 knots.
Parallel with the swell. Now hold it there.
4 seconds between the crests.
150.
6 seconds between crests. We'll time them across the lights when we're lower.
500 feet.
140 knots.
3, 4, 5.
Brace! Brace!
Right down, Ted. Get your head right into the cushion.
5 seconds, Jeff. Start rolling. Port down. 2, 3. Level, level. Starboard down. 2, 3. Keep it like that, Jeff. You're in perfect phase.
God, what the hell are they doing?
Trying to keep the wings parallel to the waves. Now shut up.
100 feet.
You're out of phase. No, no, no. Come on, level.
They aren't regular.
Start again. That's it.
Why don't they get it over with?
That's fine. Now keep it like that.
Can't. I'm getting out of phase.
Next crest. Steady. Steady. Closing throttles.
HP cocks shut. Hey, look at that! The impact must have torn the engines off.
Charlie!
Yes, Captain.
We've lost the engines, which might give you extra time. But don't use the aft doors for evacuation. She's settling by the tail.
Make it easier for everyone to get through.
I'm not going to sit
Will
here.
you please sit down and be quiet?
Leave it, Ted. There won't be room in the raft.
We need those documents, Mary.
I said leave it.
We can't launch the life rafts if you crowd round the exits. Please sit down.
It's going to sink. This thing is going to sink.
Do not inflate your life jackets until you are outside the aircraft.
Would you all please sit down? Not on the life raft, in your seats.
Is this a raft?
Yes, sir, that's a life raft pack.
Will you all sit down and be quiet? You are in no immediate danger, but you will be unless you behave in an orderly fashion.
That's right, sir.
There are lights out on the wings. They're getting them out below. Why aren't we getting out?
It's more difficult clearing the first-class cabin because we're higher. Now, will you please sit down? All of you.
No! Please, I'm not ready.
Please come away from the exit. The stewardess can't launch the raft if you don't give her room.
Come on, Charlie.
Will you sit in your
Fine,
seat?
Captain. I came up because it sounded below like you needed more help.
Oh, we'll manage.
Sit
You want to get below again?
Come on, get the kids out of
You
here.
told us to inflate your life jackets till you're outside the aircraft.
Have you seen my galley stewardess, Captain, Miss Caroline Moore?
No. Has she launched her raft?
Yes, but I had an
Oh, give her a hand with this one. Look, you hold the lanyard. You ready?
First class.
When you're ready, Captain, I'll count the rows out a few at a time.
Okay, I've got you. Onto the wing now.
No,
No, you won't. It's only a couple of feet. You can jump that. That's it.
We're loading raft 9 now, Mr. Davis. Do you need the spotlight on you?
Just for a minute, Charlie. Thanks. All right, now sit down and wriggle forward on your bottom. Never mind your dress.
Can't I stay on the wing? I want to stay on the wing.
Grab her, Charlie.
Where's Trevor? I want Trevor.
Now, come on, love. Just let yourself slide forward so I can get up into the raft. Nice and warm inside. Just like little igloos.
Trevor, where is he?
You're holding up the others. Now get into the raft before I kick you in.
Captain, your raft number and number aboard.
Raft 10, Charlie, with 12 aboard. I can take on more if anyone's overloaded.
Miss Parsons, your raft number and number aboard.
Raft 15, 19 aboard. Have you seen Caroline Moore?
Can I help?
Don't worry him now.
Yes, you can, madam. Count the numbers on these lists. My totals are at the top. But see what you make of them. Be careful with them. They're a bit soggy.
Right. Is Caroline Moore in your raft, Charlie?
No.
Well, can I check for myself?
But is your raft attached?
No,
Well, make it faster. This one, for God's sake, woman. Haven't you any sense?
370.
Will you double check?
I did, yes. And your figures. You made it the same.
What's the total, Charlie?
370. It should be 371. 352 passengers, 3 flight deck and 16 cabin crew. We'll have to get each raft to recount.
No, we'll have a proper roll call. We'll pull all the rafts into a tight circle and you call out the names.
Steward Michael Littleton.
Here, commanding raft 5.
Stewardess Caroline Moore. Stewardess Caroline Moore. Caroline Moore, please answer your name.
First-class galley stewardess.
A little brunette.
Elaine Parsons is worried about her.
Caroline Moore, missing, Captain.
Captain, can we have a light over here, please? Raft 15.
What's the matter?
Stewardess commanding our raft just climbed onto the wing. Tall, blonde gal.
Elaine Parsons is in 15.
Stupid bitch has gone back into the cabin. Charlie, give me the spotlight.
Right, sir.
That's got it.
Miss Parsons, you're to return to your raft immediately. Miss Parsons!
Do you want me to go after her, skipper?
No, I better do it. You'll be too polite.
Miss Parsons!
I'm up here, Captain.
You are supposed to be commanding a raft.
Then they'll just have to manage without me. I set the survival beacons and I made sure the passengers were all right.
Have you any idea what might have happened to her?
This door was her station.
Where the panic was.
She'd got the door open. I remember her yelling at the passengers to get back. The stupid bastards. They must have pushed her into the water.
We don't know that for certain.
Oh, it's obvious, isn't it? Why didn't we have any help up here?
Well, everyone went to their stations as per the drill laid down in the manual.
You could have overruled the bloody manual. Charlie came up. You could have got him to help.
Charlie had 300 passengers in economy class to worry about. Oh, come on, before this lot sinks under us.
Well, it doesn't look as if it's going to.
Any luck, Skipper?
Oh, all we want now is Taff on board. We might even try a takeoff.
No sign of her?
No.
Well, I've organised a rota for the beacon, so they're not all on together. Save the batteries.
Well, they last 48 hours. We'll be picked up long before they're exhausted.
Just being on the safe side. Still a lot of lightning around the horizon, so it's possible the beacons won't be heard till it's cleared up.
But you gave our position before we came down. Didn't you? You said over the PA that search and rescue had been notified.
I said we had broadcast our position. But it's certain we weren't heard.
Oh.
Well, our HF and VHF was completely obliterated by the electrical atmospherics and the QNIMs. No, Shamwick have probably been having communication problems with all traffic. And it's just possible that they won't raise the alarm for another hour.
Well, even so. It still won't take that long before we're found. SAI aircraft have only got to fly along our route.
We are a long way north of track.
Why?
Well, we deviated slightly north to avoid some selves. And then the fan on number 4 engine broke up and ruptured our tanks. And that left us without fuel for Shannon. So we turned north for a ditching near the Arctic Vigil Ocean Station vessel.
And that's when the wing fire started?
Yes. Just gas in the tanks. And they were vented to atmosphere. It was inevitable, I suppose. The point is that we're far enough off track to add another 500,000 square miles of the area that SAR aircraft will have to sweep before they find us.
Shouldn't it be light now?
What are you doing, Ted?
Now, how do you unzip this? I want to take a look outside.
Leave it, Mr. Jackson, otherwise we'll lose heat.
I've been seasick for 2 hours. I need some air. Look at that, will you? Thick fog.
Does anyone require more blankets?
Oh, could I have another one, please?
One here, please, Captain.
Everyone okay?
Fine, Captain. We've had some seasickness cases, but everyone's bearing up well.
Shouldn't we have been picked up by now?
Sometime today, Mr. Jackson.
Captain, what are the chances of running the galley burners from the battery so I could make hot drinks?
Oh. No.
Why not?
Because I say so.
I could at least try.
All right then, Miss Parsons. We'll go aboard and have a look, shall we? I think we'd better get one thing straight. You will not argue with me in front of passengers.
I was thinking of their well-being, Captain. You may not have an aircraft now, but I've still got passengers.
You mightn't have a job when this is over.
I don't know what your priorities are, Captain, but mine are the passengers.
In that case, you can move in here and help us to run things.
What?
Several passengers and other rafts have been taken ill. Now, Taff is at the moment checking the freight hold to see if this thing will stay afloat. And if it's safe, we're going to move them in here. So we shall need the batteries to run the lighting. Understand?
I'm sorry.
Just so long as we understand each other.
Still nothing. I had the aerial poking out of the window.
What are you doing with the portable radio?
Listen. It's like that across all wave bands. Nothing but noise. And something's messing up the radar.
And what about the aircraft's radio?
Just the same. We've got 10 survival beacons attached to the rafts, all squawking their heads off on 243 megahertz, and I can just about pick them up at 20 yards.
Oh, it doesn't make sense. No electrical storm would cause that kind of interference unless we're right in the middle of one, which we're not.
The only thing I can think of, and even that doesn't make sense, is that someone's operating an extremely powerful wideband jammer within a few miles of us. If the DF was working, we'd know for certain.
Why haven't we had an aircraft?
Oh, give them time.
Oh, God, it's cold.
Coach. Yeah, it's a fog. It's best if you close the cover.
Odd how the swell has virtually gone. OK, Taff. We'll start moving the sick into the aircraft. We'll keep them near the exits and have the 2 spare rafts standing by at all times.
Hey, did you hear that?
Sounded like engines.
Flares! Where's the flares?
Wait a minute. Shh. Jeff, did you hear that noise?
Definitely diesels.
Fire a flare, Taff.
Right.
Will everyone please keep quiet?
Or whatever it was, it's gone.
Oh, no.
But they must have seen the flare. Oh, God. OK, fire another.
Right, Joel.
There she is!
Oh,
Now, what sort of ship is that?
Who cares? Just so long as it's a ship! Over here! Over here!
Six, 67, 68, and stand your groups, please. Otherwise I'll lose count. 69, 70. Anyone half counted twice or not counted?
It was warmer in the life rafts. Why the hell are they keeping us on deck?
Give them time, Mr. Jackson.
370, Captain.
Thank you, Charlie.
They're all in good shape, but there's 2 women beginning to feel the effect of this wind. How much longer do you reckon they're going to keep us stuck here?
Well, if you know any Russian, you can ask this one coming down from the bridge. He looks like the captain.
What do you make of those aerial arrays, Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, sir.
Welcome to my ship.
Yeah.
I am Captain Cameron.
I presume the 4 rings means that you're the captain of the aircraft.
Captain Stephen Everett of Transatlantic Airways. We'd like to thank you for picking us up, Captain. Most grateful.
I am extremely sorry that you have been kept waiting, but my men have been busy arranging your quarters. We had to clear out our entire sea deck to make room for you. That is why we have so much deck cargo.
Have you, finished your count, Captain?
Yes, everyone is present. You speak good English.
Please keep your passengers as they are in manageable groups. My men will show them to their quarters.
Come on, we'll get you down.
No, one group at a time, please.
Trevor, memorize everything you can about those antennae. You do the same, Mary.
What for?
Just do it.
Captain Everett, would you accompany me to my cabin, please?
And then the wing caught fire. Fumes from the damaged tank, I suppose. Anyway, we were gradually losing what control we had, so we had no choice but to ditch before we reached the weathership.
Ditch is a new word for me.
And a new experience for me outside a simulator.
These documents?
That's load sheet and passenger list. Oh, that's the load sheet.
What does PAX, PAX mean?
That's passengers.
Passengers. 352?
Yes.
3 flight deck crew and 16 stewards and stewardesses.
Yes.
Which makes a total of 371. My men counted 370. They will have to count again.
Well, a stewardess was lost after ditching. It's thought she was pushed out of the exit by panicking passengers.
I see.
You have a motorboat picking up debris.
As soon as everything is cleared up, we will get underway.
I'm surprised you bother.
Life rafts are a navigation hazard, Captain. One could become entangled around the propeller.
I see. I'd be grateful if your men would recover the flight deck voice recorder before we leave. There'll be an inquiry and the recorder will be...
That won't be possible.
Why not?
I am not prepared to risk my men
There
in
is
any
no danger of an immediate sinking. God, it's remained afloat while you made up your mind whether or not to pick us up. It'll stay afloat for another hour.
I picked you up immediately, Captain.
Oh. The Then it must have been the Marie Celeste we heard, yes. Except I didn't know the Marie Celeste had diesel engines.
Believe me, Captain, this ship is more of a reality than the Arctic Vigil, which left her station last week. She is now in Reykjavik.
Then my ocean station vessel information was out of date.
Either that or your story was not properly researched.
What the hell are you suggesting?
It is what my superiors are suggesting. They think that it's extremely odd that a transatlantic flight should be this far north.
Look, I've told you, we were put on the most northerly route, Track Victor. I deviated slightly north of track to avoid an area of thunderstorms, and then I flew due north after our fuel loss. Well, if you recover the voice recorder, you'll hear for yourself.
Captain Everett, whatever it is that you're so anxious to prove to me does not matter. But the suspicions you have aroused most certainly do.
No idea what you're talking about.
This is a peaceful oceanographic survey ship, one of several operated by my country. But your country and the United States always seem to think that we have a military purpose. My superiors naturally have to suspect the worst first. That you were diverted specially to investigate the whereabouts...
All the stupid things I've ever heard. Well, you're crazy. Do you honestly think that an airline, my airline, any airline, would risk nearly 400 people to take a look at a ship?
What risk was there in diverting a few hundred kilometers north, Captain? You have the range. Isn't it so that the DC-10s, the 747s, and Orions can fly Los Angeles to London in one hop? Yes. Nearly 1/3 of the way around the world.
Look, we took off from New York with flight plan fuel. Just enough for London with Manchester diversion. 68 tons of fuel, that's half our total capacity. We didn't have the fuel for messing about. Look, it's all there on the load sheet. Fin tank fuel, wing tank fuel, taxi fuel. Well, add it up if you don't believe me. No airline fills their tanks to the brim if it's not necessary. There's no point in burning fuel to hum fuel about that won't be needed.
It is not a question of me believing you, Captain.
Look, mate, I don't know how you operate, but my government does not use scheduled flights for espionage. They have no control over us.
Really, Captain?
Yes.
Well, that seems at odds with this information I've just received. Last year, your government purchased Transatlantic Airways.
Yes, well, we were in financial trouble.
Socialism to the rescue of capitalism, eh, Captain? Your government have also provided the cash for the Concorde you are taking delivery of next year. Am I correct?
So what?
So it would seem that your government have considerable influence over your company.
There's no point in arguing with you. Despite all this talk of closer friendship these days, you still have all the old suspicions and prejudices.
Not me, Captain. I am a scientist. But I can well understand the feelings of my superiors when I read you the names on your passenger list. You have an American on board, Edward Jackson, the head of international company involved in military electronics.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Plus, Trevor Deacon, managing director of his British company, the sort of man who would know what to look for if this was a certain type of ship.
I think you're mad. I think you're absolutely raving.
Cautious, Captain Everett, which is more than I can say for you. You were the one who risked the life of your passengers, not me. I only hope that the failure of your mission will not lead to an inquiry.
If you choose not to believe a word of what I've told you, that there's nothing I can do. But I'll tell you this much, Captain. As the skipper of an airliner, I was the one who was in charge. Not some commissar in an office thousands of miles away. Now, you may understand the English language, but there's one hell of a lot that you don't know about the English.
The decision to pick you up was mine and mine alone. I was ordered not to.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, but... well, you didn't say.
We will both be in trouble, Captain. In 20 hours, you will be transferred to a merchant ship and taken to Iceland.
We've got this entire deck for ourselves, Captain. Now, I suggest that you, Mr. Davies, and Mr. Harmon have this cabin.
Right.
I'm spreading all the passengers and cabin crew between the remaining cabins and the main gallery, and the ship's crew are sending down mattresses.
Fine.
Will we be here long, do you think, sir?
Main gallery? What's that?
Well, it's some sort of hold, I think, sir.
How many in there?
Well, best part of 250. As soon as we've sorted ourselves out, I'll rig up a partition or something from spare blankets.
But they'll freeze in a hold.
Oh, but it's heated, Captain.
A hold?
Oh, yes. How long will we be on this ship, Captain?
Oh, 20 hours, Charlie. Where are Mr. Harmon and Mr. Davies?
They're helping with the passenger arrangements in the main gallery. Yes, well, it's pretty chaotic in there. I ought to be getting back.
It'll be very long now.
Haven't you got a bigger piece of paper than this?
Oh, will this do?
The first aerial, the one in front of the bridge, was a straightforward centimetric radar dish, right? Like this.
About 6 feet in diameter.
Did you get an idea of its waveguide dimension?
Too far off.
Did anyone?
What a waveguide.
The second antenna array was the most interesting.
Hey, it feels as if we're getting underway at last.
The dish was pointing straight up.
And my guess is that it's for satellite tracking, either communication or navigation. It seems as if the captain's in one hell of a hurry all of a sudden.
It felt as if we've hit something.
Rammed is a better word.
I was able to see everything from this porthole. They hoisted the motorboat aboard once it had cleared all the floating debris.
You'd picked up everything?
Yes, everything. Life rafts, survival beacons, food containers, the lot.
And then they rammed the aircraft.
Yes.
Well, I suppose it could have been a navigation hazard.
Oh, come off it, Jeff. 2 men went aboard. They'd have seen it couldn't have remained afloat for much longer. So why risk damaging his stern gear by ramming?
Well, what were the 2 men after?
I had a guess. The courier bin.
Oh, it was empty according to the load sheet.
I don't think the captain believes the load sheet. Let's move on. Next item, passenger welfare. Charlie?
They're all in good spirits, Captain. The meal was better than any of us expected. Toilets are adequate. There is one problem. Exercise.
I thought they were all too exhausted to worry about that.
There's 1 or 2 who'd like to go on deck.
Well, they can find their own way up. My God, we can't wet nurse
Have
all...
you tried going on deck, Captain?
No, why?
You can't. All the hatches to this deck level are locked. The passenger told me. I didn't believe him at first, so I went round myself. He was right. Every hatch is sealed. They were only unlocked when the crew came through with the meal trolleys.
Well, I suppose it's reasonable that they don't want hundreds of people wandering all over their ship.
Was there any explanation from the members of crew, Charlie?
They only appeared when the food was brought through. I spoke to them, but they didn't answer. Probably don't understand English.
Either that, or they've been ordered not to speak.
Or both.
One thing's been worrying me since the ramming. Kamarov told me he'd been in touch with the RAF and had told them about the rescue.
So?
We've heard no search aircraft.
Right.
Now, it's possible they're still sweeping the ocean along Track Victor. And we couldn't transmit because static was blocking RHF. But that means if Kamarov is lying and he's told no one about it, search and rescue will think we've disappeared without trace.
Trevor. Is Joanna asleep?
Just about.
So's Mary.
I think everyone is.
I've been thinking about this hold, or whatever it is we're in. You're right. It doesn't make sense. Listen.
What?
Air conditioning. Who ever heard of an air-conditioned hold?
Refrigerated ships.
This isn't a meat ship. We've agreed on that. I'm beginning to think that you were right in the first place. Those antenna arrays. The delay in picking us up so they could empty this hold and put the equipment under cover on the deck. It all adds up. I've got friends in the Pentagon who'd give their right arms to be on this ship.
They can have my mattress any day. But they wouldn't learn much shut down here.
If we're being transferred to a ship at 10 tomorrow, we've less than 12 hours to find out as much as we can.
If we're transferred.
What do you mean?
It's obvious. Put yourself in their position. Would you hand us over?
Well, that's a crazy notion.
Yes. I suppose it is. Just crossed my mind when you were talking.
Skipper. Daylight. Sun came out for a few minutes just now. I was able to get our bearings. We're still heading due north.
What does it matter? Hey, Taff, wake up.
Hey, what's the nationality of this ship that Kamarov is supposed to be meeting?
He didn't say. I forgot to ask him. Does it matter?
No, I was just wondering what merchant ships operate this far north. We must be making 1 degree every 4 hours at this speed.
Yes.
Anyone for tea?
Oh, you lovely girl.
All right, you needn't get excited. I won't make a habit of it.
That's what I call a welcome sight.
Is that tea?
It was sent in on a trolley. A 50-gallon urn, by the look of it.
Oh, no milk, love?
Just lemon.
Oh.
Captain, you'll have to do something about arranging for some of the passengers to go up on deck. You've got a porthole in here, but it's becoming unbearably stuffy in the main gallery.
Well, you tell me how I can get in touch with the captain, and I will ask him.
I gave one of the men who brought the trolley through a letter addressed to the captain. From you.
Oh,
I said that you wanted to see him as soon as possible.
Come in, Captain Everett. You wish to see me?
Yes, I would...
My surgeon tells me that your passengers are all well.
Yes, I would
The
like...
food is satisfactory?
Yes, it's fine.
My cook is in a great turmoil over the additional catering.
Yes, I'm sure. Captain, it would be appreciated if you'd allow passengers on deck for some fresh air.
No, Captain.
Well, naturally, only a few at a time would...
I said no, Captain.
Why not?
The surgeon has advised that they remain in the warm after their ordeal.
They were warm and dry in the life rafts. They're insulated...
The outside air temperature's 15 degrees below freezing. If I were to allow them up from below, they'd catch chills. Unlike you, Captain, I have their well-being at heart.
I'm talking about some able-bodied men and women who'd like to get a breath of fresh air. Well, you could lend them some great coats.
I am sorry, Captain, but it is not only question of the cold. We have a certain amount of high-voltage scientific equipment on deck. It would not be safe to allow anyone up from below.
Captain Kamarov, what exactly is this ship?
I have already told you. An oceanographic survey ship.
Then why is it festooned with complicated aerial systems?
Until our program was interrupted, we were using towed sonar instrument packages to map the ocean floor. The aerials are for tracking satellites to enable us to fix our position to within a few meters. Accurate navigation is essential for oceanographic survey work just as it is for transatlantic flying. The name of this ship is the Novi Mir, which in English means the New World, the world beneath the waves. Now, if you will excuse me, I have work to do. The coxswain will escort you back to your quarters.
Now, here's another one.
So that makes a line right down this side of the hold.
Which I make 50 paces long.
50 paces. About 150 feet. Hello. This is interesting.
Yeah, I've already seen it. It looks as if this entire floor section is some sort of elevator. You better add it to the sketch.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Hmm. 12 o'clock. So where's this ship? You can't move that pawn. You'll be putting yourself in check.
I'll have your night, then.
You definitely said 10 o'clock.
Definitely. Your move.
Why didn't you ask him what the ship was?
He's not the friendliest of souls.
Hmm? You said he was quite reasonable.
Well, he's not. Your move, old son.
Right.
It's not locked.
Could, we have a word with you, please, Captain?
Sure. If it's about the non-appearance of the promised ship, I know no more than you.
Do you, trust Kamarov?
Well, I don't particularly like him, but I see no reason why I shouldn't trust him.
He, told you 10 o'clock.
So, something's gone wrong. It happens.
Trevor here and I have been discussing what this ship is. At first, we thought it was one of the spy ships the Soviets maintain in the North Atlantic to monitor naval signals traffic. But we've changed our minds.
Then what is it?
Miss Parsons told us that you were unable to radio your aircraft's position and predicament both before and after the ditching. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a great deal of interference. Static. It's blanked out our radios.
Across all wave bands. The survival beacons and even your radar was affected, right?
Yes.
It all figures, Captain.
What does?
We've made a sketch from memory of the aerial arrays on this ship. You remember that one?
Vaguely. It's a radar antenna.
And this one?
I don't think so.
It looks very much like a directional jammer. Extremely powerful, we think. Powerful enough to jam all your communication systems. But the most interesting of all is this array aft of the bridge. It looks very much like part of a missile guidance system. These dipoles and elements are dummies to disguise its...
Come off it. All this is pure guesswork.
Educated guesswork, Captain. My companies make such systems.
Oh, for God's sake. Well, even if this ship is what you think it is, which I doubt, why the hell would it want to jam
Simple. Because it didn't want its presence discovered. If you managed to get a signal out, the captain would have had military aircraft buzzing around his ears before he had a chance to get clear. He was none too happy about picking us up, remember? It must have been quite an embarrassment having us drop in on his lonely spot of ocean.
Yes, that's true. No, the whole thing's too ridiculous to even...
You've heard of the cruise missile, Captain. It's the one thing that's threatening to wreck the latest SALT talks because no one can agree on its limitation. The cruise missile makes conventional intercontinental rockets obsolete. It's a small terrain-hugging delivery system that flies at a height of 50 feet, which makes it impossible to detect. Anti-missile systems are useless against it. It's small because, unlike rockets, it's air-breathing. It doesn't have to carry such a heavy fuel load.
Nor do they need underground silos. They're small enough to be launched from a ship. The Soviets don't have the lead we have with the Poseidon. Therefore, a ship-borne cruise missile would suit their book nicely.
So this is a cruise missile carrier, so what?
So it's a safe bet that we're not going to be handed over. It's also a safe bet that the captain has been ordered not to report
This
that
is
we've
the
been
era of détente.
It's also the era of a massive Soviet arms buildup.
Can I ask something? The captain has kept us locked up down here. What have we seen that can't be seen from an aircraft that could worry his bosses?
We've seen things close, too. Close enough to recognize the dummy parts of those aerial systems.
It's certain. Our friends are not going to let news of their latest hardware out. Not until it's operational and can be used as a bargaining chip in the next round of SALT.
All right. Now, supposing you're right, there's nothing we can do about it.
Why not? There's nearly 400 of us.
And supposing you're wrong.
We're not wrong. If you want proof, come along to the main gallery. You can see the marks on the floor where computers stood until quite recently.
How do you know there were computers?
The entire gallery is heated and air-conditioned. Only computers and people need such an environment.
I don't know. Well, I suppose I can't stop you, but supposing you are wrong.
Then we can always apologize afterwards. If we're right and do nothing, there won't be an afterwards. It's as simple as that.
I suppose I could have it out with Kamarov.
No.
And...
You might alert him. At the moment, we have the advantage of surprise.
And his crew have the advantage of guns.
Either you're with us or against us, Captain. By doing nothing, you're risking the lives of 370 people. We'll give you 15 minutes to talk it over with your colleagues.
Bloody hell. And what are you two staring at?
I think they're right. Crazy, but right.
You haven't had much to say for yourself, Taff.
It's your decision, Captain.
Oh, no. If a decision's going to be made, then it's going to be all three of us together. I'm not carrying this one alone. No way. On one condition. No one gets hurt.
That's our intention. But there's no guarantee.
There is one small problem. Elaine Parsons might not agree.
Won't she take orders from you?
Oh, not that one. Anyway, I've no right to give orders. All we can do is ask her.
Okay, then. Let's have her in and ask her.
Never. Never, never, never.
Well, at least give us a reason.
I don't have to.
Okay, we'll ask the passengers. Most of them are in favor. I expect there's a woman amongst them who'd be willing.
It's not fair to expect any woman to do it.
We can at least ask them.
Well, it won't work. There's always half a dozen who remain in the companionway while the others push in the trolleys.
Now, believe me, honey, Russian sailors are no different from other sailors the world over. Don't underestimate yourself. If anyone could pull them in, you could.
Oh, God. Well, what do I have to do?
Quiet, everyone, please!
Trolleys at the end of the companionway.
Stand by!
Oh, will you leave me alone?
I was adjusting your bunny tail.
I'll adjust something of yours in a minute, with my knee.
Show us your equity card.
Oh, shut up.
Everyone start singing. Now!
Okay, kid, you're on. Get out there and slay 'em.
Oh, God.
Nobody moves until I give the signal.
6 of them, and 4 outside.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Put everything you've got into it.
They're interested. It's working.
Come on, lads. You can't see her from there.
Here they come.
Now!
Their guns! Get their guns!
Okay, right.
That's it! Good! Now tie them up! Captain Everett! Yes? There's less guns than we thought. You'll have to manage with one for your engine room squad.
Right!
We're going to need at least 2 on the bridge.
Stravanovich! 075.
Да, капитан, 075.
He won't answer, Captain.
Что же он делает здесь?
One move or sound from any of you. Over there. Both of you. Place your hands on the chart table.
But why?
Check them for arms, Mr. Davis.
Why are you doing this? Why?
You were supposed to be transferring us to another ship 12 hours ago.
Okay, nothing on them.
There was a change. I'm on my way to rendezvous with the U.S. Coast Guard ship, the Emerson.
You're on your way below, where you've kept us imprisoned for 36 hours. Now move.
You're being extremely stupid. If you check this chart,
I said move.
Gyro compass. Rudder position indicator. These look like INS displays. Find you a couple of fuel gauges and you'll be happy, eh, Taff?
I suppose these are the throttles.
Looks like we're in business. Jeff, leave that communication equipment alone. We'll do as Jackson suggests and maintain radio silence until we're a day steaming from this area. We don't want Russian warships getting a fix on us.
Oh, it'll take me a day to figure this lot out anyway.
What do you make of this chart, Captain? Look, there's an English name marked in pencil. Emerson. See?
The only English name I'm interested in on that chart, old son, is Boston. Let's have a course and 95% power.
Coffee, gentlemen.
Oh, thanks, love. How's everything below?
Captain Kamarov is an extremely angry man. How do you like your new command?
Well, she's a bit on the slow side.
You still have a hankering for a Concorde?
After a ditching.
Well, it wasn't your fault.
It makes me controversial. The last thing they want. I have nightmares about reporters asking such things as, do you think you might have to ditch this aircraft, Captain?
Do you think we've done the right thing? Kamarov was raving that he was due to meet a Coast Guard ship.
You're welcome to bring coffee up here, but not your doubts. We're having trouble with our own.
What's that?
It's a teleprinter. It's been doing that on and off for the past 6 hours. Someone's trying to tell us something. Either that, or we're supposed to tell them something.
Same code groups as before, Skipper, with one slight difference. A string of question marks at the end of the message.
Don't you know what it means?
No.
Well, why not, Captain? You have the code books?
I had them sent down to Kamarov.
And what the hell for?
Firstly, because I'm not a spy, and secondly, because I don't understand Russian.
Those books would be useful.
We are handing the ship back to Kamarov intact with nothing taken.
You're not being realistic, Captain. The Russians would do the same.
I don't care what you think they would do. I'm only concerned with what we do. Those books stay with Kamarov.
Now, you listen to me, Captain. If it wasn't for me... What the hell's that?
We're open to suggestions. What do you think, Taff?
It's above the radar gear.
Well, try that switch.
It seems to be some sort of warning system linked to the radar. Yes, Captain, there's something approaching us. Too small and too fast for a ship. And too slow for an aircraft.
What is it, Captain?
Well, the only Russian helicopter I've ever seen was at the Paris Air Show.
I think it's a Kamov 26.
Eh?
Well, I've got a small boy who's dotty about helicopters. He's better and
He's flashing lights at us.
Recognition signal, I suppose. I wonder how far he is from his ship.
He seems to be losing interest.
Yeah, he's probably going off to fetch his mates. Right. They know where we are now, so there's no point in maintaining radio silence. See who you can raise from the ship to ship, Jeff.
This is the Novemir, position 63 degrees 10 north, 22 degrees west. We have the passengers and crew of Transatlantic Airways Flight 510 on board. Is anyone receiving me? Over. This is the Novemir with the passengers and crew of Transatlantic Airways Flight 510 on board, safe and well. Position is 63 degrees on 0 north.
Well, I've never seen any reason to tell anyone.
Emerson. Do you want
How old
position
is he?
repeat?
7.
Over.
My mother looks after him when I'm
Yes.
away. The father was an officer then. He's a skipper now.
Emerson.
Does he know?
Oh, yes.
Yes,
But he
I
didn't
see.
want to. Anyway, it doesn't matter
Yes,
now.
I'll tell him.
It was a long time ago.
Well, all of us are like that.
Yes, I'll tell him.
Perhaps not.
Right.
Elaine,
Yes.
Righto.
I was wondering if, when all this is over, if
Skipper,
you...
I've contacted someone, the U.S. Coast Guard ship Emerson.
Emerson?
That's the name that's marked on the chart.
What did they say?
That they've been hanging around 66 north for this ship to show up.
Oh, bloody hell.
Our nearest ship is an Icelandic gunboat, which is on her way to pick us up and take us to Reykjavik.
Emerson.
Well, what's the matter? Isn't that good news?
Skipper, it seems we've stirred up a major diplomatic incident. They want us into the ship's lifeboats and our rafts immediately. I think you'd better speak to them.
That's enough in that boat, Charlie. Okay, lower away.
All life rafts inflated and launched, Captain.
Okay, Taff, start loading your passengers. Mr. Jackson, I'll have that envelope, please.
What's the matter, Captain?
That envelope, please.
Now, wait a minute. These sketches are...
I know what they are. Will you give them to Captain Kamarov, please? Otherwise, you'll be left behind.
Now, you listen to me, Everett.
I mean it, Mr. Jackson.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Are you ready, Skipper?
You better have these guns back, Captain. I'm sorry about what's happened.
I have lost count of the times you've said that. No amount of apologies will change what has happened.
But if only you had said something.
I did. You chose not to believe me.
You didn't tell me.
I was not given the chance.
What will happen to you?
I don't know. What about you?
We're waiting, Skipper.
Well, goodbye, Captain. Everything okay in your boat, Jeff?
Fine, thanks, Skipper.
How long before we're picked up?
2 hours.
I can't see our ship anymore.
She's altered course. That's her. Right over on the horizon.
I can hear jets.
There they are. 2 fighter bombers.
Aren't they on the wrong course to spot us?
Well, they're illusions. They're not turning. Doesn't look as if they've seen us.
They've seen the ship, though. They're diving on it.
Air to ground rockets.
Why?
Mr. Jackson knows, don't you, Mr. Jackson?
I never thought that...
Oh, you never thought.
But it's crazy they should do that. Kamarov told them on the radio that we'd handed the ship back.
And how did they know we weren't holding automatic to his head at the time?
Oh, God, look at it burning.
They're murderers, nothing but...
Are they, Mr. Jackson? Are you sure they're not following your philosophy? Act first to be certain, and if we're wrong, we can always apologize afterwards. Except this time, there's no one left to apologize to. Kamarov said that he told you he was heading for the Emerson.
Where would you draw the line, Captain, between trusting a stranger and being just plain gullible?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Is there anything you wish to add?
No, that's the whole story.
Okay. I'll get this report typed and let you see it first.
Well, what happens now?
Well, we've taken over this entire hotel. You'll all spend the night here. I've arranged for a flight to London for tomorrow. Sounds like another load of journalists flying in. Reykjavik's now crawling with them. Still, you should have a quiet night. The Icelandic authorities have been very helpful. This hotel is under tight security.
It was good of you to come out.
I was sent.
Can you send a cable to head office for me? To Smithers?
Sure. What do you want me to say?
That I'm resigning.
Well, wouldn't you like to think about it before
I'd like to get my oar in first.
Okay. I'll send it in the morning.
Smithers won't wait till morning to get shot of me.
Yeah, well, you get yourself a good night's sleep first, huh?
Captain Everett? Stephen?
Who is it?
It's me. Elaine.
It's not locked, sweetheart. Come in. Ooh. My mother warned me about girls who visit men's hotel rooms in the night. Now, you try anything and I'll scream.
You're drinking.
Oh, why should I worry about the 8-hour rule? I won't be flying tomorrow, or ever again.
The operations manager asked me to give you this telegram. He thought it might be important.
They beat me to it.
What?
Oh, nothing, my sweet. Nothing.
Something's been worrying me.
Well, that makes two of us.
I know I should feel terrible about what happened, but I don't. It seems that somehow it was all a dream, that it never really happened.
Have you got a mole just above your navel?
How much have you had?
Well, have you?
Well, yes.
Then it happened.
Aren't you going to open your telegram?
Oh, what's the point?
I think I know what's in it. I'm sorry. None of it was your fault. The passengers have got up a petition saying that
It doesn't matter now. I've got enough saved to open a model aeroplane shop.
Richard would like that.
Richard?
My little boy.
Are you, by any chance...
I once resolved never to marry a pilot. Too many of my friends have to sit at home while their husbands are off on 16-day trips.
I don't believe it.
Show me. Subject to findings of inquiry into loss of TA 510, you will be required to commence Concorde training upon your return. Smithers. What's the matter?
I don't believe it.
Isn't that what you wanted?
Well, I don't know now, not after what you just said about not marrying a pilot.
Well, look, Steve, you're not going to be away for 16 days at a time skippering a Concorde, are you?
In Jumbo by James Follett, Captain Everett was played by Nigel Lambert, Elaine by Eva Haddon, Harmon by Leslie Heritage and Charlie by Hayden Jones. The stewardess was Deborah Page, Ted, Alan Tilvan, Mary, Jean England, and Trevor, John Levitt, with Rosalind Adams as Joanna, Trader Faulkner as Komarov, and Clifford Norgate as the operations manager. Jumbo was directed by Graham Gould and was first broadcast as a Saturday night theatre presentation in March 1976.
Now on Radio 4, Saturday Night Theatre.
People like us sit on the sidelines, and we watch the varying fortunes of the players. Then something happens to connect us with the players. A ball within our reach, a smile across the grass, and we're involved. And there's no escaping that involvement. We're dragged in on the game, for better or worse.
Welcome These Pleasant Days by Michael Robson, with Nigel Anthony as Forgan, Ian Hogg as Dimmock, and Elizabeth Proud as Elaine.
You've done wonders with the place since I was last here. It really is. It's very attractive.
It suits me very well. And when I'm eventually called on to retire, I shall make no bones about settling down here permanently.
But retirement's a long way off, surely, in your line of work.
Well, 20 years, perhaps, but...
Isn't there something missing?
From where?
The dining room table. The silver.
Ah, yes, the silver.
It's at Oxford?
No, it was stolen from here. 7 pieces in all.
Stolen?
I realise the distress the child must have caused you, Dr. Forgan, and I'm extremely sorry. But if I can only begin to explain the circumstances that have brought her to this attitude of mind, I'm certain you'll find it in your heart to forgive her.
Stolen? By a girl. A young woman called Elaine Birmingham.
Elaine Birmingham? No, means nothing to me. But you said it as though it should. What happened to her? Was she thrown into the slammer?
And what I think you'd better do is to pour us both drinks, and I'll tell you the story, in however fragmentary a fashion, of Elaine Birmingham and her parents, Angela and Wilfred.
They know best. But lads, we're in the van of progress. We know best. We've come through. In the face of the mandarines of Whitehall, we've established today, in this town of ours, a new and vigorous industry that'll revolutionize family living throughout this nation. Today, when the Lord Mayor cuts the ribbon, he'll be opening the biggest, brightest industrial complex in the north of England. A complex, lads, devoted to a better world for the working masses. A world in which the man of the house is toil done for the day, can open his front door and set foot not on linoleum, not on black brick, not on slabs of concrete, but on the comfort of broad looms. Be Birmingham!
Oh, come on. This is an insane parody.
Not to 5 million homes in Britain. Neville, to the drab, the dark and the neglected, Wilfred Birmingham delivered a riot of primary colours. I once saw the results in a housing estate in Belper. Broad looms by Birmingham irradiated their lives. Now, I was told on good authority that vandalism had virtually disappeared from the estate following the advent of Wilfred's rainbow carpeting. And it must have been around then that the girl was born.
So, it's a lass, huh?
Are you disappointed, Wilfred?
Nay, girl. Whatever you do's all right with me. Plenty of time for a son and herb, and you've got your health and strength back after this young'un.
Having babies really pulled me down. I feel that poorly.
A pint of milk started ale put the roses back in your cheeks, Angela. You'll be right as rain in no time. Any road. What we're going to call it?
It?
Yeah, the laughs. Have a fancy for Geraldine myself.
Geraldine?
Aye, after me gran.
Who had the baby, Wilfred?
Ooh, it's only a suggestion, like. Worth thinking of her.
There's no need to think nothing over. My mind's made up.
Oh,
I shall call her Elaine. Just like that.
Elaine? Why, Elaine, love?
Because it's a name you can't shorten.
You what?
You get Wilf, I get Ange. I can't abide Ange, and you hate Wilf, but what do we get? Wilf and Ange. Well, this time it's going to be different. That baby gets Elaine. And nothing else, or I'll know the reason why.
It could get Ellie.
If anyone dares call that lass Ellie, they'll never darken my door again. So think on.
I was right. This is parody. No one has actually talked like that in our lifetime. It's pure invention on your part.
Well, how on earth can you know how people talk in Halifax when the furthest north you've been is Gerrard's Cross? Anyway, it amuses me to assume that's how Wilfred and Angela Birmingham conducted themselves at critical moments.
All right. But it's the missing silver I'm interested in. When do we get to that?
By way of one Dennis Ludlam, a nearish neighbour of mine. He was the first visitor I ever had here, and that was an age ago. Ah, yes, the purple orchises have since put by the coronals of that forgotten summer.
What?
It was mid-August, and almost impossibly hot. The grass had grown jungle high, and I was trying to cut it back with a sickle. I was aching and sweaty and enjoying it all immensely because it made such a change from my rooms in college. Anyway, above the grass and over the hedge, I caught sight of an energetic cyclist fairly racing up the hill towards me. The man was very brown, short and stocky. He wore a snug beret and modish little breeches and stockings. Clearly a cycling adept.
Dr. Thornton?
Yes?
Good afternoon to you. My name's Ludlam. Live down the road there. Heard you just moved in and wondered if there was anything we could do.
Look, why don't you come inside? Come into the kitchen. It's the coolest place at the moment, and I could do with a beer. I imagine you could too.
Going to be a weekender or a permanency?
Well, to be truthful, neither. I teach at Oxford, and that gives me rather more than half the year to live where I like. And I shall spend the bulk of it here.
Good. And you couldn't have picked a more beautiful part of England.
Indeed not. You lived here long yourself?
All my life, and my father before me.
But, you aren't a farmer?
Oh, no, solicitor. Family business in Shaftesbury, 3 miles away. No distance. Except in snow, I cycle there every day. And back, of course.
Of course.
You're the second newcomer to the area in a week. Oh, I've never known such excitement.
Oh, really?
Yes. The Birminghams have bought a massive place near Semley. Semley Grange, it used to be called. And will be again, I imagine, once they've settled in.
The Birminghams?
The carpet people. Broad looms by Birmingham, those Birminghams.
Weekenders or permanencies?
Oh, more the latter than the former, I should guess, at least on the distaff side. Mrs. Birmingham enjoys poor health, and it appears to be her belief that she can recruit better in Wiltshire than in central London. Not an assumption I'd quarrel with.
Mrs. Birmingham must be very forthcoming, given they've only been here a matter of days.
Informative. Well, you see, I have an inside ear, as it were. The Birmingham daughter, Elaine, is a particular school chum of my daughter, Naomi. Over the past 2 years, Elaine spent several holidays with us, and at Easter we had a visit from her father.
You've been very good to our Elaine, and I'm really grateful to you both.
We enjoy having her here, Mr. Birmingham. She's a sweet girl, and she's excellent company for Naomi. They get on so well together, and they like the same things.
Exactly. Ponies. Pony mad, the pair of them. I couldn't be more delighted. And now I've had a chance to see for myself what it's like round here, and I've made my mind up. I shall buy. I've talked it over with Mrs. Birmingham and agreed. We'll buy here. So, what would you advise? What I'm after is a short list of property that's already been vetted, so I can come up and see a number of likely places over one weekend. You've lived here all your life, Mr. Ludlam. and you must know the snags and advantages of anything that's up to much. I'd like your help, and I'll see you're not out of pocket on account of it.
Oh, we should be glad to help, but there can be no question of money.
House hunting takes time, Mr. Ludlam, and in my book, time's money.
Of course we'll help you, Mr. Birmingham. But, what kind of property did you have in mind?
Something substantial, with land, of course, and stabling.
Oh, yes, quite. And how much land were you thinking of?
100 acres, thereabouts.
That's what he wanted, and that's what he got. An idea at Easter, a reality by August. Mr. Birmingham doesn't let the grass grow under his feet.
And he does sound formidably energetic.
But most agreeable. Oh, I've no doubt that the local gentry will patronize him for all they're worth, laugh at him behind his back, and goad him cap in hand for donations to every facetious charity under the sun. But he's a far better man than most of them.
Well, I can see he's greatly impressed you.
Oh, well, at any rate, he's got the mansion he wanted. And my daughter and his are in the saddle every day exploring his domain. Do you know, I've quite forgotten what I came here for.
Sizing up the newcomer and seeing if there's anything you can do?
Oh, yes, of course. Look here. My wife's made a list of the principal tradesmen, their addresses, telephone numbers, reliability or otherwise. I think it's pretty thorough.
This is very thoughtful of you both. Thank you.
Well, it may be of some use. I'd better be going, I suppose. Oh, incidentally, Dr. Forgan, do you play billiards?
Billiards? Billiards, I promise you. Now, it appears that the one thing left to the Ludlams when the cyclist's raffish and intemperate old grandfather died was a full-sized billiard table. And the solicitor can't bear to part with it, although Mrs. Ludlam constantly complains of its vastness and unsuitability in a modest dower house.
Well, it's an interesting little news item. But what bearing does it have on the theft of your silver?
It has every bearing, because that grandiose billiard table became my entree to the Ludlam household, and thence to Elaine Birmingham.
Ah, the plot thickens.
About a fortnight after his first visit here, Dennis Ludlam cycled over from the dower house with an invitation to dinner.
Nothing formal, you understand? A modest collation with perhaps a game of billiards afterwards.
Dr. Forgan, your glass is empty. Dennis, would you...
Oh, my dear chap, do forgive me. Half and half, isn't it?
Thank you. You have an enchanting house, Mrs. Ludlam.
Well, we're very fond of it, of course. Although I'm afraid it has grown rather shabby. We had to make a choice quite early on as to whether to neglect the children's education and completely refurnish the house, or do our best for the young ones and let the house go hang.
Children? I hadn't realized there was more than one. I've heard about your daughter.
Oh, Naomi is the baby of the family. Victor's at the university, and Ed was with his regiment in southern Arabia.
Ah, yes. I can quite see. 3 is a lot to educate if you do it the hard way. Ah, thank you.
But it's worth it in the end, don't you think? Private education prepares them so much better for life, doesn't it? You only have to look at Elaine Birmingham. To meet her, the archetypal public school girl. Poised, good company, and with such pretty manners. Quite capable of holding up her head in any society. Yet, if you were to meet her father...
There's nothing wrong with Wilfred Birmingham, Kate. He's a fine man.
Oh, surely. Worth his weight in gold.
The salt of the earth?
Exactly. And he had the nous to realize that if Elaine were fully to benefit from his wealth, some of it could best be spent on securing for her a good education. I've no doubt at all that in a few years' time, with her looks and poise and money, she'll be able to make a brilliant marriage. Hello? Anyone home?
And there she is. Elaine, we're in here.
Oh, hello. Come in, my dear, and meet another new neighbour. Elaine, this is Dr. Forgan, who teaches at the university. And this is Elaine Birmingham, Dr. Forgan.
How do you do?
Naomi not with you?
Actually, no. She and Daddy are still trying to get the fountain to work. They've been at it all day and they're absolutely filthy.
Oh, not too filthy, I hope.
Anyway, Naomi says she's forgotten her Sunday knickers and her Portsmouth dress. Do you know what she's talking about?
You haven't walked all the way from the Grange because Naomi's been forgetful.
No, Myers drove me over. I say, do you think I could beg a drink of something? I'm really dry and it's been so hot and dusty.
Of course, darling. What would you like?
Actually, I'd love a shandy.
Of course you shall have a shandy. I'll go and make it up. Will you forgive us, Dr. Forgan, while Kate sorts out Naomi's clothing deficiency?
Shan't be long.
Are you liking it here?
It's super. I mean, our house is rather weird. Nothing as nice as this, though it's tons bigger. But the grounds are super. Do you know it, the Grange at Semley?
No, I don't. This is the first time for a fortnight that I've set foot outside my cottage.
Ah. One big fault about the Grange, it isn't really old enough to have a ghost. Is your cottage haunted, Dr. Morgan?
I don't believe it is, Miss Sheffield.
Birmingham, actually.
Forgan, actually.
Morgan, I'm sorry. Isn't that an unusual name?
Not in Ireland.
Gosh, are you Irish? You don't sound it.
And you don't sound Yorkshire.
I think I'll have to be rather careful what I say to you in future.
Oh, I'd rather you weren't. I can always correct you.
Of course, you teach at Oxford.
Yes.
What do you teach?
Ancient Greek.
Wow. Do you enjoy it?
Most of the time.
I don't suppose I shall ever learn Greek. Latin's quite enough for me, and I shall drop that as soon as I can.
Well, I shouldn't let it worry you. A world full of Greek scholars would be very heavy going.
I suppose it would, yes.
Your shandy, young lady.
It looks super.
So, that was your first encounter with her?
It was. By no means noteworthy in itself, and significant only in that it was the beginning of our somewhat fugitive relationship.
Was she likable?
It was disappointing to reveal that she made virtually no impression on me at all that first time. A pretty child with a pleasant voice and dirty denims. A lot of self-confidence. That was that. She was, at that time, an irrelevance to my life.
So how did she come to pinch your silver?
Now, to understand that, you have to understand the nature of country society. Over Christmas of that year, I was having lunch in the local, and I fell in with one Nicholas Midwinter.
I don't believe it.
An Anglo-Arab stud near here. He knew all about me, of course, and discovered that I enjoyed riding. The upshot was that he had a mare who needed exercising, and I was free to take her out whenever I wished. And in this manner, I made the acquaintance of Windrush Hyperia.
Who?
She was a delightful animal, plucky, affectionate, and full of fun.
Yes, but what about the main plot?
In what I've been telling you, there's nothing irrelevant. One morning, I tacked up Windrush Hyperia, and we rode out. My objective was Wind Green Hill. You've been there with me. A slow approach one way, and a very heady drop another. And 900 feet above sea level. Trouble was, the higher we rode, the foggier it became. Until by the time we reached the top, you could hardly see 5 yards about you. There was a cold wind which buffeted the fog around, and Hyperia was nervous and anxious to be on the gallop, which would have been crazy in those conditions. But someone on Wind Green was crazy that morning.
What the hell is going on? Get out of the way! Rein in that horse! Can't hear you! Control it! Right! Turn right, for God's sake! Just what the devil do you think you were playing?
We must go. That's what this place is for.
Not in conditions like these.
I didn't think anyone else would be up here today.
You simply didn't think. You realize you could have killed us and the horses riding in a lunatic way like that? We could all have gone down the side.
Would it have mattered?
What you do with your life is your concern.
Yes.
You also chose to involve 2 innocent horses and me. I don't want my neck broken by the antics of an ill-natured adolescent.
Have you finished?
No, I have not. Is that your horse?
No. Yes.
So it's not. And you might have killed it. Who does it belong to?
What's it got to do with you? I didn't steal him.
Wait a minute. I know you. A friend of the Ludlam girl. Birmingham, Elaine Birmingham.
No, I'm not.
Young lady, I met you at Ludlam's over 2 years ago. You just moved into the Grange at Semley.
Then you have a better memory than I have. Because I've never seen you before. Now, can I go?
Certainly. But I'm coming with you.
You're what?
I realize the distress the child must have caused you, Dr. Forgan. But if I can only begin to explain to you the circumstances that have brought her to this attitude of mind, I'm certain you'll find it in your heart to forgive her.
Oh, Dennis, Dr. Forgan must be well aware of what's happened to the Birminghams. He reads the newspapers, he listens to the wireless.
I've just come back from a few weeks in Cyprus, Mrs. Ludlam. I'm a long way behind on local news. What has happened to the Birminghams? The parents divorced?
Divorced?
I'm afraid to say they're dead.
Dead?
Dead.
Both of them?
Yes.
An accident?
Well,
Mr. Birmingham was thrown through the plate glass window of his London office. He fell 4 stories onto the pavement in Victoria Street. He died in the ambulance.
Mrs. Birmingham died a month later of shock and grief, and of the heart disease that's troubled her for many years.
Well, if anyone else had told me this... So Mr. Birmingham was murdered?
Manslaughter, it's thought.
Oh, it's grotesque.
I think it's likely that the alleged felon, Mr. Rufus Osgathorpe of Leeds, will receive the lightest possible sentence.
Rufus Osgathorpe of Leeds? I'm sorry, but the whole thing... Why would Rufus Osgathorpe wish to defenestrate Wilfred Birmingham?
Because he was owed £250,000, and because the morning the defenestration occurred, he just learned that there was no likelihood of his ever receiving it. He remonstrated with Mr. Birmingham so passionately that the unfortunate man was shoved through the window.
£250,000?
I'm afraid our poor neighbour died, leaving debts in excess of £4.5 million.
This is staggering.
As you can imagine, because we know Elaine so well and came to know Mr. and Mrs. Birmingham fairly well once they'd bought the Grange, we felt it our duty to keep up with the increasingly alarming news that this year brought.
Looking back, it's clear that when he bought that remarkable house at Semley, he was living not merely on borrowed time, but on borrowed money.
He was a confidence man.
Certainly not. A man more sinned against than sinning. He was, in broad loom terms, a visionary, but no accountant. By the time he realized the magnitude of his debts, it was too late. The collapse of his empire was inevitable.
We've seen it before, Dr. Forgan. One thinks of John Bloom and his washing machines, of Dr. Savundra and his insurance company, and we shall see it again.
It was the advent of commercial television that ruined him. Until then, it had no serious competitors. His name and his product had been imprinted on the minds of his public for well over a decade. Then came the rivals and the commercials, and Birmingham found his methods obsolete. What he'd done so well, others could do cheaper and faster. So he decided, too late, to modernize his factories. He spent millions on new equipment, new premises, new warehouses, on retraining his personnel. Then he launched the single most costly television campaign ever seen in Britain. But it was too late. Broad loom by Birmingham suddenly became in the public eye as old hatters, dried eggs. He failed, and the creditors stormed him. Amongst them, Mr. Rufus Osgathorpe.
But can you imagine the shock and horror that must have invaded Angela and Elaine? 2 people entirely naive in commercial matters, given over, in a moment, to the hands of their objectionable London solicitor.
The truth of the matter is that your husband was his own worst enemy, Mrs. Birmingham.
Whatever do you mean?
He was proud, and rightly, of all he'd built up. But he was too proud to turn it into a limited liability.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Kemp.
He used to say that he'd never dodge the column if his business failed. Everything he had would be at the disposal of his creditors. Everything, Mrs. Birmingham.
But from what I've read, Wilf left nothing for his creditors.
He left a fully furnished house in Wiltshire, Mrs. Birmingham. He left 3 motor cars, 4 ponies and a horse. He left a fully furnished house in London. This house, Mrs. Birmingham...
Of course he did. He left it to me.
The moment his business went into liquidation, the official receiver took over his affairs. Mr. Birmingham could not leave you what he no longer owned. It'll all have to go, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
The houses, the cars, the animals, the land, the furnishings, and all his clothing and personal possessions.
Go where?
Do you realise how many people have been ruined by your father's downfall, young lady? Do you begin to understand how much he owes?
Oh.
Optimistically, the sale of all his possessions may bring in £500,000.
Will it really?
And that still leaves £4 million outstanding. £4 million that can never be repaid.
You mean they're going to sell the roof over our heads? But where are me and Elaine to live? What are we to live on? I'm an invalid, Mr. Campy. Elaine's a schoolgirl. How are we going to live?
I hope you have some understanding relatives. Otherwise, you'll have to ask the state to help you out.
Oh. The state? I could have killed him, Mr. Ludlam. That awful, common little man. I don't know how much money his horrible firm had from Daddy, but he treated my mother and me as though we were criminals.
How is your mother?
She isn't well. She had no idea things were as bad as this.
But she's being looked after.
By the state. She's in Charing Cross Hospital. They specialise in heart diseases, so they say.
But who's looking after you?
My Aunt Daphne, Father's sister. She's helping to organise the sale of the furniture.
This is a dreadful business for you, Elaine. Awful. And what about school?
Oh, you can forget school. That's all finished.
But I'm sure Miss Vereker would sympathise.
She could hardly do anything else. Daddy bought the school a new gym and a swimming pool. But I expect Miss Vereker's thinking it was with dirty money.
I'm sure she thinks nothing of the sort.
Anyhow, how could I go back now, with everyone knowing what's happened, all the gossip and the giggling, all the nasty remarks?
But what's the alternative?
I can get a job, can't I? I'm 16.
Dennis did everything he could, Dr. Forgan. He tried and he pleaded.
She was very upset at the
He
time.
tried and he pleaded. He urged her to go back to school. He said she could spend her holidays with us. Naomi would never let her down. Miss Vereker was all consideration, but no, her mind was made up.
You can hardly blame her, Kate. It wasn't
At
an
any
intolerable
rate...
situation.
What did she do?
Matters came to a head when poor Mrs. Birmingham died.
What a catalogue of horrors for the poor girl.
A gruesome catalogue indeed.
The house in London was the first to go, and Elaine went to live in Barnes with her Aunt Daphne.
Wilfred Birmingham's sister.
Mr. Birmingham's older sister. The younger lives in Tasmania, I believe.
I see. Barnes. And did she get a job?
Dr. Forgan, that girl has gone from misfortune to misfortune.
We tried to keep in touch with her.
Naomi wrote to her regularly from school. But after one perfunctory letter from Elaine, she heard nothing.
Then, what is she doing here?
It's been
There
most
are matters
unfortunate.
which I feel should be left to Elaine to recount, or not, as only she can decide, Dr. Forgan.
2 days after the incident with the horses, Elaine turned up here, looking both sly and exhausted. How long will you be staying with the Ludlams?
I haven't a clue. Well, I suppose until I find a job.
And down here? Wouldn't there be more openings in London?
I don't want to see London again as long as I live. The problems I had there.
I gather that after the misfortune you went to live with your aunt in Barnes.
My aunt. You won't know what it's like to feel obliged to someone you can't stand. Oh, Barnes was all right. But to be cooped up in the house of someone who has you on sufferance, as a duty.
Your father's sister?
Daphne's the renegade of the Birmingham family. She's academic. She has a degree and a social conscience. She's principal of a teacher's training college, and I can imagine how she trains her teachers.
You don't get along with her?
She's like something beastly out of Dickens. No humour, no kindness.
You've had a very bad time of it recently, Elaine, and there's no one sorrier than I am about the way things have turned out. And it's decent and natural that you should grieve for your parents. I was fond enough of Wilfred myself, though we went our different ways in the world. But what's done's done. You've lost your parents, and you've lost a very nice way of life. A way of life very few girls of your age could ever have hoped for. But it's time to turn your back on all that and set about making your own way. You've several advantages. You've a good education behind you. You know how to behave in society. And when you take the trouble, you can be a very pretty girl indeed. All in all, not a bad start in life. I had a great deal less to build on. I was plain. I was poor. And in those days, and in our family, girls weren't encouraged to go in for higher education. The best I could expect was head of a counter at Marks and Spencer's in Halifax. But I dug my toes in. I stayed on at school, and I took my higher certificate in a county bursary, and I was admitted to the University of Leeds. Proudest day of my life. Now, if you dug your toes in and swallowed your pride, you could be back at that very good school of yours now. Miss Vereker wanted you back. She welcomed you back, and there you could be.
Let's not go into that all over again.
And there you are, you see, looking the gift horse in the mouth. It's pride, you see. It's pride that was your father's downfall because he wouldn't make adequate provisions for his family. And it's pride that's cut you off from the benefits of a sixth form education.
Would you have gone back as a pauper?
When you get above yourself, it's time to take stock. I'm not altogether disappointed you're not going back there, because a school like that contains a lot of flighty girls who aren't a bit interested in higher education. They'll never need do a hand's turn in their lives because they'll be protected all their lives by money. But Elaine, Character isn't built on money. It's built on your own efforts.
What effort am I supposed to make?
It's your duty. It's your necessity to make yourself useful in life. And, fortunately, I have contacts who can help in that direction. I've a friend, Miss Gutteridge, who's doing very nicely with a useful little business in Richmond. She runs a commercial college where clever young people like you can learn shorthand and typing and business accountancy. 2 years with Miss Gutteridge, and you'll be well qualified to hold down a very good secretarial job anywhere in London.
Hip, hip, hooray.
Are you being facetious, Elaine?
A secretarial job wasn't what I had in mind.
Dare say it wasn't. But you're in no position to pick and choose, are you? You can thank your lucky stars that Miss Gutteridge is prepared to help out. She is offering you a 2-year course on very reduced terms, simply because I've been able to find places in my college for 1 or 2 of her best girls.
She must be a very wonderful person.
I don't admire your attitude, Elaine. Sarcasm's an unpleasant trait at the best of times, and it certainly doesn't become a bit of a girl like you. With regard to your predicament, with regard to what's actually the notoriety of Wilfrid's death, we agreed it would be best if you didn't use your own surname at the college. If the other girls knew who you were, they could make life rather difficult for you. So you're enrolled as Elaine Hopper.
Elaine Hopper?
Your mother's maiden name. We've no need to be entirely fictitious.
Yes, I can see. Not the best of springboards for a glittering career.
It was awful, awful. I was sent up for putting on airs and graces. And when I managed to do well in the end-of-term exams, the other girls said it was because I had an in with Miss Gutteridge. Oh, I couldn't stand them. They were dreadful. So boring.
You'd win no popularity prizes in that society.
I was so fed up with their stupid chatter that I couldn't bear to eat where they ate. I made sandwiches for myself most mornings. But once a week I'd escape to a pub in Richmond. Any pub, just to get away from them.
Though you were underage?
Oh, that's why I enjoyed it. I was defying all the precepts laid down by Aunt Daphne.
But is there any other significance in this pubbing of yours?
Are you catechizing me, Dr. Forgan? Yes, it was significant. I was in this pub one lunchtime. It was Friday and the place was packed. I'd found a corner stool and I was guarding my ham roll and my gin and tonic for all I was worth. And this man stood near me, trying to buy a drink. He was rather good-looking. Fair hair, a thin, interesting face, and a fair moustache. He was wearing some unusual club blazer, and he knocked over my gin and tonic. It doesn't matter.
Of course it matters. Your glass was full, and I, like a BF, knocked it over. What was it?
No, really.
Nonsense. Looked like a G&T. Sean, a large gin and tonic for the lady, and a large vodka and tonic for yours truly. So, though I say it myself, do you come here often?
Now and again.
Then why is it that I've never clapped eyes on you before, and I come here every day other than Sunday? Have your glass replenished, and with multo apologies.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Sir, what's a beautiful creature like you doing in a hellhole like this?
I was having lunch.
Lunch? One of Sean's disgusting rolls?
Yes.
You should be feasting on stone crab and pink champagne.
Oh, if I had the money.
There's always money about for sensational girls like you. And I should know. I photograph them every day, except Sunday.
You're a photographer?
My card. I yield you my card. If only because you're the best thing that's swum into my ken since Sophia Loren.
Clifford Arundel. And you photographed her?
The proof positive, my angel. What about that?
It's beautiful. Where was it taken?
My studio, not a stone's throw from here. Now, I know you must have had propositions from 100 guys at least. I really do believe you've got what it takes.
What takes?
Come on, fess up. You're a model, aren't you? I'm certain I've seen you in Vanity Fair.
Then you're wrong. I'm still studying.
The wrong things, darling. Your face, your figure. You should be on the front page of every glossy on the news.
He couldn't have picked me up at a time when I was more ready to be picked up. He had charm and self-assurance, and he was an older man.
And his name again?
His card said Clifford Arundel, Society and Fashion Photographer.
And was he?
Well, he had a Hasselblad with all the fittings, and he must have used 2 rolls photographing me in Richmond Park. Deer in the foreground, deer in the background, against a string of horses from Stag Lodge, running into Spanker's Hill Wood. It took the best part of the afternoon, and Cliff was so helpful and enthusiastic. He was such fun.
The best part of the afternoon. Had you no lessons?
I skipped them. This was far more amusing.
And did you see the results of the afternoon's fun?
We were too busy. Afterwards, Cliff drove me to his studio. It was much smaller than I'd imagined and not a bit glamorous. It was over an ironmonger's shop. Quite honestly, it was tatty. Am I supposed to go on?
Up to you.
He introduced me to a girl called Murray and a boy called Ken, said they were his assistants. Then Cliff got me very drunk, and when I passed out, they undressed me and took pornographic pictures. When I realized what was happening, I nearly went mad. I knocked over one of his big lamps. It exploded. Everyone was yelling and struggling. Somehow I got dressed and just ran.
I'm afraid she doesn't want to see you at the moment, Miss Birmingham.
I dare say she doesn't. But I want to see her.
If you have Elaine's interests at heart, and I'm sure you do, then you're best advised to postpone the visit until she's ready for it.
What on earth did the girl think she was doing? Behaving so irresponsibly.
What time did she come home yesterday?
I can't be sure. She wasn't here when I arrived, shortly after 6. No note, no explanation, but that was hardly surprising. She often decided to go to the cinema or just out of an evening without telling me. But when she wasn't home by 11, 11:30, I became very worried indeed. At midnight, I rang the police. They told me not to worry unduly and that they'd make inquiries. I telephoned them again, twice, and at 3 this morning, they were on my doorstep. A girl answering my description of Elaine was in the General Hospital. Would I go there and see if she was Elaine? I was terrified. Well, I went with them, of course, and I identified Elaine. She hadn't recovered full consciousness when they administered the stomach pump, and she was sleeping heavily when I arrived. They told me there was no purpose to be served by my staying there, and that I should be notified when I could visit. And now you tell me I must wait for Elaine to make up her mind when she'll see me? Well, the whole thing's monstrous.
Hello. How are you feeling, love?
Bit better, thank you. Not much, though. Who found me?
A courting couple. You gave them a terrible fright. They thought you'd been murdered. You also made things difficult. They knew they had to get you to hospital as quick as possible. But unfortunately, he was married and she wasn't.
Oh, Lord.
The girl made the 999 call anonymously and then shot off home, presumably. The man stood by to look after you. You were wearing his jacket when the ambulance arrived. He wouldn't give his name, but the police detained him. They thought he must have something to do with your condition.
How awful.
Yes, wasn't it? They allowed him to telephone his wife. Heaven knows what excuses the poor man made. But if his marriage was dicey before, I reckon it'll be all washed up by now. Because until you'd come to, failed to recognise the man and got him off the hook, he was kept in custody.
He'd have been better off leaving me.
If he had, you and I wouldn't be sat here chatting. He saved your life, and more than likely ruined his own to do it.
Well, can't I explain to his wife?
You keep right out of it. He's in enough trouble as it is.
It was Cliff's fault all this started. What about him?
The police were round at his studio first thing this morning. Everything gone, packed up clean as a whistle and away, leaving quite a lot of rental outstanding.
But can't they trace him? Clifford Arundel. He showed me his card.
People who take pornographic photographs don't use their real name, love.
Think we're going to be sick again?
You're going to be all right. What did you take?
I shall be sick if you make me talk about it.
Lots of aspirin in your auntie's cooking, Sherry. Yuck.
If you know, why did you ask?
The sicker you feel at the mention of aspirin and alcohol, the less likely you are to try them again. When are you going to see your aunt?
Never. I couldn't bear the thought of all those recriminations.
She means well. She has a nice house, and you've a pretty room of your own there.
It's a prison.
I've tried with that girl, Miss Peel. I've tried for 18 months. But she's sullen, incommunicative, and sometimes downright chicky. If it wasn't for her unfortunate background, I'd have had her out of my house months ago. Well, she's had a nasty time, but she's done nothing to help herself. And she's shown me no consideration or affection.
She doesn't want to live here, Miss Birmingham.
Then what's to become of her? Well, she's not 18 yet. She's still a minor at law.
She'll have to stay in a hostel. There is a place for girls in a similar predicament in Richmond.
A hostel? Among girls with criminal tendencies?
A girl with criminal tendencies. Is that how you see your niece, Miss Birmingham?
Miss Peel was all right. I could get on with her. She was kind, but she was tough and practical. No sentimentality.
Well, that's her job. She's a welfare officer. And you're not related to her. You've given your aunt a rough time, haven't you?
Well, she deserved it, all that pity and piety.
So you chose the hostel?
Without Aunt Daphne, there was no alternative. I was in care and protection.
I can't imagine the hostel was an improvement on your aunt's home.
I swapped one kind of hell for another. Though there isn't much to choose between a domestic hell and an institutionalized one. I stuck it for a month, and I had all the snide remarks over again. What's an upper-class kid doing here? Slumming it, are we? Why weren't you Deb of the Year, then?
You haven't given it much of a whirl, have you? A month?
It's horrible. You must know how horrible it is.
You'll be 18 in 2 months' time. In 3 months, if you work, you'll have your secretarial qualifications. Then you can get a job, and we can find you some decent digs. A little flat later on, somewhere of your own once you've saved a bit. Is that asking too much?
What a smashing future. Digs in Twickenham and a job in a bull-bearing factory.
You could be pushing up daisies.
It'd be better than this.
I don't need self-pity, not in this office.
Look, I've had everything, and you've never had anything, and that's the difference between us. And that's why you'll never understand that I'd rather be dead than have this nothing life. There you are. I've put a sweat rug on Temeraire, but he needs a short feed after all that exercise. Would you be a pocket?
Yes, all right.
2 scoops of nuts and 1 of bran.
With a little water mixed in, yes.
And Dennis!
Coming, my love.
Dennis, don't you think the least we can do is to offer Dr. Forgan a drink after all this excitement?
Yes, of course. It's
whiskey and water. Thank you.
And Dennis, the door, please.
Oh.
So, was she forthcoming?
Very. She'd reached the stage of threatening to quit the hostel. I can't wait for the next installment.
Oh.
I don't mean to be flippant, but that girl's packed more incident into just 2 years of her life than I've seen in 40.
That enough water?
Oh, thank you.
She's had a ghastly time. An impossible time.
The greatest in fortune.
What's that, old chap?
Oh, something Elaine said, she said to the welfare officer reminded me of Chaucer.
Miss Peel reminded you of Chaucer?
Oh, Dennis, really?
Well, Chaucer wrote that the worst sort of human misery occurs when someone who's had everything looks back on the full days of old, when they're down and out.
Exactly. Exactly. It's what I've said to Dennis over and over again. Elaine had everything, and now...
And now she has us, darling.
Ah, you've taken her on.
Well, what option did we have? You should have seen the state she was in, poor creature.
I think Dr. Forgan might like to know.
It was astonishing. I was sitting here with the wireless on in this very room at about 9 that evening. Dennis was playing billiards on his own, and I was repairing his cycling breeches. It had been raining heavily all evening, and the fire was spitting and crackling. And then there was this thundering at the door, so loud and unexpected. The dogs created such a hullabaloo that they managed to disturb even Dennis's concentration. He hurried to the door, and there was Elaine, drenched and exhausted. and carrying a plastic bag. All her worldly goods in a plastic bag.
Well, how had she reached you?
By train, from Waterloo to Tisbury. Then from Tisbury, because she had no money left, she walked.
Walked through 7 miles of downpour. If only she'd thought to telephone us.
She had no money.
She could have reversed the charges.
Anyway, here she was, obviously in difficulties and soaked to the skin.
I ran her a bath. Dennis made up a hot cordial, and I laid out some of Naomi's clothes.
And then the sorry tale was unfolded.
But there was worse to follow.
You overwhelm me.
If she had no money...
It occurred to me quite early on during her revelation that of course she had no money. That her preposterous but helpful aunt had, as it were, subbed Elaine for 18 months through Secretarial College. Given her pocket money, made her some kind of clothing allowance.
But all that must have stopped
Immediately.
when Elaine chose to reject Miss Birmingham in favour of this girls' hostel in Richmond.
Where, presumably, the inmates would be allowed the merest modicum of pocket money.
Yes, of course. So, where did the train fare come from?
She stole it.
Borrowed it.
Stole it. If rifling someone's handbag and taking £10 without the owner's consent is borrowing, then by all means Elaine borrowed her train fare. First-class fare, Dr. Forgan.
Yes, well, old habits die hard.
But she left a note saying she would repay the money.
And who repaid the money? Dennis?
The hostel had become intolerable, and she needed to get away. And she had neither the cash nor a checkbook, so she took the money and left an IOU.
The welfare officer, Miss Peel, actually took the trouble to motor down at the weekend, in her own time, all the way from Richmond, in a car that certainly had seen much better days. Dennis gave her the £10 immediately to repay this Mrs. Somebody or other who was matron of the hostel.
I liked Miss Peel.
She was a sensible young woman, and she took her duties seriously. She obviously liked Elaine. Elaine liked her, but made it clear she was never going back to London.
There were certain legal difficulties.
But Dennis, as an experienced solicitor, was able to shortcut most of them.
Because Elaine is still under age, someone must be legally responsible for her. First it was her aunt, then it was Richmond Council, and latterly us. A neighbour of ours, Janet Bultitude, have you met her? Is a magistrate. With her approval and that of Miss Peel, Kate and I undertook to act as legal guardians to Elaine until she achieves her majority, which time I might say is imminent.
You're being very good to her.
We're very fond of her, Dr. Forgan. She's been a prisoner of her past, and we're determined to help her to escape to a better future.
And what will that future be?
So, what was the future? And what about your silver?
The silver will have to wait.
Oh.
I offered Elaine a temporary sinecure. And there was something admirable about the Ludlam's determination to pull her fat out of the fire when I knew that they were hard-pressed financially. So I engaged Elaine at 10 bob an hour to catalogue my books.
But she guessed it was a handout.
I'm sure she did. Though both of us necessarily maintained the fiction that she was doing me an extraordinarily good turn. More?
Oh, please.
It was an uncomfortable period. Probably for her and certainly for me. I was planning a series of lectures, and I like solitude when I'm working. And suddenly, it was a human being in the place, in my life, for whom I had to assume some responsibility, giving her coffee, giving her tea, listening to her jejune ideas about life and art, taking her to the pub for lunch. And if she hadn't been round, I'd have improvised perfectly well.
Was she conscientious?
At times.
I found a jackdaw, Dr. Forgan.
She seemed to enjoy being amongst books, but she was easily distracted.
Can I give him some milk in the kitchen?
Anyway, the vacation came to an end, and the books were still in chaos, and Elaine went back to subsidised unemployment with the Ludlams, and I went back to Oxford, imagining and hoping that I'd seen and heard the last of her.
But since there are several chapters to go...
I spent most of the Christmas vacation in India, where I ran into Blazer Povey in Madras.
Blazer?
Yeah. He was probably dodging debts in England, but he represented himself as manufacturing saddlery in India for consumption in the home counties.
Blazer was always versatile.
And then back home in the slow, cold slog of the Hillary term, I came back here shortly before Easter and set about ridding the place of dust, cobwebs and dry rot. I hadn't been here more than a couple of days when up cycled Dennis Ludlam. And I knew that tranquil days had gone again.
Ludlam appears to be your rural nemesis.
Young Elaine was the nemesis of us all. There'd been evidently a bizarre turn-up for the book shade, Ludlam, so would I join them for dinner? No talk of billiards this time. And talk it over. The dedicated bicyclist assured me in those profound and solemn tones that my advice would be particularly valuable, since I was more than a passing acquaintance of the two involved parties.
We seem to do nothing but cry on your shoulder, Dr. Fogan. But this time we're even more worried about Elaine.
What's she been up to this time?
She has eloped with my brother.
Eloped?
Hardly the right word, old chap. Elaine and Richard have reached an understanding.
Look, can we job backwards a little? Richard is your brother, Mrs. Ludlam.
My youngest brother.
And is he married?
Not yet, thank heaven.
But he and Elaine have set up house together.
They're living together in Marylebone.
And that distresses you?
It appalls me. Richard is 32, granted, but he's emotionally immature. And Elaine, well, you know Elaine, how insecure and highly strung she is.
But they're both of age, Mrs. Ludlam, and if this kind of life is what they want...
But it isn't what they want. It's an infatuation. If they should marry, they'll regret it for the rest of their lives.
Well, then the regret will be something they must live with.
That's exactly what Dennis said you'd say.
Because it's true. They are beyond our influence now.
They're nothing of the kind. They aren't married yet, are they?
Look, what exactly are you wanting me to do? If you're expecting me to intervene in this love affair, then I'm accepting your hospitality under false pretenses. How can I help, indeed? Why should I help?
Because they're totally unsuited to one another and to marriage.
How can you possibly know that?
Because I know them both very well.
Look, I'm still in the dark. Mr. Ludlam intimated that I knew both people.
But you do. You know my brother, a pilot with air freight Cyprus, Richard Fricker.
Richard Fricker? So Elaine is...
Yes, that's who Elaine is.
Richard remembered you perfectly well when we discussed you.
Yes. Yes, I recall him. I've met him in company with other aircrew people, but what makes you feel so sure he's unsuited for marriage? If he's capable of flying an aeroplane satisfactorily, that makes him both practical and responsible.
He's been... Oh, what do they call it nowadays? He's been a loner too long. He's gauche in feminine society. I know he isn't ready for marriage now, and I doubt if he'll ever be ready for it.
These are sweeping statements, Kate.
Well, I remember your brother as being a pleasant young man, but shy. Very shy. As to gauche...
The fact of the matter is that Elaine has turned his head.
Oh, now, darling.
She was lonely, because Naomi and the boys were all away. Richard decided to spend a week of his leave with us. Dennis naturally was at work all day, and I always have more than enough to occupy myself with. So they were thrown together, unnaturally, and this ill-advised relationship began.
Look, I don't know your brother at all well, but I do know him, and to be fair, I think I can guess at your misgivings. But as to understanding them, and as to interfering with his life, how can you, or your husband, or I know what's gone on in the hearts of them both? If they're in love, and presumably they are, since they're living together in Marylebone, then why should anyone presume to interfere?
Because they're in no position to set up house together.
But an airline pilot makes a great deal of money. Well, more than I could ever hope to command.
I'm not talking about money. Surely you must realize that. Dennis, please, try to explain to Dr. Fogan.
The fact is that... Could we talk in the billiards room?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dennis, we're all adults, aren't we?
Kate believes, and after all, she's known Richard all his life. Kate believes that he may be constitutionally unprepared for marriage.
You were saying he's homosexual?
No.
Well, then what?
He has fewer urges than the mass of men. He doesn't need marriage. He's fallen in love with the idea of love. Yet to Elaine, he represents utter security and a happy ever-after conclusion. But that won't be the case.
But isn't that something they'll have to discover or not for themselves? Aren't you taking too much responsibility on yourself? They may be ideally happy. Give them a chance.
Richard is my youngest brother. And I brought him up after my mother died, almost as if he were my son. I know him, Dr. Fogan. And we've known Elaine for 5 years, almost as a daughter. And we understand her. Of course we want what's best for them both. But what's best for them both is certainly not a marriage between them. It can only end in unhappiness.
Hello, Matthew.
Elaine.
Just about.
How long is it since... Look, come on in.
Can you give me a hand with the luggage?
So, when did we last meet?
In Limassol, at Arif's Magic Bar, 71. I was with Richard then.
And now?
Long story.
But you've arrived with luggage, so there's time.
Have you a cigarette?
Help yourself. Take the packet.
Thank you. You know, I didn't realize till we lived in Cyprus how many people you knew out there and how many people knew you.
Well, it's been my second home. When I was a boy, it was my first. My father worked out there.
I've heard all about that. But what about Neville Dimmock and Blazer Povey?
Oh, Blazer, back in Cyprus?
You can't keep away from the place, can you, the three of you?
Blazer, Neville and I were school friends. After national service, Blazer and Neville took short-service flying commissions. By chance, they were posted to Akrotiri. I was sent out as an intelligence officer during the Aoka campaign because I spoke fluent Demotic Greek. Neville fell for the place just as I'd done. And since you've met him, you'll know about his business interests there.
Mm-hmm.
And your husband, too.
Went where his contract stipulated. Milk train run, Gatwick, Nicosia, Gatwick, freight.
Yeah. When I met you and Richard in Limassol, I must admit thinking the marriage was, fraying a little around the edges. A lot of them said it would be disaster, you know. They wanted me to intervene.
You? What could you have done to stop it?
Well, that's exactly what I told them.
Yes, well, they were right, weren't they? But at the time, it seemed a good idea.
I gained the impression that you liked the life on Cyprus better than Richard did.
Oh, he never feels secure outside England.
But you clearly did.
We had a cottage in a village overlooking Kyrenia and the harbour. I've never known a more beautiful view in my life.
Nor have I.
Oh, yes, the magic's got to you. But it holds no charms for Richard. He wanted me to make the London flat my permanent base and fly out to Cyprus occasionally. I wasn't having any of that. Once I'd seen paradise, I wasn't going to settle for being there only 6 weeks a year. I had the cottage, I had a sports car, I had the sun and the grape and the olive. And I had friends. Some surprising friends, perhaps, but in that atmosphere you get a different perspective on things.
Morning.
I was wondering which of you is Clifford Arundel. Someone said he was here.
Did you say Clifford Arundel?
Yes, society and fashion photographer. They said he always wears a blazer.
Hello now. And the chap in Cyprus who always wears a blazer, the chap you're talking to. Blazer
I see. They must have meant that you know Clifford Arundel.
Look, have we met?
Oh, yes, at Mr. Arundel's studio in Richmond.
Oh.
It was a long time ago, and you've obviously forgotten. But I haven't.
I think I can help you. Believe I know where old Cliff hangs out these days.
That's good. I have an urgent message for him.
Well, look, why don't we have a drink? Over there. We can talk about Cliff. Bit more privately,
Oh,
will you excuse me, Mr. Nolan? This charming young lady and I have a mutual friend who's in some kind of trouble. Look, old love, I really don't remember you.
I was 17 at the time. You got me very drunk in your studio, and when I passed out, you stripped me and had your chums Ken and Mari perform. And you photographed what they were doing to me.
I did?
When I ran out of your studio, do you know what I did? I went home, I took a large bottle of aspirins and a bottle of sherry, and I went down to the river, and I tried to kill myself. What you'd done was the last filthy indignity in a year of indignities.
You mean it, don't you? You know, I do remember something. The deer in Richmond Park.
And your Hasselblad with all the fittings, yes.
Good Lord, good Lord. I'd no idea you'd react so strongly to a bit of fun.
Well, you must have been a little worried because you cleared out of that studio so fast that you forgot to pay the balance of the rent. What with that and your porno pictures and my go at suicide, the Richmond police still have an open file on Clifford Arundel.
You have no proof. Not now.
You're Edwin Blazer Povey, sometime flying officer, sometime con man, now engaged in a civilian capacity in public relations for the Ministry of Defence. And you're a year into a 3-year tour at Episcopi.
So?
All I have to do is go to the air officer commanding RAF Episcopi and tell him my tale. And I wonder how long it'll be before the Ministry of Defence hands you over to the Richmond police. I'd like an ouzo, please.
You wouldn't do that, would you? I mean, it would do you no good at all. But it might dent my career, even though I'd certainly deny everything.
Why shouldn't I? You almost destroyed me.
If you were going to, you'd have been at Flagstaff House by now. You've done your homework, and I'm impressed. So why didn't you take it to the headmaster? Dear Uza Paracalo.
It depends on what reparations you're prepared to make.
Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
My husband is Richard Fricker. You know him?
Richie Fricker? Yes. Heard he was married. Didn't know who to. Congratulations.
Too late for those. He and I have come to the end of the line. He's going back to England to a permanent admin job. I want to stay out here. He's not prepared to maintain me out here. I have a cottage up the road and a sports car, and I live rather well. I don't want my standards to drop because my husband doesn't understand me.
So Blazer got his comeuppance. Well done.
I thought he was a friend of yours.
Well, so he is, but you don't have to admire a person to like him, do you? Blazer was always a bit of a scamp, though I didn't think he'd actually stoop to pornography. But if it's any consolation, I'm sure he had no idea how horrifically you were going to react to his antics. There's no malice in the man.
That's true. I'm afraid he is likeable. Oh, I had to drop my standards, of course. Blazer couldn't afford more than a 3-room flat and an old banger for me. But I didn't really mind. I mean, how much time do you actually spend inside a house there? The life's all outside, isn't it?
So Blazer did the right thing.
What was nice about Blazer was that he didn't whine, not once. He'd been caught red-handed, and he was prepared to pay up. Oh, we had some good times together. He was fun, and he knew fun people and fun places.
Yes, that's Blazer. Oh, did he ever mention his legacy?
That legacy! One day, me darling, when the old fruit pops off and me legacy comes through, we'll really paint the island red. In a strange kind of way, I suppose I should be grateful to him. If he hadn't nearly pushed me into suicide, I'd be a secretary in a ball-bearing factory in Twickenham.
But this odd idyll came to an end when the Turks invaded Cyprus.
Oh, of course. Blazer was really rather heroic. I'd intended to stay on in Kyrenia and damn the Turks. But when the shelling began, Blazer snatched me from the battle zone and drove me hell for leather to Akrotiri. He pulled rank and got me on the last seat of a trooping flight to Bryce Norton.
And from there?
I could hardly throw myself on the mercy of the Ludlums this time, could I? So it was Richard. Where else?
Did you expect me to be pleased to see you?
I hoped you might be.
No, for God's sake, Elaine. You've behaved selfishly and irresponsibly for 2 years. How did you expect me to feel when everyone in Cyprus knew you were Blazer Bloody Povey's kept woman? Have you thought what it was like for me at work? Pity or sniggers?
There was nothing to prevent you from finding some consolation yourself, was there?
I didn't want... I wasn't brought up to live like that, racketing around. I was brought up to stand to my guns. We're still married, aren't we? Supposed to be?
Do you want me back?
Would you have come back? Willingly, if the good life in Cyprus hadn't gone fat?
No.
Well, then.
Do you want a divorce?
I want a decent way of life with a wife I can trust. Is that unreasonable?
Oh, no, it isn't. Of course it isn't.
You look exhausted.
I am.
But what's to be done?
Richard, I don't know.
What's happened to Blazer, anyway?
His tour finishes next month.
And then what?
London, at the Ministry.
I see. So, in fact, all you want is somewhere to lay your head free of charge till Blazer's open for business again in town.
No.
Well, I don't believe you.
Cyprus is over. Blazer was part of something I very much enjoyed out there. But Blazer in a bowler and pinstripes and a flat in Chorley Wood, no, not for me.
So I'm the court of last appeal, by default.
I'm very tired. I don't want to argue with you.
I don't want to argue either. But I think some kind of discussion's called for.
I've done the wrong thing again, and I'm sorry. I should never have come back here.
Would you be prepared to rearrange your priorities?
That sounds very technical.
No, let's not get smart. Look, I realise you don't want to live in London. But if there were somewhere, a really nice place in the country, would that appeal to you?
In the country?
A cottage, in a pretty village on the South Downs.
Another pipe dream?
No! I have a particular place in mind. Tudor, beamed, low ceilings, inglenook, an acre of garden, and I can commute. With what I've saved, I'll only need a 25% mortgage. Honestly, Elaine, it's quite beautiful. Look. The estate agent's handout, and a photograph of the property.
Yes, it's lovely.
It is lovely. And you'd love the village. It really isn't the stockbroker belt. It's 50 minutes to London by rail. Far enough out to be rural.
And what would I do out there?
Oh, come on. Live a happy, normal life. Plenty of room for a dog and a cat. You could ride again. There's an excellent stables at the end of the village, and it's good hunting country.
And children.
What?
You'd want children.
Well, doesn't everyone?
Richard.
Yes?
Find another wife.
Well, what are you talking about?
Everything you've said sounds marvellous. For any girl but me.
But how can you know until you... Saturday. I'll drive you up there. We can see the house, pub lunch, take a walk. You'll love it.
There's nothing the matter with your suggestion. There's nothing the matter with the place. I'm sure it's beautiful. There's nothing the matter with anything you've said. Except that it fills me with gloom and terror.
What the hell do you mean?
Are you sure you want to know?
Elaine!
All right. I would find it boring, boring, boring. I don't want to be a commuter's wife with 2 ideal children and 2 ideal pets in an ideal cottage in an ideal village 50 ideal minutes from London. What would I do out there? And when you came home at 7:30 sharp and put on your slippers, what would we talk about? The golf club, the Mothers' Union, gooseberry jam and flower arrangements and the vicar's little problems. How much the fees will be at Nigel's new school.
Oh, what a bitch. What a neurotic, selfish, dissatisfied bitch.
And I suppose I am to him. The story doesn't get any better, you know. I'm not a pre-Raphaelite heroine.
I never thought you were.
Oh, dear. Did you see through me from the beginning?
I don't know that I ever tried to. You were never uppermost in my thoughts.
How nice to find someone so disengaged.
It must be. So, what are you doing here?
I need a breathing space for a week or 2.
Until Blazer comes back?
I suppose so.
Well, you know where the guest bedroom is. Dump your things there. You can stay till I say go, which won't be long.
Aren't you being rather hard on me, Matthew?
No harder than you've been on a number of people.
It's like that, is it?
Look, what have you been up to since you walked out on Richard?
Oh, travelling? Why?
Now, yesterday afternoon I received a telephone call from the Salisbury police. Oh, yes, I'm on the telephone now. Asking me, in effect, to give you a favourable character reference. An hour later, Dennis Ludlam was on the telephone. He'd had a similar request. So what's been going on?
I'm sorry. I didn't really expect them to check, you know. I thought it was a matter of form.
No, they checked. Why?
Well, when I left Richard, I decided to work my way west.
Towards the Ludlams, or me?
Oh, they were always reserve champions. I took a bus to Salisbury and decided to stay there for a few days. And before I realised it, I was out of cash.
Which had come from whom?
Richard gave me 50 quid. He felt it was cheap at the price to be rid of me. Anyway, I was out of makeup. And I wanted to look my best when I called on you. I went to a chemist's. Couldn't believe the prices of the makeup. And I seem to have left without paying for what I took. Wasn't that forgetful?
But they were on to you.
It was only a matter of £9.58, a drop in the ocean.
Not to a local chemist.
Police, questions, statements, denials. It wasn't a bit amusing. And then the question of bail. Would you believe it? For £9.58, they wanted £75.
Which you hadn't got.
No. So Mr. Plod took me round to the hotel, and I managed to have 5 minutes private conversation with the manager. He was very understanding. But on top of that, because I had no fixed abode, Mr. Plod wanted references. I could hardly give Richard, so I'm afraid it was you and poor Dennis Ludlam.
When do you appear before the magistrate?
The day after tomorrow. Since I'm an itinerant, Mr. Plod said he'd hurry me through, bless him. It's not very funny, is it?
It's stupid and rather shabby.
I knew I'd be in trouble.
Oh, Elaine. I've known you for what seems an eternity. I'm prepared to make a few allowances, but I draw the line now. Look, if you'll guarantee to stay here until Thursday, I'll drive you over to Salisbury myself and try to put in a good word for you to the magistrates. Now, is that on?
I suppose it'll have to be.
All right. So take your things to the guest bedroom, have a bath, help yourself to drinks. I'll be back within an hour.
Where are you going?
I tend to keep an empty larder. It'll have to be replenished. You can cook us a Greek dinner tonight, and we'll talk about Cyprus.
Θα σε φέρω στο για την φιλοξενία σας.
Έχω πολύ καιρό να κάνω αυτό.
Were you perhaps hoping for ultimate benefit?
From a down and out?
She's a very attractive bird.
It makes a difference when you've known them since they came in wearing wet jodhpurs and a torn hairnet after a gymkhana.
Does it? I fancied her like hell, you know. And when I heard about her arrangement with Blazer, I was very jealous. Oh, this was after Audrey's death, of course.
You saw her. You saw them regularly.
Oh, not regularly, but quite often. Tiny's club. Famagusta, mainly. Sometimes Blazer'd be after a Nordic blonde or a shady deal, and I'd be left very happily with Elaine. She could take her liquor, could that girl?
Well, she could take a lot of things, now you come to mention it. At any rate, after our up and downer, I motored to Tisbury and bought all the makings for a Greek blowout from the delicatessen there. Then I called on Theo Edwardis.
Theo, you've settled down at last.
In a very pretty manor house. I'll take you there tomorrow. Anyway, I got some ouzo and retsina from Theo's private stock and came back here. First thing I saw was her note.
Aye, aye?
And I had a presentiment of ill luck.
Dear Matthew, I'm sorry about all this. I hope you'll understand someday. Much love, Elaine.
I was put out, of course, but not extravagantly so. I began to think how lucky I was not to be landed with such a spectacularly unfortunate girl. Though I'd quite looked forward to a dinner for two, but a dinner for one twice would be perfectly agreeable. Then I went into the dining room.
I've been waiting for this. How I've been waiting for this.
But it took me some time to realize what was strange about the place. Then I looked again at the sideboard and the dining table, and I knew.
Elaine pinched your silver.
It must have sounded so jocular. I was furious, angry, hurt and bewildered to betray me like this.
Did you report the theft?
No.
There you go. Now, soft.
Well, would you have reported it, given her circumstances?
Of course I would. Well, I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh, I raged around. I swore vengeance. I was on the point of calling the police half a dozen times. But in the end, I didn't.
It's obvious. You always had a soft spot for the girl.
Well, that may be true. I'm not sure. But what I became sure of was the absence of value, of things like silver ornaments. Yes, they were mine, and she'd stolen them, but they were not articles I'd longed for and paid for myself. They were heirlooms. Things that had been around the family since I don't know when, but not specific to me. Now, if she'd stolen my notes and my manuscripts, then yes, Interpol on the instant. But table decorations is against a bruised and difficult life. Had I named her the theft together with her shoplifting and the jumping of bail, she'd have done time. No question of it. And I wasn't going to be responsible for that.
So instead she got away with it, scot-free.
Well, I was still angry at her betrayal of trust, but this was a private thing. I wanted to know what use she could make of the silver and why.
She's a sly boot, she really is. She admitted absolutely nothing in that dear John note she left you.
Well, I imagine she'd had enough of lawyers after her father's disaster to be wary of putting anything significant down on paper.
You're still making feeble excuses for criminal behavior.
Oh, all right, yes, why not? I haven't suffered as she suffered.
So suffering's a sufficient excuse for larceny.
Well, Neville, you've met the girl. You've confessed to an admiration for her. You know what she's like. Now, would you have put a spoke in her wheel?
You're going to tell me next you never slept with her.
I didn't.
But I did. Look, in Blazer's time, she was the town bicycle of Kyrenia.
I don't believe it.
Suit yourself. Anyone who could buy her a few drinks and show her a good time and way.
Well, this is locker room braggadocio, and I don't believe it. She may have been desperate, but she was never promiscuous.
All right, suit yourself.
Oh, do shut up. Now, we've been friends for 30 years. There's no need to lie to me. I'll accept that Elaine's a thief, a chancer, a failed suicide, and a homewrecker. What I'm not prepared to accept is that she's a whore.
You keep going your way, and I'll keep going my way.
What kind of answer is that?
I mean it, Matt. You're on dangerous ground. You look on that girl as a daughter and a mistress. That can't be healthy.
You're deliberately misreading the relationship.
Oh, no, I'm not. What I want is clarification, and that's something you're just evading.
I'm not evading anything. I haven't reached the final chapter yet.
Oh, I see. I'm all ears.
Right then. About 4 years after the incident of the stolen silver, it would be a Saturday in Trinity, and I was still in residence. I drove out to Woodstock. An auction of the contents of some old family home had been advertised. I'd bought a catalogue and found a couple of things I was interested in. The auction took place in what must have been the drawing room. It was large and it was packed. I suppose most of the people there were dealers, but there were a few obvious punters like me. And what I was really after was a bust of Jonathan Swift.
Bit out of your bailiwick, isn't he?
I'll call it impulse. Anyway, the bidding began, and after a short time there were only 2 people left in the running, myself and a woman I was unable to see because of the crush in the room and all the furniture. She took me far past what I'd originally set as my limit, and then she dropped out. The bust was mine. Shortly afterwards, when most of the good lots had gone, quite a few people left, and I was able to see my erstwhile competitor. It was Elaine.
You could knock me down with a feather.
Well, I collared her outside in the drive. She was neither flustered nor embarrassed. She was looking rather beautiful and very composed. She said that the meeting called for a celebration, would you believe it? She was staying at the Bear in Woodstock, and would I meet her there for dinner?
You didn't fall for that one.
Well, I wanted some assurance that she'd turn up. She smiled, a little wryly, and told me she could hardly blame me. Then she took off her wrist a very expensive and beautifully designed antique gold bracelet. There, Matthew, she said, if I'm not in the bar by 7:30, you can keep that.
Didn't I say she was sly?
But would she be there?
Was it really antique and gold and very expensive?
I'm a scholar, Neville. I like to get the facts right.
Then she was there.
She was there, and she'd arranged things with style. A bottle of good champagne waiting for us on ice in a discreet corner of the room.
Well, Matthew, it's lovely to see you again.
You sure?
You're my oldest friend.
What about the Ludlams?
My oldest adult friend.
Oh, you're back on form again.
Things have been much worse.
Yes. Where is the life that late I led, say they? Why, here it is. Welcome these pleasant days.
One of the ancient Greeks?
No, the ancient pistol.
You always were too clever for me.
Rubbish. I like your choice of champagne. Now, what's become of my silver? And if you say you're glad I asked you that, I'll knock your head off.
I was desperate when I took it.
Oh, yeah?
I'd had everything once, and we lost it when Daddy crashed. I thought I had everything again in Cyprus until the invasion. Then I lost out a second time. It's not very funny to lose everything twice within 8 years.
Well, I realize that, being your oldest adult friend. Otherwise, the police would have been on your back double quick. But why didn't you ask me for help? I'd have given you money.
I was too ashamed to ask for money.
But not too ashamed to steal from a friend. What kind of chop logic's that?
You don't think logically when you're in the mess I was in.
You knew that I cared for you. Or at least cared about you.
But you've never wanted me, have you?
How do you know?
Things like that, you just know.
I see.
If you'd wanted me, instead of regarding me as a tiresome social interlude, then I'd have asked, anything.
Oh, you would?
I know nature's bachelors when I see them. You're one. And I realized too late that Richard was another.
You presume a great deal more knowledge of the world than your experience gives you any right to.
You could never stand the disorderliness of a male-female relationship. You've had life on your own terms all your life. And anyway, I'm too young for you, and I always would be. And you know what I mean by young.
Well, I can see you're having a heyday with some fantasy of your own. And I still want to know about my silver.
Matthew, if I'd accepted money from you and the nice Greek dinner, you'd have insisted on my going through with the magistrate's trial, and everything about me would have come out. I couldn't stand the idea of that. A nice, dishonest blazer would have been far more welcome. I'm sorry. I went back to London. Where else could I go? Richard, poor love, very generously gave me a small allowance. I took a tiny flat in Pimlico. Eventually, by all kinds of jiggery-pokery that you'd rather not hear, I managed to get a stall in Petticoat Lane.
With my centrepiece of silver to dazzle the customers.
It did make me look very upmarket. But I didn't sell the pieces, not for ages. And when I did, the proceeds went to a sharp solicitor who managed to extract a once-for-all cash settlement from Richard in return for a tidy divorce. With that, I began to build up my business. Then Blazer turned up.
Absolutely on cue. Matthew, old lad, it's been too long between drinks.
Blazer, for heaven's sake.
What's the chap allowed some of the celebration bubbling?
Yes, allow me.
Cheers. Well, Matt, don't you agree my wife looks absolutely radiant?
Your wife? Well, we hadn't got as far as that. When did all this happen?
After the legacy.
The legacy? Well, there really was a legacy.
You chaps would never take it seriously, would you?
Well, can you blame it?
Actually, no. There it was. Larger than even I could have expected. Enough to set up yours truly and the little lady on relatively easy street.
This beats the band, it really does.
Doesn't it, though? So now Elaine has her camp little business in Wigmore Street, and young Blazer's at last indulging his lifelong interest in politics.
Politics? Oh, Blazer, you've gone right over the top.
You don't understand. Blazer can be very persistent once he puts his mind to it. He's been offered a very safe seat in a North London constituency, and you should see him with his party workers. I can't entirely believe it myself.
And what party would that be, Blazer?
Oh, Labour every time, old lad. Didn't you spot the red tie?
You've been adopted by the Labour Party as official candidate? Labour?
Well, of course. I've been down and out, Matt. I've seen life at the bottom and from the bottom. Well, she meant the local agent was more than appreciative when I socked him with a substantial contribution to party funds. Here was a chap prepared to back what he believed. My God. And I'll tell you this, old squire, if I'm not in Westminster after the next election, I'll give all I have to the poor. Pardon from our pad in Barbados.
So you're sitting pretty. I'm delighted.
That tone of voice means the exact opposite.
Well, I was wondering how much the sale of my silver realised, and why neither of you saw fit, post-legacy, to reimburse me for my involuntary contribution to the Povey Fund.
Do you know, old lad, it simply slipped our memories. Good Lord, of course you must have reimbursement.
But the silver, gone forever.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, never mind. I hope the lucky owner's deriving the same pleasure from it that the Forgans did for 5 or 6 generations.
You've taken this jolly sportingly, Matt. But I must insist on giving you a check.
No, I have a much better idea. I have in my possession an extremely valuable gold bracelet, which I'm sure was worth a good deal to you.
Yes, I was just going to ask for it.
And I promise you this. If Blazer does succeed in topping the poll, we'll both have the satisfaction of knowing that I'll be celebrating his victory by selling the bracelet and giving all the proceeds to the poor.
They really are an extraordinary couple of people. But do you believe this marriage will last?
Oh, I think so. They suit each other perfectly. Blazer was always immoral, and Elaine's early misadventures have made her amoral. They not only suit each other, they deserve each other.
What I can't get over is Blazer embracing the Labour cause. Of all the cynical, self-seeking...
Well, as we both know all too well, when Blazer sets his mind to a caper, he's very thorough about it. Now he has money, he's looking for power. Oh, I'm sure he doesn't give a damn which political party he hitches his wagon to. He's capable of crossing the floor 12 times with all the charm in the world and of getting away with it.
Well, now you've run them to earth, will you make any attempt to keep up with them?
Well, there'll be no need for that, because I'm certain our paths are too crossed by now to separate completely. In 2 years or 5, there'll be a telephone call or a knock at the door, and I'll be into a whole new imbroglio.
Oh, really? I'd have thought you'd be glad to wash your hands of them.
Well, as a matter of fact, I find it all rather refreshing. I lead a pretty sedentary life. Always shall. Shielded, indeed, from virtually everything I dislike or find tedious. People like us sit on the sidelines and we watch the varying fortunes of the players. Then something happens to connect us with the players. A ball within our reach, smile across the grass, and we're involved. There's no escaping that involvement. We're dragged in on the game, for better or worse.
In Elaine's game, certainly for worse.
Oh, yes. You see, that day outside the auction, what really angered me was Elaine's twofold insolence. The first, that despite falling on her financial feet, she made no attempt to repay me for the silver she pinched. And second, that gesture of handing me something enormously expensive just to prove she was in the money and to indicate, I'm certain, that she knew her good old reliable Dobbin Forgan was not a man to levant with her property. So, I wanted to give her something to think about every time she dresses. But there's a missing piece from her private collection. And there it is. Pretty little bauble, isn't it?
It's magnificent. Must be worth a fortune. Are you really going to keep it?
I shall carry out my promise. If Blazer becomes a member of Parliament, that bracelet will be sold and the proceeds will go to a sound charity.
But if he fails to get the seat?
Well, then, I shall give the proceeds to the Conservative Party. In Blazer's name, of course.
That play can be heard again on Monday afternoon, just after 3. Our play tomorrow afternoon is a love story set in the glamorous world of high society after the end of the First World War. It's a dramatisation of Michael Arlen's novel Piracy. That's tomorrow at 2:30. In a quarter of an hour at 10:15, the life and poetry of Thomas Hood is the subject of Breast High Amid the Corn. Now the weather forecast for tomorrow. Scotland will have outbreaks of rain or drizzle, although some northern parts will be dry at first. England, Wales and Northern Ireland will be rather cloudy, although a few bright or sunny intervals are expected. Many places will be dry, but some rain is likely in northern and eastern counties of England in the morning. It will be very mild, though rather cold at first in northern Scotland. And the outlook for Monday and Tuesday, staying mild. Some rain or drizzle in the north and west, but mostly dry in central and eastern England. And that's the weather. Radio 4.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. This is Pauline Bushnell. Some of the martial law restrictions in Poland are being lifted. Warsaw Radio has announced that it will be easier to hold public gatherings and to make telephone calls within Poland. There have been demonstrations in many countries in support of the people of Poland. The Russians say the woman hunger striker moved to hospital from the American embassy in Moscow has been taking food. Stanley Holloway, comedian, character actor and master of the monologue, has died. Workers at the DeLorean car factory in Northern Ireland have been given details of the company's redundancy plans. The authorities in Poland said tonight that they were lifting some of the martial law regulations imposed 7 weeks ago. According to Warsaw Radio, restrictions on public gatherings, including entertainment and sporting events, are to be reduced, and communications within the country will become easier. For example, internal telephone links will be restored temporarily from February the 10th, though conversations will be monitored. Some regional newspapers and radio stations will be allowed to operate again. Here's Frank Smith of our Foreign News staff.
Although the more draconian measures introduced under martial law will remain in force, the fact that some restrictions are to be lifted can be taken as a carrot dangled by the authorities in front of the Polish people. But with the carrot, there's also the stick. Telephone communication is to be temporarily restored between all towns in the country, but these calls will be through the operator and will be monitored. The inference is that the restoration will depend on the result of the monitoring. Telegrams will also be accepted, but will continue to be subject to censorship. The easing of these restrictions, as Warsaw Radio puts it, relates to the private lives of Poles. Among other things, people will now be able to get married and hold family gatherings without obtaining permission from the authorities. Also, meetings called by parish elders will no longer require permits, but other gatherings such as general meetings, conferences, lectures, demonstrations and marches will still have to be authorised. They will, in other words, remain banned.
Rallies and marches have been staged in many countries to show support for the people of Poland and for the independent trade union Solidarity, outlawed under the martial law regulations. In the United States, there have been demonstrations in a dozen cities. The Secretary of State, Mr. Alexander Haig, is due to speak at a rally in Chicago tonight, where there's a large Polish community. There have been demonstrations, too, in Canada and Australia, and in Tokyo, Vienna and Brussels. There were more than 100 rallies and marches in West Germany, where Chancellor Schmidt, in a telegram to the Trade Union Federation, repeated the government's demand for an end to martial law in Poland. In Britain, a Solidarity representative who left Poland last year addressed a rally of 3,000 people in Nottingham, while in London, several hundred supporters of the Polish Solidarity campaign marched to the Polish embassy to keep a candlelight vigil. Earlier, they'd heard speeches by MPs, trade union officials and leaders of the Polish community in Britain calling for an end to martial law. One of the speakers, the Labour MP and Shadow Minister Mr. Peter Shaw, suggested that Britain and other Western countries should impose trade sanctions to try to get the restrictions lifted, a point he elaborated on later.
Quite obviously, the fact that not only Poland but the Soviet Union is dependent on the West for a great number of things, including the purchase of essential food supplies, the purchase of technology, the purchase of goods of all kinds. That gives the West a bargaining position and a position of leverage which, if it's used intelligently, may help to bring about many of the results that we want.
Mr. Peter Shaw. The Soviet press has again attacked the United States government over its support for the television spectacular on Poland to be broadcast tomorrow. TASS, the official news agency, describing President Reagan as a former actor, said he had decided to stage cheap shows in Hollywood's best tradition, that is, boisterous and vociferous spectaculars with as little meaning as possible.
Saturday Night Theatre.
Hello, hello, stop your little games.
The Brighton Trade by T.D. Webster.
It isn't the girl I saw you with at Brighton. Ho, ho, who's your lady friend?
Mr. Fenton? Mr. Fenton?
Hmm? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I must have dropped off. I know you, don't I? Jimmy.
Marsden. Jimmy Marsden.
Jimmy Marsden.
You nicked me in 68.
That's right. What was it? Breaking and entering?
Yeah. And you had me in on the Melford break-in.
I had everybody in on the Melford break-in.
You had me in a time or two, but just nicked me the once.
Yes. Well, you just looked in to have a chat about old times, have you, Jimmy?
No, it's business. I'd heard you'd left the force and set up on your own. It took some finding.
Right, now you've found me. What is it?
Well, it's a bit awkward, really.
Jimmy, if it's anything to do with your old line of business, I don't want to know. You go down to the Nick and tell them.
No, it's nothing like that. I'm straight now. I have been since I came out 4 years back. I've got my own business. Do-it-yourself shop in Martin Street. Now, what I've come about is personal. That's why I said it was a bit awkward.
What is it? Your wife?
How do you know that?
I'm psychic.
I don't know, really. That's the trouble. I mean, it could be nothing.
Right, let's hear it. Wife's name?
Lynn.
Lynn. What happened to, Molly?
Maggie.
Maggie?
Yeah. She divorced me in 69 while I was inside. I married Lynn just under 2 years ago.
What do you think she's up to?
Well, the usual, I suppose. Like I said, it could be nothing. But there's something wrong.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, the other week, I took a car into the garage. She's got her own car. I bought it for her as a wedding present. I was taking it in for a service. Now, exactly 12,000 miles on the clock, right?
Right.
I look at the clock a week later, there's another 300 miles on.
You always check on her mileage, do you, Jimmy?
No, I just happened to notice, that's all. I mean, I had to watch Maggie like a bloody hawk, but not Lynn. And it keeps nagging away at me, 300 miles. Now, look, there's no way she can have clocked that much. According to her, she hadn't been out of town.
You asked her about the mileage?
Well, not directly. But the only person she drives any distance to see is her sister in Croydon, and she ain't been there for ages.
Does she work?
Well, helps me out in the shop occasionally, that's all. I mean, she just uses the car for nipping to see friends and shopping. Normally, she's pushed the clock up 100 miles a week.
Could she go out during the day without your knowing?
Yeah, no trouble. I'm at the shop.
What about evenings?
Well, I'm out working 1 or 2 nights a week.
Working? Doing what?
Odd jobs. I put in fitted wardrobes, stuff like that. Look, I'm a skilled tradesman, Mr. Fenton. Learned it in the nick.
You're a credit to the system, Jimmy.
Well, it isn't me you should be asking about.
No, sorry. Force of habit. So, let's see. Any particular friends you might have gone out for the day with? You know, gone shopping to London, perhaps?
Well, there's Sylvia. I mean, they go out together sometimes for a drink, but Lynn would have said.
A few extra miles on the clock. Not much to go on.
Well, it isn't only that. She's been very edgy lately, as if there's something on her mind. You see, normally we get on great. No rows, nothing like that.
Well, if you get on so well, can't you just ask her where she's been?
No, I couldn't do that. You see, like I say, we get on great. Now, asking her could mess things up. That's why I came to you.
It sounds as if you want me to prove there's nothing in it, Jimmy.
I suppose that's it, yeah.
But what if there is something?
Well, I know where I am then, don't I? I mean, at least I could try and sort something out. Try and see what's gone wrong. Did you ever meet Maggie?
Yeah, once or twice.
Right bloody cow she was. Fancy anything in trousers. And not only when I was inside as well. I mean, it was a right bleeding mess. But like I said, with Lynn, it's different. If there is something wrong, I want to put things right. I'll have a go, anyway.
You got no children, Jimmy?
No. Bit late in life to start a family.
Right. What do you want me to do?
Find out what she's up to.
Yeah, I gathered that. Do you want me to watch her all the time you're out? It's going to run expensive if you do, you know. 12 quid a day, plus expenses.
Well, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, the next time you know or suspect she's going out on her own, you give me a ring, and I'll try to see what she's up to, if anything.
She mentioned something about going to see her sister on Thursday night. But I'm working.
Well, you can check that out yourself by giving her sister a ring.
She isn't on the phone. Now, look, do you want this job?
I'm easy.
You can't say business is brisk, can you?
I can say what I bloody well like. You try somewhere else if you don't like it here.
No, I want you to do it. You know what you're about.
Thanks. Right, you better give me some details. What's the car?
A white Mini. I wrote the registration down somewhere. Oh, here it is. And I brought a photo of Lynn.
Same again, please. How about yourself?
Thank you, sir. I'll have a half later, if that's all right. Ice?
No, just water, please. Whoa, that's it. Thank you.
Sir.
You don't happen to know the chap in the corner, do you?
The one with the lady, sir?
Yes. See, the thing is this. He's the spit image of someone I knew in the RAF. Ian Booth. I believe he lived out this way. Why, I could be wrong, of course. I don't want to go across and make a fool of myself, especially if he's with a lady.
He comes in here quite often. I'm pretty certain his name isn't Ian. Hang on, I'll see if Doris knows.
Oh, yes, thanks very much.
Doris? No, it isn't your man, sir.
Huh?
His name's Vincent Crane. He has a hairdressing business somewhere in town.
I could have sworn it was Ian. Still, they say everyone has a double, don't they? Now, what have you got in the way of sandwiches?
Brighton?
That's right. They met in a pub on the Lewis Road. He's got a hairdressing shop near the railway station and lives in the flat above. Vincent Crane. You never come across him?
Not likely to, am I?
Well, as often as not, it's somebody known to the husband. Usually a friend.
Well, I don't know anybody in Brighton. Explains the mileage, though, doesn't it? Just about works out. Young, is he?
Oh, late or mid-30s. Tall, light-haired, flashy dresser, single.
Good-looking?
Not particularly.
I mean, Lynn's all right, but she's no beauty.
There is one thing.
What's that?
It could be nearing an end. They both seemed very offhand. Never saw either of them smile.
Why would Lynn drive down there if they're packing it in?
Well, perhaps she's keener than he is.
Did she look keen?
Well, neither of them looked very excited. And she didn't go back to his place.
She's lied to me, though, hasn't she? I mean, for all I know, she could have been seeing him for months.
Of course, it may not be sex. There may be another reason she's seeing him.
Like what?
He could be just a friend.
Oh, come off it. Why hasn't she told me, then? She says nothing to me. She lies, in fact, and then goes to see him on the sly. Now, what does it look like?
Well, for all you know, he could be some relation she doesn't want you to know about.
You think I can afford to be fussy about her relations? Oh, Mr. Fenton, you and me, we've both kicked about a bit. We know what it is.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I mean, I've never looked at another bird. Not once. And I've had chances.
Look, Jimmy, why don't you let it ride for a while, If there's anything between Lynn and this man, it could well be over.
But I know now, don't I?
Well, that doesn't mean to say you've got to do something. Just don't go knocking her about.
That's not my style, never was. You should know that. Though I wouldn't mind getting him alone in the back alley.
Jimmy, just take it easy.
I've never had any luck with women. Been let down all along the bleeding line. This time I thought I'd got it all settled. Going straight, nice house, steady business. Although sometimes, just once or twice, I got the feeling Lynn was, I don't know, a bit disappointed.
Disappointed? How?
Well, when I first met her, I made a bit of a show. Spent money. Took her out, you know. I suppose she expected it to be like that all the time. Perhaps she didn't realise the money and the time I had to spend on the business. I feel bloody sickened, I do straight.
Jimmy, do you want my advice?
Yes.
Well, do nothing, say nothing. Just sit back, see how it goes.
Easier said than done. But I'll try.
Yeah. You can always give me a ring if you want to take it any further.
Slow down. What is it? There, amongst the trees. The white Mini. It was there when we came past yesterday evening at 9.
An all-night job.
Not in a Mini this time of year. Pull in. I'll have a walk over. Where's the torch?
Here. You're getting voyeuristic tendencies, you know that.
Must have caught it off you. Everything all right, madam? Madam? Excuse me. Bloody hell.
What's wrong?
There's a woman in there. Looks to me as if she's dead. Cold as ice. Get onto HQ. Ambulance and a doctor. I'll get back over there, although I think she's gone.
Get the car registration.
Right.
Whiskey 5 calling Mike 1. Whiskey 5 calling Mike 1. Police Constable Buckley, sir. She's over there in the white Mini.
Did you find the body?
No, sir. PC Cartwright. He's over there with the doctor.
The doctor's already here?
Yes, sir. He's been here about 5 minutes. He lives locally.
Why the hell did you let him take his car up there? You realise it may have obliterated other car tracks?
We wanted him over there quickly, sir.
Good morning. Holbrook.
And Chief Inspector Wilmot. Any ideas, Doctor?
Strangled.
Manual?
It doesn't look like it. A scarf or a tie, something like that. Here, have the torch.
Thanks. Any signs of a sexual assault?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Any views on time of death?
Difficult. Rigor mortis well underway. I'd say she's been dead 4 hours at least. That's very approximate. The pathologist should be able to place it when you get her back. Right. I'm off to my bed. Unless you want me for anything else.
Not just now. I'll be in touch.
Oh, the ambulance came. Then they had an emergency call. I told them to go. I thought you wouldn't want the body moving yet.
No. We shan't be moving her for some time yet. Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Cartwright?
Sir? How was she sitting?
More or less as she is now, sir. Except her head was slumped forward on the wheel.
What time did you find her?
01:17, sir. We'd noticed the car parked here about 4 hours earlier.
Any other cars parked here?
We didn't see any, sir.
Any identification?
Yes, sir. Her handbag is in the car. Mrs. Lynn Marsden, 7 Larch Avenue, Copley Heath. And the car is hers. There's a logbook in the glove compartment.
Marsden?
It's Jimmy Marsden's wife, sir. He's known to us. Edgar Fenton nicked him some years back. He's got a shop on Martin Street.
A short, stoutish build. Moustache?
That's him, sir.
We'd better have him in. Get on the radio and tell somebody to fetch him.
To the station, sir?
Yes. No, wait. Tell them to bring him here. He may as well identify her first. And when you've spoken to HQ, stay over by the road and keep the others from driving over here.
Right, sir.
Mr. Marsden?
Yes. Look, what's happening?
My name is Wilmot, Chief Inspector Wilmot.
And what's going on, Inspector? He'll tell me nothing.
Is that your wife's car, Mr. Marsden?
Well, it looks like it, yeah. Yes, it is. Somebody nicked it.
Stay here, please.
Look, what is it? What's wrong?
We found the body of a woman in the car, Mr. Marsden. The handbag beside the body contains your wife's personal belongings.
Oh, Christ.
We need to know who it is, Mr. Marsden.
Oh, bloody hell.
It may not be your wife, but we have to know as soon as possible. I can't insist that you identify the body here and now, but it has to be done, sooner or later.
Who else could it be?
We can't assume anything until you've seen the body, Mr. Marsden. It would just take a few seconds, and you have to be sure, don't you?
Yes.
Come on, then. Now, I shall open the door, and we'll shine a torch inside. You say yes or no, right? Say when you're ready.
Okay. Yes. That's Lynn. Look, can't this wait till morning?
It is morning, Jimmy.
I'm in no fit state to answer any questions. Not after seeing her like that.
The questions have to be asked. You want to put yourself in the clear, don't you?
I've said most of it once.
Only in bits and pieces, and you were upset. Look, I'll get through it as quickly as I can, but we've got to get something down. No more than 5 minutes, right?
All right.
Good. Now, when did you last see your wife?
About 7 last night, just before I went out.
She was at home?
Yes.
Did she say she might be going out?
No, nothing.
You assumed she was staying in then?
Yes.
And you went out. But where to?
I delivered a wardrobe unit and stayed to fit it.
Name and address?
Watson, 47 London Road. I got there about 7:15 and stayed till about 9.
And after that?
I went straight to the White Hart. I was there till closing time. You can ask Ken, the landlord.
And after the pub closed, you went straight home?
Yes. Got in about 11:10.
And your wife wasn't in?
No.
Well, where do you think she was?
Well, I thought she'd nipped out to see a friend. Her car had gone.
You weren't worried?
Well, no, it wasn't all that late. I thought I'd have something to eat and then ring round her friends if she wasn't back.
Did you ring anyone?
No. I had something to eat and then sat in the chair watching telly. I must have dropped off. The next thing I knew, your bloke was ringing the bell.
You often fall asleep like that?
Well, I've done it before. I'd had a long day, a few drinks.
You've no idea where your wife went or who she might have seen?
No.
You never suspected her of seeing another man?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, well, it had to be asked, Jimmy.
Right. Look, can I go now?
Yeah, soon. Look, make yourself comfortable. I'll send you a cup of coffee in, eh?
Nobody has any doubts at all?
No, sir. Mr. Watson was actually in the room with Marsden most of the time he was working there. And the landlord at the White Hart confirms Marsden was there until 11 at least.
What about Marsden's neighbours?
Nobody saw or heard anything, sir.
We'll start on the rest of the road tomorrow. Somebody must have seen her going out, or him coming back.
It's a busy road, sir. A lot of traffic.
That'll do for now, Buckley. You'd better not go out again yet. I may want you to drive Marsden home.
Right, sir.
You've spoken to Marsden, Sergeant. What do you think?
Well, he looks genuinely shattered to me. And if the time of death is anywhere near accurate, he's got to be in the clear, even allowing for a wide margin of error.
It's certain she died before 10. Probably earlier. I've been looking through Marsden's record. There's no violence of any kind.
I think he's been going straight ever since he came out the last time.
Yeah. He must have had a fair amount of cash to come out to. He set up the business.
Probably for keeping his mouth shut on the Melford job, or his share that someone kept for him.
What about associates? Anybody with violence?
No. And as far as we know, no contact for years. He says he came down here to get away from his cronies in the East End.
I don't like the bit about falling asleep in the chair.
Oh, I don't know, sir. Do it myself, often.
Even when your wife is missing? We shall have to get round her friends tomorrow. It's got to be another man. Marsden said nothing about someone else.
Well, if there is, I don't think he knows, sir.
Well, let's hope that somebody does. I was hoping to wrap this one up before breakfast.
You are a stupid bloody idiot. You know that? Look, Mr. Fenton, I had nothing to do with it. I swear it.
Then why didn't you tell them about the bloke Lynn met in Brighton?
I was confused and tired. And if they know about him, what does it look like for me? The motive's there, isn't it?
Did nobody say anything about the time of death?
Not to me, they haven't. Look, after 11, I can't account for my movements.
But the other bloke, Vincent Crane, he could be involved, don't you see that?
And so could I. I've got form. He probably hasn't. They were leaning on me heavily enough last night. What are they going to be like now if you tell them?
What do you mean, if? I've got to tell them. Or you have.
Look, only us two know about Crane. Now, if we both kept quiet...
Oh, talk sense.
You're finished with the CID now. And from what I hear, you don't owe them any favours.
You mind your own damn business. You just keep talking the way you are, I shall start thinking you know a lot more than you're saying.
I've told you, I know nothing.
You really think I'm going to stick my neck out for you? Come on, you can drive me there.
Oh, Christ.
Look, Jimmy, you can wait in the car while I go in and explain. Do you want to ring a lawyer?
I've done nothing.
Well, then you're all right, aren't you? Come on.
Hello, Edgar.
Morning, Jack. Hey, you all right?
Oh, fine, thanks. You're looking well.
Clean living, regular hours. Who's looking after the Lynn Marsden murder?
How do you know about that?
I've got my methods, Jack. Who is it?
Wilmot.
Wilmot. That's all I need. Where's Malcolm? This is just up his street.
Oh, he's away on a course.
Well, right, I suppose I better see Wilmot. That'll just about make my day.
And his as well, I should think. Hang on. Edgar Fenton to see you, sir. The Marsden case. Yes. Right, sir. He'll see you straight away, Edgar. Roommate.
Yeah, I know the way. See you, Jack.
Yeah.
He seems to know his way about.
He was a detective sergeant with the CID before your time.
Fenton, is it?
That's right.
Doesn't think much of our leader, does he?
There are times when you say too much for your own good.
It's common knowledge.
What is?
Fenton had a bust-up with Wilmot over questioning a suspect and got pushed into resigning.
Edgar packed in of his own free will. He'd done 25 years
and there
in
was
the force.
some talk about him getting carpeted for having it off with a WPC.
If you keep your ears open outside the nick as much as you seem to have done inside, you might, I say might, make half as good a copper as Edgar.
Oh, I heard he was pretty good.
Too fond of going his own way. And he trod on too many toes to get far.
He's living in a room at the back of his office in Commercial Street.
How do you know that?
Mike looked in there the other night. He saw a light on. Fenton was lying in bed watching telly.
Oh, sounds as if Edgar's got his troubles. Mind you, that's nothing new.
Probably 34, 35, perhaps older. 5'10" or 11, slimish build, clear complexion, light hair, longish but well groomed.
You're sure about the name?
Yeah, Vincent Crane. That's what the barman said. He is in the phone book.
If Marsden had told us this last night, we could have got straight on to Crane.
Well, he was in a cold sweat. It's understandable, don't you think? You'll find Crane easily enough.
Yes, I suppose so.
There's something else that might be relevant.
Yes?
I got the impression that Lynn Marsden and Crane weren't on the best of terms.
Were they arguing?
No, but they were serious, businesslike.
You think the affair was coming to an end?
Well, they weren't in the first flush of enthusiasm.
You've had quite a lot of contact with Marsden. Do you think he's likely to have taken things into his own hands?
I doubt it. It's not his style. It's almost a week since I told him about Lynn and Crane. He's had time to plan things better than this. And surely he must have been cleared by the time of death.
That isn't established yet.
And you let him go last night?
There's nothing to rule out an accomplice.
Jimmy doesn't have the contacts or the money to get anyone seen off. He was a small-time villain, not the mafia.
We'd better have him in.
He's outside in the car.
Well, you might have said that sooner.
I promised I'd come in and explain first. If I hadn't, he'd have probably cleared off. Now, just you go steady with him. The bloke has lost his wife, you know.
I do know that. Sergeant Thomas, Jimmy Marsden is waiting in a car in the car park. Fetch him in, will you? Well, thank you for coming forward, Edgar. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I could hardly have kept quiet.
No. How's business?
Oh, very steady.
Chiefly divorce?
Chiefly.
Enjoying being on your own?
It's nice to be my own boss.
Yes. How's the family?
Oh, well, Ruth's just started teaching in Birmingham, and Neil's in the Far East in oil.
Good. And I hear your wife has gone back to her career. What is it, nursing?
Health visitor.
Oh. It's good for a woman to have her work to go back to when the children have gone.
Yes. Do you think you could fix me a lift back to the office? I came in Marsden's car.
Yes, of course.
Right.
See Sergeant Elliot on your way out. Now, we must have a drink together one evening.
Yeah. Yes, right. Cheers. Hello, Freddie. Oh, hello, Edgar.
I've left Marsden downstairs, sir.
You can stew for a few minutes. I want you to clear yourself with Brighton, and then go down there and bring this man in. It's Lynn Marsden's boyfriend.
Very nice. Edgar come up with us, sir?
Yeah. He was carrying out an inquiry for Marsden.
Well, Marsden said nothing about that last night.
No. But he's going to say plenty this morning. Fetch him in. Oh, and get onto records and see if anything's known about Crane.
Do I tell Crane anything?
As little as possible. He may have heard something on the local radio.
I thought we were going to have to do a lot of our graft on this one, sir. It's handy, Edgar, coming forward like that, eh?
Yes. Although we would have got onto Crane anyway. It's a pity about Edgar. A good man, but he just lacked that little something. Ability to cooperate, I suppose. Still, he's off our backs now. Very neat and tidy. Anything in there?
Suitcases on top of the wardrobe, sir. A razor and toothbrush still in the bathroom.
Nothing in his desk diary about being away today. He'd booked 1, 2, 3 hairdressing appointments for this afternoon. You did radio to meet Sergeant Thomas, eh?
Yes, sir.
There's plenty of bills. Strange, no personal letters. Or photos. Come in.
Sorry if we kept you waiting, sir.
Well?
Crane was seen going out in his car last night about 7. No one knows why or where.
And what about the car?
A garage is across the road. We're in there. A red Capri, our registration, black roof. No one saw him come back.
Have you located any friends or relations?
Well, not friends. Plenty of acquaintances at the pub up the road.
And what do they say about him?
Well, they weren't very forthcoming. The landlord said Crane was pleasant enough. Seemed intelligent. No steady girlfriends that he knew of. Highly strung, he thought.
Highly strung?
Well, he said Crane tended to get very intense sometimes. Emotional. Over quite trivial things.
What about family?
Oh, he spoke once or twice of a sister in Luton. Never went there, as far as anyone knows.
I'd better put out a call for the car. I shall need more men, too. Get Gray and Foster off that supermarket break-in and tell them to come down here.
Right.
They can call at the station. Those photographs of Lynn Marsden should be ready by now. They can bring them down. Oh, and ask for the fingerprint people.
Right, sir.
We'd better start having a closer look at this place. Her fingerprints may be here.
Hang on. Oh. Hello, Joan.
Hello, Edgar. I was passing, so I thought I'd call in with your other shoes. I found them under the bed, in the spare bedroom. You only took one pair.
Did I? Yeah, well, half my stuff's still in the car.
Didn't realise you were living here till I bumped into Jack Elliot yesterday.
Oh, it's only temporary until I find somewhere. Well, how are you keeping?
Fine, thanks.
House okay?
Yes. Oh, the radiator in the hall's gone funny again.
Well, it's probably an airlock. I'll try and call in to fix it.
How's business?
Oh, steady. Sit down. Here, I'll clear the way. There we are. Yeah, I've just made some tea. You don't mind if I carry on with my lunch?
No, you better eat it before it goes cold.
Well, there's another cup somewhere. Ah, here we are. There. Help yourself to milk.
Thanks.
You fancy a chip?
No, thanks. Haven't you got any plates?
Somewhere. I prefer them out of the paper, though. Chips are a price, aren't they? My cost of living has shot up.
I had a letter from Ruth this morning.
What'd she have to say?
She's finding the children a handful, reading between the lines.
Yeah. Well, Brum's a rough old place to start teaching. She'll soon get them sorted.
She mentions bringing Mark home for Christmas.
Mark? Oh, he's the latest, is he?
She's been going with him for 2 years. I think they're living together.
Oh, it's the latest thing, I understand. For the young and unmarried, that is. Have you written and told her about us?
No. Wasn't sure what to do. I suppose she'll have to know the truth.
And what's that?
It was your idea to move out, Edgar.
Well, as I understood it, it was change jobs or get out.
I didn't say that.
No?
No, I didn't. I said I wanted a normal life. It's what I expected after you finished in the police.
Well, I can't always pick the hours I work in this job.
You could have picked a different job.
Such as?
Well, half a dozen possibilities. You said so yourself.
This is the only thing I'm any good at.
Nibbling into other people's lives. Does it matter who sleeps with whom?
I thought you thought it did.
I suppose I asked for that.
Oh, we private eyes are very slick on the wisecrack. I know me Raymond Chandler. Oh, I sit here waiting for this luscious blonde to come in and wrap herself round me.
You're going to wait a long time in Copley Heath. I shall have to be going. You'll let me know what you're going to do about telling Ruth.
What I'm going to do?
All right, we're going to do.
Yeah, well, I'll think about it. There's plenty of time.
5 weeks. I hope you realise that if you live on fish and chips, you'll get your stomach trouble again.
Where on the map is the laundrette?
Just here, sir. The garage is there, Crane's flat here. The attendant at the laundrette says she often sees him at night when he comes back in the car.
But not on the 23rd?
No, sir. Possible sighting of his car here, moving northward sometime after 7.
Well, Lennox Wood is here. Well, that's the right direction. So he went out in the car about 7. Every indication that he intended to return, but no one knows where he is. Well, assuming that he attacked and killed Lynn Marsden, why didn't he come back to the flat and pack a few things before he cleared off?
Well, I mean, he probably drove off in a blind panic. Seems he's the type to act on impulse. Plenty of evidence. He always carried a wallet full of fivers around with him.
You saw his sister yourself?
Yes, sir. No contact for years and no love lost, I should say. She didn't even know he was living in Brighton. No other immediate relations.
Oh, somebody must have some idea where he's gone.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. Sergeant Thomas? Yeah? Where? Map reference? Right. You sure? Good. Now, hang on a moment. It's Cartwright, sir. He's found Crane's car. Lumley Point. There, just off the A259.
You saw his photo in the Standard? His photograph, Crane's.
Yeah, I saw it.
Makes me look a right Burke. I mean, it more or less says they were having it
Jimmy, Crane's cleared off. The police are looking for him. That lets you off the hook, right? You're never satisfied.
The papers will make a right meal of it when the coppers find him. It's bad enough now. A number of people I've had round the shop, just to look. Morbid bleeders.
You don't have to tell me, Jimmy. On Sunday, they'll all be driving out to Lennox Wood to have a look where it happened. Puts one off one's fellow man. Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a rather crucial darts match to warm up for.
And what did the Coast Guard say?
If he went in somewhere around Lumley Point, it's quite feasible he would wash up where he did. You see the body, sir?
Yes, barely recognisable. It's been in the sea for some time. But they're quite sure it's Crane. The pathologist is sending somebody over with a report as soon as it's finished.
Well, the tide was in below Lumley Point just after 11, but it took a hell of a nerve to jump.
No, he wouldn't be the first.
Any marks of violence?
Only where the tide had knocked him against the rocks. Nothing else as far as the initial examination showed. So let's see what we've got. Crane meets Lynn Marsden at Lennox Wood around 7:30.
Yeah.
He parks his car close to hers. There's little doubt that those other tyre tracks are his. He goes across to her car and sits in the passenger seat. They talk and then start arguing. It gets heated, turns violent. She turns to try and get out, but he grabs at her, probably clutches hold of the scarf she was wearing. She struggles, he pulls and keeps pulling. Is the scarf strong enough?
Yes, sir, according to forensic.
So? He sees she's dead. He rushes back to his own car and drives off, not caring where he was going. He finishes up at Lumley Point and decides to go in. Oh, does it straight off the top, still in a blind panic.
There's something in the statement Buckley took from the landlord of Crane's pub. Where is it? Oh, here. Vincent once told me he had attempted suicide some years previously by trying to gas himself.
We've not come up with anything further on that.
No, but several people have said he was an emotional type, unstable, someone said, although nothing to show he could turn violent.
It's in all of us, Sergeant, given the right or wrong provocation.
Yeah, well, I wonder what she said.
Oh, probably something quite trivial. To us, that is. Go and see if you can find me a shorthand typist, will you?
Yes, sir.
We may as well make a start.
It's a bit late in the day for gardening.
Oh, hello. I've been meaning to prune these for ages. Hope it's not too late.
You're going at it a bit brutal, aren't you?
The man on the telly cut them further back than this. What are you doing out this way?
Well, it is my home, technically speaking.
A social call, is it?
No, not really. No, I've just been working in Macaulay Close, so I thought I'd call round.
Macaulay Close?
Yeah, a bloke who works on nights is convinced his wife is giving the insurance man a bit more than the weekly payments.
And is she?
Well, if she is, she's after the world record. He was only in there just over a minute. How's that radiator?
Seems to have sorted itself out, Touchwood. I see your friend Inspector Wilmot's in the news again.
Yes, that'll make his day. Photograph in the paper. Another case off the books.
Now, don't get bitter.
Bitter? I wish I'd been born with a tenth of his luck, that's all. When I put him on to, what's his name, Crane, I thought at least he's going to have to do some work on this one.
I didn't know you were involved.
I'm not. I passed on some information, that's all.
About the man who committed suicide?
About the man they found dead.
Didn't he kill himself?
Very probably. Well, it makes no odds now. Wilmot's written it off.
Just like old times, hearing you go on about Wilmot.
I'm not going on. I'm just saying he's lucky, that's all. And when he's not lucky, he's careful. If I'd hedged my bets as carefully as he has, I'd be top man by now.
You've never really left the force, have you, Edgar?
Friday morning was the first time I've set foot in the place since I left.
I didn't mean that. I meant in spirit.
Oh, that. Speaking of spirits, if we walk very slowly, we'll arrive at the George bang on opening time.
I'm sorry. I promised to babysit for the Jacksons in 10 minutes.
Oh. Some other time, then?
Yes. Have you decided about Ruth?
Ruth?
I told you in your office. She's coming for Christmas.
Oh, that. Well, I haven't had time to think about it. It's a quid you'll never see a bloom on that again.
Ah, Edgar. I was hoping I might catch you.
Hello. You have a drink?
No. My shout. I insist. Oh, you a drink for your help on the Marsden case. What are you drinking?
Scotch, please.
A large one?
Why not?
Large Scotch and a half a bitter, please.
I thought you usually drank at the Swan.
Yes, usually. But I was just passing, and it's some time since I called here. I like to show my face. Water?
No, I'll see to it, thanks. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
I hear you wrapped the Marsden case up very nicely.
Oh, it resolved itself. More or less.
Why did Crane kill her? Some sort of lover's tiff?
Yes, we think so. It was never clearly established, except for your statement that they didn't seem to be on good terms. We did find that they'd known each other for some time, so perhaps it was an old disagreement.
How long had they known each other?
2 years at least. They both worked at a private nursing home near Eastbourne, a place called Heathfields, tin pot sort of place. Lynn Marsden was a nurse-cum-receptionist. Crane called himself a male nurse.
Oh. This was before Lynn met Jimmy?
Yes. She left just before she met him. Presumably she resumed contact with Crane shortly afterwards. Or they may have kept in touch.
I see.
You look worried, Edgar.
You don't think it's all too plausible?
In what way?
Well, everything seems to fall too nicely into place.
You never did like the straightforward ones, Edgar.
I never seemed to get any.
I think you did, but you insisted on looking for difficulties. Well, you know what we had on Crane. Opportunity, means, motive, a mass of forensic evidence, plus the fact that he ran. Well, if he hadn't taken his own life, we would have caught him and got a conviction. No trouble.
Assuming that he didn't have an alibi.
If he had an alibi, why did he run? I mean, who else was there? Marsden was covered for both deaths. Every case is full of complications, Edgar. Things are sometimes precisely what they seem. I hope you'll forgive my saying this, but you never progressed as far as you should have in the force because you sometimes failed to look at things simply and logically.
Like the Grinley case.
Yes, if you like. Take it easy, Edgar. Leave the worrying to us. We get paid for it.
Right, I'll do that. Another drink?
No, thank you, no. I must be going. Oh, Arthur Steele asked me to recommend someone for a little job he wants doing. I gave him your number. The usual thing.
The Brighton trade?
No. Yeah. That's very good. It's usually Brighton, is it?
Usually. It's astonishing how many of them choose there. No imagination. Are you sure you won't have a drink?
No, thank you, Edgar. I'm in court this afternoon.
I'd appreciate it if you'd hang on a minute, Mr. Fenton. I'd like a word. I've just got to have a quick chat with Lynn's mother before she goes.
Well,
I'm not having anybody back at the house. We could talk there.
Blast.
Mr. Fenton?
Yes?
Oh, I don't think we've met, but your wife comes into my shop occasionally. Sylvia's on the high street.
Oh, yes?
This is a sad business, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ordinary funeral's bad enough, but this... Did you know Lynn well?
No, I never met her. Oh, Jimmy Marsden asked me to come along. He's no one here from his own family. I think he wanted moral support.
Oh, he's taken it very well, considering. But I wouldn't be surprised if he cracked up later.
Yes, perhaps so.
He'll miss her. So shall I. I like Lynn, always full of life.
Old friends, were you?
No, not really. Only the past 18 months or so. But we were quite close.
Did you know about Vincent Crane?
Not a thing. Till I saw the papers, that is. I wouldn't have thought it of her. She liked a good time, but I wouldn't have thought that. It explains one thing, though.
Huh? What's that?
Well, Lynn was never short of money. I remember the first time we went out together, it was taxis up to the West End, best seats at the black and white minstrels, and she insisted on paying. I think it was her birthday. Of course, after that, I insisted on paying my way, but...
You think the money came from Crane?
I don't think it came from Jimmy. He's doing quite well, but I don't think he could have kept her going on that scale. She spent quite a lot on clothes. I don't think Jimmy knows how much she did spend.
Did the police question you about Lynn?
Well, they sent a young fella round to the shop. They were only interested in finding out about the man. I said nothing about the money. Well, their business, is it? Makes no difference now she's dead, does it? You know, I still can't believe it.
Same again?
No, thanks, Jimmy. No, I ought to be going.
I appreciate you coming back. I dreaded coming back alone to an empty house.
Look, Jimmy, why not go back into town tonight, eh? Have a few drinks with your mates. I'll drop you off.
Yeah, I might do that.
Yes, well, I shall have to go.
Hang on. Listen, there's something I want to tell you.
Yes?
Well, I was looking through Lynn's dressing table and I found this. In a box she keeps her makeup things in. Well, go on. Look at it.
You didn't know about this?
I hadn't a clue.
Well, plenty of women keep a savings account of their own on the sly, Jimmy. Perhaps it dates from before you were married.
No, it doesn't. Look. She opened it not long after we were married. And look at the amount. Over 1,000 quid. Regular deposits as much as 60 quid at a time. Well, where did it come from?
The business?
She was milking the takings, you mean? No chance. Lynn wasn't like that anyway.
Jimmy, just after the funeral, I was talking to Lynn's friend, Sylvia. She said Lynn always seemed to have plenty to spend.
Well, I didn't stint her.
Yeah, but, did you know that Lynn and Sylvia used to go to West End shows, meals, taxis, you know, the lot? According to Sylvia, she spent a small fortune at the local shops, dresses and so on.
Well, I knew they went out, but Lynn never said nothing about the West End. I thought they went out locally. I mean, Lynn, God rest her soul, was no beauty. It can't be some bloke paying for you-know-what, can it?
What about Crane?
He can't have been paying her for it.
No, I didn't mean that.
Well, what then?
Blackmail?
He was only a bloody barber. How could he shell out like that?
Well, perhaps he was on some sort of fiddle and Lynn was keeping the money for him. They may have been saving to clear off together. Perhaps that's why they were disagreeing.
I don't think it was like that at all. I'll tell you something now, Mr. Fenton, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but I don't think they were lovers. I've thought a lot about it, and I don't think they were.
Yeah. Perhaps you're right.
Makes no odds now, does it? She dead. And him. Whatever they were up to didn't do 'em much good, did it?
No.
What do I do with the book?
Well, legally it's yours, I suppose. Or it will be when everything's sorted out.
Well, that's what I thought. And I could do with the money.
I thought the shop was doing well.
Well, it is. Very steady, but who couldn't use £1,000? The business is fine as long as I put the hours in, and I haven't felt like it lately. What would you do with this, Mr. Fenton?
Me? I'd put it in a drawer and forget about it for a while.
It couldn't be withholding evidence or something like that, could it?
Jimmy, the case is closed. And it may have nothing to do with that anyway. But you take it to the police if it bothers you.
Oh, I don't want them stirring things up again. What if you looked into it for me?
Jimmy, just put it away. Forget about it.
I need to know. I mean, it could be all straight and above board, couldn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so, but... Well, how do you think I could find out?
I'll pay. Like last time.
Jimmy, it'd be wasting your money.
I've got to clear her name, don't you see, Mr. Fenton?
Yeah, but finding out about the money wouldn't do that. And you and I are the only ones who know anyway.
I have to clear her name for myself.
You want me to find out that she wasn't unfaithful?
I have to know.
Jimmy, it's all over.
I've got to know.
All right. All right. I'll do what I can.
Mind if I sit down?
No, help yourself.
You were asking at the bar about Vincent. Vincent Crane.
Yeah. Did you know him?
Are you the law?
No.
Insurance, something like that?
No, nothing like that. Here, let me get you a drink.
I'm all right just now, thanks. What are you then, reporter?
Yes, that's it.
The papers have already covered the story.
Well, they reported the facts. I want to go a bit deeper.
Oh, I see. Are you paying?
Could be. It depends.
What was in the papers didn't make much sense to me.
In what way?
Vincent never had an affair with that woman.
No?
No.
You mean she wasn't his type?
You could say that.
But they used to meet. Why was that? Business?
It wasn't the other, I know that.
Did he ever mention her?
Never. Not once. First I knew about it was when I saw the papers. Vincent had horror of violence. He couldn't have done a thing like that. He wasn't above the odd little fiddle, but he couldn't have done that. And I'll tell you something else.
Yeah?
He never killed himself either.
Why do you say that?
I knew him. He couldn't have done it, any of it.
What if he didn't commit suicide? What happened?
I don't know. I only know he could not have jumped into the sea like that, or strangled that woman.
Have you, told the police?
I was away when they came round asking. And anyway, as a general principle, I tell them nothing. I know Vincent was a good friend, but what I say isn't going to alter the fact that he's dead, is it? And the police are only interested in what you know, aren't they? Not in what you feel.
Would you like that drink now?
Yes, please. Vodka and lime.
6681.
This is a friend of Lynn's.
I'm sorry, I think you must have the wrong number.
No, I don't think so. I've got it here, you see, in her own writing. Lynn Marsden.
Marsden. I know no one by that name, I'm sorry, but you've obviously...
What, Lynn Foster, then?
Eh?
What? Oh, hello, Mr. Fenton.
Looking forward to your holiday?
Oh, yeah, just see me right a few days in the sun.
It's more than a few days, isn't it?
Oh, I shall see how it goes. Here on business, are you? Somebody taking his secretary to Paris?
I came to see you, Jimmy. Shall we go and have a cup of tea?
I meant to give you a ring. Completely slipped my mind. I've found out about the money myself. It's obvious, only I didn't stop to think about it.
Where did the money come from?
Family. Come from a sister. Lynn was looking after it for her. She's got a hairdressing business.
And why was Lynn looking after her sister's money?
Oh, I don't know. Probably some sort of tax fiddle. Doesn't do to ask too closely, does it? So I sent you on a wild goose chase.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh. Well, I must owe you something. Same as last time.
A £5 will cover it.
Right, 5 it is. Sorry I forgot.
Yes. You've got a lot on your mind.
Well, yes, that's why I decided to get away from things for a bit. Well, I'd better get moving.
I said I want to talk to you, Jimmy. Now sit down.
Look, I'm sorry about not paying you. I'll tell you what. Here's another 5.
You keep it.
You can't stop me going. You're not the law now.
One phone call to Wilmot, and you'll be back in the nick. There's plenty of time for him to check on Lynn's money, keeping it for her sister. Jimmy, why are you running?
I'm not running. I'm just having a few days' holiday.
Your ticket is valid for 6 months. Who are you running from? Me?
Why should I run from you?
Because I know Crane didn't kill himself. And if he didn't, who did?
How should I know?
Wilmot will lean very hard on you, Jimmy. You've messed the police about, and you've messed me about.
Look, I had nothing to do with any of it. Just leave it alone, Mr. Fenton.
I believe you. I don't think you had anything to do with any of it, at first. But you have now.
I know nothing.
You know enough to make you run. Now, were you involved in either of the killings?
No.
Right. Tell me what you know, and you can catch your claim. Whatever you tell me, it's only my word against yours. I'm not the law now.
Then why push it?
Because I want the truth.
And what good will that do you?
No good at all, Jimmy, no good at all. But I still want to know. Right. I'll give you my version. Crane and Lynn were blackmailing somebody. He paid them regularly. So either there was some disagreement about the money and Crane killed Lynn, then himself, or whoever they were blackmailing got rid of them both and made it look right for the police. Now, which is it, Jimmy?
Well, I don't know, do I?
Well, what do you know?
You meant what you said about keeping me out of it?
I said you could catch your plane. I can't vouch for what will happen after that. It depends on what you tell me.
Bloody marvellous, that is.
Jimmy, you stand a better chance with me than with the law. Would you rather tell Wilmot?
You'll let me go?
If you're not involved in the murders, yes.
Well, after I found that bank book, I searched right through the house. Well, I thought there might be some cash somewhere, and I found this diary hidden behind the back of Lynn's dressing table. I read through it. There didn't seem to be much, the usual stuff. Birthdays, hairdressing appointments and so on. And then I noticed these figures. About monthly intervals. I checked with the bank book and all the dates are a few days before she banks the money.
What about the amounts?
Well, they tallied more or less with what was in the bank book.
All right, so Lynn was receiving regular payments from someone. I've already worked that out.
But that isn't all. I took a closer look at the diary. Then I went through the telephone numbers written in the back. There weren't many, most of them I knew. There was one, VC, which I reckon was Crane's. Then there was one I couldn't place. DRG and a London telephone number. I've got the diary here.
Let's have a look. Did she always write everything in capital letters?
Yes, yes. Look, all the way through. She even wrote postcards and notes in capitals.
Now, where's she written the amounts?
Here. And here. Now, look at this one. There's a G after the number. And this one, see?
Yes. You think this DRG could be the one she was blackmailing?
I know it is.
How?
I rang the number.
You bloody fool.
But I'd had a drink or two and I thought it can't do any harm.
You thought that if he could afford to keep Lynn quiet, he could afford to pay you, right?
I hadn't thought it out. I did it off the cuff without thinking, and like I said, I'd had a drink. I expected it to turn out to be some friend of Lynn's I didn't know.
So, you telephoned the number in the diary?
Yes. A man answered, well-spoken, just gave the number, not his name.
What did you say?
I said I was a friend of Lynn's and I wanted to talk about money. A final payment. But like I said, I'd had a drink.
How much did you ask for?
Nothing. I suddenly thought, what if he did it? the bloke at the other end of the phone and me talking to him. I felt sick. And he says, how much do you want? How much? Almost in tears he was, and I hung up. I was bloody shaking. I haven't stopped since. I mean, he could get onto me dead easy. Wouldn't take much working out, would it?
No. And if he's the one who set up Lynn's death, he's not working single-handed. Otherwise he couldn't have got rid of Crane. Why haven't you been to the police with this, Jimmy?
Admit to withholding evidence and attempted blackmail?
It's only your word against his.
And who would they believe?
Jimmy. Jimmy, there's something else, isn't there? Now, what is it?
The night Lynn was killed. I came home from the pub, like I said, but I didn't stay in. When I saw she wasn't home, I went straight out again.
Where to?
Crane's flat. I thought Lynn would be there. I was going to give him a thumping, but he wasn't there. Neither was she. I came back home. I got back just a few minutes before the coppers called.
Jimmy, you're in the clear. Now, if you go and tell
Mr.
Wilmot...
Fenton, all I want is to be out of it, right? Look, you keep the diary. Do what you like with it. Can't you tell them I gave it to you and you worked out about the money?
You'd be better off going to the police.
Just give me time to get over the other side. That's all I ask, all right? If it all gets settled, nothing happens, I mean, I'll see you all right when I get back.
Oh, clear off, before I change my mind. I asked old Frank to call me back at this number. I hope you don't mind.
It is your house. Will he be able to find out about the telephone number?
Oh, yes.
How does he do it?
He used to work for the GPO. Give him my London telephone number. He'll come up with something.
Surely he's not supposed to do that.
No, but he owes me a favour.
The world's full of people who owe you a favour, Edgar.
True. But they don't all remember. Ah. Yes? Speaking. Oh, hello again, Frank. Any joy? Good. Right, ready? Yeah. That's Gerard, Gerrard. What? A doctor? Yes. 6A, Albion House, Knightsbridge. Well, that's very good of you, Frank. Yeah. Yes, I'll be in touch. Cheers. Thanks again. Ah, Dr. David Gerrard. I should have thought of the doctor bit. The DR in DRG stands for doctor.
What are you going to do?
Go down to Eastbourne, nose around Heathfields. It's odds on that this Dr. Gerrard worked there. Or still works there.
Why do you think that?
Well, it seems a logical tie-up. Vincent Crane and Lynn met at Heathfields. They began receiving payments just after they left there. This man's a doctor, and his phone number is in Lynn's diary.
But I don't see why you're going there.
To nose around.
But why? Isn't it time to tell Inspector Wilmot, Edgar? You've found enough to make him reopen the case.
When I go to Wilmot, I want to be able to tell him everything.
So that you can crow?
Oh, why not? He's preached at me often enough. Perhaps after this one, he'll start to think more about the truth and less about his bloody crime figures.
But why bother anyway? Oh, nothing's changed, has it, Edgar? I thought since we started seeing each other again, things were getting better. But it's worse than when you were in the police. At least then you could say it was the job you were paid to do. But it isn't now. You don't have to prove yourself to Wilmot or the station or me or anybody. It doesn't matter.
It matters to me. Oh, would you like to come down to Eastbourne with me? It won't take long. We could go for a meal afterwards.
I'm sorry, I can't. I've got to visit a family. They're never in during the day, so...
Oh. Right, well, I better get going.
We still haven't decided anything about Ruth. She wrote again asking about Christmas.
Well, I'll call back here when I get back from Eastbourne and we'll talk about it. If you'll be in.
Yes, I'll be in.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes?
Well, I've taken the liberty of bringing you a drink. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've a shocking memory for faces these days.
We haven't met, Mr. Cooper. The landlord pointed you out. I understand you work at Heathfields.
That's right. Caretaker. Well, odd job, man. Whatever you like to call it. What is it you want, Mr.
Fenton. Just a little information, Mr. Cooper.
Information?
Oh, nothing underhand, Mr. Cooper. Now, perhaps I should explain. I'm a writer.
A writer?
Well, perhaps journalists would be more accurate.
And how can I help you, Mr. Fenton?
Well, I'm writing what we call an in-depth piece on two people who worked at Heathfield's. Now, you must have known them. Lynn Marsden, Foster as she was then, and Vincent Crane.
Ah, the two who died.
Yes. Do you remember them?
Yes, very well.
Good. Is the drink okay?
Oh, yes, fine, thanks. Your health.
Cheers.
A writer, you say?
Yes, I specialise in crime writing. Real-life drama, you know, that sort of thing. Now, before I start writing a word, I like to go into the thing thoroughly. Pick up every bit of background knowledge I can. I don't use it all, but it helps if I can absorb as much as possible before I start.
Oh, I see. I thought you might be the police.
Have they been here?
Yes. When they were looking for Crane.
Ah. What exactly was Crane's job at Heathfield's?
Oh, a male nurse, he called himself. Walked about in a little white coat, hoping people would mistake him for a doctor. He didn't half fancy himself.
And what did Lynn Marsden do?
She was a nurse, but she acted as a sort of receptionist as well.
Did they both live in?
Yes. And I'll tell you something.
Yeah?
If there was anything between them, they kept it very dark. And Heathfield's isn't the best place to keep a secret.
How many on the staff?
Oh, I don't know exactly. 7... no, 8 nurses. And the domestic staff. 2 doctors.
Are they the same doctors who were at Heathfield's in Lynn Marsden's time?
No. Old Ferguson died last March. The other, Gerard, left, almost 2 years ago.
Gerard? Unusual name.
Unusual bloke.
In what way?
Hey, look. You're not going to say you got all this stuff from me, are you?
Oh, you won't be quoted, Mr. Cooper. I can assure you of that.
Well, it's just that I got to be careful, see? Doctors don't like staff who talk behind their backs.
It's not only doctors. No, don't you worry. Now, I respect my sources. Respect and protect, Mr. Cooper. Now then, you said this Dr. Gerard was an unusual bloke. What way?
Well, you know, burnt the candle at both ends. With a vengeance. Up to London every end and turn. Ooh, I've seen him back at 3 in the morning and treating a patient at 9.
Where did he go in London?
Some club, I think. I once heard him talking to Ferguson about it.
Can you remember the name of the club?
No. I think I only heard it once. It was a gambling club, I know that. Oh, he was a real man for a flutter, was Dr. Gerard. Anything. Mind you, he was good at his job. Ran the place single-handed.
What about the other doctor?
Ferguson?
Yeah.
Oh, a sick man himself. And too fond of the bottle. Very near 70.
Where did Gerard live when he was down here?
He had a flat in the annex.
Any family?
Well, I think he was divorced. He's got a daughter at school near Tunbridge.
And did he have much contact with Crane and Lynn Marsden?
Well, it isn't a very big place. He was bound to see a lot of them.
But nothing special?
No. Oh, wait a minute. There was that business of the patient in the annex.
What was that?
Well, I can't recall that much about it. Except one night, there's nobody in the annex. They never use it much. And the next morning there's somebody in there. Just appeared overnight. Not even the sister knew who it was. Dr. Gerard looked after the case personally, and Lynn Foster was over there most of the time.
What about Crane?
We shared the duty with her, I think. They were both on night call when whoever it was brought in.
Did you ever find out who it was?
No. He was here about a week. Then he went, just like he came, in the night. Nobody knew what to make of it.
Well, there must have been talk.
Well, I heard it was some VIP who got in a car accident and he was brought here to avoid the breathalyzer. Bit far-fetched, I thought.
Well, Lynn Marsden must have had some idea if she helped to treat him.
She said not. His face was bandaged, you see. The doctor changed the dressings himself.
You mean the man's head was injured?
Yeah. Well, there were other injuries as well, I think. I can remember going down to the annex one morning to see to the boiler, and he was gone. The place was locked, and his room was empty.
Didn't Crane and Lynn ever talk about it?
Not to me. Well, I think they were as puzzled as everybody else.
Here, let me get you a refill. Same again.
Oh, thank you.
6681.
Dr. Gerard?
Speaking.
My name is Fenton, Doctor. I'd like to see you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fenton, but I can't possibly see anyone tonight. If it's urgent, I suggest you contact 57896.
It's a personal matter, Doctor.
Personal? Concerning you or me?
You. I don't think we should discuss it over the phone. I'd like to see you this evening.
What is it you want to discuss, Mr. Fenton?
I think you might be able to guess that, Doctor. And don't ring off, please. If you do, I shall only have to ring the police.
You want to see me now?
Yes. I'm only a few minutes away.
I should like to know more, Mr. Fenton.
I've just driven up from Heathfields, Doctor. 10 o'clock?
Yes, if you wish.
Shall I come to your flat?
No, I'm in the middle of a dinner party. There are too many people about.
Well, where shall I see you?
There's a residence car park beneath this building. I'll see you there.
Where's the entrance?
Just off Queen Street.
Right. 10 minutes.
Where are you speaking from?
London, Knightsbridge.
Knightsbridge? I thought you were at Eastbourne.
I've just come from there. Our Dr. Gerard was at Heathfields at the same time as Len Marsden.
And now you're going to try and see him?
Yes.
What if he won't see you?
He will. I've already phoned him.
Edgar, I think you should tell Wilmot.
All in good time.
Oh, you love it, don't you? Grubbing about, wheedling bits of information out of people, putting it all together. It's like some stupid game.
Let's not go over that again. Look, I rang to say that I don't think I'll be able to get over tonight and have that talk about Ruth. What about tomorrow?
What about tomorrow? Oh, idiot. Stupid, stubborn idiot. Oh.
Mr. Fenton?
Yes?
David Gerard.
A car park isn't the best place to talk, Doctor.
I'm sorry, but the flat's full of people. It would be impossible to talk there.
Your flat is above here?
The second floor. Look, perhaps it would be easier if we sat in my car. It's over there.
All right.
A personal matter, I think you said, Mr. Fenton.
Personal and professional.
I don't follow.
It involves both your professional and private life.
I see. Who are you, Mr. Fenton?
I'm an inquiry agent. Ex-CID.
And you're on some sort of inquiry involving me?
Not directly. A few weeks ago, I was engaged to make inquiries concerning a woman called Lynn Marsden. She was a nurse at Heathfields when you were there. You knew her as Lynn Foster. Small, auburn hair, mid-30s?
Yes, I think I can recall her vaguely.
Yes, she was friendly with a man called Vincent Crane. He was at Heathfields, too. Perhaps you remember him.
Yes, I remember Crane.
Did you know that they're both dead?
No. Well, I left Heathfield some time ago, Mr. Fenton.
Lynn Marsden was murdered. Crane committed suicide. The police assumed that he killed her and then himself. It was in all the papers.
Well, I may have read something about it, but of course I wouldn't place the name. As you say, I knew her as Lynn Foster. And naturally, I'm sorry to hear about their deaths, Mr. Fenton, but I don't really see why you're here. Well, I knew them slightly, in a professional capacity, nothing more.
Well, I don't think Crane killed Lynn Marsden, or himself.
Well, I don't see how that concerns me.
Well, I think it does. They were blackmailing you. It would be very easy for the police to check on the payments, Doctor. No doubt you paid them in cash, and it had to come from somewhere. And there's a man you treated and hid at Heathfield's, and that could be aiding and abetting.
Why don't you say how much you want, Mr. Fenton?
Oh, you think it's blackmail. You go and ring the police.
Then what do you want?
I want to know what happened.
Why?
Now, that's a long story, and it doesn't concern you.
No? And what happens if I do tell you?
Well, I'll give you time to go to the police yourself, make a voluntary statement.
Oh, what sort of a choice is that?
It'll give you a chance to see a lawyer, get your story straight. You'll probably get bail if he plays it right. Now, if I tell the police, they'll fetch you in and throw the book at you.
That still sounds like blackmail.
And what I know sounds like accessory to murder. Now, who was the man you treated at Heathfield's? Mike Francis.
How do you know that?
I don't. It's a sensible guess, that's all. He was wounded in an East End shooting at about the right time. He had connections with various gambling clubs, as you did, and he vanished with 2 possible murder charges down to him.
I was a compulsive gambler. Did you know that, Mr. Fenton?
It seemed likely.
I used to gamble at a club in Soho run by a man called Devereux. I got into debt to the tune of 5,000. I don't know why they let it run as high as that, unless they thought it might be handy to have a doctor in debt to them. Well, one night at Heathfield's, I received a phone call from Devereux. He said he was in the vicinity and had a friend with him who was ill. He asked if he could bring him to see me, and I said yes. They turned up in about 5 minutes. I saw immediately that the man had been shot. He'd lost a lot of blood and was in a bad way, so I suggested that he should be taken to hospital at once. Devereux said he wanted him to stay at Heathfield's.
Did he threaten you?
No. He offered to cancel my gambling debts in return for looking after Francis until he was well enough to move. Well, I said no. And then he said he knew where my daughter was at school. And if I didn't do as he asked, something would happen to her. He had a man waiting for instructions. He'd only to pick up the telephone.
What did you do?
Well, what could I do? Well, this wasn't a calm, rational discussion, Mr. Fenton. The man was there, bleeding and unconscious. And I was terrified for my daughter's safety. Well, we took him to the surgery, and I removed 2 bullets from his shoulder. It wasn't as bad as I thought. But it was obvious that he couldn't be moved. So we put him in the annex.
Yeah. Was that when Lynn Marsden saw him?
Well, she wasn't there when they arrived. She must have got a glimpse of him later. The next day, I bandaged his face so that he couldn't be recognized.
What about Devereux? Did he stay?
No, but he repeated his threat. He said if the police came anywhere near Heathfield's, I would never see my daughter again.
What about the other doctor?
Ferguson? Oh, he was a sick man. Well, virtually an alcoholic. He had no idea what was happening most of the time.
How long did Francis stay?
5 days. Each day I told myself I'd ring the police, but I never did. And by that time, Devereux had offered me £1,000 for every day that Francis stayed. He must have been as strong as a horse. By the 5th day, he was on his feet, and Devereux collected him. Well, I thought that was the end of it.
What about their end of the bargain?
Oh, they kept that. I never heard anything more about my debts. And shortly afterwards, £5,000 in used notes turned up in a plastic shopping bag in the back of my car. Well, I didn't know what to do with it. I could hardly turn it into the police. So eventually I used it to buy myself into my present partnership.
Yeah. When did Crane and Lynn Marsden start asking for money?
Some time afterwards. Well, at the time Francis was at Heathfield's, they didn't recognize him. And there was no reason to suspect who he was, even if they'd read about the shootings. There was some story going round that he was a friend of mine who was avoiding the police after having a minor pile-up.
So what put them on to Francis?
Well, some months after I moved here, I had a phone call from Crane. He said enough to make me worried. I agreed to meet him. He knew about Francis and the shooting. Well, I didn't see it, but in one of the colour supplements there'd been an article called The Man Who Vanished, or something like that. It was about Francis. It said he'd probably died of wounds and his body had been dumped at sea. Well, there were several photographs of Francis. Lynn recognised him and contacted Crane. Well, I think the blackmail was his idea, although he didn't call it blackmail. He said they wanted their share for looking after Francis. They wanted 3,000 between them. Well, I couldn't raise that much in cash, so he agreed to take it in monthly instalments.
And the payments became too much, hmm?
Oh, no. No, things went quite smoothly. And then Crane came to see me. He said Lynn had become very nervous about the whole business and was talking about going to the police. He suggested that if I paid them off in one final instalment, she'd probably be all right. Well, perhaps he was just trying it on. I never found out.
He was probably telling the truth. That's about the time that Jimmy Marsden became suspicious when Lynn went down to Brighton to see Crane.
I didn't know what to do. According to Crane, she was likely to go to the police at any time. So I rang Devereux at his club. I told him what had happened and asked him to lend me the money.
What did he say to that?
Very little. He told me to arrange to meet Crane and Lynn in Lennox Woods, but not to go myself. He would attend to it.
He did that all right.
Well, I was in Bristol when I read about it. And then Crane's body was found. I tried to convince myself that it had happened the way the papers said. I thought Devereux would pay them off. Or merely frighten them.
You thought that?
Well, what could I do?
What you're going to do now? Go to the police.
You see yourself as an avenging angel of justice, do you, Mr. Fenton? Or is it merely a taste for persecution?
But... No, Doctor, I'm just a nosy ex-copper. 2 people have died because you didn't have the sense or the guts to see beyond your own nose.
Do you think I don't know that? Look, Mr. Fenton, I can pay you. An annual retainer as a security consultant, all perfectly legal.
I don't want money.
Agree to take it. Please. I don't want any more...
Any more what? Killing? Have you told Devereux you were meeting me here?
Well, I thought you were the man who rang the other night.
After I rang you tonight, you told Devereux you were meeting me here?
Yes. Well, I thought it might be one of his own men who knew...
You thought? Do you know the kind of people you're dealing with, Doctor? Ah, the door to the lift is the nearest. Is there a staircase?
Yes, but...
When we get out of the car, we'll go over to the door. Now, behave naturally. Don't walk quickly. We've got to get out of the car park. What did Devereux say when you told him you were meeting me?
Well, very little. He asked me to let him know what happened. Well, his men may not be here.
Perhaps not. I wouldn't bank on it, though. Who's that? One of your neighbours?
No, I don't know the car.
I thought this was a private car park. Residents only.
It is, but it could be a visitor.
Oh, yes, it's a visitor, all right. Now, lock your door.
But
Lock your door and start the engine. There are 3 of them. They're getting out.
Are you sure that...
when I say so, reverse like hell. Straight at them. You get it?
But I don't even know...
Use your eyes. The one on the left's got a shotgun. Start your engine. Now, go.
Right.
Now, straight up the ramp. Come on, man. Keep your head down, Gerard. Straight through the barrier. Look out!
Wilmot.
Sergeant Thomas here, sir.
Sergeant, it is 1:48 a.m. and I'm on leave.
I'm sorry, sir, but it is important.
Yes, it better be. Well?
There's been a call from the Met, sir. Serious crime squad.
And?
I believe they come up with new evidence on the Marsden case.
Well, that was closed weeks ago. What new evidence?
I don't know, sir. The chief's handling it himself. I'm very much on the outside.
Is the chief there?
Gone to London, sir.
London?
Yeah, I think something's happened there, and, well, Edgar Fenton is involved in some way.
Fenton?
That's the word that's going round here, sir. He's mixed up in it somewhere.
He damn well would be.
Is it the same leg you broke playing football?
No, it was the other one. Did the sister tell you anything?
She said it was a straightforward break, no complications. They were more worried about the concussion. You were out a long time.
Turned out to be very handy. Kept the law off my back.
Has Wilmot been yet?
No. No, I've had bigger brass than Wilmot.
What were they like?
Very considerate. One of them brought me some grapes.
Did they say anything about your not going to the police sooner?
They did mention it. Why should they grumble? It isn't their CID that's going to get hammered by the press. And they've got Devereux banged to rights, something they've been after for years. I dare say they'll get a lead on Francis, too.
Jack Elliott's wife rang. She says Wilmot's furious.
Good. I shall enjoy lying here thinking about all the grafting he's got to do to get himself out of this one. He'll have a hell of a job proving who killed Lynn Marsden and Vincent Crane.
What about Deborah?
Oh, he fixed it. But he'll have a dozen witnesses to say he was in London on the night it happened, and Wilmot is going to sweat over that one. Have a grape.
Thanks. Have you seen Dr. Gerard since the accident?
Yes, they let him come in for a few minutes.
How is he?
Oh, he seemed all right. He only collected a few bruises and a cut head.
What are they charging him with?
Well, the lawyers are sorting that out. He may not come out of it too badly. He can claim the aiding and abetting was under duress. And if he says he didn't know that Crane and Lynn were dead, which is possible, they'll have problems proving anything there.
What about you?
Well, I've already told him I can't remember much about the conversation with Gerard. The concussion, you see. Very convenient.
Can't they charge you with something?
Yes, they can take their pick. Withholding evidence, obstructing the course of justice, etc., etc.
And will they?
I don't know. I don't care very much.
You'll lose your license.
They can keep it.
You're finishing?
Yep. I'm turning in my dirty raincoat and my street map of Brighton.
You don't like being shot at?
I prefer to nosing around tatty hotels or sitting in the car all night trying to keep awake. No. No, it isn't that. It was something Dr. Gerard said.
What was that?
He asked me if I saw myself as an avenging angel of justice.
Very poetic.
It touched me on a raw spot.
Why?
Because it was near the truth, I suppose. I'd got emotionally involved.
You always did.
Yes, but it was different then. In the force, you did your bit, put in a report, left it to the other people to decide what happened next. This wasn't like that. You see, I had Gerard marked down as a clever bastard who had it coming to him. When I met him, he was just a poor devil who had got caught up in something he couldn't handle. And I had to decide what was going to happen to him.
You couldn't have kept quiet, even without the fracas in the car park.
No. Especially as you rang the police.
It's just as well I did.
Yes.
You're really finishing?
Yes. The adulterers can sleep easy, if they want to.
They'll be dancing in the streets. I wrote to Ruth.
About this?
Your name's bound to appear in the press sooner or later.
Did you say anything about us?
No. I just said she could bring Mark for Christmas.
Yeah. Well, I suppose I've got to come home, haven't I? I couldn't get up and down those stairs to the office with this.
That's what I thought. Edgar, I still have a week's holiday left. What about going away for a few days?
Why not? How do you fancy Brighton?
What?
I've always liked Brighton.
The Brighton Trade was written for radio by T.D. Webster.
Edgar Fenton was played by Manning Wilson, Joan Fenton by Izanne Churchman, and Jimmy Marsden by Graham Weston. Stephen Yardley played Chief Inspector Wilmot, and Terry Malloy, Detective Sergeant Thomas. Sergeant Elliot was played by Jack Holloway, P.C. Buckley by Kenneth Hadley, and P.C. Cartwright by Les Miller. George Woolley played Dr. Holbrook and Cooper, and Angela Piper Sylvia and the shop assistant. Dennis was played by Simon Carter, and Dr. Gerard by Stephen Thorne.
I'm surprised at you. Hello.
The play was produced in our Birmingham studios by...
Duncan MacIntyre stars with Isabel Dean in his own adaptation of The Hasty Heart by John Patrick. It's early morning in a convalescent ward of a temporary British General Hospital somewhere behind the Assam-Burma front during the last war.
Wake up! Wake up! Oh, come on there, wake up, rise and shine. Hey, Yank, time to get up. Oh, Yank. Hey, do you hear? Time to get up.
Why don't you drop dead?
Get washed to get your kit together. All patients are to be evacuated.
Oh, Buster, you're not very funny.
At least it wakes you blokes up in a hurry.
Try and think up something different tomorrow. Evacuated. Ha ha.
Come on, you others, come on. The hospital's on fire. The monsoons have started. There's an air raid. There's an earthquake. Oh, for Pete's sake, wake up. I'm half an hour late.
To be woke with a kiss and a kind word.
Yeah, Digger. Or a cup of coffee.
Oh, good, I'm sleepy. I don't think I've ever been woke up in my life ready to get up.
I can never see in the morning. At home, I'm always gently roused. Is that Tommy snoring again?
Oh, he's got adenoids.
Sounded exactly like the mating call of the hippopotamus.
Here's the washing water. Here, you two up, patients. Yank and Blossom, into the washing room.
Okay, come on, Blossom. Wake up.
Look lively now, look lively. I'm off duty in 10 minutes. I want to get my sleep before it gets too hot. Yank, help Kiwi to sit up.
It's a great mistake to get well in an army hospital. Come on, Kiwi. Wake up! Look, I'll roll up your mosquito net for you. There we are. Now, come on, sit up.
I wish somebody would do something about Tommy snoring. Do you know what? Either this bed gets smaller or I'm growing again.
So look at that black heathen Blossom, still fast asleep. Time to get up, Blossom. Up, Blossom. Understand?
Blossom.
Yeah. That's your name. Blossom, we hope. Now, up you get and give me a hand with these 3 bedridden heroes. Sister'll be here in a minute.
Oh, drown it. Let him have it. Wake up, you mountain of bliss. Come on, wake up.
Oh, that's something happened.
Yeah, you died. It's Judgment Day. St. Peter's a brigadier, so snap your wings to attention.
Somebody snores in here.
You don't say.
How can you make so much noise in your sleep without waking yourself up?
Oh, dear. What a terrible dream I've had. I dreamt I was working. I was killing myself working. I'm that tired I can hardly lift a finger.
Look at him. I've seen him fat, but never that fat. Aren't you uncomfortable?
Yeah, my old lady loves every sweet ounce of me.
Here, what do you think this is, a ruddy health resort? Up patients' work here.
Oh.
Yeah, look, Yank, Blossom, pass these tea mugs round.
Okay.
Now get on with it now. Cool, your breakfast's just coming up.
Oh, good. I hope we don't get soy link sausage.
I'll bet you pounds piastres we do. Blossom. Blimey. He hands me tea and says, Blossom. Oh, Yank, why don't you teach him 2 words? Then he could be an officer.
Breakfast for 5, coming up.
What is it this time?
What do we got? Oh, good. Soy link. They do everything with a soybean but make it taste like food.
Need any help with that arm, Kiwi?
Oh, I'll manage. The medical officer said he'd chisel me out of this derrick next week.
You were shot up bad when you come in here. I'd say you'd be in that contraption for 2 years.
Well, you wouldn't know, you chronic menace. You was only wounded by a sandfly.
Yeah, you.
Where were you when you were wounded, Tommy?
Asleep. Peacefully sleeping I was, and a hot bit of shrapnel entered me tender flesh.
Where?
Yeah, well, I was sleeping on my stomach.
I wonder who'll get this spare bed.
Yeah. We haven't had a Scot in here for a long time.
Oh, God, I hope we don't get a Scot.
Sister's a Scot.
Oh, no, she isn't.
Well, she's a little beaut, whatever she is.
Ah, bless her little heart. She's lovely, she is.
Well, she told me she used to live in Scotland.
Yeah, she had to live there while she was teaching school. And after 1 year of trying to teach a bunch of Scots kids, she had a nervous breakdown.
Well, what do you got against the Scots?
I hate all Scots. Should have known my grandfather Angus. There were only two infallible beings to his way of thinking. Angus MacDonald and God. Well, sometimes God was wrong, but never Grandfather Angus.
Did you have to live with him?
When my folks died, he took over the supervision of my soul. You know what I had to recite every time I started to lose my temper?
Sure, the multiplication tables.
I had to recite the books of the Bible. I can still do it. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Samuel, Kings. If you tried to argue with him, he'd take his damn bagpipe out and sit playing it. I learned to hate the bagpipe. No wonder the Scots always march when they play them. They're trying to get away from the sound. I'm going to wash.
Hey, this must be Sister coming. Look, Blossom's holding the door open.
Thank you, Blossom. Good morning, all.
Morning,
sister.
How's everyone this morning?
Fine.
Oh, beautiful.
Top of her. We was just saying, you're our favourite sister.
Yes, Sister, you make the morning lovely.
Well, I wish I could say the same about you. As Patience, you're the most untidy and disrespectful lot it's ever been my misfortune to get.
Oh, you wound me, Sister.
Look at me now.
I certainly do, and I'd be delighted to see the last of you.
You need some leave, sister. The matron works you too hard.
The poor matron has nothing to do with it. It's you. It's a good thing I once taught in the kindergarten, or I couldn't cope with you. Now, Blossom, your temperature. Open your mouth. Mouth, like this.
Sister.
What beautiful tonsils you have.
Oh, go and stand beside your bed and stop acting like an American.
Right, Lieutenant. You know, in America, a sister's a nun instead of a nurse.
In England, a nurse nurses babies.
Point taken.
Well, how are you this morning, Kiwi? Sleep well?
Like a baby, sister.
And the arm?
All right.
Move the shoulder. Does it hurt? Yes, it does, doesn't it?
A bit.
No, it's much better, though. Oh, can't you keep your blankets tucked under? No one would ever suspect that any of you had army training at all. Now your pulse.
Oh, sister.
Be still, I'm counting a pulse. Yes, Tommy, what do you want?
I'm not comfortable.
This is a military hospital. You're not supposed to be comfortable.
But don't you run your wards for dying men like me?
You know we run the wards so the colonels can inspect them, so be still.
Now, what would old Cobweb say if he heard such talk?
You will please show a little more respect for our superior officer. You will not refer to Cobweb. To the colonel as old Cobweb. Well, Yank, how did you sleep?
Dreaming of you, sister.
Oh, rubbish. Your pulse is higher this morning.
Well, when you press my wrist, sister, my pulse pants.
The MO's putting you on plasmaquin. He wants you to get all that malaria out of your system. Well, Digger, how's your back today?
A bit of a rub would feel mighty good.
He only wants to be rubbed 'cause I gets rubbed. Jealous of me every movie.
Well, I'll give you both a massage as soon as I finish these charts. Oh, you look a bit haggard, Tommy. Did your hip bother you last night?
Oh, I had a terrible night, I did, sister. Not a minute of sleep.
Nor anybody else.
I had nightmares. I was working myself to death. And there I fence sat my wife, laughing herself silly.
Temperature. I don't know how you managed to avoid work in Civvy Street, but you'll work here as soon as you're an up patient.
To think he's married. Well, it's a wonderful world.
Oh, gracious, I forgot the Basuto. Good Lord, he's nearly swallowed the thermometer. Open your mouth, Blossom. Oh, well, that seems all right. Now, let's have yours, Tommy, and that's the lot. Yank, put these in my office, will you?
Yes'm.
Now, let's see if we can get this ward looking less like a slit trench. Blossom. Blossom. Line up the beds.
Oh, yeah, line up the beds. You've no idea how it improves the patient's condition.
It improves the Colonel's disposition, and that's much more important.
Sister.
What is it, Yank?
Cobwebs.
Oh, don't be silly. He can't inspect this early.
Well, I looked out the window and I saw him coming.
Oh, Lord. Harry, put everything in order.
Right. Yank, give us a hand with the bed, will you?
Now, come along, everybody, hide his kits. Now, you, Tommy. Tommy, hide these sheets under your covers.
Right, you just shove me in there.
Yes, that's the idea.
Blimey, he'll think I'm bloated.
How's that, sister?
That's good enough. Stand by your beds, you two. Quickly, I can hear him. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Carry on, men. Sit on your beds. Thanks. You keep a very tidy ward.
Thank you, sir.
The matron tells me you have an empty bed here.
Yes, we have, sir.
I'm transferring one of my own patients to your ward this morning, and I thought I ought to come over myself to explain. It's a case that calls for the cooperation of the whole ward. May I have everyone's attention for a moment? Yeah, thank you. I came here this morning to enlist your help.
Oh, what sort of help, sir?
You're an American, aren't you?
Yes, sir. American Field Service. Ambulance driver attached to the British.
And I've seen you somewhere before.
When you inspected the ward last week, sir.
Before that, I associated with something unpleasant.
I had hoped you'd forgotten, sir. It seems I crowded your staff car off the road one day.
It seems. I know damn well you did. My dear boy, you could have killed me.
But I didn't.
Well, sit down. I'll give you a chance to make amends.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I did an emergency operation on this man who's coming here. Took a bit of shrapnel out of him. Had to remove his kidney. He's about recovered. And I think you can help him.
May I ask how, sir?
By keeping him contented. He's anxious to get back to his regiment, but that's out of the question.
Did you say, sir, that the patient had recovered?
From the operation, yes. This man has one kidney left. Now, ordinarily, that would carry him through life. Unfortunately, we've discovered that it's defective. It will do the work of two for a time, a very limited time.
Oh. Does the patient know this, sir?
I decided against telling him. He has no family, no ties. Worry won't help him. So while he's well and waiting, I'm placing him in here because, well, it seems to me a man should have friends around him when he dies.
How long has this man got, sir?
At the most, 6 weeks.
Nothing can help him, sir.
The only help he can expect now will come from you.
And he thinks he's well, sir?
Not in a sense he is. But it would be criminal to release him just to collapse up forward. Well, do what you can to help keep him contented, will you? And happy?
Yes, sir.
We'll do our best, sir.
He won't learn nothing from us, sir.
We'll jolly him along,
You
sir.
can rely on these men, Colonel.
Tango. It's damned unfortunate. Well, carry on.
Yes, sir.
He's in C-16 by himself. I've instructed your orderly to bring him over as soon as he's ready. He can sit up or not, as he pleases.
We'll take good care of him, sir.
Thank you, sister. Good morning, men.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir.
We'll omit inspection. Good morning, sister.
Good morning, sir. Oh, dear, we've work to do. Yank, while I look after Tommy and Digger, will you give Kiwi his bath?
I'm going to make somebody a good wife.
Blossom will help you with the screen.
Right, sister. Come on, black boy, work. Blossom.
Now, Tommy, turn over and get your hip rubbed.
Who is he, sister?
Who's who?
The bloke was going to kick in.
I don't know.
And he hasn't a chance. It's a shocker, ain't it?
It's always a shocker.
Good, what a tub of butter. How can a bloke get so fat on bully beef?
It's me marvellous glands. I was regraded twice since I was made cook. Both times on my card they put obese. I don't know what it means.
You're an ignorant so-and-so. Hey, sister, what does obese mean?
Fat.
Well, how do you like that? Being fat ain't good enough for him. He has to be obese. No, you're just plain fat.
In future, you'll kindly refer to me by my proper disease.
Now, that's enough, I think. Now, Digger, your turn. Is this all right?
Oh, just great. Hey, sister, how do we treat this bloke?
The new patient?
Yeah.
like a human being.
Well, that'll be a change after this lot.
You're in the paratroops, aren't you, Digger?
Right.
Have you made many jumps?
Yeah, 12. I think I'll just skip the next one.
Yeah, if your parachute don't open, you get a new one.
Why don't you read some new joke books?
They always open, don't they?
Oh, sometimes the silk gets damp and sticks together.
How does your wife feel about silk that sticks together?
Oh, she says be careful. But then she says that no matter what I'm doing.
Then be careful. Oh, it's a dreadful business.
Yeah, and I've had it.
There, that's all you're getting today.
Oh.
Blossom.
Oh, dear, I do wish the M.O. would decide what to do about the Basuto.
Is he really just homesick,
Yes,
sister?
that's the only blessed thing wrong with him. He'll probably pine and die unless he's sent back to his tribe.
Blossom.
Go sit on your bed, Blossom. String your necklace. I'll see if there are more beads for you.
Homesick. Why do you suppose these jokers ever join up anyway?
Oh, their chief joins and they follow. His whole tribe joined. Now he wants to go home.
Him and me both.
Well, that's that. Those damn bed baths. Now I know what a wet nurse is.
Never mind, Yank. Kiwi looks the better for it. All nice and shiny.
Phew. You feel as if you're in an oven. And those screens around your bed.
There you are, Blossom. A few more beads for your necklace.
Ah.
Now, the rest of you, get your needlework out and try doing something constructive for a change. All of you.
Sister, haven't you got any yellow thread yet? I've made all me buttercups blue.
Well, you just have to use what we've got, I'm afraid. Oh, Digger, you'll have to hurry with that knitting for your baby.
Too right.
Are you having a baby?
I knew weeks ago. Yeah, we must be very tender with Digger.
But you've been away 3 years. How could you possibly...
On my way back from England, I was married in Cape Town.
Ah, that is a dirty aha. He's a poor type, that young.
How about a bet on it? I'll bet rubles to rupees it's a boy.
Look, save your dough. I don't want to bet on my kid.
Oh, I can't get a bet on anything round here.
Yank, why don't you turn whatever it is you're making into something for Digger's baby?
He'd love a hand-embroidered nappy.
The OC said I was to bring a new patient in here.
Oh, yes, the Colonel told me. Did you bring his kit?
Well, he's carrying it himself. He wouldn't let me touch it.
Right, bring him up.
All right, miss.
We can't keep that kit in here.
He says the Colonel says he can.
Oh, all right. Well, you may have this bed here.
Here's his report.
Thank you. I'm Sister Margaret. I don't believe the Colonel told me your name. Oh, here it is on your report. Sergeant Lachlan McLaughlin. Are you a Scot?
I'd hardly have that name if I wasn't a Scot.
Oh, I don't know. Lots of parents give their children Scottish names because they like them.
That fools nobody, parading under false pretenses.
Oh, I doubt if it's a deliberate plot against the Scots. Now, the Colonel said you could sit up if you wanted to, or get into bed and rest, just as you like.
I'll sit here for a while.
Is there anything you want?
I don't like to have things done for me.
Don't you? I love to have things done for me.
Maybe you do. Know me.
Well, sing out if you need anything. I'll take your reports into the office and glance through them.
Have a cigarette?
I've got my own.
Well, these aren't issue. I got them from home.
I never accept presents.
Why not?
I don't want to put myself in anybody's debt.
A cigarette isn't going to put you deep in debt.
I'll smoke my own.
Hey, Jock.
If you're addressing me, my name's no joke.
Yeah, well, I heard Sister read something, but I didn't catch it. What is it?
Lachlan something.
All right, then. Lackey. Is that okay?
And what did you want?
Nothing. Thought you might feel like talking.
What about?
Oh, nothing. Just gab.
I put no value in talking for talking's sake.
You're a Scot, all right. What regiment are you with, Lackey?
Why do you ask?
Well, I was just curious. I thought I might know someone in your regiment.
You're no a Scot.
My grandfather was.
It's not very likely you'd find your grandfather in my regiment.
Oh, brother.
You want something to read? Here's a book. Catch.
I don't like books.
Don't you like to get away from yourself?
Books are a waste of a thinking man's time.
Oh, I see. You're a thinking man.
Aye.
Well, Maybe we could interest you in the Bible?
I doubt it.
It's got some damn good poetry in it.
I put no value on poetry, sacred or otherwise.
Look, we're a nice, friendly bunch in here. If you don't like books or stories, it's all right with us.
It would have to be.
What I'm trying to say is, live and let live. Here.
And what's this you're offering me?
It's a bar of chocolate. Don't you want it?
What's wrong with it?
Nothing. It's damn good. What do you think I'm giving it to you for?
Well, why are you?
Well, because I want it, but I thought you might want it more. Is that an insult?
It's no consistent.
Grandfather Angus rides again.
Ever been to New Zealand, Lucky?
I've done my share of travelling, but I leave heathen lands to the missionaries.
New Zealand's no heathen land. I come from there.
I don't consider that a good argument.
He's got you there, Kiwi. Well, it might have been heathen once, but that was a long time ago. It's modern and up to date, yes, and we rule ourselves. That's more than Scotland does.
You're neighbours to the Fiji Islanders, am I right?
What's that got to do with it?
I believe the Fijis are cannibals, are they no?
You're right, Lucky, me lad. Eat each other, they do, from tip to toe.
Well, I don't know any Fijis.
May I point out that while we had the great misfortune to get Englishmen for neighbours, they've yet to boil each other in pots, at least in public.
I take umbrage at that, I do. The Scots used to raid our borders and steal our cattle, they did. Cattle thieves, they was.
Aye, and but for the poor stock of English cattle, Scotland would be a richer country today.
You're a part of the British bloody Empire.
And how did you acquire your empire, your colonies, Scotland excepted?
Conquered them with soldiers, we did.
You conquered them with missionaries, no less. You send your preachers to teach the simple heathen to pray, and when you've got them kneeling down, you hoist the English flag over them.
You're a conquered race yourself, still fighting for home rule and electricity.
Lackey's right, Tommy. The missionaries come to Australia. Yeah, you're a blight bloke, Lackey.
Aye, so you claim Australia?
God's country.
A presumption. Aye. I'm no impressed by a land that produces nothing more sensible than a great jumping rat.
Aye, a kangaroo ain't a rat.
And New Zealand isn't any heathen land.
Oh, it's you again. And what represents you? A bird with no wings. A bird that can't fly.
Well, I guess he's told you too off. You won't find any kangaroos in America, or birds that can't fly.
Aye, America. You've as many varieties of churches as you have pickles, and you worship vitamins in Sinatra. The land of plenty, and you live out of tin cans and 10-cent stores.
Yeah, that's what everybody...
Listen, I sailed from Glasgow, a city you've maybe heard about, when I was 12. I worked one godforsaken winter in your great New York. I've examined you at close range, and I don't care for your breed. Nothing personal.
Buster, you and I are going to have trouble getting together.
Oh, look, let's stop losing our tempers. It's too darn silly.
Blossom.
May I ask who this black-faced British subject is?
The luckiest guy in the ward. He doesn't understand English.
And what does he want?
He just wants to look at you. He's never seen anything like you before.
Well, how are we getting along? Have you thought of anything I can do for you?
You haven't the authority to send me back to my regiment, have you?
I'm afraid you must be patient and wait a while.
I'll wait, but I'll no be patient.
You're a Scot, Lachlan. I wonder if you know Ayrshire.
You must have looked in my card. I was born in Ayrshire.
No, really, I didn't. Oh, I know Ayr and Doonfoot well. I once taught there. Darling children.
Aye.
Lovely farming land.
Aye.
Now, if you tell me you belong to the Cameron Highlanders, I won't believe you.
You have looked up my record.
Do you belong to the Camerons?
Aye, I do.
Oh, they're a grand regiment. Did you bring your kilt with you? You wear a kilt, don't you?
It's a privilege for walking out.
Will you wear it for us soon? Wouldn't you men like to see Lucky in his kilt?
I can hardly wait.
Oh, with your cap cocked over one eye and your kilt swishing as you walk down the street. You must be the proudest man in the world.
I haven't got a kilt.
Oh, but you must have a kilt. You're in the Camerons and you're allowed to wear one. What sort of a Scot are you, Lachlan?
We've got to pay for a kilt ourselves, and it's gay dear, a proper kilt.
Oh, you're not issued a kilt?
We're issued with nothing but battle dress.
Well, if I were in your regiment, I'd buy myself the finest to be had, no matter what it costs.
Aye, so you would, being a woman. I put my money to better use. It's a question of values.
Now, Lachlan, you've been away about 4 years, haven't you? You couldn't have spent all your pay. You ought to be ashamed if you haven't saved something.
My money's in Scotland.
You could send for it.
Can he take it out of the earth?
I knew it! He's got it buried in a tin can.
Yank, if you're not well, lie down, but please be civil.
I'll no return to Scotland with nothing but my wounds to show for my time. I've invested in a bit of land. I'll be a landowner.
Oh.
And why do you say, oh? What could be finer than a farm? Land of your own to work on and spend the rest of your life content.
Does all your pay go on paying off your bit of land?
Aye. I've never wasted my money on drink and the like.
Is your land about paid for?
A couple of months, and the farm's my own.
Why don't you do something very foolish, Lucky?
Eh?
Why don't you buy yourself a kilt? The land will wait.
A kilt will wait.
Are you going to live on your farm all by yourself?
Aye.
Well, you seem to know what you want. You're all unusually industrious today.
Say, what makes you want to live in a farm and thumb your nose at the world?
I shouldn't have encouraged you to talk.
Would it upset any plans of yours if I asked you a question, just one question?
There's nothing you could do to upset me. And I'll grant you one question. Just one.
Oh, thanks a lot. That's damn white of you. What are you griped about?
And what do you mean by griped? Would you be so kind as to speak English?
Look, I got a parrot that speaks better English than you do.
Oh, pity you didn't learn for your parrot.
I just wanted to know what you're sore about. When a guy's friendly to you, why can't you be pleasant?
Were you being friendly?
Didn't you guess?
You should have told me. I could have saved you time and trouble.
Oh.
Look, I don't need companionship. I put no value in the human animal. I don't like to have my freedom nibbled into.
Then just what do you put a value on?
I knew you'd presume to ask a second question, but it's an easy answer. I value my privacy.
You can have it. Blossom, help me to screen off this goddamn hermit. There you are. You can stay in your private world and hug yourself to death. As far as we're concerned, brother, you won't exist.
If you don't mind, I'm no your brother.
What? Oh, who's got a dull razor? I think I'll cut my throat.
He don't like nobody. He don't even like himself.
Hey, Yank, what did you mean by that crack about Australia?
Yes, and you agree with him about New Zealand.
Oh, forget it.
Bloody cattle thieves.
What the hell's that?
It's not me. I'm not even a string.
It's bagpipes. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges.
Muni mabili matata, mama bamba zinzi, zinzi ifa, mama kala muni mabili matata. Muni mabili matata, mama bamba zinzi, zinzi ifa, mama kala
let's
muni
have some
mabili.
quiet, Blossom. That's enough of that. Even if we're all fit to be up now, any more of that and I, for one, will have a relapse.
Oh, that's better. Nothing to worry us now but the heat and those ruddy flies.
And the sound of Lackey there, polishing his goddamn boots every day for 2 whole weeks. Spit and polish, spit and polish. Thinking he was going on parade.
Maybe I will be. One of these days.
What's the date? Boy, Yank, what's the date?
30 days, half September, April, June, and November. It's the 1st.
Well, it's help to know what day it is. What time is it? Kiwi, you have a watch.
It's 11:30.
Blimey. And I thought it was tiffin time.
Oh, don't you ever forget that gut of yours?
Oh, you don't love me anymore. There was a time you thought I was cute.
Isn't it a lovely day? Look, post just came in.
Mail!
Oh, great.
Anything for me?
Just a minute. Digger, 2 for you.
Oh, you're an angel, sister.
Tommy, here's an obese one for you.
Ciao, sister.
1 for you, Yank.
That's the one. Wow.
Kiwi, you got 3.
Oh, gee, somebody loves me. Thanks.
And that's all. What could be happening to your mail, Lucky? Unless they're holding it for you. Why don't you write to the ABPO?
I'm expecting no letters.
Well, haven't you told your friends where you are?
My friends all know my views. I don't need to write about them.
But don't you miss hearing from home?
Aye, there's a lot I miss, but maybe you've heard there's a war on.
Yes, I heard. The man I'd hoped to marry was killed in Crete. I've heard about the war. Well, is there anything special you'd like for tiffin?
No.
Well, there must be some particular dish I could fix for you myself.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I've noticed, sister, that you're out trying to do me favours. I think it's only fair to warn you, I've no place for marriage in my plans.
How very kind of you to tell me, but I assure you I have no plans to snare you. I asked about the food only because I thought something a bit different might please you.
And may I remind you that I don't like to have things done for me, and I don't seek privilege.
Oh, Lucky, we're all entitled to privilege once in a while.
When I've a right to privilege, I'll no ask it. I'll demand.
Oh, you are aggravating at times.
Here. And if it's pity for my wounds that prompt you, you don't know me or you wouldn't offer that.
Oh, Lucky, please be human.
I'm sorry, I can't be a weak character to your liking.
So am I, because I've a weakness for weakness. It's something I can understand. I'm sorry I was cross with you, Lucky.
I never noticed the tantrums of women.
Well, that would be an advantage if you ever did marry.
I notice you keep harping on marriage.
Oh, Lucky, will you please believe me? I've no designs on you. I'm going to be strong and resist your charms. Oh, really? Look, I only wanted to know if I can arrange some special dish for you. No obligation involved.
I'll take what comes.
Well, I look forward to the day when you'll ask for something, and when you do, make it monumental. Good letter, Yank.
Perfect.
Hip, hip! I've had a baby.
Good going.
Boy or girl? Boy. She's named him after me.
Mother and child doing well?
You bet.
Congratulations, Digger. Wish I could have a baby. If I did, they'd send me home on compassionate grounds.
Oh, why?
I've been away 4 years. Oh, oh dear, listen to this. My wife has told the whole village about my wounds, and I'm a blooming hero. You know what they've done? They've had a public dinner in my honour, and they named a pudding after me. A pudding!
Oh, good, I'll bet it was heavy.
Bless their hearts. The Percival Hawkins puffed wheat pudding.
No doubt you're all proud of these women of yours.
Well, sure. They're fine. What's wrong now?
Have you any idea the tons of paper that's wasted writing old stale news? Have you considered the fortune and stamps that could be spent on food? You're guilty of criminal waste, you and your women, and you sit there as pleased as cats.
Look, do us a favor.
Lucky, the colonel just sent word over that he wants to see you right away. I think he wants to take an x-ray. Do you want a wheelchair?
Have my legs and my health. I'll walk.
Sister, is he really going to die? Because if he isn't, I'm going to kill him.
Oh, what a dreadful thing to say. I'm ashamed of you. Why don't you try to like him?
He don't like us first. He's a terrible stir man, he is.
Then why do you antagonize him?
Well, that does it.
Listen to me. Lucky was not sent in here to make things pleasant for you. He was sent to you for help. That was a compliment.
Or a challenge.
All right, a challenge. It's a poor show when men run from a challenge. Oh, I admit I lose patience, too. But we mustn't stop trying. Oh, Yank, there's a large box in my office. Will you bring it in here, please?
Right, sister.
After all, it isn't often you have an opportunity to make a man glad he spent the last weeks of his life with you, is it now?
Maybe not, but he's impossible.
Yes, that's it, Yank. Thank you. Now, today is Lucky's birthday. I checked it on his admittance card.
Are we going to give him a ruddy birthday party?
Don't you want to help?
All right. We'll try again.
Did you get him a cake?
No, I got him a kilt.
Kilt?
Yes, and everything that goes with it. I checked with his regiment and ordered it from Calcutta. It got here on time, thanks to the RAF.
Wait a minute. You're not going to pay for all this yourself.
Yes, but I want you all to give them to him.
we're going to give them, we'll pay for them.
Yeah, we can all chip in.
Yeah. Will you let us do that?
Certainly I will.
If this don't make him happy, blimey, nothing will.
Can I give the poor bloke the brogue, sister?
All right, but we must hurry. Now, let me see. Yes, now, there you are.
Thank you.
Now, keep them under your pillow or somewhere.
Yeah. I'll give him the belt. How's that?
Right, Tommy. Pass it over to him, Yank.
Right.
Now, Kiwi, how about the stockings and spats from you, eh?
Oh, just the job. Does anyone object if I give him the jacket and the kilt? After all, I dislike him more than the rest of you.
I think that'd be splendid. It should fit all right. I checked the size.
What about Blossom? Is he included?
Sure. Let Blossom give him the side cap. We'll chip in.
Yeah. Sure thing.
That's fine. I'll keep it till we give Lackey the presents. And this is my gift, the sporran. And that's the lot.
The lot? Haven't you forgotten something important?
Oh, dear, I hope not.
Well, under the kilt, don't they wear some sort of fancy pants?
Didn't you know? Yeah, come over here. Yeah, let me whisper.
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
A bit drafty, I'd say.
It's indecent to be that drafty.
No, not indecent. Just thrifty.
Oh, I reckon they wear some kind of diaper.
£2 says you're wrong.
I'll bet you £2 you're wrong.
It's a bet. Glory be, I've got a bet at last. What a bet, sister?
I do not. It's a silly, vulgar bet. Now, let's stop this nonsense. Hide your presents out of sight. Go on. Go on. Now, as soon as he comes back, we'll give them to him.
Sister, I was just thinking, what if he refuses to take the presents? We're sticking our necks out.
Yes, remember he said he never accepted presents.
Oh, he won't refuse them. He can't. It's his birthday.
He's tricky, he is.
I promise you, sister, if he tosses these presents back at us, I'm going to beat him to death with his bagpipe.
Look out, here he is coming back.
And there I was, doing a bit of plumbing at Buckingham Palace, and it was raining. And the king comes up to me and he says, "Where is your hat, me good man?" And I says, "I've been issued no hat, your Royal Highness." And he says, "Here, take me crown. It'll keep the rain out of your eyes." Oh, you're back, Lucky.
I heard it was your birthday, Lackey. I thought you might be able to use a pair of brogues. Congratulations.
There you are, Lucky. Made in Scotland, it says. Happy birthday.
Well, you can't wear brogues without stockings, and you can't wear stockings without spats. There they are. Best of luck.
Here, Blossom. Give him this.
Blossom.
Sorry we couldn't have a haggis for you, Lucky, but here's a sporran. You're gathering quite a collection on your bed. God bless.
One jacket, one kilt. All the best, Lackey.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lackey. Happy birthday to you. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers.
Yank, quiet.
I have a word to say. I don't understand you. You've done a thing that numbs my brain. I wouldn't have remembered it was my birthday if you hadn't told me. But have I the right to take your kilt? I've got nothing to pay you back. They say that sorrow is born in the hasty heart, and I've no wish to invite sorrow, so...
Oh, do be quiet, Lackey.
But I must explain.
You don't have to explain anything. For once in your life, be hasty and risk a mistake.
But I... Well, oh.
Keep your mouth shut on that thermometer and let your heart talk. Now, just sit down again.
Is he going to take them, sister?
Of course he is. He was only searching for a dignified way of thanking you. Weren't you, Lackey?
Well, put 'em on, Lackey.
Just put 'em on.
Yeah, let's see how you look, Lackey.
Yeah, let's see if he wears anything underneath.
Yeah, Lackey, we got up a little bet, and you're the only one who can settle it.
Oh, you are a mercenary lot.
Do you or don't you wear something under your kilt?
My friends, I'm sorry you've asked, for I can't tell you. That's the one question, you see, that no kiltie will ever answer.
You won't tell us?
Do you take me for a traitor?
Well, never mind. Just put 'em on, huh?
Yeah, come on, be a sport, Lackey. Put 'em on for you, mates.
Have no intention of wearing my kilt till the proper time.
What did you say?
I'll wear my kilt when the occasion is fitting. The day when I return to my regiment, and not before.
Fair crack of the whip.
Hey, sister, you can't let him do this. He's putting them away.
Well, Lucky, this is your birthday. Do whatever pleases you.
I'm pleased to wait. Oh, thank you all for my gifts. I'll no soon forget this day.
Well, I guess that's the party over. A perfect Scottish birthday party. Well, I don't know.
Now, is there anything I can do for you before I go?
No. No, I'm quite content.
Well, that's fine then.
Cigarette digger?
Oh. Thanks.
You, Tommy.
Blimey. Thanks, Lucky.
Kiwi.
Thanks a lot.
Yank. Would you care for a fag?
Yeah, Buster, I would. Thanks.
Aye. I'll no soon forget this day. What happened when a humble member asked Parliament for threepence to be added to the old age pension? You'd have thought the government was being asked to throw away the crown jewels.
That's very interesting, Lucky, but let's finish it tomorrow. It's bedtime now.
Just threepence, mind you, to help the poor.
Look, Buster, you've been talking steadily for days, ever since you got your kilt. Now, why don't you have Parliament adjourn while I brush my teeth, huh? Coming, Digger?
Sure thing. Anything for peace and quiet.
Hey, wait for me. I'm coming too.
Ah, dearie me. I've no time for worthwhile topics. It's a pity. Oh, Tommy. Tommy, have you any idea what His Majesty's government's spending daily to prosecute the war?
Oh, me?
Aye.
Oh, must be a filthy amount.
It's over £1 million. Aye, £1 million.
God.
And what do they do when they run a bit short and need some more? They just print it. And the more they print, the less it's worth.
Yeah.
Aye, Tommy, you take my advice and put your money in the land.
Yes, I'll put mine in my stomach. Beer.
Another frivolous mind. Oh, Blossom. Come here. Come here. Do you realize what it costs to train the... Oh, I forgot. No use talking to you.
Blossom.
Eh? Aye, that'll be right. Oh, hello, sister.
Hello, Lucky. What have you been doing?
Oh, I was giving my friends the benefit of my experience.
Well, save a little something to talk about tomorrow. Lights out in 10 minutes. How have you felt today, Lucky?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm a wee bit tired. My hands sweat a bit, and my feet seem to be swollen.
You've been walking round the ward too much. And talking too much.
A man's got to walk about. He's got to talk. He's no a vegetable.
When you tire yourself, you don't sleep well. Last night when I came in, you were tossing and whimpering in your sleep.
I had a problem in my mind.
Could I help?
Well, it's no easy for a man like me to admit that maybe he's blundered. I'm no what you think I am, sister.
You sure you know what I think?
You see, sister, I haven't liked the human race. I'd no faith in the goodness of folk.
But you told me you had lots of friends in Scotland.
I lied to you.
Oh.
I had no education, I had no money, nothing to offer, and a man can't take without giving.
Why not?
A man's pride.
Humility's a virtue, too.
In my life, nobody ever liked me, and there was nobody I liked. But I've changed.
Oh, I hate to think it took a war to change you, Lucky.
Aye, but it's true. I didn't know a man could be your friend and want nothing in return. Now I've got to do my share of the helping.
Lucky, if you found a new set of values, don't feel you must rush out and pay for them. You've ample time. And when the lights are out, I'll bring you a warm drink.
Oh.
It'll put you to sleep.
If it's no trouble to you.
No trouble at all. I'll have Yank give you your massage. Yank?
Yeah?
I may be a few minutes late. Will you give Lucky his rub?
Sure.
Don't forget to close the window.
Okay.
Better get into bed now.
Aye.
Don't want you lying awake all night.
After a drop of shut-eye. Hope I don't dream tonight.
Could you spare me a minute, Tommy?
Yes. Why not? No place to go but bed.
When you go back after the war, have you a job waiting?
My job's me old lady. Her father owns a pub.
Well, as you know, I've got a wee place in Scotland, and I thought you might like to pay it a visit when you wanted a rest.
Yeah, well, thank you for the offer, Lucky, but if ever I get away from the old woman, it'll need to be further than Scotland. Yeah, I talk about her unkind like, but in me way, I knows me wife. The silly old washed up.
Mind it, wasn't it just a hasty offer, you know? I've been thinking about it.
Very kind, too. But it's me for Blighty. If ever you visit London, my wife's home is yours. Good night.
Good night, Tommy.
Think I'd forgotten your massage?
No.
Well, stretch out, Buster.
Yeah. I don't know why I should be so weary.
Well, just relax.
Yank.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking that when the war's done, maybe you could come and live in my wee house in Scotland for a while.
Well, thanks, Buster, but when that time comes, I'm headed straight home.
When do you leave the hospital, Yank?
Day after tomorrow.
It'll no be the same when you've gone. Most likely I'll never hear of you again.
Oh, when I get married, I'll send you a picture of Niagara Falls, and you can send me a picture of yourself in that damn kilt. Looks like it's the only way I'm ever going to see it.
Well, I was planning not to wear my kilt till I went back to my regiment. But if you liked, I could wear it in your honor instead.
What? Buster, do you mean it?
Aye, I do.
Well, look, Lackey, wear it for me tomorrow, and I'll take your picture. I just got 2 rolls of film from home.
Do you know, I've never had my photo taken.
Oh, then we'll take it tomorrow.
Aye. I'll wear my kilt. But here, you'll have to let me pay for the films. I might need them all, for I'd like a picture of everybody for myself.
Well, if it'll make you feel freer, I'll let you pay for them. There! Now I'm going to hit the hay. Good night, Lackey.
And good night to you, Yank.
Oh, well, if Tommy snores tonight, I'll cut his ruddy ears off.
Oh, Digger, what are your plans when peace comes again?
I'm going to collect my kid and my wife and settle down again in Australia.
You have a job there?
My back will be as good as ever.
Have you ever thought of looking for work in Scotland?
God, no. Has anyone?
You see, I've got some land and a wee house on it. You're welcome to it for your family. No charge. I've got good soil, and you could make a living.
Sorry, Lackey, but when I hand in my paybook, I'm heading in one direction only. Aussie land. When I think of it, I get toothache in my heart. Look, Lackey, I'll come and visit you when I'm rich.
Aye, but if you're rich, I'll no see you again.
Oh, you never know. Anyway, I'll write to you from down under.
You'll write me a letter?
Sure thing. Oh, good, I love sleep. Huh? Good night, Lackey.
Good night, Digger. Well, a letter in my own name.
Yes, I wonder I haven't got malaria. Once I'm asleep, my feet stick out all night, and the mosquitoes think it's a bloodbath.
I suppose where you come from, Kiwi, the mosquitoes are ferocious.
New Zealand mosquitoes can have all my blood they want. Once I get back, nothing's ever going to get me away again.
You really have to go home.
Yes, and I'll write to you, Lackey. I'll keep in touch. And I'm turning in. Will you put my light out?
Aye, sure.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night, Kiwi. Well, Blossom, that just leaves you.
Blossom.
No. No, they wouldn't understand you in Scotland. Well.
Sorry I took so long, but I had to find the key to the storeroom.
I've been talking to my friends.
Drink this. It'll help you to sleep.
Oh, thanks. You know, they're going to write me letters from all over the world. They said so. Do you know what that does to me, sister?
Should make you very proud.
Aye, more than that. No matter where I go now, I'll never be alone.
Yes. I know how dreadful loneliness can be, Lucky.
I've got to do something, sister. I owe so much.
To whom do you think you owe something? To your fellow man?
Maybe I could turn my farm into a place to go for wounded lads with no home of their own.
Slowly, Lachlan. Remember, sorrow's born in the hasty heart.
I'm no hasty, and I've got to help. I couldn't be a preacher. I know nothing about God. And I'm no sure I owe my friends to God. I did no praying.
You simply can't stand being indebted, can you?
I can't write a book. I've no schooling. I've only my wish to help and my two hands and my land to give away.
Lucky, if you'd only... Oh, just a minute. See if they're all asleep. Yes, all quiet. Lucky, instead of what you own, why don't you share yourself with your fellow man? We'd be much richer. I know that I am, for the things you've shared with me already.
You can't mean me, sister.
But I do.
How?
As a human being, I don't suppose I have any real individuality. I'm the people I've met. I'm a mixture of everything I've read and seen. Stolen a virtue here and a weakness there. I'm everyone I ever loved.
And you've taken something from me?
Without your knowing it.
If I hadn't stopped my bit of shrapnel, I'd never have known I could be so content. I had to be hurt to learn. Do you suppose the world would be a healthier place if more folk were sick?
Gracious, I don't know. Now you must sleep.
I'll no sleep the night.
Have you been as happy with us, Lucky, as you've ever been in your life?
I think I've shared a moment with kings.
Good night.
Sister Margaret, do you know, you've given me something too, without knowing it.
What, Lucky?
Oh, I'm no sure what it is. It's something that makes me know when you leave the room, even when I can't see you go.
That's very sweet.
Oh, you lovely, lovely angel.
You shouldn't have kissed my hand like that.
No, I'd no right.
No right at all. Good night.
She kissed me. She kissed me.
statues one used to see in the circus. Can't you crowd in a little and look more pleasant?
I'm being squeezed now, I am.
Well, if you put Tommy back, there'll be more room in front.
Well, kneel on the bed, Tommy.
Oh, that's a relief. I'm getting off my feet.
It's a relief to get off my own feet.
Lucky, can you smile a little more?
I'm no film star. I can't make an expression at will.
Well, can you frown a little less then?
Oh, will you take the photo and be done with it?
All right, all right. Now, this is a time exposure. You'll have to be very still. Ready? Smile. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, what a relief.
I think that'll be a good one.
Sure.
Lucky we have a picture of everyone here now but you. Let's take one of you by yourself.
No.
Go on, Lockie. Then we can all have a copy.
We've had ours took.
It won't hurt you.
The film belongs to me, and I'll not do it.
Well, give one good reason.
I couldn't face it alone.
Well, there's only one exposure left. Pretend it's an X-ray.
We can't have any of them develop until that one's taken.
Well...
Good man. Now stand here.
Yes, stand in the aisle.
Oh, all right, but get on with it.
Now, just pretend you're on your own land looking down the road.
Yeah, up to your kilting ever.
Now, let's make this the best of the lot. Stand still, Lucky.
Hey, you ought to be smoking a crooked pipe.
You ought to have a sheepdog.
Stop coaching from the sidelines.
Oh, don't wiggle. I can't keep you in focus. Now, be still, all of you. Tommy, get out of the picture. What are you doing there?
I've only tried to peek under his kilt to settle that bet.
Oh, don't be disgusting. Now, smile, Lucky.
I can't smile.
Oh, very well. Here we go, then. 1, 2, 3. Good.
Oh, thank heaven that's
Oh,
over.
thank you, Lucky. You were patient and handsome.
That's right, Lucky. I reckon you make the
Yank,
film
you might
business.
stop by the X-ray room and see if they'll develop our pictures.
Right, sister.
Will some of you go over to Ward C and bring the bathtub over here? They're going to let us use it for a week.
Oh, can I go, sister? I'd like to stretch my legs.
Oh, I don't care who goes, so long as you bring it back.
Well, come on then, Digger. Let's find the bath.
Before we get the
right.
bath, I think Lucky ought to walk around in this kilt. We haven't had a real good look at him yet.
Oh, you'll have the photo to study.
Turn around, Lackey. Let's see the back view.
You blokes keep chaffing him, and I'll try to lift his kilt with this fly swatter.
Good idea, Tommy. Ah, yes. You got the legs for 'em, Lackey.
Let's see how graceful they look when you make a turn. What happens?
Oh, there's a wee flare like this.
Yeah, blimey, I nearly saw her. Yeah, what would happen if you had to whirl? Oh, it shall be as graceful as a fountain. Let's see you whirl, Lucky.
Are you boys going to get that tub or not?
Right away, sister.
Come on, Tommy, you dirty old man. You'll use that tub, too.
It's a plot to keep me ignorant.
Yank,
Yeah?
could you wait? I've something I'd like to ask you.
Oh, sure. I'll manage without me. What's on your mind?
Well, I believe he said you're to be wed when you get home.
I sure am.
When were you sure you wanted a wife?
First time I kissed my gal, I guess.
Ah, when you kissed. Tell me, if a good girl kisses you, it's an encouraging sign, is it no?
Good or bad, it's encouraging any way you look at it.
I think I'd like to wed.
Aren't you sure?
Well, you see, that's my problem. Do you think I've a right to ask a lass to be my wife? No, with things like they are.
Well, what do you mean, with things like they are?
Well, if I was to get married now, I'd have to return to my regiment. Would that be fair to my bride?
Look, Buster, you mean...
Aye. Bonnie, sister Margaret.
Oh, but you can't.
She's no married.
Look, Lackey, everybody falls in love with his nurse. Well, I'll bet every patient who's been in this ward has fallen in love with Sister Margaret for a while. Well, she looks after us and she's good to us, but... Well, that doesn't mean she loves us. You might be making a mistake.
Aye, that's why I wanted your advice. Did you ever hear of Sister Margaret kissing a patient?
Well, she hasn't kissed me.
Then, if she kissed a man of her own free will, it would mean she meant to encourage him.
Did she kiss you?
She cupped my face in her two soft hands, and she kissed me.
Lackey, women kiss lots of men without having it mean marriage.
But do you think Sister Margaret's that free?
Well, no.
I lay awake all night, wondering why I should be so fortunate. Yank, do you think I'd be unwise to risk a proposal?
I don't know.
But the facts are in my favor.
Oh, hell, go ahead. It's worth sticking your neck out for.
Aye. Then I will.
Now, look, I can see Sister coming back now. You couldn't want a better chance. Shh, here she is.
The MO wants you to take these pills, Lucky.
It's a willful waste of pills.
I'll see you later, Lackey. Hey, Blossom. Come on. I'll take you out and teach you another word. One suitable for all occasions.
Now, will you take your pills?
Aye, I'll take them. Have you a minute to spare, sister?
Well, I was going over to see Matron, but what did you want?
I was thinking of making a proposal of marriage. I think you'd best be seated.
Good gracious, yes. Is the proposal of marriage directed at me?
Aye, who else?
Oh.
I've said some things in my time I've cause to regret. And among them was my attitude to marriage.
Lucky, you mustn't feel...
Please don't interrupt me. I'm no much of a man on the surface, but I've a great and powerful will to work. I've a wee button Ben in Scotland that you know about. My health's good, regardless of the Colonel's spite. I'll do my best to make you happy. You know what my army pay is, and I'll sign it over to you. I'll give you all I can. You'll never want for food nor worry about rent. I've been a cabin boy, a seaman, carpenter, a farmer, a miner, a stevedore, and a staff sergeant. I'm no legitimate. My mother wasn't married. I've good teeth, and I'm no tattooed. I hope you'll no be hasty in considering my proposal.
Lucky, are you offering me your life because you think you owe me something?
I offer you my heart, for it does me no good without you.
Oh, Lucky, it isn't simple.
There's another man?
It isn't that.
You don't share my feelings. I've made you unhappy. I've presumed over much. Can you forgive me?
Oh, you wretched, stubborn little man. Why must I love you?
Please, you confuse me. Do you or don't you?
God help us. I do.
I can't believe it. You'll marry me?
If you want me. Must I always kiss you first?
Oh, Maggie. My bonny Maggie.
Oh, dear, not Maggie, please.
I'll never displease you.
No need for promises.
But how can you care for me?
And no doubt.
No, never. So long as you do care.
On the door, Frank. You're not the old-fashioned Easy.
Yeah, I'll bet this is the tub they boil the tea in.
Ah, that's a good bet. I'll take it.
Now, look, can we get it through the washroom door?
Yeah, I think I'll sit in the tub and do my laundry.
You sit in it, you'll wear it for life.
The matron's waiting for me. I must go.
I've waited for you all my life. Don't go far.
Lucky, there are many things I'd like to say to you. I probably never shall. We've suddenly crossed many rivers. Let's not waste time looking back. Oh, here's Yank. I must fly, dear.
Well, if it didn't annoy you so much, I'd play my pipes. She loves me, Yank.
When do you get married?
Oh, we haven't fixed a date. I'll want you to stand up for me.
Be your best man?
Aye.
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Yank. Thank you kindly. Now I'll put my kilt away and have a wee rest, if you don't mind. I'll just close the screen.
Hey, when you go in there to bathe, take some scented soap and a can opener.
Hello, Yank. Yeah. Is he changing?
Yeah.
Blimey, now's our chance. We can peek through this little crack. This should settle it.
Hey, give us a gander, will you?
Get out of the way, I can't see.
Doc, what is this all about?
Stroke, the Colonel. We was settling a bet, sir. It's course, sir.
Where's the orderly? Where's the sister?
She just stepped out, sir.
Well, where's Sergeant McLachlan? He's in there, sir. I'll move the screens away. I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. The colonel to see you, lackey.
I was just changing, sir.
That's quite all right. Did you take the pills I sent you?
Aye, I took them, sir. But you can't force me to take any more.
What's that?
I'd like to remind you, sir, that as a British soldier, I have a right to refuse them.
You men, wait outside.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I've just been talking to the DMS about you. Oh, sit down.
Yes, sir.
Before I moved you over here, I called GHQ about the possibility of having you flown back.
Back where, sir?
I thought you might want to get back to Scotland.
Back to...
But I was told by GHQ that the request was, preposterous. Too many priorities.
But why should you do that for me, sir?
When we were turned down, I decided to keep you here. Have you got along all right? You satisfied?
Aye, more than satisfied. They're good men here, sir.
And I've just had a call from Army headquarters. Someone at GHQ has decided that you're more important than the waiting list.
Oh, you must be joking, sir. I'm just a sergeant.
Sergeant or brigadier, there's a passage booked for you. Tomorrow, if I can get you to the wing commander. You've been given an A1 priority. You can be in Scotland inside the 3 days. Do you want to go?
It's a great temptation, sir. When could I return?
You wouldn't return.
You mean I wouldn't be allowed to return to my regiment?
Sergeant, I have been given a direct order. I disagree with that order, but I'm a soldier and I've no choice. There seems to be a regulation somewhere that says you must be given the full facts of your case.
But I've been given the facts, sir.
When you came in here with that shrapnel in your kidney, there was a chance that you'd recover.
Aye, I have.
You recovered from the operation, yes, but you've one kidney left. A bad one. That one kidney is destined to collapse.
Aye. And then?
Nothing. There's nothing that surgery or medicine can do. Can't give a man a new kidney. Do you understand?
Aye. And the man, sir?
Waits.
How long?
A week or two more.
That's no much time.
I didn't tell you, Sergeant, because there seemed nothing to gain. Now I've been ordered to tell you.
I thought you had a spite at me.
Hardly. I wish I could give you a kidney of mine. I've damn little use for two. Would you like to go back?
My brain's numb. I can't think.
You'd see Scotland again. The alternative is to stay here with us. Stay here with your friends.
Just a minute, sir. Did the lads in the ward know about me?
Yes, I wanted things made as pleasant as possible for you. I asked them to help you.
And the sister?
Well, naturally, she had to know.
I'd like to go back to Scotland, sir.
Very well. I can get you down to Calcutta in the morning, if that's your decision.
That's my choice.
In the meantime...
I'd like to be left to myself.
Certainly, certainly. Oh, I wish I could say something warm and reassuring.
No, you can spare me that. I've had enough pity, thanks.
I'll take care of your papers and arrange for your transport.
Well, what did old Cobwebs want, lackey?
He ticked Lackey off about the pills.
Oh, I like the way our lackey stood up to him.
Don't pay any attention to old Cobwebs, lackey. He likes to throw his weight around. I better take these films to be developed now.
Give me these!
Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, lackey. You've ruined them.
Would you mind going back to your own side of the ward and leaving me in peace behind my screens?
What's the matter, lackey?
I'll no ask you again.
Your sister.
Did you talk to him?
He spoiled the pictures. What's wrong with him, sister?
The colonel told him everything.
Why?
Orders from the DMS. Oh, I do think they were wrong.
Oh, good. What good'll it do it?
Shh, here he comes.
There's your kilt back.
Lucky.
I'll be going away in the morning. If you've any decency in you, will you kindly no speak to me? I've no wish to see ye. Any of you.
Now, wait a minute,
Keep away from me, do you hear?
You'll need us, Lucky. You'll need us.
I'll need nobody. I should have known you'd be like all the rest. Well, you bought my friendship cheap enough. for the price of a kilt. How righteous you must have felt in your pity and goodness. I'll no let you hurt me again.
Well, sister?
Yes, he signed your papers, Yank. Here.
When can I leave?
Not till this afternoon.
When does he leave?
In a few minutes. Will you collect the breakfast plates?
Yeah, all right.
Sister has a cold, has she not?
I didn't notice.
Yeah, Yank. I could make tastier tea with feathers.
After you're gone, I suppose that'll be my job.
You can have it. Came to get your plate, lackey. You let your breakfast go cold. Don't you want it? Sister says you're leaving in a few minutes.
Aye.
You need any help?
I want no help.
I was leaving myself this afternoon, but if you stayed, I'd spend my leave here with you, if you'd like. Well, I'm damn sorry to see you go. I hope things won't be too bad. I'd like to say goodbye now.
You've said it.
Got all the breakfast things there, Yank?
Yeah.
Good. Here are your papers, Lackey. They'll send word over as soon as your transport's here.
I'll have my kit ready in a minute.
How about a little help with these dishes, Kiwi?
How about a little help, Tommy?
How about a little help, Digger?
Okay.
May I stay and talk to you?
There's nothing to say.
Oh, my poor, stubborn darling, please hear me. I'll never have another chance to talk to you.
There's nothing to say.
I can't let you walk out of here despising us.
You can't prevent me.
Do you think the way we feel about you less honest, less genuine because we knew to begin with?
Dare you answer that truthfully?
Of course we were more considerate because we knew. What kind of people would we be if we'd been indifferent?
The kind of people I should have known you would be. You're easy to find the world over. The kind that'll beat a man, rob him and betray him and think it fair game. Unless he's dying. And then you're frightened and your conscience drives you to goodness. Well, I find your sudden virtue no worthy of an animal.
We're your friends, Lackey. No matter how you acquired us. The only ones you have in the world. Stay with us.
You made me think for a wee while I'd misjudged my fellow man. Oh, if you only knew the bitterness I've got to thank you for.
You can't believe that the only reason we were kind to you was because we knew.
You dare deny that it didn't help, that it didn't goad you on?
No, I can't deny that.
And was it easy to like me?
No, it wasn't.
Do you expect me to be proud that you liked me just because I was to die?
That wasn't the only reason. Lackey, dear Lackey, please listen to me. Forget everything but this. For a little while, you learnt the meaning of friendship. Didn't you say that you'd shared a moment with kings?
Yeah.
Oh, darling, what difference does it make why people are good?
I've done with my packing.
Would you hate it if I kissed you goodbye? You did ask me to be your wife, you know.
Will you let me be?
Do you think I said I'd marry you only because I pitied you?
Did you not pity me?
With all my heart. Oh, surely there's pity in every woman's love.
I've no words for you.
I'll have Yank help you out with your kit. Yank?
Yeah?
Would it mean anything to you if I married you now, before you left?
Nothing.
You wanted me, sister?
Yes. Yank, as soon as I've seen about the transport, I want you to help him with his kit.
I want no help.
I think I'll get this other roll of film in. I'd like some pictures of the gang myself before I go.
Well, you can leave me out. I don't feel like pictures.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey, look, Yank. Blossom's offering the lackey's necklace.
Blossom. Back. Sheesh.
Keep your blasted feet! By God, look, you, I want to tell you something before you go. There's something mean in you that only a bullet can cure. You don't want our friendship? Well, you didn't pay for it. You didn't earn it. You got it for nothing, so what are you kicking about? Now the payoff. You're sore because you didn't know when you were going to die. Well, does anyone know when he's going to die? What do you think life is, a certified check?
You tricked and cheated me. You didn't give me friendship, you gave me pity.
Well, did Blossom give you pity? He didn't know you were going to die. He liked you. He wanted to give you something, and you throw his friendship back in his face. It's a good thing you're going to die before you cause any more unhappiness.
Yank, what were you shouting about?
This sorehead hit Blossom.
Why?
Because Blossom wanted to give him some beads when he saw he was going away.
Never mind. Lucky, your transport's here. Are you ready?
Aye.
Are you ready to go?
Aye.
Yank, will you carry his kit for him?
No, he doesn't want any help. Let him manage alone.
It's your last chance to help him.
Why, he doesn't have to go. He's so damn stubborn, he'll die alone rather than admit he's wrong. No.
Digger. Kiwi. Tommy.
I need no help. I'll go alone.
Lachlan.
Aye.
Goodbye.
Well, now that he's getting out of the way, let's get some pictures. Come on, fellas, get together. Hey, sister, come on, take our pictures.
I'd be willing to consider staying if you'd admit you'd wronged me.
Oh, look, if you think we're going to beg you to stay, you're wasting your time. Now, get the picture, sister.
You can't use that film without my permission. It's my private property.
I'll give you your money back.
I've my rights. I'll no take it.
Oh, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus.
Oh, don't be spiteful, Lucky, please.
Let him take it. The hell with him. But I wish I could understand what makes a man want to die despised and friendless.
I don't want to die alone.
Lachlan, why don't you say what you want to say? And stop saying the things you don't mean. Lachlan.
It's no easy for me to say it. All my life I've hated what I couldn't have, but saved my pride. But now, I've no time to squander on my pride. I want to stay. If I must beg you, could I have my bed back?
Why don't you get into your blues, Lucky?
Yes. Change in my office.
All right. Thank you.
I wish I had a mother. I feel just like kicking her in the teeth.
Do you suppose he'd feel better if he could play his bagpipe?
I don't think he could. I don't think he has any wind left in him.
He looked a bit pale. Sister, maybe you'd better go in and see him.
No, I think not. He swallowed his pride. It'll take him a little time to digest it.
Hey, why don't we finish taking the pictures?
Yes, let's get that over.
Before we grow long, gray beards.
All right, then. Get into a group. Come along now. That's it. Oh, no. Stay close together.
Tommy, you can't.
Are we very handsome-looking, sister?
I can't see you. Not very handsome, but very wonderful.
Oh, then take what you see. My legs are getting tired.
1, 2, Lucky.
Aye, get a
And you changed into your kilt.
Would you be so good as to let me into your photo? That is my film. Though you need to consider that.
Your place is here, lackey.
Yeah, come on, lackey. Come and stand over here.
Now, are you ready? All smiling. 1, 2, 3. That's it.
What a relief.
Hey, you've not to do that.
I found out, blokes. I peeked under his kilt. I know the answer.
You little beaut.
In The Hasty Heart by John Patrick, adapted for radio by Duncan MacIntyre, the part of Lachlan was played by Duncan MacIntyre. Margaret was played by Isabel Dean, Yank by Warren Stanhope, Digger, Trader Faulkner, Tommy, Alan Dudley, Kiwi, Rolf Lefevre, Blossom, Michael McLean, the Colonel, Basil Jones, and the Orderly, Ronald Herdman. The Hasty Heart was produced by Martin C. Webster.
Saturday Night Theatre. The Tower of London, April 1641.
My Lord Strafford, all goes for us. Every corridor unguarded, your own door ajar. Balfour has played his part well.
He did not take the bribe, Captain. You will carry this ring and this letter to the king.
But the way is prepared.
Like the avenue to hell, too smoothly. Where are your men?
In the courtyard below. Lord Newport examines our orders prior to accepting our authority.
March your men out, man, and quickly. It is a trap. I will not leave here falsely. Pym must destroy me openly or not at all.
My lord, there is nothing but shame for me.
I command it! Obey me, sir.
I will take your letter to the king.
Pray God by its means he may at least save his own honor. You must hear what I have written. May it please your sacred majesty, I understand the minds of men are more and more incensed against me, notwithstanding your majesty has declared that in your princely opinion I am not guilty of treason. To call destruction on myself will find no easy consent from flesh and blood, but to set your majesty's conscience at liberty I do most humbly beseech your majesty in order to prevent such evils which may happen by your refusal to pass this bill, though it condemn me.
My lord, no! Do not let them bring you to this.
I am not broken yet. Once I was the most powerful man in all England. While I live, Pym's cause is still in the balance.
While he leads them, you dare not put your trust in Parliament.
I must. It is the law.
But beyond them, and above the law, stands the king. Is that your plan?
He must use my plea more cunningly than that. He stands among traps and snares set all about him by John Pym and that coven of subversion and deceit, the Provident Company.
You knew, and yet you held your hand.
Ever since that bitter truce at Ripon 6 months ago. Had we but crushed those quiet traitors then.
We present Dennis Hawthorne as Thomas Wentworth, Earl of Strafford, and Noel Johnson as John Pym in Black Tom Tyrant by Brian Hales. Black Tom Tyrant.
Gentlemen, since there is no other business, I declare this meeting of the Provident Company concluded.
Motion put by the chairman, Lord Say.
And seconded, Mr. Pym.
Seconded by my Lord Warwick. This 27th day of October, in the year of our Lord 1640.
But there are further matters to discuss, other than those of our company.
Do we have news from York?
The treaty has been signed at Ripon between the King's Council and the Scots.
The King has conceded to the power of the Covenant.
And in that strength lies our great opportunity.
Then they have Strafford and the King in a grasp of iron. There is nothing now we cannot do.
Their letters tell us so.
To meet the Scots' demands, the King must have money. Money that only a Parliament may grant. A Parliament that we shall control.
Do not forget the Parliament of May. Barely 3 weeks old when it was stamped out by Strafford's spite.
Neither he nor the King will dare to stop our mouths again. The King summons a Parliament now because he must. He knows the price that must be paid.
No Parliament, no money.
With Leslie's Scottish Redshanks howling at his ears, he has no choice.
But before supply is granted
he must right the wrongs that injure us. That is the rock on which we stand.
Ship money, monopolies, the innovations to religion, he must answer to them all.
It will be your triumph, Mr. Pym.
We shall have all the votes we need. A majority in the Commons is certain.
Not so the House of Lords.
Not for a certainty, that's true.
What is the danger? We can carry the day there, surely.
There is one who can put us all into shadow. One fist that would mould all others to his will.
Black Tom Tyrant.
Strafford.
He has earned the name. The people know and fear it.
He is the King's most powerful servant.
And give him his due. Effective. He brought Ireland to heel as few men ever could.
Backed by a trained army of 8,000 Irish Catholics. Power indeed.
If that army had ever reached Scotland...
There would have been no truce. The Covenanters held in check. The King would have had no need of Parliament. Strafford, the King's right arm, would rule us just as he did Ireland, trampling men's liberties underfoot, crushing all dissent, putting men's consciences ever into charge.
But now at York he commands only a rabble.
And his hands are tied by the terms of armistice.
Even so, through him, and that other evil counsellor, the Papist Archbishop Laud, the King may yet prevent our cause.
While he has Strafford and Laud to buttress him, he has the strength to resist and survive.
Then we must undermine these twin Sampsons.
That is my intent.
And how will you bring them down?
Why? By the law of the land and the will of the people.
Our greatest strength is in the people's discontent.
Then let them demand justice. Cry out for it, in the streets. The law we need is ancient, but to hand.
Impeachment.
Which sets Strafford safely in the Tower. A menace no longer.
That in itself is not enough. If such a man drives the ship of state upon the rocks of tyranny, where is our answer?
Why, then he pays the penalty. We cannot draw back.
Then the choice is plain. Our cause or his. I put it to you. Strafford must die.
Your Majesty, we concede too much. All we have gained from the Scots is defeat.
Conciliation is but a means to buy time.
Then let us use it wisely. Let us make a stand and no more promises.
Do not scorn them, Strafford. Those same promises divide my enemies.
With the army from Ireland we could yet destroy the Scots and persuade all men to your cause. It is still not too late to act.
A truce has been signed. We are bound to its terms.
So, the Covenanter Commissioners now ride in triumph to London.
They go there to negotiate a proper peace.
With the new Parliament, sire, not their rightful king.
I shall be there also.
Your loyal Scot diplomat, Hamilton, suggests I do not travel to London with you.
Hamilton has great respect for you, Strafford. He has only your best interests at heart.
Not so. He reckons me too dangerous as a peacemaker.
Just as does John Pym.
Pym? The people's friend, the noble ox of Parliament. He manipulates them just as he uses the Covenanter victory to create fear and anarchy. In his hands, liberty becomes licensed government by will of the mob.
Yet you shared a common purpose once.
All that is past. Now I admit only the authority of kingship as the keystone of government. Pym would remove that power entirely. But I stand in his path, and he knows it.
Such a challenge must force him to sharp action.
Now, there are limits to what he may do. He dare not curtail me by using the fury of the mobs or by setting an assassin such as Felton at my back. He knows he must use the law if he is to persuade all men, and it is with that he will attempt to cast me down. But he cannot act alone.
Parliament may act, guided by his arguments.
His is not the only hand they will obey. When I speak, they will listen. They can be managed.
There is danger, even so.
I risk all to take all. Or is it your command that I swallow Hamilton's advice and flee shamefully?
It would save your life. For a certainty.
And how greatly would Pym and his sons of Zion rejoice at my retreat! No, I say let him challenge me. He may find instead that it is his life at stake, not mine.
In spite of all opposition, you intend to stay?
That is my wish. Whether as scapegoat or as king's champion, I serve. That is enough.
Then you will ride with me tomorrow to Whitehall.
All will be well, I know. My heart is high. There is no chill of fear in me. But my family here, close by to York, I know they would take delight in seeing me before I journey on to London.
Go to them, gladly.
My apprehension is not for myself.
I know your courage. Let me put your mind at rest. You stand in my favor, that is absolute. By the word of a king, you shall not suffer in life or in fortune, whichever way events may turn from this day on. This ring is my pledge. Take it.
Sire, I accept it humbly.
Go to your estate at Woodhouse. Your health demands that you rest.
Thank you, sire. I shall follow you to Whitehall within the week.
But, Majesty...
Oh, my poor Archbishop, how terrible. To find yourself flat on your face.
Majesty, it was not the painting that fell, not myself.
A tragedy, even so. But how will Van Dyck ever repair that exquisite nose?
The painting was undamaged, Lady Carlisle. The heavy frame, being recessed, protected the canvas from harmful contact with the floor.
How merciful, an act of providence. Or even, perhaps, an omen.
I am not a superstitious man, but God grant it be no omen.
What a pity you were not present at its downfall. A revelation might have been apparent to you.
What could it have told me, my lady?
Why, it might have cried out, "No bishops," as it fell.
A matter for concern, not laughter, Lady Carlisle.
Your Majesty, do not scold us, Charles. We seek only to uplift my Lord Archbishop and his portrait.
The matter of the portrait is of little consequence, sire. There is news from Westminster and the North.
Oh, Charles, must we talk politics?
Of necessity, my love. My Lord Archbishop, is the news of Strafford?
He will be at Lambeth by nightfall.
No sooner than desired, then. That man! He smells of horses, mud and leather, always. He's not at all amusing, even to discuss.
Then you will excuse us, my love.
Willingly. Come, Lucy. Of course. Has the costumes for the mass displayed for us. Oh, I've got something I want to see.
Strafford's arrival pleases me, but concerning Westminster...
Our prospects of controlling Parliament grow weaker day by day. The Committee of Privileges find only for Pym's faction in the disputed seats.
Strafford should have been here sooner.
He travels as fast as his illness permits, Majesty. Gout and the stone cripple and waste him. Even so, for loyalty alone, he drives himself far beyond what other men find endurable.
But with Parliament already in session...
We need his strength, I know. He will be with us soon.
Pym awaits him, just as eagerly as we do.
The danger is not Strafford's alone. I sense the precipice also. And should one fall, why, both will fall.
My lord, why do we halt? Is your sickness again upon you?
I am well enough, sir.
We can still turn back.
There is no turning back.
My lord?
I look behind us, Captain, to fix a treasure in my mind. The last boundaries of my estate, inherited, built upon, and husbanded by men I am proud to call loyal.
You will return to them in triumph, my lord.
First, we must take Pym by the dewlap and bring him to the dust. That is the only future that I know. Let us ride on, Captain. Swiftly. Hup!
Is there still no news of Strafford?
It seems he remains in the north, my lord say.
Out of wisdom, Pym, or from cowardice?
Perhaps, as last summer, he is struck down by his sickness.
God forbid that he should slip from us by that means.
He will come to us yet at Westminster. His pride and his loyalty will make him.
It must be soon, while the mood of the House is with us, unfaltering.
Your speeches have seen to that, Pym. All our grievances truly put.
And a fine trap, neatly laid.
I claimed only the true right of Parliament, to declare the law where it is doubtful, and to provide for the execution of the law where it is clear.
A law that will fit Strafford like a noose.
My lord.
What is it?
Lady Carlisle, my lord.
I couldn't wait on ceremony, Robert. My news is too urgent.
Strafford.
He has arrived and dines with the Archbishop tonight.
At last.
You'll waste no time. Tomorrow he'll take his seat in the Lords.
It is then that we must act, and quickly.
Once started, it will be in my hands.
So, Strafford thinks to confront us boldly, putting himself above the will of the people.
If the Commons are made to kneel to his power, they will not rise so easily again.
Then by noon tomorrow, he must be shown the truth is otherwise.
Thomas, you are in pain. Sit here. Be comfortable and at ease.
I am better now than I was, William, my friend.
The journey from Woodhouse wasn't easy, my lord Archbishop.
Fortunately, I was well attended by this gentleman, Captain John Smith, my aide and messenger. You may trust him.
Such a quality is of value. You are welcome here, my son.
Thank you, your grace.
Tell me how it is here in London. Why has Pym not moved against you thus far?
He does not sleep, be certain of that. The ox plods on, but his plowshare bites deep, throwing up hatred and petitions of discontent, feeding imagined grievances, and spreading rumor and disquiet among the people.
Plots and protests, they are old and trusted weapons to Pym.
He employs them to guide opinion just as a riverman uses the currents of a raging stream. In one day alone, we've had word of a Spanish garrison in the Tower of London, Whitehall under siege by Irish mercenaries, and French cavalry landed at Portsmouth. Do you wonder that the city shudders in its sleep?
But these are fantasies.
They are food and drink to the people's rage against the king.
Do you hear them at my gates? Listen. Daily the apprentices bawl obscenities outside this very place. They are totally without respect.
We saw them as we rode in. They did not know our faces.
Thank God for it. They are crude, violent men. They taunt me as the Pope of Lambeth. At times, Thomas, their fury leaves me trembling.
Pym puts you to the test, nothing more. He dare not touch you while I hold power.
I do not easily forget Buckingham, 12 years since. His physician torn to pieces in the street. The great night-long crow of triumph at Buckingham's death. It is the power of the beast given purpose.
Only when men learn to respect power do they prosper.
There is greater danger hidden within Pym's doctrine of the people. It canker will subvert all authority, not the king's only, but state and church alike.
That is why he must not only be confounded, he must be crushed, and all like him.
But how, Thomas? His strength among the people is so great.
It is founded on falsehoods. So, too, will be the case he mounts against me.
I am his target also.
He must take me first. Apart from all else, he hates me. Not for my cause, but as a man.
My lord, you want Parliament to impeach you?
If they disappoint me, why, I shall demand it. But Pym will spring my trap, do not fear.
Now I see. You are the bait.
The mob are not my judges. They may spit Black Tom Tyrant at my back, but that is useless anger, not accusation. For Pym to succeed, he must act by impeachment.
A case correct in justice and in law.
Giving proof of my so-called treason, charge by charge. Nothing less will do to hold men's respect. And he can prove nothing.
But where is the trap in this that will catch John Pym?
Like him, I know the law, and I know Parliament. They will not tolerate misuse. If Pym should fail, the backlash of his ambition will draw a just and fitting punishment onto his own head.
Pym himself impeached in turn?
Yes.
But there has to be proof.
It is there to be discovered by honest inquiry. Pym stands on the razor's edge just as much as I. That is my challenge.
But, my lord, the risk you take is as wild as the toss of a coin.
Then let the game take its course. Time is all I need. Time to persuade and prepare those lords sympathetic to the king and his rightful cause.
Your face is troubled, Charles. Does this melody displease you? Something merrier, perhaps?
I think I would sooner have no music.
Oh, Charles. Do not let that adventurer Strafford depress your spirits.
He must succeed.
Oh, he will ride Parliament as he rides his horses, into the ground.
You believe in him?
I despise the man.
He is a good and trusted servant.
But he is not another Buckingham. No man could be that.
Strafford has my trust, not my affection. I need his strength, nothing more.
And if he did not exist, where would you find a new champion?
I do not choose to think of it. Lord has lately become so aged and uncertain.
I'm here. I'm young, and I have the determination that my king should rule undisputed.
You are my wife, beloved above all else.
Then do not always treat me as a doll to be petted and pampered. I can be strong.
I know it. But for you, Lord and Strafford might have cracked me between them long ago.
You will prevail, Charles, both over them and Pym. For you are a king, God-given and precious to your people. No one will ever deny you that.
It is not enough. If I am to rule, Strafford must challenge Pym and win.
The Commons hate their Black Tom Tyrant. He will never persuade them otherwise.
But he can persuade the Lords. He is there now. Pray God that they will listen to him with an open mind.
There are forces here at work, my lords, that must bear examination for the good both of the Commonwealth and the King. Such dark...
Remain here, Smith, while I take my place.
Yes, my lord.
Once I have spoken, you will know how it goes.
I will ride then at once to Whitehall and to the Palace of Lambeth.
Smile, man, you will bear a good report.
My lords,
Lord, listen.
I set before you,
voice.
humbly, and with the knowledge that justice will be done, this document of accusation.
It is Pym. He has
This
forestalled us.
impeachment, freely and fully voted on by your brothers, those gentlemen of the House of Commons, names one man as the evil centre of these troubled times, the Earl of Strafford, Lord President of the North, Lord Deputy of Ireland, the King's Chief Minister and most evil counsellor.
He has moved against me like the wind.
His faction has seen you, my lord. They are waving at you to go.
I say, his purposes are set implacably against the good of the people. In their name, I demand that such a monstrous arrogance be brought fully to account.
It is the will of the House that you withdraw.
This is my rightful place, Maxwell. You cannot deny me.
The charge of impeachment has already been laid against you by the House of Commons, my lord. It is now sub judice, and all your rights here are curtailed. You know yourself how the law stands.
My lord, it can't be true. How else can you speak your case?
Only at my trial. Not here and not before. Pym has won this trick.
Not so. You must speak in the streets if needs be.
That cannot be, Captain. Maxwell commands me as Black Rod usher to this house, and he has something yet to say. Finish it, man.
It is my duty not only to sequester you, my lord, but to set you in honourable custody.
No, I'll prevent it.
No swords, Captain.
To you, my lord, but to set you in honourable custody.
No, I'll prevent it.
No swords, Captain. I must submit to law. Where do you take me, Maxwell?
For this day only, to the confines of my own house, my lord. But thereafter, you will be a prisoner of Parliament, kept at their pleasure in the Tower.
It was a triumph, Mr. Pym. Was it not so, say?
Perfect, both in timing and in strategy.
Strafford in our palm at last.
Did you see his face when Black Rod demanded that he withdraw?
There was a fury in his eyes, not easily forgotten.
Frustrated both by action and by law, who can blame him?
Be sure he is less arrogant now.
But not yet defeated, my lord say.
You are a lawyer, Mr. Glynn. Do you doubt what we have against him?
My lord, what we do not have, we will shortly find.
That will take time.
With Strafford safely sequestered, time is on our side, but we must use it skillfully.
Do not let us forgo our other grievances.
Religion foremost of all.
Then I move Archbishop Laud to be the next impeachment.
Not yet, my Lord Warwick. Let godly men such as Bishops Williams, Prynne and Burton first be freed.
The city will rejoice at that. Each one is a martyr to Laud's oppression.
And what of Secretary Windybank? Are we to let that self-enriched parasite go only half-examined after all?
No, my lord. Not him nor Lord Keeper Finch. But with Strafford's power curtailed, we have a tool to hand that will serve us equal to impeachment. Fear.
Now they are rid of their protector, what will they do?
They will flee, my lord, like rats from a sinking ship. And that vessel will founder all the more quickly for their leaving of it.
My Lord Strafford.
What's this, Balfour? I made no request for your company.
You've a visitor bringing you books.
John Smith, my lord, your servant, bearing news of your friends.
Small comfort in that. Be quick about your business, sir. We do not measure time lightly here in the Tower.
A dour man, my lord.
Sir William Balfour is a man who sees his keepership as a sober matter. He is, even so, a gentleman.
He is too closely related to the Covenanters for my peace of mind.
Perhaps it's just as well that you are a soldier no longer, Captain.
To play the courtier seemed more fitting to avoid suspicion.
A wise step. You are too loyal for comfort with a sword in your hand.
Should the chance come, my lord, the hand and the sword will be ready.
This is neither the time nor the place. Tell me your news, briefly.
None of it is good, my lord.
I do not expect sweet hallelujahs, man. I asked for information. Speak.
Bishop Williams is released. A great rabble acclaimed him as he rode through the city to the Lords to resume his seat there.
He has a mind to be the new architect of the church, given the chance.
Well, Archbishop Laud sees less danger in him than in the zealots Prynne and Burton.
Are they released also?
Greater crowds than followed Bishop Williams, welcomed them with bouquets of rosemary through the city streets.
Rosemary for remembrance.
Grey-green for liberty, so called, but a badge of hatred against all Catholic souls.
Laud was right. It is a black omen for the days to come.
There is worse. Secretary Windebank, under threat of impeachment, has fled to France.
But his crimes are petty, like the man.
His nephew Reed has deserted with him, protesting that they had only ever obeyed their master's orders.
They blame the king? I would whip such servants through the streets.
The king's servants are pressed from every side, my lord. Even privy councillors are now to be examined for what they know.
But that openly denies the executive privilege of government.
When Parliament asked, the king gave way, my lord.
Then who will dare ever to speak again in council, for fear of being later called to their disadvantage?
The king had little choice. To deny Parliament the right of search would admit cause for deceit. And you were their target.
Why does Pym need such evidence against me? What trick does he next intend?
That is not yet clear. But if there is any to be found, he now has the means to root it out.
There is none. That should have been the only answer.
Parliament is no longer held off so easily, my lord. They are in full cry.
So, the wild hunt is on at last.
That's the fear that haunts many minds, not least my lord Archbishop.
Pym has hoodwinked us all. While we wait boldly for the bludgeon or the knife, he has infected men's souls with a fear that has them cringing at shadows. By this, he will strip the king of all ministers, all loyalties, all friends, paring his power to the bone.
And yet he has not so much as raised a sword in anger.
God forbid he ever has the chance. But it is not yet too late for the Archbishop to run to ground. Seek him out quickly. Get him to Ireland, to my lodge near Dublin. He, above all men, must be made safe.
Evensong in my own chapel. It saddens me, Maxwell, that it may be the last for some time.
It is a concession granted only to a few.
Greatly appreciated.
My masters, the lords, are not spiteful men.
Being with God and my small household of friends for this one brief moment brings peace.
Cling to that moment, then. It will give you strength.
As did the psalm for the day. Did you mark it?
It had less meaning for me than for your own situation.
Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, that thou may give him patience in time of adversity, until the pit be digged up for the ungodly.
They gather them together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood.
But the Lord is my refuge.
We must make our journey soon.
Not before sunset, I beg you.
It's already almost dark.
Another mercy for an old man. I would avoid the gazing of the people, and what they might call out against me.
The barge that will take us to the tower is moored and waiting.
A few last farewells only remain. I will be with you in moments.
Your Grace, I can grant no more concessions. You must come now.
My Lord Archbishop.
My son, I know your face.
John Smith, Your Grace.
Thomas sent you.
He did, but...
You are too late.
Why is Blackrod here? Have they moved already to impeach you?
The accusations were made this very afternoon, my son. I am not afraid.
Do not submit to them. They have no right.
I perform the command of Parliament, sir. Stand aside.
Obey him, my son. Who knows? I may meet old friends at my new lodgings in the tower.
Give me your blessing, Your Grace. And God go with you.
I grant it, and not for you only. In nomine Patris.
No more, Your Grace. We must go now.
Amen.
What can I do?
Watch my going, and pray for me, my son. Then tell those who should be told.
My lord, farewell.
Come, Your Grace. The barge is waiting.
Maxwell, our way is barred. They will not let me pass.
You are in my charge, and safe. Do not be afraid.
But see how they lie in wait, exulting at my downfall. Wolves, eager to savage the Lamb of God.
The Lord in his mercy save your grace!
Amen. Amen to that.
You see, my Lord Archbishop, there is no violence in wait for you here.
God save your grace. God rest your grace.
Have I so many gentle friends?
They kneel before you all along your path.
Your blessing, my lord.
That they should kneel for me.
Step aboard the barge, Your Grace. Then grant them the blessing that they ask.
Thank you, my son.
Answer them, Your Grace.
The floods have risen, O Lord. The floods have lifted up their voice.
No ceremony, my lord. Now step aboard. Give us all your blessing. And quickly. The boatmen wait, and we must depart.
Bless us, your children, my lord.
Your Grace.
In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
Enough! Oarsmen, pull away! Pull, I say, for King's Reach and the Tower!
Balfour informed me of Lord's arrest with true Calvinist delight.
It was a cruel trick played on an old man. A week left to Christmas. Surely Pym could have stayed his hand for 7 days.
Not if the move were forced upon him.
But Pym controls his faction totally.
He uses them. I tell you, there has never been a parliament such as this. And if left to grow, it will gnaw at the roots of kingship and government until the whole tree falls. An overturning based on protest and discontent, its true meaning hidden beneath a turmoil of religion.
Pym attacks the king's powers at every vital issue.
More than that, he seeks to deny his divine prerogative. Pym would make the throne answerable to Parliament alone.
He must dispose of you and all other loyal gentlemen first, my lord.
That will not be easy, and every day here gives me more confidence.
You count 6 weeks in the Tower as a mark of triumph?
Because the articles of impeachment against me are still without form or substance and incomplete.
The committee is still at work.
They do not seek for evidence. They grope.
Pym is cunning enough to fabricate what he cannot find.
Why, then let him. I relish the chance of tearing his coat of falsehoods into tatters. There is nothing he can set against me. Nothing.
My lords, we have Strafford and Laud in the Tower. Lord Keeper Finch is impeached and fled into exile. The Earl of Essex now commands the military and can be trusted by us.
But the royal power is not diminished, it survives.
Lords such as Hertford, Bedford, and Bristol lean ever more closely to the king.
The junto of papist officers about the Queen increases daily, and there is too much talk of overturning.
The Scots and Presbyterians.
Their clumsy extremism must be kept in check. They dismay moderate men.
Their demands are not easily satisfied.
While they threaten to uproot the established church, our cause must suffer in the middle ground, and the king grows stronger.
He already seeks a shrewd Protestant marriage with the House of Orange.
That would produce not only popular goodwill, but gold that could free him from Parliament's purse strings.
We need a bold diversion, an attack.
We have one to hand. Strafford.
Can we proceed against him?
Shortly. And for his trial, we now have a further tool. Evidence that, if placed before Strafford's peers at the correct moment, will ensure his downfall utterly.
New evidence? What is it, man? Show us.
Read this. The passage I have marked.
An army in Ireland you may employ here to reduce this kingdom. Whose words are these?
My Lord Strafford's.
This kingdom? England? Why, then his treachery is proved. He is a dead man.
Wait. Mr. Pym, this is written in your hand. How is this legal evidence? What is its value?
Those words were spoken at the council meeting held on the 5th of May, 1640. The notes, minuted by Secretary Vane, were set aside amongst his personal papers, and there discovered by his son, who brought them thoughtfully to me.
Young Vane. However true the item, his procuring of it must be suspect. He is a known fanatic, extravagant in all his beliefs.
Rifling his father's papers hardly sounds a godly action, whatever its purpose.
Its intent was innocent, but I agree with what you say, my lords.
But then, if it is suspect, how can it help us?
First, think how men will see those evil words.
As open treason.
But Strafford had good reason to bring his Irishmen to fight the Scots invaders. That cannot be construed as treason in a time of war.
The note says this kingdom, my lord.
Indeed it does.
But which? Scotland or England?
Either is implied, but I say only one was intended. My lords, it is a known fact that Strafford only narrowly failed to negotiate Spanish troops to aid the king. Where next would he turn but to the army he had raised and trained so well himself in Ireland?
If we allow that, then we have him indeed. An offer to the king to make war on his own subjects.
With the council itself as witness.
They will need reminding.
Oh, we have it here in black and white.
In Mr. Pym's hand only. Why is this?
From consideration of the young man's feelings, my lord. Loyalty to his father's trust set against public duty.
An embarrassing choice, hardly to be admitted publicly.
And by making this copy, the source of betrayal is less easily tracked down.
A generous action, Mr. Pym, and shrewd.
But unacceptable in law. How can such a tarnished truth be used?
By Secretary Vane himself.
Then he knows?
Not yet. But when the time comes, he will not prove difficult to persuade.
He hates Strafford.
Even so, he is bound by the honor of his task, in public at least.
Not so. He is obliged to speak, if we so command.
By what means?
Do you not recall, my lords, that request from Parliament, granted by the king, that all privy councillors be answerable on oath as to whatever has passed in council?
Mr. Pym, I salute your mind. You knew what to look for even then.
So, the source is honourable and the fact is found.
And will be used at the right and proper moment, once Strafford's trial begins. No later than January's end, pray God.
But until then,
we must work to keep Parliament all of one mind, away from the curled lock of Antichrist and bishops.
Bishop Williams, we welcome you.
God's blessing upon both your majesties.
Your petition states that you wish to express concern about the priest John Goodman.
A priest of Rome recently tried under that law of great Elizabeth that makes it a felony for such a priest to enter this realm.
Tried and found guilty?
But reprieve by the power of mercy that the king my husband holds, Bishop Williams.
Mercy is the just prerogative of kings. It must be used wisely.
You are known as a moderate man, Bishop. Why do you object to mercy?
This priest has broken an ancient and respected law. He must pay.
An ancient and despicable law has been used against him, Bishop Williams. There is a difference.
If a law is at hand and cherished by tradition, it must in the course of time find use. And should one law be denied, then so must all.
Mercy does not deny the law, Bishop. It tempers the law with compassion.
Answer again, your grace. Do you deny God's charity?
The city cries out aloud. I only bring its voice as plaintive to your ears.
A voice that demands the overturning of the church. A voice of passion, not of peace. Let that voice be still.
Your Majesty, Parliament asks only this, that the law might take its course unhindered.
They want a priest of Rome to be hanged, nothing more. Oh, Charles, ceci n'est que de la vengeance. Tu ne peux pas permettre cela.
If this be so, Bishop Williams, let Parliament consider the consequences. If this priest be hanged in England, why, we must justly fear reprisals against Englishmen abroad in Catholic dominions. And in taking that advice to Parliament, take this also.
Your Majesty,
It is a petition from Father Goodman himself. It is couched in simple terms.
He begs that his execution still be carried out. He would rather die on the gallows than cause ill feeling between the king and his people.
It is a rare victim that can offer greater mercy than his oppressors, Bishop Williams. I command you, take his petition to the Lords, and let them put the matter to their own conscience.
How then did the Lords accept Goodman's plea?
My lord, they read it and were deeply moved. The wanton vengeance of the Puritan extremists revolted them.
They condemned it.
They have set aside Goodman's death indefinitely.
Then they are prepared to make a stand against the Commons.
The King's act of mercy was resolute and just, urged firmly by the Queen.
Her strength begins to show. Pray God he uses it.
It is she who continues the negotiations which you began for aid from Spain and Holland.
And the marriage bargain with the House of Orange.
The match is all but secure, though William is but 12 to Mary's 9 sweet years.
They may be children yet, but it is a solid Protestant foundation.
But will it affect Pym's hold on Parliament and the people?
Who can yet tell? But his opposition to the crown stands in danger from its own success. Without a common enemy, his factions grow as undisciplined as the rabble in the streets. That is why he needs me, in all honesty, to unite them in a common hatred.
All is prepared at last, then, Mr. Glynn.
9 general accusations of subverting the laws, 28 individual cases of tyranny and injustice, most concerning his rule in Ireland.
And the army question, Article 23.
That is our trump, awaiting only your signal to be played.
Strafford is to be accused before the Lords tomorrow.
He will be sure to ask for time to read and answer to the charges.
Do not oppose that request too strongly. And in the event, give way.
But he will use it to muster up his best defense.
We, too, need the time to remind the people of his evil. By the printed word.
Publish the charges?
Why shouldn't all men know his crimes?
That is a broadsheet that people will enjoy.
Those against him hate him. Even those for him fear his power.
He will be forced to justify himself before all England when trial commences. And he will fare no better than would Judas.
Judas made a different ending.
Strafford will be just as much alone.
Mr. Pym.
My lord, say.
It is tomorrow that Strafford is accused.
It is, my lord.
We are well prepared, my lord.
But you, Mr. Pym, you look uncertain.
We are not dealing with a fool. However strong our case, it is in the balance. And Littleton, the new Lord Keeper presiding at the trial, is loyal both to the King and to Strafford.
We dare not fail now.
I do not intend that we should fail. I merely suggest alternatives, just as deadly.
But there is no further evidence more damning than that we have already.
And if what we have is not enough...
Why then, we must turn yet again to the laws of England. In due course. For now, let Strafford's trial go forward, just as we have planned.
You asked for me, my lord. Can you not sleep?
Work is necessary, Balfour. Sleep is not.
I do not expect to be summoned at this hour to be lectured on the virtues of loyalist endeavour.
And I do not count time when it involves the preservation of my life.
The King's presence at your hearing gives you a needless arrogance, my lord.
Are you dismayed by it, as were Warwick and Say?
It was unwarranted.
But effective, for it cheered loyal souls.
I am not here to argue. What service do you want?
I have certain rights, Balfour, that even you cannot deny.
Name them.
Witnesses. My secretaries from Ireland, Radcliffe and Wandersford. I need their testimony at my trial.
Want away, then. Radcliffe is in custody in Dublin, awaiting his own impeachment.
And so conveniently silenced.
Wandersford also, but more permanently.
What of him?
He is dead, my lord, of a sudden sickness. They say the Irish burden you bequeathed him was too great for him to bear.
I left Ireland in a comfortable and settled state.
While you ruled, perhaps. Now they unite, Catholic and settler alike, in repudiation of the obedience you forced upon them.
They will be brought to heel again once I am free.
Do not hope too soon, my lord. The tide runs against you.
What do you know that I do not?
Pym moves ever more cunningly against you, man. At his hint, Bishop Williams has persuaded all other bishops that a cause as sanguineous such as yours should not involve them.
But their vote in the Lords could make the difference between life and death.
They have waived the right both to speak and to vote. They are useless to you.
And so they escape the anger of the commons and the people.
Perhaps they know and fear the mood of the mob more closely than you do.
I am on trial before my peers, not a rabble. I will be heard.
Under a hostile arbiter, such as Lord Arundel.
Lord Keeper Littleton is president of the court.
No longer. Illness keeps him from Westminster. Arundel, as Earl Marshal, will find little in your favour.
I still have truth and honesty on my side, that neither Pym nor fate can remove.
Your truth and honesty will not serve to upend the Puritan power now. It is too late. In 3 months, Pym has taken the king's government apart, like a watch that needs repair.
And when he comes to put it together once again, does he think it will go any the more smoothly?
There is no going back now.
You are wrong. Pym has attempted much, claimed even more, but his cunning work has barely begun.
Do you count impeachment of ministers and judges, abolition of the prerogative courts, and the destruction of royal excesses nothing?
None of it is irreparable. Pym's subversion can still be held in check and reversed. It has to be so.
You are not easily defeated, Strafford.
I have a dream. It will not be denied.
Man, it saddens me that you burn yourself out serving a king who is not fit to rule alone. You're sick, you're exhausted. What glory is there in such thankless ambition?
I have known real power. I have no need of false glory. Halt, blind or lame, I will be found true to my most gracious master.
Then pray God that your master be found worthy equally.
And to that, amen.
There has never been such a trial as this, Mr. Pym. Look at the public benches. There is not a seat spare.
Nor in the galleries.
The gentry there show little pleasure at the din and stench beneath them.
It is there we shall find our greatest sympathy, Mr. Glynn, among the common people.
They bay at Stratford now. See, he arrives.
Get the black tongue! Bring the tyrant down! Black tongue tyrant!
How the man has changed.
He is a stooping greybeard, not a tyrant.
Look at him, the poor soul. God help him.
He will win sympathy by his condition.
Let his black record speak for itself. It'll take more than pity to redeem his treason once we have done with him.
Silence! Let the case begin.
From the moment my Lord Strafford took the stand, your grace, the Commons' prosecution faltered. In a week he has taken a clear advantage over Pym.
Was Thomas well, my son?
He seemed an old man. Warmly wrapped, weary of face, but with clear wits and a dignity that drew all men's eyes upon him.
No dread tyrant, then?
Nor the evil bogeyman that Pym would have the mobs believe.
Did the accusations against him ring true?
Pym himself and John Glynn led the attack. Both urged the Lords to treat the indictment as a whole, as an accumulation of acts which together amounted to treason. Few were convinced.
And Thomas's reply?
Clear and masterly. No mysteries, no rhetoric, only facts. The discrepancies he revealed, the doubts he made obvious.
But this Article 23, the threat of using the Irish army.
Well, Secretary Vane was called as witness to Strafford's words.
An army to reduce this kingdom. It can only mean Scotland.
Vane could not be shaken from the phrase, but offered no interpretation as to its meaning.
Words alone are not sufficient.
And yet you frown, your grace.
Did Thomas stand firm?
Did he call honest witnesses?
Hamilton, Cottington, and the Bishop of London all deny that my lord had advised in any way the use of the Irish army against England.
Pym cannot be much content with that.
Indeed. He quickly left aside Article 23 and took instead charges of tyranny against the Scots. My lord covered them with doubt easily.
Still, it disturbs me. Pym is not one to be put aside so easily.
His prosecution struggles. His witnesses are dubious, his evidence weak and thus distrusted. And few charges remain that cannot be blown away just as easily.
Except Article 23. Tell Thomas to be ever alert, Captain. Pym will return to that sour bone, I am sure of it.
Mr. Pym, look at Strafford. He smiles like a cat toying with a mouse.
Where is the triumph that you promised us?
In 2 weeks, Strafford has disposed of virtually all the specific charges. We do not merely lose ground, we verge upon the precipice.
My lords, our trust rests on Article 23.
That alone gives definite grounds for treason.
It is not yet proven, Mr. Glynn. Vane's evidence is hearsay, only it has no strength in law.
Then we must buttress his words with fact.
A copy of Vane's notes?
At second remove and in your own hand, Pym. Who will believe that?
It will serve our turn.
Pray God that it does. Use it wisely.
That is our purpose. Mr. Glynn, you will lead.
Willingly, Mr. Pym.
Silence! Mr. Glynn, proceed.
My lords, I wish to inform you that I have new evidence to submit regarding Article 23.
My Lord Earl Marshal. You have an objection, my Lord Strafford? No objection, but a request for like permission to call new witnesses, not only in respect of Article 23, but of others, if necessary.
They must not allow him.
They may, Mr. Glynn. Their mood is against us.
Arundel has the power.
He can speak only for the House, not for himself, however friendly.
My lord, the concession is granted.
Mr. Pym, how can you now prevent his opening all other charges? He will take even greater advantage over you.
Strafford knows our strength and is afraid, my lord say.
We will bind him fast to the article in question, my lord.
I say take care. There is a trap here.
Mr. Glynn, will you continue or withdraw?
I repeat, my lord, I have new evidence to be called on Article 23.
My lords, I have additional evidence on at least 4 earlier charges, and these surely must be heard first.
This is too much. I shall have to withdraw. My lord, I withdraw. I forego the new evidence.
Yes, checked you, man. We're confounded.
Arundel, end it now.
The court stands adjourned, my lord.
We are in retreat. Look at Strafford. Look at the king there in his box. They're laughing, Mr. Pym, laughing at our discomfiture. They know we have failed.
How could we know what devilment Pym would next devise? They were in utter disarray, my lord.
A bill of attainder set before the Commons within the hour. His second line of attack already waiting to be used.
Surely Pym had no thought that the impeachment would end in defeat.
Nor in the form that the defeat would take. But he was prepared and we were not.
But you have defeated him once.
I will not be given a second chance. Under impeachment, I must be judged guilty in terms of law. But the passing of attainder needs only a majority who merely think me guilty.
But surely that guilt must be proven.
Not under attainder. It is in the form of a parliamentary bill needing but a majority verdict to decree my guilt by law.
A law that can simply recommend a man to death.
Revenge requires only passion, not proof. They need only to restate the charges of impeachment. Any evidence will pass. The same evidence which they were forced to abandon at Westminster this very morning. A copy of a half-remembered phrase.
Are you allowed no defense?
Attainder is not a trial, man. I have no rights. There is but one question to be put, whether my death is necessary for the good of the state. A simple vote will answer that.
But you still have the right of reply at Westminster to the Lords. The process of impeachment is as yet unfinished.
An open court of appeal. Then I may yet forestall the bill before it is laid before the Lords.
If only we could deal with the Commons as surely.
Oh, there's little hope of that. They would see me destroyed whatever the cost. They will condemn me even if it be only on the suspicion of intent.
This is not justice, but murder.
It is a political expedient, a means to an end. As just and merciful as a dagger in the back.
My lord, must you wait so patiently for your assassin?
Are you offering me the means to escape?
It is not impossible, my lord. A plan has been discussed by loyal friends.
That would be cowardice, if not suicide.
You are denied justice by due process of law. Should the chance of freedom show itself, dare you refuse?
I thank you, Captain Smith. But first, let me state my case for freedom to my peers.
And if they deny you and subscribe to the Bill of Attainder?
Why then, act as you will. I will not refuse freedom then.
Mr. Glynn, am I too late? Has Strafford had his say?
He has spoken for close on 2 hours, my lord, and pauses only.
But why are there no voices raised against him from the crowd?
Caught up by his force of argument, my lord, he calls our theory of treason manufactured. Claims he has committed no treason under existing law and that he acted throughout for the common good.
And Pym does nothing to deny him?
The trial must take its proper course. This is Strafford's last court of appeal, and we are bound to hear him out.
Then he may yet escape our mark.
Your Lordships, I hope I am as clear before you as in good faith I am clear in my own poor judgment. I have ever admired the wisdom of our ancestors, who have so fixed the pillars of the monarchy that each of them keeps due measure and proportion with the other, and have so handsomely tied up the nerves and sinews of the state that the straining of one may bring damage and sorrow to the whole economy. The prerogative of the crown and the propriety of the subject have such mutual relations that this took protection from that foundation and nourishment from this. And as on the lute, if anything be too high or too low wound up, you have lost the harmony. So here, the excess of a prerogative is oppression, of a pretended liberty in the subject, disorder and anarchy. I claim to have been tried by both obsolete and newly invented laws, and denied all common justice, while my acknowledged enemies are given every liberty to speak against me. What tyranny may follow upon this, if in the face of such injustice you condemn me? These gentlemen tell me they speak in defense of the Commonwealth against my arbitrary laws. Yet I say I speak in defense of the Commonwealth against their arbitrary treason. My lords, do we not live by laws? Are we to be punishable by them before they are made? I beseech you, let us beware of creating new treasons that condemn the subject on doubtful evidence. Let us beware of taking up ancient laws long and wisely forgotten in order to process modern grievances. For we waken those sleeping lions to our own destruction. I tell you, It is my present misfortune, but in the future, yours, unless your lordship's wisdom guard against it. The shedding of my blood will but create the precedent for the marking of your own. I have now troubled your lordships a great deal longer than I should have done, were it not for the interest of those pledges that a saint in heaven left me. I would be loath, my lords. Something I should have said, but I see I shall not be able, and therefore I will leave it. Now, I can but submit myself freely to your judgment, whether that righteous judgment shall be life or death. Te Deum laudamus, Te Dominum confitemur. Amen.
He has saved himself, Glyn. What can Pym do now?
My lords, the vote for attainder is passed by the Commons. 204 in favour, 59 against.
We are almost there.
Tomorrow is Good Friday, Mr. Pym. How quickly can the Lords be brought to a decision?
It will take 2 weeks at least.
We must move more speedily than that.
We dare not. Already many lords see our action as too vengeful.
2 weeks. By then, Lord Bedford may well increase the support for the King's new moderation.
You have heard of his plan?
Mr. Pym knows it better, from first hand.
It is true. I have been approached. My Lord Bedford presents a bargain against Strafford's life. Lords, such as yourselves, harsh critics, will be offered positions of trust.
And what is offered to you, Mr. Pym?
I should be made Chancellor.
Against Strafford, set free?
Retired and exiled. For myself, I do not trust him, even if it were so.
Out of sight, he would be just as dangerous as at the King's right hand. I have rejected all connection with it.
On the grounds that Strafford must die?
On the more telling point of trust. The King frankly refuses to disband the Irish army, Strafford's own. He can have only one purpose for it in his mind.
Sooner or later, he intends to act from force.
The Lords must be told. It will surely sway their minds against Strafford.
They will hear it from the people. Already savage crowds gather on the waterfront and about the Tower.
They are alive with rumour. Parliament is to be dissolved by force. The army is ripe for mutiny, ever more popish plots.
It will soon be May Day, a tender time for angry men.
Discontent, rumour, riot, they must all be made to play their part.
And I have yet greater means to set the mobs ablaze, my lords.
Lucy, you're most welcome.
Lady Carlisle, what do you bring us so eagerly?
An army plot to occupy London and to seize the Tower.
Huh?
My lady, do not play with us. Is this fact or fancy?
Within days, the King will send 100 men to reinforce the Tower of London. They will be commanded by an officer fiercely loyal to Lord Strafford, a Captain John Smith. With the Tower under their control, a signal will be given for all loyal officers of the Queen's junto to act and forcibly pacify the people.
That is sedition.
Yet how smoothly it comes together.
It shows to all men the cunning of the King. He speaks moderation, but his true purpose is an act of brutal treachery.
We will prevent him. Balfour must be warned.
Such an act must be crushed without mercy.
But not hastily, my lord. First, we must let it happen.
What?
You cannot mean to ignore their conspiracy.
No, my lady. But now that we know their treachery, why, let us use it to our best advantage.
My Lord Strafford, you asked for me?
You are alone.
I've no need of a bodyguard.
The jailer.
You have a complaint against him?
None. But he is more than discreet. He is absent.
I gave him leave while we talked. Unless you would have him here as witness.
This matter is too personal for witnesses.
This door confines us both. Speak on.
You are a man of sober mind, Balfour, fair and just.
I know my duty.
To king and to commonwealth. Under Pym's rule, you stand to lose both.
Mr. Pym serves the people, however doubtful his practices.
To remove power from the king, he will be forced to remove the king himself. That cannot be acceptable to any man of honor.
I do not accept it.
And only I can prevent it.
You are not a free man, my lord. The Bill of Attainder
is a tool for my destruction, nothing more. It will not save the king.
There is the Lord's vote yet to come.
We both know how slyly that will be corrupted and contrived.
As you are trying to corrupt me, my lord?
I do not seek for myself, Balfour. We both have a king. My freedom can save him. For that reason alone, I bargain for my life.
Few men can set a price on liberty.
£20,000. For that, you need do nothing. Only be absent, step aside, look away, be blind. For once, let duty sleep.
It would insult me to take your gold. What I do for a cause far beyond duty.
Balfour!
Good night, my lord.
The door barely swung to, not closed. Captain Smith, you are here before the hour we named.
My lord, all goes for us. Every corridor unguarded, your own door ajar. Balfour has played his part well.
He did not take the bribe, Captain.
But the way is prepared.
Like the avenue to hell, too smoothly. Where are your men?
In the courtyard below. Lord Newport examines our orders prior to accepting our authority.
March your men out, man, and quickly. It is a trap.
But the plan...
It is betrayed.
Then why are we not prevented?
Because once I leave this chamber, your men will be massacred where they stand, and I will be butchered as would any common felon attempting to escape.
We will fight our way free.
Man, that is what Pym wants.
I will not surrender.
And I will not leave here falsely. Pym must destroy me openly or not at all.
My lord, there is nothing but shame for me.
Your courage is not in question, man. You must leave here boldly, drums beating, pennants flying. Newport will not prevent you while I remain.
It is not manly.
I command it. Obey me, sir.
My lord, what will you have me tell the king?
Give him this ring and the letter I shall write. Tell him to remember the priest Goodman and act accordingly. Perhaps by this means he may at least save his own honor. May it please your sacred majesty, I understand the minds of men are more and more incensed against me, notwithstanding your majesty has declared that, in your princely opinion, I am not guilty of treason, and that you are not satisfied in your conscience to pass the bill. This brings me to a very great strait. There is before me the ruin of my children and my family, hitherto untouched with any foul crime. There are before me the many ills which may befall your sacred person and the whole kingdom, should yourself and Parliament part less satisfied one with the other than is necessary for the preservation both of king and people. There are before me the things most valued, most feared by mortal men, life and death. To say, sir, that there has been no strife in me were to make me less man than God knows my infirmities make me, and to call a destruction upon myself and my young children will find no easy consent from flesh and blood. — But to set your majesty's conscience at liberty I do most humbly beseech your majesty, in order to prevent such evils which may happen by your refusal, to pass this bill.
I do most humbly beseech your majesty, in order to prevent such evils which may happen by your refusal to pass this bill. I am moved by the devotion of his words, but Strafford is not yet condemned.
Your Majesty, he is not afraid of death, should it come to him.
It will not come. I have told the Lords that in no circumstances will I agree to pass the attainder against Strafford's life.
It was an inspired defiance, Charles. There is no higher law than kingly conscience.
The Lords will respect that right.
But, Majesty, will they vote against the attainder, knowing of your determination?
They will follow the royal example, Captain Smith.
Ma'am, if the king's veto conquers all, there is no need...
My word stands, despite Strafford's instrument of release.
A touching reminder of Father Goodman's gentle sacrifice.
My Lord Strafford looks to throw himself on the mercy of the Lords in like fashion, to free the conscience of the king.
It is not necessary, sir. He is under our royal protection.
Your Majesty, forgive me.
The same protection is offered to you, Captain, but only briefly.
Reports concerning the army plots are now being placed before the Commons.
They have sent for various loyal officers. You are one they wish to question.
I am not afraid to face them.
There is too much at stake, Captain. Your presence here is dangerous and undesirable. Like the others, you must withdraw.
But your Majesty...
Sir, you will be commanded.
Do not see it as a retreat. You need to slip from view only for as long as it will take to set Lord Strafford free.
And on the word of a king, he shall be free.
I hear their baying, Balfour. They already know what you've come to tell me.
All London knows, my lord.
By how many did it go against me?
48 lords alone were present.
So few as that?
There were no bishops. 11 voices were set against the attainder.
Just 37 for my execution.
It was a proper vote.
With full liberty of conscience.
The lords were hard put to it even to enter their house. Great mobs choked all the streets about them, crying out rumours of mutiny, invasion, the army plot.
And now they parade here to salute Black Tom Tyrant.
Not all. Many are now congregating at Whitehall, petitioning the king.
Praying humbly that the king should sign my death warrant.
They ask only for justice.
They are wild animals, and their cause is no better. A wolf held by the ears.
They have faith. They have purpose. When the people speak with such a voice, they cannot be denied.
They must be denied, man. Balfour, false democracy is its own canker. It can grow only into a new tyranny, set upon the people by their own blind folly, their so-called liberty of conscience.
You have rejected that conscience and its power. You had done better to have feared it.
I do not fear it, or the death it brings me. I fear only for the consequence. The terror of a nation thrusting itself ever deeper into a quicksand of bloody violence, brother against brother, father, son. But most of all, I fear for the person of the king. For it is he who must pay, be sure of that.
Thank God they can come no closer. Savages, wild animals, berserk.
I am not afraid. Neither must you be, my love.
How can you be so unmoved? They'll be satisfied with nothing less than blood. Oh, pray God our children may be spared.
They want only one victim. Strafford.
Strafford, your strong right arm. As Eustace now is lording the tower. The army plot has failed. My dearest friends and officers are forced to flee. We're in terror of our lives, all because of Strafford.
He is my faithful servant.
He's a millstone. All men hate him. Oh, wash your hands of him and give us peace.
I gave my word.
He released you from it.
How can I in all conscience allow such a sacrifice?
Your judges gave you that answer. If Strafford is guilty, then he must die.
If he is guilty. We both know he is not.
The people and the law say otherwise. Listen to them.
My bishops have yet to give me their response.
You do not need them.
I will not act without them.
Your Majesty, Archbishop Usher and Bishops Jackson and Williams.
Your Graces, enter. Advise me, firmly and without evasion. Usher.
Your Majesty, I have prayed and looked deep into my soul. On this matter there can be only one reply. In no circumstances should a king act against his conscience.
That is my opinion also.
Jackson, that offers no solution.
Majesty, we all understand your anguish. The truth is, you are two men with two consciences, both bitterly at odds.
It is true. I am torn apart. Go on, Bishop Williams.
As a private man, you may think and act one way, but as a king, ruler of your people, you are bound to different judgments.
A private conscience and a public mind.
That is the conflict within you. One or other of those consciences must give way.
My public conscience knows all too well the evils that may result should I transgress the will of my people.
That can only end in bloodshed.
And Strafford's life also.
But as a king, are you not more answerable to the God from whom your power came than the private man within you?
One man's life against the common good, is it as simple as that?
Majesty, Strafford himself knows this. His mind has already submitted itself to God's will.
Charles, set us free from this fear. End it now.
Give me the papers. I will sign.
There are other necessary papers. Majesty, will you accept them also?
Yes, I will sign them all. I tell you, gentlemen, the condition of my Lord Strafford is happier than my own. There. It is done. God, give me peace at last.
The king was wrong, Balfour. His conscience, whether man or king, is one and indivisible.
Small matter now. By noon, Strafford will be dead.
And the king must live with that betrayal. He has failed his sacred trust.
May God forgive him then, as Strafford did.
Strafford sensed, as I did not, where this would end. Never came man to so lost a business. His own words less than a year ago.
He chose the master he would serve.
King who knew not how to be or be made great. There was a time when Thomas and I shared and worked for a great vision. A commonwealth ruled by king and parliament together, balanced and at one. A dream now shattered.
By your own hand, in part.
I sought only to uplift the faith of the established church.
You sought to crush the faith of all true Protestants with your prayer book and your liturgy. You will never understand the conscience of the people, and that of the Scots least of all.
There was room for debate, compromise even. But your covenanters chose violence and rebellion as their persuader.
And what was your way, my Lord Archbishop? The way of Rome, with Star Chamber as inquisition and blind obedience as the price of God's grace. Do you wonder that men of my blood took up arms against your papist oppression?
It was never my purpose to reunite with Rome. All my actions were for the glory of God, our Stuart king, and the church.
And in so doing you have brought down all about you. How do you answer to that charge?
I am haunted by it. Perhaps it is God's will that for my pride, I too shall die.
That is yet to be resolved.
I do not doubt that Mr. Pym will see to it.
Today he has other business in hand.
To watch a forsworn comrade die on Tower Hill.
Pym will be there. It is a purpose he has long worked for.
He will grant me a brief moment of private farewell with Strafford.
No, your grace, he will not.
A last blessing only. The procession starts. It's already too late.
From this window, my Lord Archbishop, quickly.
Is he there? Turn, my son. Turn. Dear God, he sees me.
Give him your blessing.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
He salutes you and goes on like a general marching to victory.
God in his mercy grant him peace, even if men will not.
Well, Mr. Pym, are you satisfied?
Not yet, my lord.
Strafford is going to speak.
Let him. It will be his last.
To those who would listen, I have only this to say. I have served my king in all honor, with no intention other than the joint and individual prosperity of the king and his people. With that grace upon me, I bow to God's will and to my executioner. God save the king.
His head is off!
It is finished with him.
That all end in such a Strafford.
Thank God there was only one.
And stone dead has no fellow. Gentlemen, let us now attend the arranged meeting of our company.
For this meeting of the Provident Company, no minutes will be taken. Instead, I call on Mr. Pym, our secretary, to advise us.
Gentlemen, the Earl of Strafford is dead. At the same time, the Self-Perpetuating Act has been given royal signature. Parliament cannot now be dissolved without its own consent. And by this, we have at last the power to restore the authentic rights of Magna Carta. Let us then consider what further business lies before us.
In Black Tom Tyrant by Brian Hales, the Earl of Strafford was played by Dennis Hawthorne and John Pym by Noel Johnson. Captain John Smith, Terry Malloy, Archbishop William Laud, William Fox, King Charles I, Michael Harbour, and Queen Henrietta Maria, Suvi Datas. Arnold Peters played Lord Warwick, Gerald Cross, Lord Say, and Alan Devereux, Mr. Glynn. Sir John Balfour was played by John Sampson, Lady Carlisle, Patricia Gallimore, Bishop Williams, Charles Williams, Lord Maxwell, Black Rod, Stephen Hancock, and Lord Arundel, Jack Holloway. The play was produced and directed in our Birmingham studios by Roger Pine.
have nice time for your train, dear. Put Miss Creed's bag in the hall, Lucy.
Yes, miss.
I hope you'll have a good journey, dear.
Thank you, Leonora. Oh, I can't tell you what it means to me to be able to offer my sisters a holiday here. It's so good of you to let me go up and fetch them. They'd never have faced the journey alone.
I'm quite looking forward to their visit. You've talked so much about them, I feel they're old friends.
They're rather pathetic, you know, dear. But they're all I've got left.
Oh, there's one other thing while you're there. I want you to take this note to Lord Carnardington's house in Berkeley Square.
Mm-hmm.
Ask the butler to give it to his lordship privately. And whatever you do, don't lose the reply.
Oh, hasn't the money come this quarter?
No.
After all you've been spending, too. Oh, dear.
Now, run along, Ellen, run along. Have a good journey.
Thank you. Goodbye, dear.
Leave the door, will you?
Yes, all right.
Goodbye. This parcel's just come for you, miss. Oh, thank you, Lucy. I wonder what it is. Oh, it's the new comic opera. I used to tour the provinces with the gentleman who sent it to me. Look, he signed it for me. Rutland Barrington.
The Mikado.
The Mikado. It's been the rage of London for months. Here, run along and take this paper and string. Now we've got this room comparatively straight. I want it to be kept straight.
Yes, miss.
I feel just as sure as I'm sure that my name isn't Willow, Titwillow, Titwillow. It was blighted affection that made him exclaim, "Oh, Willow, Titwillow, Titwillow." And if you remain careless and obdurate, I shall perish as he did, and you will know why.
Though I probably shall not exclaim as I die, "Oh, Willow, Titwillow, Titwillow."
Who are you?
Go on, then stop.
What are you doing here?
Listening?
Well, either come in or go out.
Thanks very much. I'm really looking for Miss Creed. She lives here, doesn't she?
Yes, she lives here, but she's driven into Rochester. Didn't you pass her on the road?
Oh. No, I've just walked over from Gravesend along the Thames Wall and up through the marshes.
I wonder you found your way. They're tricky, the marshes, you know.
Don't I know it? I've been up to my knees in 3 jolly dykes already.
Hadn't you better sit down?
Yeah, thanks, sir. If I shan't damage the furniture. How long will I have to wait for my aunt?
Your aunt? Oh, you're not Albert, are you?
Albert Feather, that's me.
The nephew who works in a bank at Gravesend?
Did work, yeah.
Oh?
That's rather what I've come to see Aunt Ellen about. Now, I must get back tonight, though. How long will I have to wait for her?
About a week, I think.
A week?
Yes, she's gone to London.
Oh, Lord, that has done it.
Why, what's the matter? Could I help?
Oh, but I don't know who you are. Or what you're doing in my aunt's house.
Who told you it was your aunt's house?
Well, isn't it? Aunt Ellen wrote she was living here. Well, you aren't a lost cousin from Australia by any chance?
No, we are not related, Albert. If you want to know, Estuary House is my house, and your aunt is living with me as a housekeeper companion.
Oh, the artful old geezer. She has led the family up the garden path.
Well, don't say anything about it. You see, the poor dear's lost most of her little bit of money. I expect she doesn't want you to know that she's come down in the world.
She hasn't lost everything.
Practically.
Oh, Lord. But what happened to that old curio shop of hers in Bartholomew Close? I thought that was a little gold mine.
I'm afraid more gold went into that than ever came out. That happens to a lot of gold mines.
I'll say this is a blow.
I used to buy things at that shop of hers. That was the beginning of our association. And then when I saw she wasn't doing well and I was leaving London, I asked if she'd like to come with me.
I expect you've been awfully good to her.
Oh, I don't know. She suits me, and we've got this mutual taste for antiques.
Oh, I see.
Getting this place right has been a great interest. The farmers who lived here before had matchboarded in these walls and then papered them with terracotta roses. And we stripped them off ourselves.
What, you and Aunt Ellen?
Oh, your aunt is very clever with her hands. It's not difficult either, if you've plenty of time.
You're lucky. Time's everything to me at the moment. If it's not asking, what's your name?
I'm Miss Fisk. Leonora Fisk. Perhaps I can help you.
Oh, well, I hardly like to tell you.
I see. What's the amount?
£12.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And what do you want £12 for, Albert?
I need it for a debt.
Won't it wait?
No, I must have it by tonight.
Why is it so urgent?
I'm short on my account at the bank. Petty cash.
I see. That is serious, isn't it?
I've got till tomorrow to put it back when the cashier checks up. That means jug if they find out. I'm sure Aunt Ellen will pay you back.
I think we'd better leave Aunt Ellen out of it. What have you been spending the money on? Cards? Racing?
Yeah, a girl. She's an actress.
Ah.
There was a company in Gravesend last week.
At the Old Grand?
Oh, do you know it?
I've played there. Years ago, of course.
Oh, you weren't an actress, were you?
Front row of the chorus. Fourth from the right.
Funny she's in the chorus, too. You've moved up in life, though.
No. Perhaps I've been lucky. I suppose you took her out to supper?
Yeah.
And then she persuaded you to go round the shops with her.
How did you know?
She may even have let you kiss her. And I'm quite sure that she promised you a great deal more.
Yeah, she let me down nicely, the little...
Oh, she probably has her point of view.
Anyway, she's over the hills now, and I suppose she'll find some other fool to steal for her.
Very well, Albert. You shall have your £12. After all, I owe it to you, in a sense. Or to some other fool. Oh, my goodness. Oh, don't do that.
Sonia, I'm so grateful.
Well, it's no earthly use being hysterical about money, Albert. The scrape's over. You're out of it.
I wish I knew how to thank you.
You're not in a violent hurry, are you?
No, not now.
So tell me something about your family. About your aunts. Oh, not Aunt Ellen. The others. Aunt Louisa and Aunt Emily.
Oh, you mean the potty ones?
Potty?
Oh, well, queer, perhaps I should say. Oh, they're quite harmless.
Oh, that's a comfort. They're coming to stay here. Aunt Ellen's on her way to London now to fetch them.
Oh, then you've got a good time coming. Of course, you might be able to handle them.
They seem to mean a great deal to your Aunt Ellen.
Oh, well, they've sort of taken the place of children with her. Somehow, when she's with Aunt Louisa and Aunt Emily, she always makes me think of a tigress with her cubs.
Oh, you silly boy.
Well, I suppose I ought to be getting back. If you're really going to...
Cough up the needful?
Yeah.
I'll just run up and get my keys.
You are a lifesaver, Miss Fisk. It's pity there aren't more like you.
That's a matter of opinion, Albert.
Mind if I have a tinkle on your piano? We've only got an old tin kettle where I lodge.
No, do. I won't be long.
Flies through the air with the greatest of ease, the daring young man on the flying trapeze. His movements are graceful.
Whoever are you?
Hello.
Oh, you did scare me. A man's voice. It's so funny here.
Doesn't the tide wash up many male fish, my angel?
No, men are as scarce here as hansom cabs. We're a covey of old women. There's only the nuns down at the Priory and us.
Oh, what about the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker? Don't they call?
Oh, yeah, but they're all old. Everybody's old on the marsh. The young uns all go off to London or foreign parts or something soon as they can.
Are you going off to foreign parts?
Oh, it depends if anyone ever asks me.
Yeah, I shouldn't think with eyes like that you'd have any difficulty.
Oh, go on.
What's your name?
Lucy. Who are you?
I'm Albert, Miss Creed's nephew.
Funny. I've never heard about you.
Oh, that must be remedied. How about making the most of a male fish now one's been washed up? What about a kiss?
No, you mustn't. I don't know you.
You don't have to know people to kiss them.
I do.
Oh, right, my girl. That's your loss.
You do think a lot of yourself, don't you?
Not enough.
Has Lucy been entertaining you, Albert?
Oh, we had a word or two.
Nice looker, isn't she?
Oh, I didn't notice.
Oh, come, Albert. Don't lose your sense of humour. I hope you're not one of those people who won't learn from experience. Otherwise, my £12 may be rather wasted.
Oh, don't you worry, Miss Fisker. I've had my lesson.
Well, I hope so. This is where we keep our hoard, at the back of the old bakery.
Hey,
proper tomb, isn't it?
Yes, it runs the full width of the chimney. Of course, it hasn't been used for years. When I came here, I found this whole hearth walled up with a hideous little mantelpiece and a cast iron grate. Now then, Albert, £12, I think you said?
I suppose you couldn't make it 15?
No, I couldn't. Here you are.
Do I give you an IOU?
No, thank you, Albert. This isn't a loan. I shouldn't like you to incur the remorse of not paying it back, so let's forget all about it. I shan't mention your call to Aunt Ellen.
Oh, I'd be very grateful if you wouldn't. What about the girl?
I'll see to that, too.
I'll never forget your kindness as long as I live.
Oh, I hope you live much longer than that. Well, you'd better be off.
Yes. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Albert. Young monkey. Lucy, come here a moment.
Yes, miss?
Lucy, you met the young gentleman who's just gone, didn't you?
Yes, miss.
Did you like him?
I thought he was a very affable young gentleman, miss.
Yes, though plausible might be a better description. He's been in a little trouble, and I've helped him. Now, I don't want to worry Miss Creed about it, so we'd better not say he's been here. Do you understand?
Yes, miss.
That's all. Thank you, Lucy.
Very good, miss.
Louisa, darling, you oughtn't to be standing there by the window. The wind's turning quite cold. Now put your shawl on.
Don't be cross with me, Ellen. I'm so happy looking through my telescope. It must be quite rough on the river. Do you see the waves?
Yes.
I suppose the summer's quite gone now.
Yes, darling. Is that Emily coming over the marsh?
Just a moment while I turn the telescope round. Oh, yes, it is. Her apron's loaded. She brings in such pretty things. Perhaps I shall be able to do the same when I've stayed here longer.
I'm sure you will, darling.
This is what you always promised us. A little house in the country, and you and Emily and me in it together.
Yes, dear. That's the one thing I've schemed for ever since we had to give up the old house. And Miss Fisk has been very kind to us.
May I tell you something, Ellen?
Yes.
Just one of my secrets.
Of course, darling.
I don't like Miss Fisk. Can't we send her away? Then it would be really just the three of us.
But I keep telling you, Louisa, it's her house.
Oh, no, Ellen, you'll never make me believe that. You've always had your own house. I don't want to be sent back to Kennington, to those awful ugly streets, and nothing to look at from the window.
Darling, I promised you I won't send you back.
Well, I think Miss Fisk wants us both to go, Emily and me.
But, darling, I'm sure I can persuade her to let you stay.
Oh, yes, Ellen, I'm sure you can. You can do anything. Oh, here she is.
I've just been down to the prairie. Look what the Reverend Mother's given me.
Oh, what beautiful pears. Look, Louisa.
They're from that tree by the pond.
Oh, the one that looks so lovely in the spring.
Yes.
Oh, I shall like to see that.
I wish you could. What have you been doing today?
I've been resting and looking at things through my telescope. I'm not very brave. I don't go out in the streets. Well, that's why I like being here. It's so lovely and safe.
I don't know what you'll do when you go back to London, then.
But I'm not going back to London.
Aren't you?
Oh, that's just Louisa's way of telling you how much she's enjoying it here.
Yes, I am enjoying it.
That telescope has been such a pleasure to her, Leonora. She's never had much opportunity of using it before.
Yes. Oh, it's a beautiful instrument, isn't it, Miss Fisk?
Yes.
It belonged to the man I was going to marry. He was the captain of a sailing ship. It was lost in a typhoon, and they were all drowned. He hadn't taken this with him on his last voyage, and his sister gave it to me. I've kept it ever since.
Oh, dear. What a tragic story.
But it's so long ago, I've almost forgotten what he looked like.
I must put these pears in the kitchen. We'll have them for supper.
Oh, there you are, Emily.
Oh, dear. Oh, I am tired. I've walked miles.
Now, what have you found this time, darling?
Oh, just driftwood. There's such a lot, and it's so heavy to carry, but I enjoy it. I feel I must tidy up the river banks, but every tide washes up something fresh.
I'm afraid you've set yourself a labor of Hercules.
I knew you'd laugh, Ellen. You always do, but I hate waste. And I have done something for my board and lodging, haven't I? Well, look at the stack of wood I've collected out there for you, Ellen.
Yes, and I'm sure Miss Fisk is very grateful.
Is she? She's never said anything. Not that I want any thanks.
It's Ellen who should thank you. It's Ellen's house.
Louisa cannot get it into her head that this house doesn't belong to me.
Oh, I expect it will someday. She'll leave it to you. You'll see.
Oh, what pretty shells. And a lovely dead bird.
Oh, yes, I found it lying on this seaweed. Isn't it lovely?
Oh, my goodness, more wood. Oh, it's very nice of you, Miss Emily, but I do wish you'd take it round to the back door. It makes such a mess in here.
Well, Emily wanted to show us what she's found, Miss Fisk. Besides, she was very tired.
Now, don't worry about it, Leonora. I'll clear it up.
No, Ellen, you do far too much as it is. Put it down, Ellen.
Oh.
Miss Fisk, couldn't we ask the maid?
No, it's my business. After all, I've carried it for more than a mile across the marsh.
Now, give it to me.
No, Ellen, you do far too much as it is. Put it down, Ellen.
Well, I don't think we need have a tug of war about it. Lucy?
My sister's not as strong as she thinks, and she's always doing things for other people.
Yes, miss? Oh, Lucy, take that wood through into the shed, please. And bring Miss Emily a dustpan and brush. I think we should all clean up our own messes, don't you?
But that's what I wanted to do before Ellen started interfering.
It was my fault.
Now, please, don't start that all over again. And don't stand about, Lucy. Hurry up and fetch that dustpan.
Yes, miss.
Oh, Ellen, really, this is too bad. All these shells and wet seaweed. Oh, and a dead bird.
Oh, no.
On my best walnut table. Oh, it'll take a month's hard polishing to put it right.
I'll do it. I'll polish it every day, all through the winter.
That's very kind of you, Miss Louisa. I'm afraid you won't be here all through the winter.
Oh, but we shall. Ellen says so.
You've made a mistake, Louisa. I said nothing of the
Oh,
kind.
but you did. You promised.
Louisa.
It's my fault, Miss Fisk. I brought in the shells and the seabird. They're my treasures. However, I see that my humble little files are only starting a quarrel, so they'd better be taken away.
Here's the dustpan, miss.
Thank you, Lucy. Now get on with tea.
Yes, miss. It's nearly ready.
I think I'd better go up to Emily, Ellen. She was crying.
No. Go up to your own room if you like, but don't disturb Emily.
Very well, Ellen.
I'm sorry I was so put out, Ellen. There is a limit to patience, you know.
It's I who should have apologized.
Nonsense, dear. I mustn't expect you to be responsible for your sisters.
But I am responsible for them.
Yes.
I've always looked after them, just as if they were my children. What would become of them if I didn't?
Yes, but you must show a sense of proportion in dealing with them. I mean, for one thing, they're not quite normal, are they?
Well, I know they're simple-minded, but they're not mad. Oh, it's just that they've never grown up properly.
I dare say they're harmless. At least I hope so. You may be used to them, but I find them impossible to have about the house.
Well, they have been a little bit naughty today, I admit. But I'll give them a good talking to, and then everything will be all right.
That won't do, Ellen. I'm trying to tell you as kindly as I can that they've got to go.
To go? When?
At once. This week. I cannot stand them any longer.
I don't know how I shall break it to them.
But, my dear Ellen, I only invited them here for a few weeks. Didn't they understand that? They've been here nearly 4 months. No. And I don't think you've been quite fair to me. You never told me that they were, well, what they are.
I told you they are rather pathetic.
Yes, my dear, but pathetic is not next door to insane.
They're not insane.
Well, insane or pathetic or whatever you choose to call it, I won't have them here any longer.
It's your house, I know. But you'll have to give me a little time.
Why?
I didn't keep on their room.
But, my dear, you knew they weren't coming here on a visit for life.
But I didn't want the expense. I hoped you might take to them. I was going to suggest that I should pay you something out of my wages towards their keep.
Oh, you were you? And is that why Louisa made that odd remark just now?
What odd remark?
That you'd promised her she should stay through the winter.
Oh, I never promised her. I just thought we might have gone on as we were for a little longer.
Well, I hope now you realize we can't. This little holiday has come to an end.
You make me feel my position very much. I suppose you want me to go too?
My dear Ellen, of course not. I think of you as my only friend. Mine is a lonely existence. I have no family, no relations. Why, if I were to disappear tomorrow, no one would be any the wiser. So you see, I value your companionship. I definitely don't want you to go.
Well, I'm afraid it won't be altogether easy to forget what you think about my sisters. Or that you turned them out when they were so happy.
But I haven't turned them out. Their visit has just come to its end in a normal way.
Well, things can never be quite the same, can they?
Ellen, don't you realize you're being very unreasonable? I've been more than generous to you and your sisters.
People have always been very generous to you, Leonora. My sisters and I, we haven't any gentlemen to send us money.
Well, it's hardly my fault, is it?
No. But don't you ever feel that you have a special responsibility to women like us?
I don't know what you mean.
But don't you owe a debt to virtue? I've had to work for the money I've made, Leonora, but at least I've kept my self-respect.
How dare you criticize my life? How can you, a dried-up old spinster, how can you understand anything of what my life's been? Do you think I don't envy women who've got respectabilities, who've got families, who aren't just forgotten or pensioned off and then lose their stock in trade?
Then you can't blame me for fighting for my family.
Ellen, you are a frightful hypocrite. It wasn't friendship you felt for me. You wanted to foist your wretched brood on me and to bleed me white. And when I saw through your little scheme, you had the insolence to turn on me and abuse me. But you've chosen the wrong woman. I suggest you take a month's wages and go.
Leonora, don't go like that. Please. I didn't mean half what I said. I'm dreadfully sorry.
I should hope you are.
You're quite right about my sisters. They are peculiar. But you see, I love them intensely just because they are so helpless. But I do see they can't stay here. I'll send them away. And I promise everything shall be the same as before. Only, please, don't send me away, too.
Well, I think we'd better both sleep on it, Ellen. I am going to bed.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Oh, Ellen, we've been listening. Oh, isn't she wicked, Ellen? Are you going to send us away? You promised you wouldn't, you
No,
know.
I'm not going to send you away.
She spoils everything. I wish she could go.
Oh, but Ellen, if you're not going to send us away, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I shall have to think.
Oh, dear Ellen. Always so clever.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, this box is heavy.
Oh, yes. Oh, we've managed it very well.
We couldn't have carried it down so easily when we first came here. Oh, I expect it's moving all those bricks and things. It's got our muscles up. Oof. Oh, my goodness. I feel an awful sight.
Oh, your hair's all crooked.
Oh, why not say me wings slipped and have done with it? Be quite alone.
Now, here, let me put it straight for you.
Thank you.
No. There. That's better.
Ah, just like being in a dressing room again. It only wants the smell of the grease paint and a nice pair of tights. Though I don't think that my ankles would run to them now, do you?
Look, now, time is getting on. We'd better get this box of theirs hidden in the scullery before they get back from their walk.
All right, well, now, you take that end. Oh, goodness, it is a weight. You must have got half the foreshore in it.
We'll put it behind the door. Here. Oh, that's right.
Oh, thank goodness that's done. Ah, there's the Priory bell. It must be 6 o'clock. Bates will be here in a minute.
Oh, I thought we wouldn't have Bates, Leonora.
Why not?
Well, he talks so. When I went into Rochester on Wednesday, I arranged for a fly at the station to come out.
Oh, What am I to do about their box?
Well, let Bates take it to the station tomorrow and have it labelled through to London Bridge. I'll pick it up there in the evening. It'll be quite handy. I've got a room for them in the borough.
I see. You're a regular Machiavelli, aren't you?
Well, isn't it much kinder this way? I mean, for them to think they're going for a drive, and then before they know where they are, I shall have them whisk them into the train.
And when am I to expect you back?
Well, I think I'd better stay over the weekend and get them settled in. They'll take a lot of settling.
Yes, I should. Don't hurry back on my account. I shall be quite all right.
I hate the idea of your being alone here. I almost wish you hadn't let Lucy go on her holiday.
But, my dear, it was your idea that you shouldn't postpone it.
Oh, I was afraid that if she were here when Louisa and Emily went, we mightn't have been able to conceal our little plan from them. And then there'd have been a scene.
We may not be clear of scenes yet. Suppose they go up to their rooms and find all their things vanished.
Oh, but there's no reason for them to go upstairs again. I saw to it that they were dressed for the journey before I sent them out.
Ellen, dear, before they come back, I want to give you something from the oven here. Now, I know that this is going to put you to a lot of expense. Now, here are 10 sovereigns. That will pay for your journey and a few weeks' rent and 1 or 2 little comforts to make up for their disappointment.
You're much too kind.
I'm so glad we've made everything up. I hate quarreling. I've got a very hot temper, but it soon evaporates.
I wish I were made that way.
I'm very fond of you, Ellen. So far as I'm concerned, you can stay here for the rest of your life.
Thank you, Leonore.
Well, as we're servantless, I'd better go and see about my supper.
Oh, there's nothing to be cooked. I've left everything ready.
Yes, but as I'm all by myself, I think I shall get up a bottle of that champagne Lord Carnarvon sent me for Christmas.
I believe you're going to celebrate my sister's going.
I don't mind telling you, Ellen, I am. This is the first time I shall be able to call my house my own for months.
It'll be the first time you've slept here alone, too, won't it?
I don't suppose that will worry me, with a pint of bubbly inside me.
Yeah. Well, I've made a salad, and there's a cold partridge and some cream cheese from the convent.
A bird, cream cheese, champagne. Oh, it only wants the right setting. A private room at a discreet little restaurant, candle-lit, distant music, and someone's foot pressing yours very lightly under the table. Oh, my goodness, Ellen, what am I talking about? Why haven't you stopped me? Oh, I'm in a crazy mood today. Here are your sisters now coming up the path. Ellen, I believe in your heart you're glad to be rid of them too. Though, of course, you'll never admit it.
How nice it is to be indoors again. I wish I weren't going for this drive. It's getting quite evening, and I don't like the long shadows.
But a September evening's the most beautiful time of the year, Louisa, and there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm coming with you.
Is Miss Fisk coming too?
No, you'll be just by yourselves.
I think I'll go up and get into an easier pair of boots. These pinch me,
No,
Arthur.
You sit down. I'll run up and get them.
Ellen's in one of her bossy moods today, isn't she, Emily? I think she's got something on her mind.
I wonder if we are just going for a drive. I wonder if she's sending us away.
Oh, don't say that, Emily. Oh, I do hope it's not true.
If Ellen tries to send me away, I shan't go.
I think that you are both imagining much too much.
Yes, I don't think Ellen would deceive us.
Oh, what's become of your telescope, Louisa? It isn't on the windowsill.
Isn't it? Oh, it was there when I went out.
Ellen took it out into the kitchen. I think she was going to clean it.
But I always do that myself. I believe it's been broken. I must get it. I must have it.
I promise you it has not been broken. Now, if you'll wait here, I'll get it for you.
No, I wish to get it.
I'm sorry, but you can't.
Why shouldn't Louisa get it herself?
Because it happens to be my kitchen and Miss Louisa my guest.
But I want to...
Please, sit down, Miss Louisa. Don't you realize you're making the most ridiculous scene about absolutely nothing?
Oh, it's broken. I know it's broken.
Do stop crying. Here comes Ellen.
Now, here are your boots, Emily.
Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, Ellen, someone's broken my telescope.
Oh, no, dear, I don't think they can have.
But why did you take it into the kitchen?
I didn't.
Oh, there, Emily. She was lying.
Who?
Miss Fisk, she said you'd taken it into the kitchen to clean it.
She's gone to fetch it now. I knew you wouldn't.
Oh, of course. It's quite all right, darling. I'd forgotten. I did take it out.
You're only humouring me because you know it's broken.
Nonsense, Louisa. Stop being silly.
Here's your telescope, Miss Louisa. You see, it's as right as ninepence.
Oh, thank you, Miss Fisk. I am glad to have it. But it hasn't been cleaned.
I haven't had time to do it yet.
Miss Louisa was so agitated, I believe you thought that I was going to steal it, Ellen.
It was just a lot of fuss about nothing, wasn't it, Louisa?
Yes, dear. I was very silly. But it's not nothing to me.
Ellen, I'm going up to my room for a few minutes. Call me when the fly comes. I'd like to see you all off.
There's no need for you to trouble. We shall be back in 2 hours, shan't we?
Well, I'd like to make sure that you start comfortably.
Emily says that we're not really going for a drive, that you're sending us away for good. That's not true, is it, Ellen?
Of course it's not true. Now, what made you think that, Emily? You are coming back.
You see, Miss Fisk doesn't like us. And she's been so different lately, so friendly, almost as if she knew she were getting rid of us. She seemed very anxious to come and say goodbye to us.
We may be saying goodbye to her.
What do you mean, Ellen?
Now, I want you to keep a little secret. Will you promise me?
I promise.
You too, Emily.
All right, I promise.
You love this house, don't you?
Oh, yes, Ellen.
Well, I am going to try and persuade her to sell it to me.
Oh, how clever, Ellen. Then she could go away and live somewhere else.
But supposing she wants too much money for it, Ellen, she may want more than you're prepared to pay.
I'm prepared to pay quite a big price, Emily.
I didn't think you had all that much money.
I've saved quite a lot.
Oh, it will be lovely if it can be ours. When will you know? When will you ask her?
I'm going to ask her today. That's one of the reasons for the drive. I want to tackle her by myself.
But you're coming out with us.
Oh, only as far as the Priory. Then I shall get out and slip back. And you'll go on for your drive round.
We mustn't be away too long. I shall be so anxious to know.
I want you to give me at least 2 hours. It can't be done in 5 minutes. I want to get it all fixed up before you come back.
But why should you come with us at all, Ellen?
I want to call at the convent to get the Reverend Mother on our side. She has great influence with Miss Fisk.
How clever you are, Ellen. I should never have thought of that.
Now, look. Here's a Bible. I want you both to put your hands on it and swear on Father's memory that you'll never repeat what I've told you about buying the house as long as you live.
I promise.
You too, Emily.
I won't swear on the Bible. It's wicked.
If you won't promise me, Emily, I shan't buy the house, and I shall send you both back to London.
Oh, Ellen, not that, please. Emily, do be sensible.
Very well. But I don't like being made to do things. I promise.
Oh, dear, what's that?
Oh, it's the carriage. We're just coming. Now, come along, my darling.
Oh, wouldn't it be lovely if when we came back, we found that you'd bought the house and she'd gone?
Will you be quiet?
Oh, don't be cross with me, Ellen.
You have just sworn on the Bible never to mention it again.
I'm sorry. I thought it didn't count when we were together.
She might have overheard you, Louisa, and that would have spoiled everything. It's better for us not to discuss it even amongst ourselves.
Whatever you say, Ellen.
Yes.
Here's the carriage. I do hope you all have a nice drive.
Now, come along.
It will be fun, won't it, Emily?
Goodbye. Make the most of it.
Goodbye.
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 Oh, thank God for that. Oh, he's going to marry yum, 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 yum. Lovely to have the house to himself. Here is to you, Leonora, my girl. Oh, nothing like bubbly to make your eyes sparkle, as Harry Carnarvon used to say. I won't eat yet. I'll have supper at a civilized hour for a change. No more high tea with the old girls in the kitchen. First, I'll have some music. Yes, I will. Where's that? Yes, that's it. On a tree by a river, a little tomtit sang willow, tit, willow, tit, willow. And
I said to him, Dickie Bud, why do you sit singing willow, tit, willow, tit, willow? Is it weakness of intellect, Buddy, I cried, or a wrong...
Good evening, Lucy.
What a terrible night for you to be out.
Well, I wonder if I could see Miss Creed for a minute. Unless, of course, Miss Fisk has returned.
Oh, no, she's still away.
Oh, do come in, sister. Thank you.
Sit down by the fire. I'll tell Miss Creed she's in the kitchen.
Oh, you have got a roaring fire.
Oh, you need it this weather.
Oh, I didn't know anyone was here.
Good evening.
Are you waiting to see my sister?
Yes. I understand Miss Fisk's still away.
Oh, yes, about 2 months now.
For the moment, I thought maybe she was back when I saw the candles there alight in her little altar.
Well, Ellen's taken to lighting them. She likes to do it because she thinks Miss Fisk would have liked her to. She says it keeps her memory burning.
Ah, no, a very kind thought of your sisters.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, sister, but we're in the middle of making our quince jam.
Oh, please, you mustn't apologize. I've been chatting very happily to your sister here.
Oh?
Well, I'm here with a request, I'm afraid. Our supply of oil hasn't arrived from Rochester. I suppose the storm has prevented them coming. We've absolutely run out, and I just wondered if I might borrow a can over the weekend.
Of course.
We'll pay you back as soon as our supply arrives. I'm sure it'll be here on Monday.
Oh, that's quite all right. We have plenty. Louisa, go into the scullery and bring me one of those gallon cans of paraffin.
Yes, all right, Ellen.
Oh, it's very peaceful here, sitting in this lovely chimney corner. Oh, no. Is this one of the old bake ovens?
Yes. We don't use it now, though.
I think it's very nice thought of yours to keep Miss Fisk's candles alight while she's away.
Oh. Did Louisa tell you about that?
Oh, well, I'm afraid I asked her. I thought when I saw them that Miss Fisk might be home.
Oh, no.
When are you expecting her back? We miss her so much at the convent.
I don't know. I haven't heard from her very recently.
Is she in London?
Oh, she went to London to begin with. Then she was going on elsewhere.
I've got the oil, Ellen.
Oh, now, you can't carry this and your lantern and your umbrella, can you, sister? I'll get Lucy to go down with you.
Oh, now, you shouldn't bother yourself.
Lucy?
Yes, miss?
I want you to go down to the Priory with the sister. I'll watch the jam.
Very good, miss.
You will excuse me if I say good night, won't you, sister?
Ah, but of course. You have been kind. Thank you so much.
Good night.
I think you're so brave going out in the dark. I hate the dark. I'm always glad when morning comes.
Oh, I never worry about little things like that. I believe we're watched over.
I think that, too. But I'm never quite sure who's watching us.
Oh, I didn't know anyone was here.
This is my sister, Emily.
Good evening.
Well, it isn't a very good one, is it?
Well, it is a bit wild, but then we must expect this in November.
Quite ready, sister. Here's your umbrella.
Oh, thank you, Lucy. Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I think that nun is rather a nice woman. Ellen seems to like her, too.
I think Ellen's changing. I wonder why she's taken to lighting those candles on the altar. I think I'll blow them out.
Oh, you mustn't, Emily. Ellen wouldn't like that.
Why should Ellen have everything her own way?
Oh, Emily, what have you done?
Something I wanted to do.
That must be Lucy. She's back soon.
Why, if it isn't Aunt Emily. Or is it Aunt Louisa? Well, don't look so scared, I shan't eat you.
Who are you?
I'm Albert. Albert Feather.
It's Albert, Louisa, Rosa's boy.
So he is. Oh, come in, Albert. Oh, you are tell her, Emily?
No, you tell her. I heard a man's voice. Who is it?
It's our nephew, Ellen. It's Albert.
Albert? What on earth are you doing here?
I've walked over from Gravesend.
What, tonight?
It was fine when I started.
You must be soaked through.
I'll soon get dry. This fire will do the trick.
Now give me your coat and overcoat. That's right. Now take them into the kitchen, Emily, and hang them in front of the stove. And watch the jam until Lucy gets back.
Oh, very well.
And Louisa, you run up to the front bedroom and bring down that pink dressing gown. It's only a woman's, Albert, but it'll be better than nothing.
Will it matter?
Why should it?
Suppose she sends for it one day.
Why on earth didn't you write and tell me you were coming, you silly boy?
I'll tell you all about it when I'm dry outside and not so dry in.
You always were a good one at hinting. I'll get you something to eat, Albert.
Oh, thanks, Aunt. Oh, what's your Lucy?
Oh. So you've turned up again.
Yeah, bad pennies do, you know. Tell me, Lucy, is Miss Fisk about?
No, she's away.
It's a bit of luck. Listen, does my Aunt Ellen know I blew over last summer?
Well, not that I know of. Miss Fisk told me not to say anything.
Good. I might be all right. Shh, here's one of the old girls. We don't know each other, remember? Not that we shan't later.
I'm very particular who I know.
Here's the dressing gown, Albert. Now see if it fits.
I say, don't I look a peach? Oh, ta-ra-ra-bum-dee-ay, 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 ta-ra-ra-bum-dee-ay.
You're making.
Aunt Emily, may I have the pleasure?
Now, Albert, behave. Here's your food.
Oh, my word, Aunt Ellen, what a spread. Cold beef and a bottle of... Hey, cognac. 1830? Where did you pinch this, Auntie?
Louisa, go and get him a glass. No, bring two. I think I'll have a little to keep him company.
And pass me a couple of those egg cups. You and Aunt Emily must wet your whistles too. You don't have a nephew here every night of the week. Now, here's your ration, Aunt Ellen. And a thimbleful for the belle of the ball, Miss Emily Creed. And here's yours, Miss Louisa.
Oh, Ellen, isn't it funny? I shall die.
Now then, girls, down the hatchway.
Now, Albert, settle down and eat your supper. And you be off to bed, Emily and Louisa.
I don't want to go to bed.
Oh, do let her sit up and talk to Albert, Ellen.
No, my darling. Too much excitement isn't good for you. You'll be able to talk to Albert in the morning. I want to talk to him now.
Go on, be good little girls. Toddle off to bye-bye.
Oh, very well. I suppose we must.
Good night, Albert.
Wait a minute. Who put those candles out?
What candles, Ellen? Oh, those.
It must have been the wind.
It wasn't the wind, Ellen.
I must relight them. I do this for a friend, Albert. There. I suppose you want to stay the night.
Well, actually, I was wondering if you could put me up for a little longer.
Well, you'll have to shake down on the sofa in here for tonight. Tomorrow we can get the front room ready for you. Why have you been so long in coming to see me?
Oh, I never had any time, Auntie.
Then how do you come to have it now?
Well, this is a compulsory holiday, you might say.
What? Have you lost your situation at the bank?
I've given it up.
Oh, you foolish boy. Have you got another job?
Afraid I haven't.
Well, you won't find one here, will you? We're right out in the wild.
I know. That's why I've come.
Albert, you haven't done anything wrong, have you?
Not exactly wrong, Auntie. I just helped myself to a little salary I wasn't entitled to.
Do you mean you've taken money from the bank?
You've got it, Auntie.
But if you were so desperate, why didn't you come to me? I could always have found you a few pounds.
A few pounds wouldn't have seen me through it.
Can the money be put back, or have they found out?
They've found out. They've set the police on me.
The police? Oh, but they're bound to search. They'll come here.
No one knows I've got relations here. I didn't meet a soul coming over the marshes. If you'll let me stay for a week or two, then I can get out of the country and start afresh. I don't care where. I wondered if you'd advance me my passage money. It wouldn't cost much, steerage.
I suppose that's the only thing I can do.
I'll boil the jam, miss.
Thank you, Lucy. Now you'd better be off to bed. Oh, there'll be one more for breakfast in the morning.
Yes, miss. Good night. Good night, sir.
Oh, good night, Lucy, isn't it?
Yes, Lucy.
I shall sleep better tonight than I've slept for weeks.
Albert, you have told me the worst, haven't you? There isn't anything else?
What else?
Well, there are worse things than stealing.
Do you mean if I put someone to sleep? Oh, good heavens, no, I'm too scared. Putting people out calls for real nerve, you know.
Yes.
I'm sorry to be such a bird of ill omen.
Oh, never mind. I dare say it's Providence. Good night, Albert.
Good night, Aunt Helen.
Good night.
I thought she'd never go. Now, I wonder if my keys will fit the padlock on your oven, old girl, because... Yeah. Well, I'm blowed. It's all bricked up. Now, why should anyone want to do that? Good morning, Lucy.
I've brought your shaving water, Mr. Albert, and the mirror.
Ta. And what about a good morning kiss?
Oh, I oughtn't to let you...
Oh, just one. Give me another.
Oh, no. That's quite enough for one Sunday morning. Now, you get on with your shaving. Miss Emily will come down and catch her.
Ah, forgotten she's not at chapel with the others. But don't go. Stay and talk to me. Tell me, what have you got those bars over the window for? They're new, aren't they?
Well, Miss Creed had them put up after Miss Fiss went away 2 months ago.
Where's she gone?
I don't know. I didn't know she was going even. I was on my holiday, and when I came back, she was gone. Funny, wasn't it?
Oh, perhaps she and Aunt Ellen had a row.
Oh, but then it would be for your aunt to go. It's Miss Fiss' house.
Yeah. She'll turn up one day.
Well, Miss Ellen can't be expecting her just yet, because you're to have Miss Fiss' room as long as you're staying. I've just been getting it ready.
Hey, by the way, have you got a bit of black wire?
Whatever for?
See this padlock on the oven?
Yeah?
I was fooling about with it last night, and it came open. I couldn't get it shut again.
Oh, you oughtn't to have done that. That's where Miss Fiss keeps her money.
Oh, no. You're wrong there, Ducky. There's only a wall behind there.
Oh, that's all you know. It's an old bake oven.
Bake oven, my foot. Look.
Well, I never. It's been bricked up. I wonder when that was done.
When did you last see it open?
When I was going on my holiday. Miss Fiss gave me my money out of it.
Yeah, that's where the money used to be kept. It wouldn't do for it to look as though I'd been playing about with it, would it? I mean, people think nasty thoughts sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, and sometimes they're right, aren't they? I'll get that wire.
Hey, and bring a pair of pliers if you've got them.
Here you are.
Ta. It only wants a small bit. I don't want it to show. I wonder why anyone should want to brick up a place like that.
Oh, Miss Fiss probably put her jewels in there before she went away.
Yeah. Yeah, I dare say you're right. I wouldn't mind having a peep at those jewels. Pity you need a pickaxe to get at them.
Why, whatever's the matter, Mr. Albert?
Don't open it. Look out of the window, see who it is, and come tell me first.
It's only the post. It's for Miss Fiss from her bank.
See the crest on the envelope? Why were you so scared?
Oh, I wasn't scared. I'd forgotten you had a Sunday post.
I believe you're hiding from the police.
You wouldn't think any the less of me for that, would you?
Oh, that depends.
Here, give us a kiss.
Oh, look out. Miss Emily's coming downstairs.
Good morning, Aunt Emily. How is it you're not at chapel?
I had a headache.
Aha, Aunt Ellen's cognac too much for you.
Wasn't Ellen's, it was Miss Fisk.
Oh, don't say Miss Fisk would have begrudged it to us.
Don't know. I never liked her.
Oh, what you got there?
Oh, it's just some boxes. I stick shells on them. Pretty, aren't they?
Yeah, very. By the way, there's a letter just come for Miss Fisk. It wants readdressing. Shall I do it?
Well, I don't know her address. Better put it on the table. Look, I've enough shells for 3 more boxes.
Ah. You like living in this house, don't you?
Yes, I do.
What's going to happen to you when Miss Fisk comes back? Will she let you stay on?
She isn't coming back. Ellen's bought the house.
Go on.
It's quite true, but it's a secret. Ellen made me swear on the Bible I wouldn't tell anyone, but you're one of the family, so it's different.
Why did Aunt Ellen want to keep it a secret?
Well, I don't know. It was all done in a great hurry. Aunt Louisa and I were sent out for a long drive, and when we came back, it was all over, and Miss Fisk had gone. You won't tell Ellen I told you, will you?
No. We'll make that our little secret, shall we?
Yes. It's rather fun to have a secret Ellen doesn't know anything about. She always thinks she's the clever one, but she isn't.
Not always. I'll tell you another secret, Albert.
No, I won't.
Why not? Didn't you say I was one of the family?
Well, I think Ellen's done something that's not quite right.
Why?
Because she's looked so worried lately, and I've heard her walking about the house very late at night, and when it gets dark, she lights those horrid little candles on the altar. She's never used to do anything like that. It's only since Miss Fisk's been gone. Do you think she hasn't really bought the house?
Well, if she hasn't, it's rather a large article to steal, isn't it?
There might be ways of getting it.
What sort of ways?
I don't know, Albert. I haven't thought.
Who's that? Why, it's a nun. Where's she blown from?
She'll be from the Priory. Will you open the door to her, Albert? I don't like nuns.
All right.
Good morning. Is Miss Ellen Creed in?
And no, she's gone over to the chapel. I'm her nephew. Can I do anything?
Well, I came up to repay this oil that you lent us last night. Ours arrived this morning, and the Reverend Mother just wanted you to have it back as soon as we got it.
Oh, I'll take it
No,
through.
no. I'll take it, Albert. I know where it's kept.
Did you know Miss Fisk well, who owned this place?
Oh, yes. But she still does, doesn't she?
Oh, yes.
Oh, we all know her at the convent. She's a dear friend of ours.
I've only met her once. She seemed a very agreeable lady. I suppose you've no idea when she'll be back.
No. Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't know that she was going away. I think the Reverend Mother's been a little hurt that Miss Fisk hasn't written to her. But perhaps I oughtn't to say that.
Oh, why not? It's a free country.
Oh, by the way, I hear that the main roads from Rochester and Gravesend are underwater by the marsh. So we're quite cut off. We may be for some days.
Well, that won't worry me.
Perhaps not. Morning.
Good morning.
Miss Emily told me to tell you she's gone out for a walk.
Good. I say, Dux, got a kettle boiling out there?
Well, perhaps I have. What do you want it for?
Bring it in here, then I'll show you.
Oh, all right.
Miss Leonora Fisk, Estuary House. I should have thought she'd let the bank know she was away.
Here you are. What do you want to do?
I want to have a look at something.
What?
This letter that came from the bank for Miss Fisk this morning. I'm going to have a look what's inside.
You can't go opening other people's letters.
Did you like Miss Fisk?
Oh, yes. She's a kind lady. She's been very generous to me.
Me too. She got me out of a bit of trouble and I owe her a debt of gratitude.
Oh, it's a funny way to pay it, opening her private letters.
It might not be. I'm a little worried.
Here, hold the lid of the kettle, will you?
Look, if you're going to steam open that letter, I'm not going to be a party to it.
If there's nothing startling in it, well, we've done no harm, have we? We can seal it up again.
Yeah, but you...
On the other hand, if there is something, we're doing a service to Miss Fisk, aren't we?
Oh, hurry up then. They'll be back from chapel soon.
There, that's done it. Now, what do they say? Dear Madam, read your letter instructing us to forward the amount of the enclosed cheque in £5 notes to the payee. Your signature appears to differ from that with which we're acquainted. I shall be obliged if you will kindly confirm the same by signing it afresh in your usual manner. So £50. Hey, do you notice the date?
November the 14th.
I thought she went away in September.
Oh, she may have written the cheque from wherever she is, mayn't she?
And why have they written back to her here? Do you notice who the cheque's made payable to?
Miss Ellen Creed. Well, what of it? I expect it's the housekeeping money.
Yeah, you're probably right. Well, we'd better cover up our tracks, hadn't we? Just dip your finger in Aunt Emily's glue, will you?
I'm not doing anything about it.
Aren't you? Give me your hand.
Oh, no! Oh, you filthy pig! Oh, you made my fingers all sticky.
Now then, seal it up.
Look, it's horrible.
That's right.
You done.
I will stand it up here on the dresser. It'll soon dry.
You won't give me away to Miss Creed, will you?
Not so long as you keep your mouth shut about me.
Oh.
Yeah, hello, here come the performing seals. Quick, take that kettle out into the kitchen.
All right, Albert.
Hello, Aunt. Had a nice pray.
There's no need to be facetious, Albert.
It would have done you good to come too, Albert. It was quite exciting. The minister was telling us all about hell.
Well, I'm afraid I can't take hell very seriously, old girl. After all, if there is such a place, no one's ever come back from it.
Hell's like the kingdom of heaven. It's within.
You must have got that out of a book, Auntie. What's an innocent old cup of tea like you ever done to know anything about hell?
But Albert, Ellen's clever. She knows about all sorts of things. She may know about hell, too.
You don't say. We'll have to christen you Hellfire Ellen.
Albert, I won't have you talking like this in my house on a Sunday.
Oh, sorry, I'm sure. Oh, by the way, Auntie, a nun called while you were out, asking for a Miss Fisk.
Oh? Louisa, run upstairs and take off your coat, dear. You won't want to sit about in it all day.
No, I shan't, shall I, Ellen? No, of course.
Who is this, Miss Fisk everybody's always mentioning?
Oh, she's just someone who used to live here. I'd rather you didn't mention her again in front of your aunts, Albert. They quarrelled, and it excites them very much to talk about her.
Oh, I wouldn't like to do that. What did you quarrel about, Auntie?
I didn't say that I quarrelled with her.
Oh. Oh, then I suppose she's the friend you lighted those candles for last night.
Yes. She's that friend.
You must have been very fond of her. When did she die?
Die? Who said she was dead?
Oh, I just assumed she was. You don't light candles for the living, do you?
Oh, why not? I thought candles just stood for prayers.
Oh, you may be right. I'm not up in the technique. I say, fancy the old bird's driving Miss Fisk out of here for good.
But we don't know that it is for good. She's away on a holiday. She may come back. But I expect you'll be gone by then.
I hope so. I don't fancy many more nights on this sofa. Aunt Ellen, do you believe in ghosts?
No, of course not.
Well, neither do I. At least I thought I didn't. But you know, last night, in the middle of the night, I woke up and I had a funny feeling that there was someone in the room with me.
It must have been all that cognac you drank. There are no ghosts in Estuary House.
Oh, well, there aren't any anywhere, are there? Oh, there, if I haven't got a memory like a sieve.
Why, what have you forgot?
This letter. It's for Miss Fisk, from a bank. Gave me quite a turn when I saw it was from a bank. If you'd like to readdress it, I'll take it down to the box. I could do with a breather.
I'm looking after everything for her while she's away. It may be important. I think I'd better open it, don't you?
Oh, why not, if she wouldn't mind?
Huh?
Nice piano you've got here, Auntie.
You must excuse me for a moment, Albert. I have to write a note. It's rather urgent.
Oh, don't mind me, Auntie. I'll have a look at your music. I say I never expected to find a copy of the Mikado here.
Don't do that.
Oh, sorry, Auntie. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's not that. I just hate that particular tune.
Oh, do you? I'll find something cheerier. Oh, 3 little maids from school are we, pert as a schoolgirl well can be, filled to the brim with girlish glee. That might be you and Emily and Louisa, mightn't it?
I've got to run down to the letterbox.
Oh, finished it already? I'll post it for you.
Thank you. I'd rather do it for myself.
Now, I wonder. Hey, Lucy,
What is it now?
bring us back your mirror, will you?
Here you are.
Yeah, tough.
I should think you'd have got sick of the sight of your face.
No, I don't want it for that. I want to read what Aunt Ellen's written to the bank. It's on her blotter, see? The other way about.
Do you want to do this?
Hold the glass up. Here, listen to this. Dear Sir, check something quite correct. Owing to a sprained hand, there may be a discrepancy in some of my checks lately signed. Yours, something, Leonora Fisk.
Your aunt signed Leonora Fisk? What's it mean, Albert?
I shouldn't like to say.
I know. It means she's pretending to be Miss Fisk and stealing money from her bank.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, but she's taking an awful risk. There'll be the deuce to pay when Miss Fisk comes back.
Supposing she isn't coming back. Supposing she's died on her holiday and Aunt Helen's the only one who knows.
Oh, but you can't die and only one person know. But I've just thought of something else. When I was getting Miss Fisk's room ready for you this morning, what do you think I found tucked away in the cupboard?
What?
Her best wig.
Eh? Did she wear a wig?
Oh, Lord, yes. A red one. Auburn, they call it. She was nearly bald. Why didn't she take it with her? She rather fancies herself, you know. Why should she go away in her old one?
Has she taken her best clothes?
Oh, I never thought to look.
When I get into that room, we'll have a scout round and you can give me some idea what's missing.
Why are you so curious about all this?
Look, supposing Miss Fisk is dead and Aunt Ellen's tapping the funds. It might be a lifetime before anyone finds out, and there might be some nice pickings in it for you and me.
Oh.
You might do worse than join forces with me. I think you're one of the prettiest pieces I've set eyes on.
I'll help.
Good girl.
Oh, Lord, she's coming up the path. Come out with me. We can talk in the kitchen.
Blotting paper. Lucy, come here.
Yes, miss?
What's your mirror doing in here?
Oh, Mr. Albert borrowed it for his shaving.
Oh, I see. Well, take it back with you and serve dinner.
Yes, miss.
And that's game to me, Louisa, old dear. You owe me 5 farthings, my belle of St. Martin's.
I'm sure you're cheating me, Albert. I thought I'd won.
You shouldn't play for money. You know it's wrong.
But Father always played crib for farthings. Don't you remember, Emily? There can't be any harm in farthings.
Father could afford to play for farthings.
Now, just one more go. My old Bellabow.
No, I'm not going to play any more. You've got all my farthings, and I'm sure you cheat.
Oh.
You're too full of tricks, Albert. You'll be behind bars one day.
Well, talking of bars, we're more or less behind them now, aren't we? I mean, just look at those windows. I suppose those have been up for hundreds of years.
Oh, no, they're quite new. Ellen put them there.
She's afraid of someone breaking in.
Or perhaps she's a miser. Perhaps she comes down here in the middle of the night and counts her gold.
She does come down here in the middle of the night, but I don't think she counts her gold.
Oh, here is Ellen. I'll go and tell Lucy to bring in her supper.
Oh, hello, Aunt. Had a nice trip.
Oh, it was bitterly cold.
Oh, shall I take a glass of something out to the driver?
Yes, all right.
Yeah, that should do him. Hey, driver, something for you.
Ellen, dear, so you're back. Lucy's just bringing your tray.
Thank you. Listen, Louisa, I want to speak to Albert alone. Now, you go along up to bed. You too, Emily.
I don't want to go to bed.
Well, go up to your room anyway. What have you been doing while I've been out?
Albert's been making us laugh.
He never talks to you, does he? About Miss Fisk?
Miss Fisk, Ellen? No. Why should he?
And you've neither of you told him anything about my buying the house, have you?
Oh, no, Ellen. Don't you remember? You made us swear on the Bible we wouldn't.
I remember.
But it wasn't the Bible, Ellen. It was a prayer book. I found that out afterwards. So it doesn't count. We could tell who we liked, couldn't we?
If I ever find out that either of you breathes a word to a soul about it, I'll pack you both back to London straight away. And I won't send you another penny.
Oh, Ellen.
I'm not going to tell anyone, Ellen. Come along, Louisa. We're not wanted here.
Oh, off to bed already, girls.
Ellen thinks it's time we went. Good night, Albert.
Good night, Albert.
Nighty-night. Sleep tight.
You've been exciting them again, Albert. I can't trust you out of my sight.
Oh, Auntie, what have I done?
I'm never sure what you may do.
Oh, there's not much I could do, is there? After all, this isn't a bank. You haven't got any locks to pick, have you?
I've brought you your supper, miss. Oh, put it down on the table, Lucy. And then you can go to bed. I'm just going up to take off my things. And wait here, Albert. I've got something I want to say to you.
She's on the rampage tonight. There's a nasty look in her eye.
Wonder where she's been all day.
I asked the driver when I took him that drink. He picked her up at Rochester off the London train.
She been to London?
Yeah. I can't understand it. £50 came through from the bank yesterday. I saw her open that registered letter. I wonder if she means to do a bolt. We'll have to try that plan of mine tonight, Lucy.
Oh, I don't like it, you know, Albert. But I can't refuse to do anything. Now, can I?
You'll be all right. All you've got to do is keep thinking of when we'll be married.
Oh,
now, let's go over the plan once more. When she's gone to bed, I'll slip down, open the oven door, and play that tune out of the Mikado.
Then I'll slip in, dressed in Miss Fisk's wig and best dress, and sit at the piano.
That's it. And after that, we'll see.
You'll never go back on me, will you? You're not just making use of me.
I'm mad about you. Haven't I shown you? Shh, she's coming down. You get to your room.
All right, Albert. But I still don't like it.
Good night, Miss. Good night, Lucy. Now then, Albert.
Well, Auntie.
I've been to London today. I have bought your passage to Canada.
But I don't want to go to Canada.
I don't think you've very much choice, have you?
I'm quite happy here for the time being.
I'm not quite happy having you here.
But I thought we'd agreed. I was to lie low till the Gravesend business blew over. And time enough for a passage abroad in a month or so.
I've changed my mind.
Well, you might have discussed it with me first. What made you change your mind?
Well, in the first place, you play the fool so much with Louisa and Emily that you'll have them chattering about your being here. We shall have the police down on us. I can't do with any scandal.
But surely there's more to it than that, Auntie. There must be.
There's Lucy.
Lucy? Why, I've hardly noticed the girl.
Don't lie, Albert. I've watched you whispering together. I've seen her setting her cap at you ever since you came. I'm not going to have that sort of thing going on under my roof.
Well, all I can say, Auntie, is it must be your mind. We're as innocent as the driven snow.
You hateful little hypocrite. Now listen. You'll start tomorrow, and I'm coming with you. Bates will be here directly after breakfast to take you to Maidstone. From there, we'll go by coach to Southampton, and there's a boat leaving for Quebec on Friday. I've got your ticket.
I don't know why you're suddenly so down on me.
I've got to know you better. I've watched you very carefully the last few days. You're not a bit sorry for what you've done. You've demoralized your aunts. Goodness knows what harm you've done to that young girl, and you've nosed about the house and spied on everybody.
I suppose you realise I've never had a chance brought up as I was.
It is no use arguing with me. I've made up my mind.
Does it occur to you that I may not go?
Well, I can always send for the police.
Somehow I got the impression you didn't want the police here.
Does that mean you refuse to go?
Well, I certainly shan't go tomorrow. You can't bluff me.
I'm not bluffing you, Albert. I'm ordering you to go.
Order my foot. There's another reason you haven't mentioned, isn't there? A sounder one.
Yes, there is.
Ah, now we're getting down to brass tacks. It's about Miss Fisk, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I met her in town today. She's coming back.
You met her in town, you say?
Yes. Why shouldn't I?
No reason.
I had to take her some money that came for her.
I got it into my head that she'd gone for good.
Well, who gave you that idea? It's her house. There's never been any question of her not coming back.
Well, in that case, why didn't you tell me straight away I got to go because she was coming back?
Because you'd go blurting it out to your aunts, of course, and it would be fatal if they got to know about it now. But don't you see? It means that they have to go too. They'll be dreadfully upset about it, and I shall have to break it to them very gently.
Ah. Well, there's nothing for it.
No, there isn't.
I don't know what the blazes I'll do in Canada. I suppose I can starve there as well as anywhere else.
So I shall give you something to start on. I can't do less for your mother's sake.
Well, I suppose I'd better be off to bed.
Don't knock your pipe out on the oven door.
I say, you're looking rather played out. And you better toddle off too.
I'm just coming.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I had a funny dream last night, Auntie.
What was that?
I dreamt Miss Fisk was dead.
Oh? Well. Good night, Albert.
Good night, Auntie. Good night.
Oh, God. Let me rest. Let me rest.
I've opened the oven door. Are you ready, Lucy?
Yes, Albert. I'm ready.
Good girl. You look Miss Fisk to the life in that dress and red wig. Now sit here on the piano stool. That's it. Shh. I can hear her coming downstairs.
Albert? Albert, was that you?
The oven door. It's open.
Someone at the piano. Leonora! Oh, God!
Albert, she's fainted. Oh, what have you made me do?
No sign of her yet?
No. Oh, Albert, I'm scared. I wish I knew if she thought it was me dressed up.
Of course she didn't. She thinks she saw a ghost.
All the same, I can't help wishing we hadn't done it now. I never thought she'd go and faint. She might have died. Then we'd have been responsible.
Pull yourself together. She didn't die. And we've proved what we wanted. That Miss Fisk is dead and Aunt Ellen knows it. But to be doubly sure, I've put Miss Fisk's wig on the piano behind that vase. And we'll see what she does when she sees
Oh,
it.
no.
If I'm right, she'll have to cough up what we want. And when we've lined our pockets, we'll take a little trip round the world. Just us two, eh?
I shall have it on my conscience for the rest of my life.
Oh, rubbish, I'm not asking you to do anything criminal. All I want is for you to go on listening at the door and telling me what you hear. That's not much to ask now, is it?
You'd persuade the devil himself, you would.
Oh, sorry, miss. It's all right, Lucy. I haven't spilt much of it. Albert, I've brought you a cup of tea. It's getting cold.
Aren't you going to finish your breakfast?
No, I've had enough, thanks, Auntie. I'm going upstairs to shave.
I'm worried about Ellen, Emily. Why did she faint like that last night? It wasn't like her. Ellen doesn't faint.
I think she was walking in her sleep. I've heard her go downstairs on other nights. I think her thoughts of Miss Fisk are at the back of it.
Do you know, Emily, I'm sometimes so afraid that Miss Fisk will get the better of Ellen. I sometimes think she wants to come back and turn us out.
I don't think she ever sold the house to Ellen. I think Miss Fisk is here now. That was her tune last night, that silly titwillow.
You heard it too. I thought I was dreaming. Oh, Ellen, you shouldn't come down. Do you think you're well enough?
It's all right, darling. I'm quite strong again.
But, Ellen, you walked in your sleep last night.
I wasn't asleep, Louisa. I thought I heard someone moving about the house.
But if you were wide awake, why did you faint?
I thought I saw someone, but it turned out to be nobody.
Emily and I thought we heard someone, too.
Who did you think you heard?
Miss Fisk.
We thought we heard her playing that sad little song about the willow tree. You remember it?
I remember. But there's no point in going on talking about it.
Oh, Ellen, what if Miss Fisk should be hiding somewhere in the house and playing tricks on us to punish us for being here?
Now, don't talk so foolishly, darling. Miss Fisk is a long way away. Where are you going, Emily?
Down to the priory to feed the jackdaws. Coming, Louisa?
Oh, yes, I should like to see them. I'll carry the bread for you.
It was only imagination. It must have been.
Oh, you're down, Miss. Are you better?
Yes, thank you, Lucy.
I'm so glad. Can I get you a cup of tea or anything?
No. I've got to go out in a minute. Bates ought to be here now.
Oh, Bates? But he's been and gone, miss. Mr. Albert sent him away. He thought you were too poorly to get up.
Find Mr. Albert, will you, Lucy? And tell him I want him.
Oh, yes, miss. He went upstairs to shave. Oh, here he is now.
Good morning, Aunt Ellen. We didn't expect you down today.
Is that why you sent Bates away?
Partly.
What do you mean by interfering with my arrangements? Last night you accepted the idea of going to Canada.
You're forgetting what happened afterwards. It didn't seem to me that you were in any shape to make a journey in the morning.
That was nothing. It was only a little faintness. We'll go tomorrow instead. You're going to catch that boat, you understand that?
I hear what you say.
They tell me you were very good to me last night. I'd like to say thank you.
Oh, that was only a nephewly feeling. It was a queer turn you had. What actually happened?
I must have had some kind of nervous seizure.
Yes, I've noticed you seemed a bit nervy.
It's because I haven't been sleeping.
I sleep like a top. I expect you'd say that's because I haven't got a conscience to bother me.
What's behind that remark, Albert?
Nothing. Auntie, I've got a little confession to make.
What? Another?
You were away last June fetching your sisters, weren't you?
Well?
Well, I called here, and I met Miss Fisk.
Oh?
She was very kind to me. I was a bit short at the time, and she lent me some ready. Out of her little safe there, you know. The one that's bricked up now. We agreed not to tell you. We thought it might worry you. But now I think you ought to know. Oh! I'm sorry, Auntie. Your best vase, I'm afraid.
Leonora's wig. You know.
Aha.
It was you last night, too.
Me? And Lucy?
Lucy.
Oh, it's all right. I took care she didn't know what I know.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. You've told me nothing. I know nothing.
But you want something.
Oh, yes. I want something. You know, Auntie, I've always had a fancy to settle in the country.
What, you mean here?
Oh, why not? I could help you keep an eye on things. I shan't lose my nerve. Oh, and I shall want a little wedding present. I may have to marry Lucy. We shall be a very happy little family here, shan't we?
You surely don't propose to go on living here with me?
Why not?
Well, for one thing, you'd never be quite sure, would you, Albert? There are more ways than one, you know.
You wouldn't dare. A second time?
What makes you so sure?
Supposing I said I'd risk it.
You won't, now that I've frightened you. You've got a very good appetite, haven't you, Albert? And you'd hardly be likely to enjoy your meals.
You're bluffing.
Am I? Do you think I'm going to let a little thing like you stand in my way? It takes a lot of courage to kill for the first time, Albert. But once you've sold your soul to the devil, it comes easier. I think you know why I did what I did. I did it to secure to my poor sisters a little of what the world owes them. They're all I have. I think you know what I've suffered. You've helped to torture me. But don't think I'm going to hand over what I've taken to a little whippersnapper who's repaid my kindness with cheap treachery.
All right. What's it worth to you if I do clear out? We're both after the same thing. Cash, aren't we? What do you say to £500?
You're wasting your breath.
You wouldn't like me to suggest to the police that they came and did a bit of renovating to your chimney piece, would you?
I don't quite see you going to the police.
Oh, they'd forget what I've done. If I went and told them that the head that wore that wig hasn't any more use for it.
No, Albert. You've chosen the wrong moment. It's broad daylight now. Hide that wig, quickly. Or put it under the cushion. That's right.
Good morning, Sister Teresa. Won't you come in? Oh, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but I just wanted to see you privately, Miss Creed.
Yes?
Oh, I'm glad your nephew's here. Well, it's really no business of mine, and I oughtn't to have come, I know, but we've just had a call from the police. They've driven over from Gravesend.
Gravesend?
Yes. I heard them talking to the Reverend Mother. They're looking for a young man who's supposed to have taken money from a bank. He's been traced to the marshes. Their description tallied so closely with that of your nephew here that I thought I'd ought to come and let you know. Of course, if I knew that it was your nephew, it would be very wrong of me to warn you.
Did the Reverend Mother say I was here?
She doesn't know. She told them that at the moment there were simply 3 elderly ladies living here at Chesterton House. So the officers have gone down to the marsh to Decoy Farm. But I thought, well, I ought to come up and tell you because, well, Miss Fisk's such a great mutual friend. I know that she would like me to.
Well, on her behalf, sister, thanks for the tip.
Ah, it was you. I was afraid so. I am sorry.
So am I, but I can't go into that now. I've got to look slippy. You got any cash handy, Auntie?
Yes. You can take this handbag. It hasn't what you wanted in it, but it's not empty. You'll find your ticket in there, too.
Good. I'll get that boat somehow. I better slip out the back way and through the woods. So long, sister. Bye, Auntie. Tell Lucy, will you?
I had a brother like that. Oh, they're so easily lost now, aren't they? It's wrong of me, but I hope he gets away.
I'm afraid in Albert's case it's only postponing the evil day.
Well, you know, postponement's life.
Is it? Yes. I suppose in the case of the little sinner it is. But if one has sinned very deeply, postponement can be death. It can be worse than death.
Oh. I suppose you're talking of what they call the death in life.
Do they call it that?
Oh, but it doesn't apply to your nephew. He's young. He may change. Oh, I suppose I'm rather simple-minded. We're always praying to be delivered from evil, and I find it so difficult to believe that it exists.
You please not to tell anyone I came now, will you?
Thank you for coming, sister.
Thank you.
And thank you for warning us. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Lucy, what were you doing outside that door? Come here. I have something to tell you. It's about Mr. Albert. Lucy! Lucy, come back! A death in life. What must be, must be.
Oh, it's quite warm out, Ellen. We fed the jackdaws.
Oh, why are you putting your coat on, Ellen? Where are you going?
Out.
Oh. As we were coming up the lane, we met Lucy. She was running so fast, we thought there was something the matter and that she must be coming to fetch us. But she climbed over the stile and ran down the path towards Decoy Farm.
Decoy Farm? That's where I'm going. There are some gentlemen there from Gravesend. I want to see them.
Gravesend?
Yes.
Oh, are they friends of Albert's?
No, darling. Nothing to do with Albert. It's a personal matter.
Oh, you won't bring them here, will you, Ellen? It's so nice and peaceful by ourselves.
No. I'll try not to bring them here. You have been happy here, haven't you?
Oh, we are happy. And it's so good of you to have bought this house for us. You have been clever.
Very clever.
How long will you be?
I don't know, darling. I may be quite a time. Oh, it's a lovely day.
We can look after ourselves, can't we, Emily?
Yes, we can look after ourselves.
Goodbye, Ellen.
Goodbye.
In Ladies in Retirement by Edward Percy and Reginald Denham, adapted for broadcasting by Cynthia Pugh, the part of Ellen Creed was played by Valerie White, Leonora Fisk by Marjorie Westbury, Albert Feather by Nigel Graham, Lucy Gillam, Peggy Butt, Sister Teresa by Gudrun Ure, and Bates by Peter Marinka. Emily Creed was played by Gladys Spencer, and Louisa Creed by Hilda Kreisman, and not as printed in the Radio Times. The pianist was Frederick Stone. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Martin C. Webster.
Saturday Night Theatre. The Girl Who Didn't Want to Be, by Frederick Bradnam, with Simon Cadell, Joanna David, Christopher Benjamin, and Angela Pleasance.
I do wish they'd do their practice with handbells and at the other end of the village. Can't, can they, though? Dong, dong, I go on too long. If I was a poet, I'd write a nice poem called Summer Evening in the Chancel. Well, probably Betjeman already has. Starts, the vicar's wife was arranging flowers and thinking of her suburban girlhood. Was I? Oh, Lord, somebody come to see. Is Tim there? Well, I hope not, because he can be ours and I'm getting hungry. Sneak a look. Oh, he's there. A lone visitor, not a coachload. Oh, thank you, Lord. Good-looking old chap. Tanned by a sun not English. Looking at the crowns with scrutiny. Inquiry, yes. Now he's found the one he wants, I'm sure. Oh, here cometh Tim. Now don't be long, please, Reverend Timothy Turner.
Good evening. Do you know about the crowns up there? Virgin crowns. Unique to this church, you know. People come from far and wide to see them. If a person is born, baptized and dies in the parish above the age of puberty, 14 actually, and is a virgin, then the next of kin can ask for a virgin crown. with a sort of calling of the band, so that if anyone wants to object, they can. To the giving of the crown, that is. When granted, the crown is placed high on the nave wall, as you can see, with the details beneath it. There's a short ceremony and...
that one. Hmm? I knew her. She shouldn't be up there. Good evening, Vicar.
Ah. Good evening. Extraordinary fellow.
I was listening.
No, hello, darling.
Oh, which crown did he mean?
No, he pointed to that one. Margaret Joan Bell, 1920 to 1938.
We've always said, haven't we, that there are some up there who probably ought not to be.
She was 18. I suppose that some girls were promiscuous in 1938. I mean, at her age.
Oh, for sure, darling. As in 1838. Well, some girls are, always.
Yes. It is mentioned in the Bible. Margaret Joan Bell, 1920 to 1938. Short life. So long ago.
Within living memory. I wonder how she died.
Perhaps our verger would know.
A lot of what Harold Thorpe knows he keeps to himself, as you well know.
I think he finds me too young to be a vicar.
Well, at 32 you are.
You wait until you reach 30, wife. Then you'll know how age suddenly descends. Actually, old Harold is giving out a bit now. We've done nothing terrible and been here a year, so he's prepared to accept it.
He's accepted me? Oh, yes, he has. And it's not easy to see, but he has.
I know. You can be very nice. And sexy. I'm hungry. Let's leave the bell thrashers to lock up and go and feed our faces.
Nice today, Vicar. Getting dark. Still warm, though. You staying?
Yeah, for a moment, Harold. Yeah.
Good place to think in as a church. For a clergyman, it is.
Do I look as if I want to think?
Brood on something, anyway.
How many visited us today?
There's 5 names in the book.
A couple of days ago, there was a man who didn't put his name in.
Well, some don't want to, some forget, and some can't write. I'll leave you to lock up then, Vicar. Good night to you.
Good night, Harold. Father, hear me. What is it? I mean, this is my calling. I'm contented. I have a wife I love, who loves me. Fine church, interesting parish, beautiful countryside. Or is it all too cushy? This last week, my soul's been troubled. I haven't a clue. I have searched to find. There's a restlessness. I wake at dawn feeling as if something has to be done, or something is wrong in the doing. Hello? Who's that? I'll put the lights on. I'm here. Do you see me now? Where the Lord are you? I'm here. This is ridiculous. Now look, listen. I mean, whoever you are and wherever you are, please stop playing this silly game.
Hello?
Right.
Hello?
I'm sorry. What do you want? Hello and goodbye. Well, I think this is some sort of trick. Well, go on. If you... How did you get in? And if you've gone, how did you get out? Hello? Hello? Tom? Are you there? Not a dicky bird. No, there was no one anywhere, Pam. No, not a dicky bird. Anywhere.
And all she said was hello?
That's all. From the rafters at one moment, behind my back the next. Hello. I'm going to open another bottle of wine. My nerves are not what they were.
You hadn't been at the communion wine before, had you, or at the pub's strong ale?
The communion wine you need to lace with LSD. Now I come to think of it, it was exactly like an hallucination. Voice in the head. Perhaps I'm on my way to a sainthood. Cheers.
With an awful long way to go, and you might pour me a glass.
I'm sorry. I wonder if I can levitate or something. Huh?
Or something. Or somebody was playing a trick.
I know. A nasty, dirty trick.
I don't know why, do you?
Oh, it's for a lark. Wonder how. Tomorrow I'll look for the wires.
Wires? Oh, you mean loudspeakers hidden away?
Something like it. Must be. Have a word with Harold also.
Oh, it doesn't sound like a Harold trick.
Ha-ha. But he'd know about the wiring, wouldn't he? As the Virgin.
I suppose he would. Ask him also if he knew the Bell girl.
Bell girl?
Was she of the Virgin Crown, Margaret Joan?
Yes, an idea. I hope he wasn't one of her chaps.
Ask him, tactful-like. Did you have a Harold?
I will, shall. You know me. I think I want my bed.
Oh, poor darling. Up you go. I'll join you in a sec.
All she would say was hello. Or even hello, Vicar. Hello, sailor.
I think you'd better go to bed.
Morning, Mr. Turner. Fine day?
Morning, Harold. What birdie is that, for heaven's sake?
It's a blue crow, Vicar. A roller. Pretty rare immigrant. Not a nice voice, though, is it? Goes through you, don't it?
Yes.
Friendly chap.
Talking of friends, a man was in the church the other day, visitor, who seemed to have been a friend of one of the Virgin Crowns.
Was he?
He said he knew her. She died in 1938. Margaret Joan Bell.
Behind you.
What?
That's her grave. Oh, tidier this week. Her family left soon after she was put down, and then the war.
Our beloved daughter who will always remain a pure young girl. I really must get to know the tombstones, you know, Harold.
I shouldn't bother, Vicar. They're a dreary lot. Nothing mytho-poetic. Or vulgarian, come to that.
Oh, I see. Well, can't expect everything, eh? The chap who knew the Bell girl seemed to suggest that her Virgin Crown was a sort of false pretenses.
Did he know?
I haven't heard things about that.
Not for years, obviously. Her family didn't like the talk.
So they packed their bags. I take it that nobody objected to the Crown at the time.
There wasn't a dicky bird, Vicar. Now, I'd best be getting on with things.
Yes. One thing, has the church ever been wired for loudspeakers?
No. No reason. It was rewired for the usual electrics in 1961.
Well, don't worry, I'm not thinking of using loudspeakers. The insurance wanted to know. That's all.
Well, the insurance wants to know more than is good for them at times. You going in the church now, Vicar?
No, I'll be on my rounds. I'll have a look in the church later this evening. For the insurance. Leave the ladder there, will you? Right. Up you go, my lad. Perhaps this mucking around in an empty church can go to the head. I talk aloud to myself already, quite happily. The last vicar was balmy. Here we are. No sign of wiring or speakers anywhere. Not a dicky bird. I must stop saying dicky bird. Was Harold using it sarcastically? Probably. Did he believe the lie about the insurance? No. No, I'm a bad liar. Which, after all, in my profession is a recommendation. Better get down. No, I'll stay up here and wait. Above the crowns, underneath the rafters. Who would think of looking for a vicar up here, even a balmy one? Now, come on, girl. It's almost exactly the same time that you said hello a week ago. And from here, I'll see how you get in. There's quite a decent view over the altar. I must see the row. I suppose Harold gets up here quite often. Clean windows. Come on, girl. Not a dicky. Nothing. What's that? A motorcycle. Much too fast. That's one hell of a lick. It's going to crash. Oh, my God! God, quickly down. Really hurt. Oh, my God. I'm on my way. It must have been on the pillion. Chap was driving. Perhaps she was driving her. Where are they? Where was it? It must have been here. Master. It's not a dicky bit. Nothing. Quiet cut. Oh, here comes a car. Well, that was real enough. From the same direction. From the village, downhill, round this bend and away. It's another little trick. Another blasted trick!
Why a crashing motorbike? Oh, and I'm in bed before you for once. I feel exhausted.
I feel troubled. Since a bit before the hello voice.
I've noticed you've been awake at dawn recently, looking wide awake, but before I could do anything about it, I was back in the land of Nod.
The thing is, I can find no reason for being troubled. More restless than troubled. Only the restlessness is troubling.
Well, somebody or something's working on you.
What do you mean by that?
Do you know, I really don't know. Words came out suddenly, instinctive. It's all connected, the hello girl and the phantom crash, you're being troubled and restless.
Yeah, all right, I'll buy that. Cause and effect. Only why the cause?
Darling, you're just about to put your left leg into your pyjama jacket sleeve.
Huh? Oh, yes. So I thought the legs were short. Oh, no, not my legs, the pyjama legs. Probably my mind's going. As I said before, I'm hearing things in the head. After all, nobody else has heard any of this. Not a sound.
Well, you're a bit young to grow mad as a clergyman, aren't you? Noises in the head, Tim, are usually pretty silly random things connected somehow to the person experiencing them. Well, they are, aren't they? Or have you had girls saying hello and motorbike crashes with a girl screaming tucked down in your subconscious somewhere since a boy?
Hardly, darling. I suppose we can exclude the possibility of the supernatural.
Well, for the moment, yes.
For the moment?
Well, until we've ruled out the dirty tricks, simulated hauntings.
Yes. Why a crashing bike? I mean, girl's voice is okay, ghost stuff, but a crashing bike is sheer fantasy.
Well, because perhaps there was one once, a real bike crash.
Not unlikely. Oh, you might have warmed this side of the bed.
The night is very warm, sir.
Church was cold. That bike sounded odd, I thought. Yeah, but it could be just... It was the sort of noise motorbikes no longer make. Once there was a crash, and the story got around that on certain summer nights the crash could be heard. So some joker puts it all on tape, and I can't think why, plays it out to keep the tale going. Why?
Well, have some fun at the expense of those of a religious disposition. Attack the church's foundations, church with a capital C. Send the young vicar batty.
Are there people concerned enough with the presence of the church to do that? I mean, here and now.
Well, there's said to be a middle-class black magic crowd at Under Woolston, only 5 miles away.
Yes, I've heard. They go in for orgies around bonfires. One of them burnt his private, Doc Hunter told me.
Then maybe they're doing something less dangerous, like simulating ghost sounds.
Well, if they are, I'll do something even nastier to their privates than a fire can. I tell you what.
What?
I'll have a word with old Harold about village hauntings.
You didn't get much out of him about the bell girl, did you? So I bet he doesn't give out on hauntings.
Extraordinary old chap. Did I tell you, he doesn't think the village mythopoetic or Vulgarian enough to write interesting tombstones.
I'm not surprised. He explained to me the other day why television and film never gets Thomas Hardy right. Well, it made sense.
Perhaps he's the brains behind the whole thing.
What? Our Harold?
Evening, Padre. Evening, Sam. Mrs. Sam.
Oh, evening, Vicar. Oh, you should bring the wife in for a drink, Vicar.
I should, but then I do.
It does
you
it
know,
good when they're young, a drop of drink does.
Makes 'em bloody loquacious when they're old, it does.
No, quite. Ooh, I've never been the worse for it, Vicar, whatever he says.
Silly cow, that's inebriated. Talkative, not drunk.
Ah, swallowed a crossword he had.
I'll have a pint of best bitter, Mr. Orford, please.
Well, the best's a bit cloudy. Try it if you like, but it'll be better in the morning.
I'd have a bottle if I were you, Vicar.
Ah, Harold, well, a light ale then, Mr. Orford.
Light ale? No, that should be all right. Of course, you can't be sure. That's 20 pence to you, Vicar.
Your glass is all but empty, Harold?
It's a stout, thank you, Mr. Turner.
I never known Harold drink anything but stout, except brandy.
On high days and holidays, when I feel like it.
Are you getting to know us all, Mr. Turner? Nice lot, aren't we, eh?
Yes, jolly nice, yes. What do I owe you, Mr. Orford?
We're hardly inscrutable, are we?
42 pence, sir. Can't make it any less.
Never can you?
You're more insalubrious than inscrutable, Sam.
I've got the right amount.
Hope it didn't come from the offertory box, sir.
Here's a health, sir.
And yours, Harold.
I taught Sam all the words he knows, other than the four-letter ones.
And he still works on the corporation rubbish dump.
Work? He's the flipping foreman.
Get your facts right, Ernie. Supervisor of the Rural District Refuse and Disposal Central Plant.
Sam, the refuse man.
Now, treat your scurrility with the contempt it warrants.
Get us another drink, will you?
If you want a quiet drink, you won't get it in this pub.
I know. Came looking for you, actually. Had a silly question to ask.
Oh, do you expect a silly answer, then?
Possibly, probably. Are there many stories of any substance of hauntings of any sort in the village?
Oh,
Well, old Charlie Kick swears his dead old Labrador still walks his garden. There's said to be a man dressed in black robes who walks Church Lane at dusk, last seen 10 years ago by Mrs. Jarman with a bottle of gin in her.
Does the vicar know the story of Mrs. Jarman's resurrection, Harold?
Big ears. Do you, Vicar?
No, I'm sure I don't.
She's no longer with us. Not dead. She's living in Spain. Her husband was Colonel Jarman. He used to describe himself as Colonel Jarman of England. It was meant to be a joke. He's dead, but when he was alive, he and she drank heavily, and when taken by the drink, quarrelled like Irish tinkers. Sometimes they shut one another out of the house. He'd sleep in the old stables, and she'd go to the church. We left it unlocked in those days, or she'd wake up one of her friends for a bed. So, one summer night, when he'd managed to lock her out, she went to the church. The church was being painted at that time, so the dust covers were over everything. That doesn't stop Mabel Jarman, though. She gets right under a dust cover on the front pew by the pulpit and sleeps. Come 8 in the morning and 3 painters and decorators arrive.
They're not village men, from town they were. Jack Flower, remember.
Well, not so long ago, was it? But they're not bright, and that morning they weren't so bright neither. They see what looks like a corpse under one of their dust sheets, and they reckon this is a bit impertinent. But the vicar, your predecessor, he was a man used to his own way and notoriously forgetful. So they start moving things around, and of course they wake the Colonel's lady. Jack Flower was the one who saw it first, halfway up his ladder. The corpse pushed the sheet off and sat up and bellowed. That was Mrs. Jarman's resurrection.
Yeah, the 3 of them came running down here, and I told them who she was, but they had to have a drink before they go back.
I do like that. But seriously, Harold, is there a real haunting? Something contemporary, I suppose is the way to put it. Makes a lot of noise.
Yes, there is. Some people claim to have heard a motorbike crashing.
And girls screaming?
Yes, so I'm told. Heard but not seen. Has it got to your ears, Vicar?
I heard something of it. I just wondered.
Yes, you would. Well, it's more likely than the bloke in black robes, who was actually the old schoolmaster, mad as a hatter out in his gown. Well, let me get you another, Mr. Turner.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fry. Mrs. Kick. Mrs. Nightingale.
They do look nice always, don't they? The first real flowers of summer. They do look nice.
Oh, she's terrible deaf.
Yes.
Your husband plays the organ real well, Mrs. Turner.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? Although I don't tell him so.
No, it doesn't do with men. Now, come on, ladies. Good night to you, Mrs. Turner, and say good night to the vicar for us.
Good night, Mrs. Turner. Say good night to Mr. Turner, won't you?
I will. Well, good night, ladies, and thank you for your help. As you heard, they've gone. They seem to think you played very well.
Not Mrs. Nightingale, I hope. She's as deaf as a post.
And with that name. Look what they've done for your church. 7 vases of flowers. Aren't you impressed?
Yes, very. They're nice old bags.
Tim? Oh, never mind.
Never mind? All right. Come on, let's go. It's becoming distinctly chilly in here.
Well, that's what I meant. In the last half minute, it's turned cold.
Well, it's these early summer evenings. Not to be trusted, so they tell me. Now, come on.
Well, it was warm at the door when the ladies left a moment ago.
Still is, strangely.
Tim, shut the door.
But I just... what is that?
I wondered if it was me seeing things.
Whatever it is, it's beneath Margaret Joan-Bell's crown. Sort of cloud.
It's drifting down to that pew. It's becoming a shape. Well, I'm not frightened. Really, I'm not.
I am. It's settled. It's like somebody under a white sack. It's a very dirty trick, very clever. Will it answer? Hello? Hello? What is this? Now tell me who you are, please.
Don't go too near, Tim.
Bloody likely. I'm Tim, and this is Pam. Who are you?
Ted?
You call Ted? This is potty.
No. Well, why are you here?
Going out. Ted. Pin. Ted temper.
It's not a trick, Tim. Ted was in a temper.
Too fast. Too fast. He. Away.
When was this? When in time?
Time? No. Summer. Stopped. Evening.
Well, now is 1976. When is your now?
Silly prick 76.
Oh, really?
There you are. Well, is it 1938?
Can't. 18. Against Ted.
Oh, my...
I'm in the air. I knew.
Knew what?
Mummy, where? Lost. All at sea.
Were you once Margaret Joan Bell?
Maggie Bell, go to hell. Bad. Don't dare. In hell.
Not in hell, Maggie. On earth still. Some part of you is.
Can you hear us? Understand us, Maggie?
Nobody for a long time. Why? No voices.
That's your virgin crown up there, Maggie.
No bloody virgin. Sam. Ian. Dave. Fred. Tom. Ted. Charlie. Bob.
That's quite a litany, Maggie. Now, you're here by mistake.
I didn't want to be. Never. Man smell. I was burning.
sure I should pray for you. I don't know the words.
I knew. Mummy, take me home.
We shall help you to go home, Maggie.
I hear the birds sing. See the old man, virgin. The Honourable Guy, the first guy. Now, why, Tim?
I'll ask, Maggie. I'll try to find out. It's all right, Tim.
Are you still there?
Hello?
Yes, come in, Mrs. Fry.
She's fled. Thank the Lord.
I thought I heard voices.
We were just about leaving.
Oh, my goodness, it does strike cold in here after the warm outside. I left my shopping. Oh, there it is in the corner. I'll forget myself one of these days, I will. Oh, what a funny smell. Like burning.
Oh, is there? It must be the new candle.
We'll come out with you, Mrs. Fry. Come on, Tim.
Right, yes. I've got the key. Got everything?
I've never known this church so cold this time of the year. You should have a word with Harold Thorpe about it.
Well, Mrs. Francis Fry's a great gossip. Well, the cold church and the odd smell will be around the WI in no time.
Yes, the least of our worries, wife. I don't know what words to use. Do you?
Well, I think that we've been grasped by a hand. No, not from the grave, although I know what the Romantics meant. From a quite different plane of things. Well, universal things. We're like physicists who've discovered a new element that's upset the whole of our previous knowledge. Well, try to see it like that.
In my faith, I mean, all it means to me, all I've considered about life and death and good and evil, I've tried to sustain rationally my belief in the soul's place in eternity contradicts the idea of the spirit, some part of the soul, remaining attached to a physical, solid place on this earth, as if solid and physical in itself. I cannot believe it can happen.
Well, yet it seems it has to us, although we remain skeptics.
And could it be that we've created something out of our imaginations, gave it a sort of substance?
Well, I find that harder to believe than to believe we've had dealings with Maggie Bell's lost afterlife.
Whatever has happened, for the moment we must keep it to ourselves.
Yes, indeed.
Do you think she could have been hanging around the church since she died? I mean, 1938, almost 40 years.
Well, she seemed to think 1976 was not her year. Time would mean nothing.
Sure she has some connection with the crash I heard.
I'm trying to recall what she said. A pillion and too fast was some of it.
We call it she, you notice. I mean, giving it an identity.
We'll have to. Can't call it the ghost of she, can we? We should give her a name. Maggie to her spectral face. Well, Spectral Bell.
Good idea. Always name a thing. Spectral Bell, it'll be Spectral Bell objected to her virgin crown, I think.
Her short life commemorated in a great untruth. No bloody virgin was the expression before the list of chaps. And the Honourable Guy, the first guy.
Who's ever heard of a punning ghost? Yes. Punning is said to be one of the trademarks of the devil, but by necromancers. So is she a fundamental manifestation of evil, primordial thing of the great beast, that shape?
No, Tim. She's only what's left of a lost country girl wanting her mother.
Oh, well, I'll try to think of her charitably. I'd like her out of my church, though.
Well, the local rag has back copies since the 1880s. Shall I try to find out how she died?
Well, let's not ask Harold. It's a good idea, though. I say, Guy. Hawkhurst is a Guy.
Baron Hawkhurst of Abbotsford. Well, once he would have been the Honourable Guy. But he's 80-odd. Still, in 1938...
40-odd. Probably had all the local girls by right. You know, I must contact her again, Pam. Try to make her see that she's not wanted. I don't want to go to a bishop. Exorcist.
Well, what will you say to her? Look, old girl, do clear off. Go and bother somebody else.
Now then, old girl, let's have you. Come and say hello to a gentleman. I'm all alone. Summer evening is coming to its sweet-scented close. Hello? You going to oblige? Sorry, wrong word. Crikey. That's not the scent of flowers. That's a perfume not to be sniffed at. So you are there, Maggie?
Hello?
I can hear you, smell your perfume, but can't see you.
Hello? Shall we? I'll show you.
Maggie? Let me help you get away. Go home.
Nothing wrong. I like it. Want it always.
It's no good, Maggie, anymore. That part of you was gone.
Can you walk like Clark Gable?
I don't know. It was before my time. Listen, Maggie. Is it that crown which brings you back?
Cheap. Cheap. They all laughed at it. My crown. My fanny.
No, I want to release your soul, Maggie.
The heat burned my soul dead.
No. The soul cannot be killed.
From the bank. Always pain. Oh.
Please, Maggie. You mustn't go on remembering.
You're burned. I flew.
Maggie, has the great beast collected you? The evil one. Brute devil.
Filthy brute. Come here. Oh, the beast.
I wish I could see you. Can I see you somehow?
It's dark. You'll have to feel. Feel me. Here.
No, Maggie. No. Jesus, give me strength.
Oh, it's me, Mr. Turner. Mrs. Nightingale.
Cold.
Mrs. Nightingale?
Ooh, you're on the floor. You'll have to shout. I'm a little deaf. Have you fallen over? Hurt yourself?
No. I'm looking for woodworm in this pew, under the seat. You never know.
Woodworm, did you say?
Woodworm under the seat.
Never had woodworm in the seats. Never. Terrible smell of cheap scent, too.
I thought it was the woodworm smell.
What was it called? Nights of Desire. I didn't know anybody still sold it.
It's moving off, I think. How can I help you, Mrs. Nightingale?
Oh, I don't need help, Mr. Turner. I only came to put the magazines down in the porch while I was passing. Then I thought I heard voices. But I'm so deaf.
I was singing to myself.
Sounded like a woman's voice. I had no notion you sang alto, no notion.
Oh, God.
Well, I've put the mags in the porch, so I'll be away, Vicar. I'd leave the old woodworm if I was you and go home.
Good night, Mrs. Nightingale. Deaf she may be, but daft she is not. So, what will she make of all that?
The accident occurred on the 16th of July, 1938. And the inquest was a couple of months later. Well, Margaret Joan Bell was riding pillion on a motorbike which went out of control and crashed on the bend of Church Road. It seems that she was thrown off onto the bank by the churchyard and died before the ambulance arrived. Multiple injuries. Well, the driver of the bike was also injured, but not badly. The coroner said he wasn't to be prosecuted because he'd suffered enough mental torment as it was. Well, he was 21 and his name was Edward Thorpe.
We should ask Harold. I've noticed that the district is littered with Thorpes.
Oh, this one, Edward, came from the village.
He'd be the Ted our spectral bell speaks of.
So there it is, darling. That crash, her death, has remained in the air, slipped out of time, got onto another plane.
Become a paranormal phenomena awaiting my arrival.
Well, yes, that's true in a way.
I don't know what way you mean. I mean that it was lying in wait to snap at the heels of my faith.
And I mean it was lying in wait for a virile, sexy vicar.
I mean, it's hard enough to go around exuding faith these days without having the unknown asking awkward questions. What do you mean by virile, sexy vicar?
Well, the spectral bell is still being rung by sex.
Oh, nonsense. It was the chap who came out of the blue and said he knew her.
Don't be silly, Tim. Plenty must have said that before. She went for you, got you on the ground.
Sort of vestigial sex thing. Bloody awful.
Well, how frustrating also. Well, being dead shouldn't really include sexual desire, should it?
Oh, certainly not. I mean, it's bizarre. It's the plot of a blue movie. Desire of the dead, or such like. I mean, what do I do? Pray? I can't not go into my church, can I? The parish would notice. Just. No, I must be strong and cast her out somehow. I think you'd better be there with me. You or 6 female police constables. That's the sort of protection I need, believe you me. And if I can't cast her out, then I'd have to go to the bishop and ask him to arrange an exorcism. Blue movie with horror ingredients. I mean, what do I say to the blooming bishop? Please, sir, this ghost girl tries to have me between the front pew and the altar steps. I don't think it's the sort of thing that should go on in a church and with the vicar. I mean, Mrs. Nightingale was suspicious, and her sense of smell makes up for her auditory deprivation. Vicar on the floor, drunk or mad, like the last chap, ponging of cheap perfumes. They just managed to get some village girl or boy out of the way in time. Any other explanations? I mean, I've looked through the Bible. It's terribly unhelpful about this sort of thing. It's jolly helpful of straight sex and murder and mother-in-laws and the like, but on ghost girls with sexual hang-ups, it's absolutely useless. I mean, the way she speaks, our Maggie, makes me sure she was proud of her bad reputation, still is proud of it. And that crown up there probably irks her. Well, you can't blame her, can you? And you spend your tender years screwing in every direction, get cut off in your first prime, and then find yourself a blessed virgin on a wall. I mean, that's punishment for sinning, if ever there was one. Particularly who meant to sin, enjoyed sin, didn't think of it as sin anyway, doing what comes naturally. And if she'd been a holy Roman, she'd have confessed, and the whole thing would probably have remained locked in whatever circle of purgatory bad Roman girls who die young finish up in. I wish I could disapprove of the simple sins more easily than I do. I mean, lust is more natural than sinful, I'm thinking. I mean, sad or frustrating or gay or horrible or legal or lovely, but it's really sinful. I'm sorry.
Never let it be said that I don't allow you a word in edgeways. Now, we must take action. You grill Harold about Ted and Maggie, and I'll try to have a word with the girl herself. Tell her that you're my property, and that if she doesn't lay off, I'll scratch her eyes out.
Strong stuff.
All right, Vicar. Since you got your teeth in the story, I'll tell you. Why have you got your teeth in it, just as a matter of interest?
Various reasons, Harold. The Crown, for one thing. I don't think it's right and proper for the Crown to remain, I mean, if we know for certain that she wasn't...
Hmm? She was no virgin. I can't tell you at first hand. Many good ones. Well, there's only a couple or 3 still around, and I'll keep their names to myself, if you don't mind.
Oh, fair enough. At the time, surely the vicar should have known. What was his wonderful name?
The Reverend Hugo Vincent de Brokeborn. Even in 1938, he was an anachronism. A bachelor, and I reckon an old queen. The hunting, shooting, fishing sort kept his rods behind the altar. Very upper crust. I don't think he ever said more than good day to the common village people. Never went into their homes, sent the curate. Yes, he had curates, one after the other. Wretched young chaps who did the visiting the Commoners Act. Queen Victoria was still on the throne in 1938, in the sort of village this was.
Yes, I suppose I'd have been a wretched curate. What about Margaret Bell's parents? Did you know them?
Oh, to say hello to them. Narrow, respectable people who had a small holding on Duck Lane. They didn't mix with the village. God-fearing. I believe they belonged to some sort of religious sect. But on the other hand, they had the girl buried C of E.
So they really didn't know what their daughter was up to?
Well, they put her up for a crown, like families do. If they had some idea she wasn't worthy, they shut it out. Their sort often does.
And the rest of the village?
Rest of us? Well, I wasn't going to risk making a fool of myself, not at 22, saying what I knew was only hearsay, not with that vicar. Also, I didn't care all that much. If a virgin crown made somebody happy, who was I to gainsay them?
Those who knew at first hand Did any of them consider saying what they knew?
No, not in public. Probably they didn't care enough or had other good reasons for not admitting the offence. The rest of them, those that complained afterwards no end, in particular, they lacked the courage of their convictions. So it all went through on the nod.
Probably wouldn't happen today. And once the family had the crown up on the wall, they reckoned there would be no dissent.
Probably, but they reckoned wrong. Some folk were offended. Sanctimonious, all right, but worked up also. As far as I can recollect it, Mr. and Mrs. Bell were told bluntly by one or two of the offended why they were offended. The Bells couldn't take it, so they sold up and went. Nobody knew where.
But the crown still remained.
One or two tried to broach the subject to the vicar, but he didn't know what they were on about. Then we had a war.
If that put a stop to a lot of things, I've been told. Edward Thorpe drove the motorbike.
Ted Thorpe. My first cousin, my old man's brother's youngest son. We were good friends. Once he was healed up after the accident, he joined the RAF. He went to the States during the war and back there to live after it was over. As a family, we lost touch with him over the years. It happens, as you'll find out. He never came back here. Never could face it.
That I can understand. Well, thank you, Harold.
You'll be careful what you do, won't you?
Careful? Oh, yes, very, very careful. Now I'll collect my wife, who's alone in the church, poor thing.
Yes, you should do that. Church is no place for a nice girl to be alone in.
Temperature keeps dropping, so she's lurking around.
I'll try walking like Clark Gable.
I beg your pardon?
Well, she once asked me if I could. Give her a quiet shout, yes?
Yes. We'll call her out.
Hello? Hello, Maggie? Hello, Maggie? Maggie? I want to talk with you. Hello?
Hello? I'd like to have had him. Clark Gable.
Now, come on, Maggie. Let's put sex on one side. Do you understand me? Maggie?
Tim! Don't move suddenly, but look by the chancel.
There she is. A real shape.
Eve coming out of the dust. Suggestive and yet amorphous.
Say if you understand us, Maggie.
Say you. Say you. Say you.
So something of the girl stands before us.
Scares the living daylights out of me.
Well, don't go near.
And this is the last thing. Maggie, we're going to pray for your soul.
Not soul. Have. Body. My body.
You are all soul, Maggie. And you shouldn't be here.
We want to release your soul.
Her bitch. Go. Go.
No, Maggie. This is our church. You are the one who must go.
And stay where you are, Maggie.
Come. We'll do it all. Come.
Maggie, we know how you died.
No, death. Life.
You died, Maggie. Suddenly. Unexpectedly.
Can't die. Can't die.
Yes, that's it. That's it, but you did. And you belonged so much to life that you haven't been able to leave it.
It was terrible, Maggie, the accident, but it happened.
Earth in my mouth. Oh, sorry. See my tits. See.
Lord Jesus, give me help! Take this girl in front.
Look, I'm down for you. See, leg.
No, he doesn't want to see you. Go away, you horrid girl. Go.
Oh, burning me, dark for me. Go. Cold.
Turn into a cloud and go, Maggie. Go.
Hello.
That's her leaving hello. She's gone. Only the smell of her cheap perfume left. That breaks my heart, Pam. A cheap perfume. Terrible. How terrible. Death and how unfair.
But it's happened, darling. Long ago, another world.
I know. I'm sorry. It's silly of me. You can make her go. Neither I nor my faith can.
It isn't just that, Tim. What's left of her is hanging on to life so strongly. And life was sex to her. Well, whenever you're here in your spiritual home, she's drawn back.
I think that must mean I'm stronger in the flesh than in the spirit.
No, darling, that's not true. It's only how she sees it, her truth. She is now a fundamental.
She taps a source in me. A succubee. What do we do? I have no more tether. I can't have her around the church. I mean, she could appear in the middle of a service.
Well, maybe she has and no one's noticed.
Thought strikes a chill. I need advice. Better see the bishop. Don't you agree?
I do. Well, after all, Bishop Collins is very human for a bishop.
I've been meaning to visit you, Turner, since your installation, but somehow I can only apologize.
I have a problem, my lord. This is why I came.
Do let's sit down.
Thank you.
Let the problem stay on one side a moment. If we talk a little, I'll get to know you a little, and that will help with the problem, or should.
Yes, my lord.
Not small talk of a religious nature, never fear. We do have something in common. How is Harold Thorpe these days?
My verger, my lord. If ever I reach his age, I only hope I'll be as fit in mind and body as he is.
Harold and myself last saw one another at your installation. He's a remarkable man, as I'm sure you've discovered. Well-read, shrewdly intelligent.
He's not the usual sort of verger, sir, I imagine. Hard to get to know, but we, my wife and I, are, I think, starting to make a relationship.
It wouldn't be easy, I know. I often have wondered if Harold isn't an atheist at heart. I don't mean that as a reproach. I sometimes wonder the same about myself.
Harold has never mentioned that he knew you, sir. Have you known him long?
Oh, since 1937. I was 23, Harold a few years older.
This was in my parish, sir?
In Abbots Upton, yes. I was a curate there for a year. The vicar was one Hugo Vincent de Broke-Bourne. Oh, a terrible man.
Harold has spoken to me of him, sir.
I almost left the church because of him. Almost became a red revolutionary. Instead, I got a mean, tough living in the northeast corner, which I enjoyed. Harold and I always kept in touch, by letter at least. Yes, my wife adored him.
Did he ever marry, sir?
No. There were women in his life, but marriage he found comic.
In 1937, sir, can you remember if you ever came across a girl, of 17 she would be then, called Margaret Joan Bell?
Maggie Bell? Good grief. How quite extraordinary. I'll show you. A few days ago, I was looking through some old photo albums, tidying up, really. I came across some photos taken at the Abbots Upton fete of 1937. Maggie Bell in the foreground. I'd written in the albums the details. Here she is. Remembered her vividly. That's her, front left. The thin, wretched bloke in the dog collar is myself. There's another of her over there. The photographer knew a good subject when he saw one, didn't he?
I'd say so, yes, sir.
She was quite a piece, believe me. Looked like an actress called Jean Harlow. A natural blonde, almost platinum, with the skin that goes with it. Translucent. And the sort of figure that made young men go dry in the throat. It did me. What became of her? Does anybody know?
She was killed, sir. I'm afraid, in July 1938.
Oh, poor child. I have a recollection in the back of my mind. Probably Harold wrote about it to me. A crash, wasn't it?
A motorbike crash, yes, sir. She was on the pillion. The driver was Harold's cousin, Ted Thorpe.
Coincidence is an odd business. And the memory works in mysterious ways its wonders to perform. Until I looked through that album the other day, I'd forgotten Maggie Bell completely. Then you arrive and mention her, and her death. That also I'd forgotten of. She shouldn't have died at 18, with all that life in her. God works also in his mysterious ways. Or what is it? fate?
She is my problem, my lord.
Is she? The long-dead girl? How?
Well, to begin with, they gave her a virgin crown, which is still up in the nave.
Oh, good grief. She was notorious village-wise at 17. Harold never told me she'd been stuck up in the nave.
He's told me about her, sir.
She had a sort of sex appeal, you know, that reverberated. Shockwaves leaping out into the world, to put something of such elemental sexual nature as nicely as I can. On the evening of that fete, she made me dance with her. I was very innocent, and it was quite overpowering. Of course, Broke-Born wouldn't have known, or cared if he did. Her parents knew not either, I take it.
Harold said they didn't want to, but afterwards were forced to listen. They left the parish.
Now I presume there's the question of whether the crown should be removed. A problem of conscience, really.
That is one problem, my lord. There is another connected to it.
Tell me.
She, Maggie Bell, is haunting the church.
My dear boy, you keep stopping me in my tracks. The ghost of the girl haunts the church, you say? Do you know for sure? But personally?
Both of us, my wife and I, have seen and heard her, sir.
You have? Blimey. Well, how do you know it's Maggie's ghost?
In its own way, it has answered that it is. It speaks of the crash, it cries out about its death, and it, behaves towards me, how can I put it? I am her sex object. She is the Maggie Bell she was in life, sexually orientated.
You do mean all this? Yes, I can see that you do. But are you sure that nobody's playing a trick on you?
Well, no, I thought so at first, but no, we've eliminated the dirty tricks, my lord. Also, I've discovered that the sound of the crash, or of a crash, and a girl screaming, has been heard on summer evenings since 1938. I've heard this myself. The crash was just by the churchyard.
Yes, your predecessor, whom I considered eccentric when not downright mad, told me about the crash and the screaming heard by a small congregation in the church one evensong. Yes, not that he wanted me to do anything about it, and he accepted it as a fact of life. So you think Maggie Bell has been stuck in the church since 1938?
Not exactly, my
It's
lord.
unlikely, I agree. Some sort of news of her appearances would have got around before now.
My lord, I'm still in two minds as to whether to accept what I've seen and heard and felt of this manifestation.
Oh, you have to accept it, Turner. If it's there, it is there. It may be an unexplainable fact, but it's a fact all the same.
The fact I can't stomach, my lord, is that the soul of a dead person can remain stuck here on earth, neither soul or body, and certainly not holy. Only a limbo thing. It's so irrational.
I've always found life pretty irrational, so perhaps we can expect the afterlife to be the same. But I know and sympathize with your objections. You know, I learned to take the rather ridiculous idea of hauntings, phantoms, ghosts. The paranormal is today's jargon. Seriously, years ago. This is not my first exposure to such things. Why they should happen, God literally alone knows. But frequently, it is some soul-searing experience at the point of death which leaves behind, what? A sensation born from the kinetic energy of the moment of death, like an explosion's visible aftermath. At times, what is left is horrible, such as a stifling room where men once tortured other men to death. At times it can be downright uninteresting, like the monk figure who will stand at a gate for no apparent reason. And this girl Maggie died violently near the church.
A few yards from where she was buried.
So something of her remained after the explosion. Now, what brought her into the church, I wonder?
My wife has a theory that it has to do with my presence.
She's probably right. Yes, you're a young and vital male person. Maggie treats you, as you say, like a sex object. You're her victim now, as I once was, almost, all those years ago. You probably are responsible, I'm afraid. People often seem to act as the catalysis to the ghost world. It's quite unavoidable.
In my own defence, my lord, I would add that she seems to take a pretty dim view of the Virgin Crown.
Would that draw her back? A bitter joke on the dead? Well, what do we do?
Is it possible to remove a Virgin Crown?
I don't know. But I'll find out. And if there's no ruling, then I'll make one up. It should be removed. And I suppose we'd better try to exorcise the creature, send her packing. Better close the church until then.
No, or at least I shouldn't conduct the services.
It would be embarrassing if she pounced when you were in the pulpit. No. It's best the church is closed, not you shut out. We must really have her out. What do you tell your flock of skeptics, I wonder? I'm afraid it would be necessary to tell them something, and to hold a public meeting to do this. One really can't shut up the church without a village meeting as to why, these days. And you must tell them the truth, without going into details, I think.
Yes, that's something I don't look forward to, my lord.
No, nor would I. But you're the one who must do it. Take the village hall. Let everybody have their say. A general free-for-all. It could clear the air. Something could come out of it. Don't ask me what. I speak as a soothsayer, not as your bishop.
You look thoroughly smug, Harold Thorpe. Move the ironing from that chair and then you'll be able to sit down. The chair.
The man-made fibres that don't need the iron are taking quite a lot of the sting out of bachelorhood. So, you've seen the bishop?
Yes, the poor lamb, you might have said that you knew the Right Reverend Basil Collins as a buddy.
It would have seemed I was boasting, or worse.
A sort of bishop's pawn?
In a way. Now, if the vicar had said the church was haunted by this female party, then I could have gone to the bishop for him. Not that your husband would have let me.
True. Still, you do look smug.
It must be the thought of this general meeting. The village hall is free of bingo, whist drives, conservatives, jumbles, and the rest on Tuesday next. I've said 7:30.
Oh, good. I'll tell him myself. 4 days to prepare.
Tell the vicar to say as little as is fit. There'll be enough coming from the body of the hall, and most of it'll be nonsense.
Well, will people come?
Bound to. I'm making sure some do, including some who knew her well, like his nibs, Guy Hawkhurst.
Maggie said something about an honourable guy. I suppose it wasn't a definition or category.
It was a scalp she wore proudly.
A scalp that's come home to roost. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, I do. So, tell the vicar, 7:30 next Tuesday it'll be.
Righto, Harold.
So there it is. I've put it as briefly as possible because I'm sure you'll have some questions to ask.
Yeah, vicar, I'd like to ask you a question. My name's Bob Masters. I've lived in the village all my life.
Far away, Mr. Masters.
Well, was this ghost thing holy ghost thing?
I'm not sure if I understand you.
Well, a ghost in a church should be a holy ghost, shouldn't it?
I see you're being facetious. Are there any serious questions?
My name's Group Captain Anderson Hay. What you've been telling us is it's a bit steep, you know, a bit sort of hard to swallow. I mean, phantom presence and so on. Somewhat vague, isn't it? I mean, all very unlikely, if you ask me.
Now, are you sure that you and your wife's imaginations didn't go pop? Go over the top?
Yes, I agree. As my wife says, the imagination can go pop.
I can assure you, Group Captain, our imaginations did not go anything. They were not involved.
I don't know how much of a parish council matter this is,
It's a parochial church council matter, actually. And we've been kept entirely in the dark.
I'm sorry to have kept you and the PCC in the dark, Mrs. Willis. Only it did seem rather difficult to know quite what to tell you. And then events moved fast, and the bishop said shut the church, so I had to at once.
But I'm sure the parochial church council would have dealt with the ghost very firmly if they had known.
You all know who I am.
Yeah, you're Fran Freud.
And you're the worse for drinks, I'm not. PCC did know, Mrs. Willis. I told you myself that Mrs. Nightingale and I thought there were some odd things going on in the church. I told you it was suddenly cold.
Oh, yes, you did mention how cold it was, and the smell of cheap perfume, and the vicar on the floor.
Ooh, wasn't that enough? You should have got hold of Mr. Turner and asked him. Well, you're too much at loggerheads with each other on the parochial to do anything useful.
I object to that aspersion, as I'm sure the other members of the PCC do.
Right, one of them here.
Ladies, gentlemen, please. This is not helping matters forward. Mr. Ponsonby, you were going to ask a question, I believe, as chairman of the parish council.
I was, but I can't remember now what it was. But something Mrs. Willis said just now leads me to ask another question. The smell of cheap perfume, was that part of the haunting in the church?
Mrs. Nightingale will tell you. She smelled it. Mrs. Nightingale!
No, that won't be necessary. All right. Mrs. Nightingale?
I have my deaf aid on so I can hear every word. I found the vicar under a pew looking for woodworm, so he says. The smell wasn't woodworm, though. Cheap perfume. Knights of the Tsar or some such. Woolworths used to sell it years back.
There was a smell of perfume, and I was on the floor because the ghost had pushed me there.
I take it that the ghost wears the perfume?
Yes. Sometimes it seems to.
So we can assume that the ghost is a female ghost?
If it's a bloke, it's one of those.
Yes. Yes, it is the ghost of a girl.
I say, my name's Hawkhurst.
Yes, Lord Hawkhurst?
Harold Thorpe got me along here, and since I'm here, I may as well ask a question. It's this. Does this church-haunting business have any connection with the sound of a crash and a female screaming that's been heard near the church for years?
Yes, I believe it does.
Oh, do it? Then an awful lot of other questions occur to me. Yes, perhaps they occur to a few others of us here also. I'll sit down.
Will somebody kindly explain to me what all this is about?
Well, I've lived in this village since I was born, and so has my Charlie, so can I say what I think, Vicar?
Certainly, Mrs. King.
Well, Charlie and myself have both heard that bike crashing, and the girl screaming, as my Charlie has seen his dead old dog cocking its leg in the garden against the shed, only there was no liquid.
May I ask where the devil all this is getting us?
No, hang on, Group Captain, hang on. I can tell things, but in my own fashion. Charlie and myself first heard that crash one summer evening in 1938 when we was courting. Long time back. And we went running to the sound of it, and when we got there, took us half a minute at most, the girl had stopped screaming.
And wasn't anywhere to be seen.
Wrong. She were on the verge by the churchyard, moaning and already half dead or more. The chap and his motorbike were all over the road and he was concussed. They didn't wear crash hats those days, only a back-to-front cap. We did our best for her. Somebody got on the phone at the vicarage and the ambulance arrived after about 10 minutes, but she was already still. The life gone from her. One thing, though, she had a fight with death to the last. She jerked and rolled and kept grabbing at me. She didn't want to go. Some of us remember who that girl was. Same age as me she was. Charlie and I saw her die. Since then, though, her death haunts that bit of road. We've heard it. So have others. Strangers to the village, even. Well, make what you like about it.
I'm more or less a stranger, seeing that I've only been here 6 months. Dobbs is the name. I live in the close.
He's what's called a young executive.
Thank you.
Granted.
I don't know what to make of any of it. Ghost girl who wears cheap perfume and closes the church and has to be exorcised. Crash that goes on haunting the road. I, quite honestly, don't believe in a word of it. But I will admit that I'm a skeptic in these things. But I do believe in things being investigated. I think that the British Society for Psychical Research ought to be informed of all these events. Let them come here with their equipment and expertise and lay these ghosts for good. Could we have a vote on this, Vicar?
No, I'm sorry. To call in the psychical researchers would be a matter for the church to decide upon.
And the fewer people who know about the business outside this village, the better.
I do think you're being very narrow-minded about it. I mean, if there is a ghost girl, wouldn't it be interesting to find out what sort of girl she is?
We know what sort of girl she is, Mr. Dobbs.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Thorpe?
Are you on familiar terms with this female spectre?
I don't really like this, Vicar. I mean, what's it all mean? You know who the girl was. I mean, has there been some sort of, well, what do you call it, occult goings on going on in the church?
There's been no such thing going on in our church group, Captain. Mrs. Turner wouldn't have it, I know.
All right, you are, Mrs. Fry.
Vicar, I kicked off with a question about the Holy Ghost.
And the ref showed you the red card straight away, Bob.
Yeah, well, I wasn't being disrespectful. All I was trying to say was, were the ghost a nun? Or somebody holy like? Because if she was, there's no harm in the vicar or the verger getting to know her. Ask her what her troubles or...
I'm sorry I showed you the red card, Mr. Masters. No, she isn't a nun of any sort, or a church person at all, I'm afraid.
Then is she some poor ghost creature was wandered in by mistake, like?
In a way she is, Mrs. Sand.
I say, Hawkhurst again. It's simple enough, isn't it? Something to do with a crash, right? There was a certain young lady killed in that crash, as Mrs. Kick, who was Gertie Go-Along at the time, has so graphically described.
Oh, well, I did tell you.
Some of us remember who that girl was, I hope. Some of us knew her somewhat better than perhaps we ought. She was 18 when she died. Right?
Too blooming true.
You were a wild lad, Sam Knott, 40 years back. I'm a good deal older, so I can state it without prejudice. Masters there, with his questions about nun ghosts, has forgotten I'll put a fiver on it until now. What, Bob Masters, eh?
Oh, never doubt. What was her name?
If you went into the church sometimes, Robert, you'd not have forgotten.
Well, this is becoming more and more stupid.
Yes, I do agree. Will somebody kindly explain in simple language?
Oh, she must be celebrated in the church in some way.
She has a virgin crown, Mr. Dodds.
What? Oh, yes, so I've heard. Well, perhaps she's come to see if it's still there, eh?
Probably she has.
If this girl is the one Lord Hawkhurst speaks of as being a bit of a flirt, to put it mildly...
She had rampant sexuality, Mr. Ponsonby.
She weren't no virgin, either.
And yet she has a virgin crown. How come, Vicar?
It did all happen before I was even a twinkle in my father's eye. But
It's a long story, Ponsonby, I'll tell you sometime. She was called Margaret Joan Bell, Maggie Bell, right? And she's come back to rub our noses in our old crimes, is that it? If ever she went away. She's always been on that stretch of road, eh, Harold?
I think you've summed it up, Lord Hawkhurst. Quite why she's arrived in the church is anybody's guess.
All that matters now is to get her out, to release her soul from its earthbound imprisonment.
I haven't said much. Except it for emphasis, but I'd like to say this. Maggie used to scoff at the virgin crowns hanging there in her time. I can understand her coming back. Can't understand why she's waited so long. As she's been there all the time, and the vicar and Mrs. Vicar are the first with eyes to see her. Ironic, that's what it is, that she's got one, a crown. Like giving a devil's minion a halo.
All you say is quite right, Sam Knott.
We should surely have the crown removed, Vicar. She didn't deserve it, and it shouldn't be there. The parochial church council must take action.
There are no rules, Mrs. Willis, but the bishop is, however, prepared to make a ruling.
Well, come, Vicar. Surely the PCC have the power.
Don't think the parochial have that sort of power, Mrs. Didn't get your name. Bishop Collins knows as well as I do that the custom goes back into what are called the mists of time. And you can bet on it that more than one virgin who got her crown got it when nobody was looking or saying. It's up to us, isn't it, Vicar? Yeah. I'll sit down.
I rather think, Lord Hawkhurst, that the bishop was leaving matters to me and the parish in the first instance.
Padre, may I ask, what did the bishop say in so many words?
He said something would probably come out of a general meeting, not that he had any idea what, and that he was speaking more as a soothsayer than a bishop.
Good for Collins. Used to be curate here, 1937. So he may have heard of our Miss Bell. Hope that was all.
It's time we made a decision, Vicar. We've talked enough, I'm sure.
I agree, Mrs. Fry. I believe that a small... Yes, Mrs. Nightingale?
We should make a decision about the crown.
Yes, we have, dear. That's what we're doing now.
To continue, I believe that a small group of us, the verger, Mrs. Willis, Mrs. Fry, myself, should remove the offending crown and the commemorating plaque. Does the meeting agree?
Yeah. When they've been removed, what you got to do with them, Vicar?
I haven't thought that far yet.
Put the crown on our grave to rot away.
Good idea, Gertie. It's not my business to interfere in church matters, but don't you reckon, Vicar, that a ceremony, something straightforward, wouldn't be out of order? At her grave or somewhere. I can't think where else.
I think it would be very much in order, Lord Hawkers.
May I make a suggestion?
I think we can let Mrs. Turner make a suggestion. She has, after all, been as quiet as a church mouse up until now.
Thank you. Well, Maggie Bell died on the 16th of July. That's this coming Saturday. In the evening around 8:30. Well, I've read the inquest reports. So, wouldn't it be a good idea if we held a ceremony at that time on Saturday upon the actual spot where she died? Or is it too ghoulish?
I think it's pretty ghoulish, I must say. And why all the mumbo-jumbo?
What do you make, Dobbs, for a living?
Make? My firm makes typewriters and copiers, telex machines.
Good for them. But you wouldn't sell a one without the sales mumbo-jumbo, would you? Right, Vicar. Those of us who knew her, in the biblical sense, will be there. Yes, perhaps our ghost will see us as we are now and decide she's best out of this world.
Thank you. We all agree?
No, I don't.
Well, I will have some sort of mumbo-jumbo ready for the occasion.
There's the ladder in place, Vicar. Straight below Margaret Joan Bell's virgin crown. There. Have you got a head for heights?
Well, it's not the height I'm worried about, Harold.
No.
No, of course it's not the height, Vicar.
No. What does the parochial church council think of it, Mrs. Willis?
Think of what? I mean, we've decided to take it down.
Who should go up the ladder to take it down, the vicar or the verger?
Well, I really don't... I mean, do I have to take a decision for the PCC?
Oh, the PCC.
Well, think of it as an opinion, Mrs. Willis.
Yes. Well, one would expect the verger to fetch and carry.
Yeah. Of course it's your job, Harold.
I'm not as young as I used to be, Mrs. Turner.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. I seen you going up that ladder like a 2-year-old.
Yes, Mr. Thorpe, you go up the ladder to dust the crowns and clean the nameplates all the time.
So, verger, up you go again. Anyway, it'll obviously be safer for you up there than it would be for me.
Well, there you're right. Yeah. I'll take my courage in both hands.
I can't see why. And why safer?
Well, Maggie is quite likely to attack my poor husband, Mrs. Willis. And at the top of a ladder, that could be tricky.
So you see, she could attack me too.
Oh, you're taking it seriously. I mean, you are, really.
Best to do so. So I need courage. The bishop will probably give me a medal. You put your foot on the second run, Vicar. They got a nice sway to them with these ladders, this particular type.
Turning cold in here.
I've noticed.
Are you going to say a prayer or a few words, Vicar, when I take it down?
Only for your safety and return, Harold.
Oh, you can start now. Here we are. Now, it ought to come off the hook easy. It doesn't.
Hello? Bitch. Bloody bitch.
I beg your pardon, who's that?
Hush! You stay where you are, Maggie.
Stay where you are. You had such a lovely thingy.
Where is she? I mean...
Who's she referring to, I wonder? I see what it is. The wire's a bit bent. Hold hard. Hold hard, Vicar. Got it.
Pinch, punch, pinch!
Oh, somebody pinched me on the... You know what?
Bum, bum, bum.
Come back, Mrs. Willis. Come here. Mrs. Willis, please. Now, stay away, Maggie. You're coming down, Harold, all right?
I was just waiting to see if she'd move in on me. Oh, this crown is as fragile as a moth's wing.
Down, bitch, chow, bitch, go.
There's somebody here she doesn't like.
And I'm beginning to dislike her or what's left of her, and that isn't Christian or sensible.
I actually felt a pinch.
Thank you, Harold. Now, Maggie, we have your crown, and we're going to take it to the spot where you died. There, we shall say prayers over it, and then you will leave us.
Hello? Cold. Cold. Hello? Go. Go.
Come, ladies. Harold, shut the church, please, after we join the procession.
I will, Vicar. Shut her in, or shut her out.
Ah, Harold. I don't know if I like the choice of psalm.
Good evening, my Lord Bishop. I don't know if I like seeing a bishop lurking among the tombstones.
Young Turner has to do the trick himself. They're going down to the road, I take it.
To the place where she died, with her crown.
Did the taking it down go smoothly?
Oh, it depends what you mean by smoothly. The young lady was certainly in evidence. Mrs. Willis was pinched on the bottom.
Oh, dear. You'll notice I'm not in my clericals.
Oh, it's a very bishop-prick tweed. You should have a beard with it.
I know Guy Hawkhurst, but who are the chaps flanking him?
Sam Knott and Bob Masters. They shared her favours.
Ah, it's a good turnout. Must be 20 or more. Who's the fat old dame at the back?
Mrs. Kick. Used to be Gertie Go-Along.
Oh, Charlie Kick never rubbed two words together.
He still doesn't. Ah, they got to the road. Let's hope there's not much traffic.
There's no traffic. But look at that. Coming up the road.
Oh, it's Dobbs and some friends. Newcomers in new houses.
I thought he didn't believe in the ghost.
We haven't had a village demonstration since 1871, when they stoned the bishop.
Yeah, it could always happen. What will young Turner do, I wonder?
This is the spot. Pam, will you put her crown on the ground, please? Shall we form a half circle?
Why, Mr. Dalton is group singing a different tune.
I wish I knew, Mrs. Nightingale. Best ignore them, I think.
I say, it looks just like the Sweeney.
Oh, it's nice, PC Black and his little panda.
Quiet, everybody. We represent the rights of ghosts to be left alone.
Got their word for it, have you? You clear off, or I'll bash you over the heads with your bloody banners.
Now then, what's going on here?
Good Lord, he's actually said it.
Good evening, Mr. Black. I'm conducting a short service of remembrance on this spot.
Bit unusual, but I can't see why you shouldn't. And you lot?
Well, Constable, we're rather opposed to this so-called service.
Yeah. What's that placard say? Hold it up, lad. The Society for the Preservation of English Ghosts. Now, are you having me on?
Preserve any old thing these days, they will.
No, we are perfectly serious, Constable. If a ghost exists here, then we believe it has the right to exist here without being harassed by the clergy.
Quite right. Are you attempting to harass a ghost, Vicar?
Oh, if you consider holding a service of remembrance for a ghost harassment, well, then I'm guilty of doing so, yes.
I've not seen or heard any of this. If I wrote this down in my notebook, the inspector would see to it that I don't go out alone in my nice little car in future. Or else put you lot under observation in the nearest loony bin.
I know it must sound odd, but
Coming up to 8:30, Vicar. Oh, yes. I say, Constable, I'm Lord Hawkhurst. I don't think we've met.
No, I don't go to the House of Lords much these days.
Nor do I. But we must get on, don't you see? The crash is due at any moment, and then our ghost girl may turn up and all that.
Oh, yeah. It's all perfectly clear. The village has gone round the twist. Nothing I can do. You lot with the banners there, you'll stand over there and don't disturb the peace.
All right. Line up, everybody, line up. And think the ghost to stay. Think it.
Yeah, you do that. And you, Vicar, I'd be grateful if you'd get on with the service and then clear off out of it.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Let us pray.
I'm just going to be an impartial observer. Right?
Almighty and everlasting Father,
He's not all that bright, is P.C. Black, which under the circumstances is a godsend.
The poor chap. It looks an interesting ceremony. He's written his own prayers, so I
Gather
hear.
her up, O God, so that she no longer wanders this place, her limbo in torment and anguish for her dead body and her completed life. Amen.
Motorbike. That's it.
Now stay where you are. There's a bike coming and it's too fast. Now move back there.
It's our motorbike, Mr. Black. What can you see, Mr. Dobbs?
I can't see a damn thing.
Where's it gone? I never saw a thing. Nothing. I say, do my eyes just... By the crown, it's left the girl behind.
Yes. She's materialized very clearly.
Like she was. Like she was.
That...
No. Can't be.
It is, Mr. Dobbs. Maggie Bell.
Hello, Maggie.
Hello? Hello? Tim?
Maggie, the crash has happened for the last time. Now you must go also.
Last time? Last time?
I say, Maggie, have a look at us. You won't know us, though once you did. Sam Knott, this one. Bob Masters, this, and I'm Guy Hawkhurst. Say hello, lads.
Hello, Maggie.
Guy the First. Sam. Bob. I can't. Nobody. Tim.
You can't have Tim, Maggie. Can't. Look by your feet. We've taken your virgin crown out of the church. There it is.
Bloody virgin. Dead. Dead. Last time. Gone.
Go, Maggie. Go. I beseech you. Maggie, leave us. Join in, everyone. Leave us, Maggie. Leave us. Release her soul from limbo, O Lord God.
O Lord God.
Take her soul from this place. Your time is past, Maggie. Long, long past. Go to eternal time, Maggie. To peace. To the only truth.
No more. No more burning. Who knows? Who knows?
I got bad to look.
Who knows? She seems to have gone.
It was rather beautiful, you know. Like a cobweb or such like, moving away in the wind. She's gone for good, I'd say. Well done, Vicar.
Well, Vicar.
Oh, come in, my Lord Bishop. And you, Harold Thorpe.
Thank you, Mrs.
My husband's in the sitting room with Lord Hawkhurst, who had a bottle of malt whisky concealed on his person. We're hoping that it'll restore Tim's power of speech.
I hope he didn't see me among the tombstones, Mrs. Turner.
Oh, on the way back, he said, "Who's that chap with Harold?" Then he recognised you, mufti or not, and said not another word. Well, do come in. And you, Harold.
Thank you. It wasn't of my doing.
Hello, Collins. Thought I saw you earlier reading the epitaph.
I was meant to be unseen, Hawkhurst.
What, in that suit? Get some more glasses, young Pamela. She's a lovely girl, isn't she?
Thank you. Glasses.
Have a spot of the malt, Collins. And you, Harold.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Glasses for the use of.
It went very well.
Thank you.
Oh, dear. That poor boy's vocal cords have dried up. Lubrication is necessary.
Curiosity got the better of me, Turner. Yours was a very remarkable show of strength, of faith. My blessing upon you. In malt whisky, but none the less a blessing.
Thank you, my lord. I'm exhausted.
Nobody expects you to talk, darling. Drink your scotch and keep quiet.
Your health, all. Our young lady materialized quite beautifully, I thought.
It was as if she had to do something special for her last appearance, you know. It's the way these things are done, is it, Colin?
It often seems so, Hawkhurst. There's a strongly dramatic quality in a lot of haunting. I've no idea why. Although the devil and all his works are, of course, also strong drama.
It reminded me of the Lyceum in the 20s. Pure melodrama. Sort of thing called The Lost Soul or some such, you know.
I feel as though I've played an immensely long stage part. Hamlet had worries. She said, who knows?
That was a bit rum.
Perhaps she didn't know and was wondering.
Did you see Dobbs? He looked almost angry.
People react in various ways. Some faint, some take to their heels, some are rooted to the spot, and some don't seem to notice.
Well, they all noticed except for Mrs. Nightingale, and she seemed quite oblivious. I suppose because she couldn't hear.
It's a shame she didn't suffer shock and have her hearing restored.
Oh, my dear Harold, a ghost is one thing, a miracle quite another.
But they're both a matter of what you're prepared to believe in, eh?
Well, this time next week, Dobbs will have rationalised the whole thing in some way.
You'll probably accuse me of arranging the thing from a box of tricks.
And we won't get P.C. Black to come into the village unless we have a murder in future.
Oh, this whiskey's doing me a power of good. I know, I'm still sceptical of the paranormal or supernatural. I mean, are we all the victims of a vast trick played by the collective imagination, or is it more things than we can dream of in our philosophy? I mean, who knows? Who knows?
That was The Girl Who Didn't Want to Be by Frederick Bradnam, in which Angela Pleasance played Maggie Bell, Simon Cadell, Tim Turner, Joanna David, Pam Turner, and Christopher Benjamin, Harold Thorpe. Richard Herndel was Lord Hawkhurst, and Philip Voss, the Bishop. The ladies of the village were played by Margot Boyd, Pauline Letts, Susan Richards, Gladys Spencer, Brenda Kay, and Janet Burnell, and the men by Eric Allen, Manning Wilson, Henry Knowles, Kenneth Shanley, John Gabriel, and Peter Wickham. The policeman was Bill Monks. Technical presentation by Jock Farrell, assisted by David Hitchinson. The director was Jane Morgan.
Reception LCNM television? Oh, no, I'm afraid he's not here yet. Can I tell him?
There's supposed to be a car.
One of the commissioners is looking into it, Mr. Hamer.
Hello, Ronnie.
Hello, Bill. That slob Hamer program run-through must be over.
Well, Ron, you old scoundrel, where are you off to?
I'm afraid there's no trace of your car, Mr. Hamer.
Oh, but I can see a quite substantial one. There, just pulling up. Can I give you a lift, Ronnie?
Wasn't there when I looked right. Jolly kind of you, Bill. You could drop me off somewhere central if you would. I'm actually going to Little Venice.
Not to the Reichenbergers' party, by any chance?
Yes, how extraordinary. Girls, photographs.
Excuse me, please. You running Appleyard?
That's right, I am. Me before Hamer.
Can I have your autograph, please?
Certainly, of course. Appleyard House before Hamer.
Excuse me, are you Bill Hamer?
Yes.
Bloody big car to give the slob.
Can I have yours too, Mr. Hamer?
There you are.
Thank you very much.
Not at all. Thank you for asking. What age are they? 12, 20?
Come on, Ron. Don't see why I should use my own car driver when the firm will cough up.
No, indeed. It's a minicab for Ron.
Good night, Mr. Hamer. Good night, Mr. Appleyard.
I'll be back in a couple of hours. Well, open the bloody door, Perkins.
Just going to, Mr. Hamer. Not so young as...
Shut up. In you go, Ronnie. I envy you chaps who get shot at the thing while the evening's still young.
Genius's show goes out at peak time. Junior's doesn't, conceited twit.
I don't think I've seen you at a Reichenberger party, have I?
No, this is my first time.
You're coming up in the world, my lad, coming a celebrity.
I won't have this self-infatuated talking machine on my program, call as he may.
Are you working on another book?
Coming out in the spring.
You certainly don't let up, do you, Ron? What's this one about?
The dental profession.
I won't be buying it. Scared stiff of the
My
buggers.
dentist gives you tranquilizers. Makes his work less tiring.
Look, just try to keep your mouth shut, will you, old chap? I had enough of your fatuous comments on the way down. You shall do well with it.
And you'll knock it if you can. What next?
How old are you, Ronnie?
36. Who have you got on the show tonight, Bill?
Oh, not such a very interesting lot, I'm afraid. In certain fields, you might say we're getting near the bottom of the barrel. Now, last week's lot...
Oh, didn't see it, I'm afraid. Got hung up in the studio. Yes, I saw it. Rolled his eyes. Pity. Poor Ron.
Pity you missed it, old son. One of the best.
What were you talking about? Marijuana, wasn't it? Yes, I seem to remember...
No, marijuana was the week before. This was a party.
Bloody apartheid. Let him go on 1 minute, no more.
We all of us must take our share of the guilt, you know, Ron. We can't not do
What sort of people turn up at the Reichenbergers?
Antonio Reichenberger has this incredible faculty for spotting people. Uncanny. The up-and-coming material.
What's the bird situation?
Oh, yes.
Go on, you mealy-mouthed adulterer.
I imagine somebody like you might well find something to interest him at Antonio's.
Look who's here, as they say. Mr. Heartthrob in person. TV's young Lochinvar. Nice of you to come, Mr. Appleyard.
Nice of you to invite me, Mrs. Reichenberger.
Oh, I always watch your program. Inside, isn't it? So, you came with Bill Hamer, did you?
Yes, bumped into each other on our way out from the studio. This is a splendid house you have here, Mrs. Reichenberger.
Oh, say, Antonia, please. Yes? Ronnie?
Antonia. Lots of interesting people, too, I see.
Well, I do hope there are. Even my wretched son has decided to come.
Can he be old enough to be out so late?
Nice of you, Ronnie, but he's 18 and quite a problem.
Well, we all are at 18.
I'd love to tell you all about it sometime. But look, you haven't even got a drink.
She should have a mind.
Oh, dear, that must be... Do excuse me, Ronnie, a moment.
Yes, of course, Antonia. Get a drink, Ron. Find a bird somewhere. God, what a crowd. Hello, Eddie.
Oh, boy, well...
Never better. Funny old... What the hell is it I'm drinking? Vodka? Hamer with Molly. Business, not bad. My God, she's ugly. Ah, Moll. Beautiful.
Oh, liar.
He means it, Molly.
Sincerity always pays. That's all you've got, Moll. Who's that American? Angry man. Who with?
All right, but you know what she said to
Is this it? Girl or boy? From the back, it's hard to say. No, it's a girl. A she the Yankees crossed with. Now get round to the front. God, what a girl. That face, hair same colour, sallow. Lion's mane colour. What a girl. No tits, tallish. Right, Bianca's had it.
I've had enough. Up to here. Good night, son.
Simon? Girl? Yank gone. She looks,
Hello. Will you get me a drink?
What? Oh, yes, what would you like?
Scotch and water. No ice.
Now, come on, then. Over to the bar. How are you? I'm Ronnie Appleyard.
I'm called Simon.
Hello, Ron. I say inside is upset the thing.
Good. Scotch and water, no ice. Yeah, no, I'm busy, old thing. I'll see you next time. Scotch, Simon. What, Simon?
No, Simon what? Simon Quick.
Well, Simon's a boy's name.
Never mind, I'm called Simon.
You don't look well, are you ill?
I'm all right. I'm always all right.
You were rowing with that chap who left. Anything needing to be done about that?
No. I told him I didn't want to do something he wanted me to do, and he got mad at me. People always get mad at me.
Is he your husband?
No, I haven't got a husband.
Oh, I don't need one at your age, do you? What are you, 21?
No, 26. I don't know whether I need one, a husband. People always telling me I do.
People? What people?
Oh, people, you know. Have you got a wife?
No. And what was it the American wanted you to do and you wouldn't?
Go away with him to Sardinia. Not sex. Just go and stay there.
Oh, you're well out of Sardinia, I'd say.
You work?
Yes, I do work. I'm a writer and broadcaster.
Is that getting talked on the radio?
Well, in my case, it's television. I run a show called...
Television? Do you know Bill Hamer?
Slightly, yes.
Oh, I think he's super. Oh, a charm.
Over there. Get her away. That's away with her, cut bastard. Simon, what about skipping out, dear? Going and having dinner somewhere?
I'd rather go to bed.
You mean you're tired? Oh, some food will perk you up.
I don't feel tired. I need sex.
Oh, fine. Nothing I'd like better. We'll grab a taxi and go to my flat.
I can't wait. I want it now.
Well, you can't have it now, for God's sake.
Of course I can. There are plenty of rooms in this house. I'll ask Antonia. She's an old friend of my mother's.
Simon! Oh, God. She's there. Potty? Drunk? What do I do? Oh, Antonia seems speechless. Simon gone zombie again. Better face it. Excuse me.
How dare you?
I don't get it. What have I done?
You didn't do it yourself. You had to ask her.
I don't get it. What the hell did she say happened?
You did say you wanted to, you know.
I'm sorry. You must have misunderstood me. I'm so sorry.
I'll talk to Mr. Appleyard when you've gone, Mona.
That's not my name. I'm called Simon, and I'm not going.
Yes, you are, my girl. Under any name. My husband will put you in a taxi and send you home. What happened to George?
George left. He got mad at me. I won't go. I'll fight and scrap.
Nonsense. Do you want me to upset your mother about this?
No. Please don't do that, Antonia.
Behave yourself then. Adrian, darling, would you put Mona in a taxi and send her home?
One would think the girl's a child, not a grown woman. Come along now, Mona. Say good night to your friend.
Good night. Sorry.
Assemble, Ron, fast. Antonia, I feel quite dreadful, and I'd apologise like a shot, and most humbly, if I didn't feel absolutely certain I've done not the least thing that requires an apology. May I ask what, in fact, she did say?
That you and she wanted to go to bed together, and could you have a room upstairs for half an hour?
Oh, I see. Oh, dear. Well, untrue. I thought she looked upset, and I tried to cheer her up. Next time, I keep my charity to myself.
I should, if I were you. Surely you can see she's unbalanced.
You mean...
Oh, she's been out of hand for years. Her mother can't control her. This kind of behaviour is nothing out of the way at all, I assure you.
Oh, that's very sad. I am sorry, Antonia. I think I'll be getting along.
Do, Mr. Appleyard. Good night.
Thank you for having me. And I won't be invited again until the year 2000. I'll get out. Taxi, home. Oh, there's Haymack. Keep out of sight. Good. Now squeak. Potty little bitch. Cause trouble. Ah, door's open. Slip out into the night, Ron. I'll crucify you, Moll, somehow. Taxi rank at Warwick Avenue. Who's that? It looks like... Oh, no, Miss Quick.
I escaped from Adrian.
Yes, so I see. Look, I'm on my way home. You can please yourself, would you do?
You cross with me?
I'm really bored. Now, look, why don't you get into a taxi and buzz off before your mother sends out a search party?
Haven't got any money. Never had money.
Well, here's a quid. Now what?
What's your name?
I told you, Ronnie Appleyard.
I know, I forgot. Ronnie, can't I come home with you?
No, Simon, you can't.
I know I'm not beautiful at all.
Yes, you are. Very beautiful.
Then why don't you take me home with you? I'd do anything you wanted me to, and I'd be very quiet, and I'd go the moment you told me to.
All right. There's a taxi.
What was I doing wrong?
We won't argue. I know when I'm not wanted.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know whether it's me you don't like, or men, or sex. I'm not bothered which it is. That's your problem, love. Now, join me. Get out of my bed, put your clothes on, and go home.
If you say so. Couldn't I stay the night?
What for?
I want to go to the bathroom, please.
Be my guest, only don't be too long.
I'll put my clothes on there.
Yes, do that. Where the hell does she come from? Belong. Some certain sort of people. I can't think what.
Let me stay. Just the night. I'll be up in the morning.
You don't want to go home, is that it?
That's part of it.
Now, where is home, Simon?
Eaton Square.
Huh?
Mummy has this penthouse.
God. Now I know where you come from, belong to, the rich bastards. And I almost let you walk out of my life. When you're ready, I'll walk you there.
I'm ready.
Well, I will be in a moment. Aren't you going to put some makeup on?
I don't use makeup, Ronnie. I'm all the wrong colours. Mummy had a Paris man in and a New York man onto me, but they all just made me look terrible. I told you, they just made me look terrible. The Paris man made me look like a Red Indian, and the New York man made me look like an Arab. Nasty Red Indian and nasty Arab. Mummy thought of trying...
Who is Mummy?
Mummy's called Lady Baldock now. Before that, she was called Mrs. Aristophanes, and before that, she must have been called Mrs. Quigg. But I don't remember her being called that. I can hardly even remember Daddy. He was an American. Stavros was a Greek, and Chummy's English, of course. He's called Lord Baldock. He's very horrible to me all the time, Chummy is. You'll hate him.
Quick. Steerlog millionaire. Aristophanes shipping millionaire. Baldock just a title. She, Juliet something. Louisiana. I should have put this together earlier. Baldock, of course. Wasn't there something in the papers just the other day, last week?
Mummy gave a big party for this Brazilian sculptor.
That's right. Sounded awfully grand.
What did I do wrong in bed?
Well, you're a virgin, aren't you?
If you're going to get all aggressive, there have been 44. I always keep count.
Crikey. Is that counting me?
No. But that's not so many. Works out about 4 a year since I started.
Now, what made you ask me?
Thought you looked nice.
Why that ludicrous business of asking Mrs. Reichenberger for a bed? What the hell did you expect her to say?
Good evening, Whittaker.
What?
Good evening, Miss Quick.
That's the porterman.
Oh.
I don't know, Ronnie. Until you. Here we are. So you're not just... Can I see you again, Ronnie?
Well, if you really want to.
Of course I really want to. Come on up and say hello to Mummy now. Please, Ronnie. She's terribly nice. You'll love her. Wait here, Ronnie. I'll go and find Mummy. Chum and his friends are finishing dinner, so she'll be alone.
Chummy's friends finished dinner. That's Chummy Baldock. And that's Red Sands, the football poor millionaire. Hey, that's the American at the Reichenbergers. Dinner jacket must have flown here, as if he wants to hit me. Chummy leads him off. Looks flabbergasted, Chummy. Perhaps the American's mad. Small red-haired chap. Butler? Must be. A nasty little beast, methinks. Now, there they go, into some inner sanctum. Now, how did that Yank get here in time to have dinner? Perhaps he is mad. Ah, here's Juliet. Ready for it?
Mr. Appleyard, how nice of you to bring my problem child home. I had a most curious and slightly disturbing telephone call about her earlier this evening. Still, let's not bother about it now. Mr. Appleyard, it's a pleasure to have you here. I watch you so often on television when I'm in London that I feel I know you.
Oh, thank you. How nice.
I'm afraid I have a lot of dreadfully dull people here tonight who would just bore you to death to meet. But I refuse to turn down the chance of talking with you for a little while, now that it's come up so unexpectedly. What would you like to drink, Mr. Appleyard? Mona, find Bert Smith and tell him to bring a bottle of the Lafroig and some Malvern water to the small parlour. I want them immediately. See that he understands that.
Yes, Mummy.
Then tell Chummy to slip away and join us. And he's to make sure George doesn't come along, too.
Yes, Mummy. All right. Not George.
We'll go to the small parlour. I meant what I said just now about being grateful to you for rescuing my little Mona. You know, I think you might be good for her, if only you can manage to put up with all her... She has this completely disastrous taste in people.
I think I can see why you're so concerned about Mona, because there's obviously such marvelous basic material there.
Do please sit down, Mr. Appleyard.
Oh.
I do hope any little difficulties tonight won't discourage you from seeing some more of her. She does very much need what maybe you can give her.
May I say this? I'd say some of the trouble is that she has her work cut out keeping up with you.
Keeping up with me? In what way?
Well, You must know. You know, just the whole...
Mr. Appleyard, I must say you're not in the least the way you seem on television.
Oh, television. Curious half-world of fakes and hangers-on and committee men.
Burke Smith, put the things on the silver table.
Chummy, this is Ronnie Appleyard. My stepfather, Lord Baldock, Ronnie.
Aha, I've heard that name, haven't I?
Aren't you going to sit down, Mona?
Funny, Chummy, go on.
What you blow?
Blow?
Yes, blow, like trumpet man.
Oh, you mean which jazz instrument do I play? I don't. Your service, Chummy.
Thank you, Burke Smith. Now go away.
You don't? Ronnie Appleyard? I thought only jazz musicians had names like that. Sorry. Wait. These directors of education, heads of art schools, are all called Stan and Reg and Al. Perhaps you're one of them.
No, I'm not one of them.
Then what do you do?
What about something for me?
You know perfectly well, and you know I know you know, Chummy, so no answer.
I want a whiskey. Why can't I have a whiskey?
Simon, you know it keeps you awake.
Oh, Chummy, don't be so stuffy. Let the child have a whiskey if she wants one.
I was asking what you did for a living.
Yes, that's right. Of course you were.
Oh, Chummy, you know as well as I do that Mr. Appleyard does that marvellous program on television.
If you say so, darling. Good old Gogglebox. Tell me, do you know Bill Haber?
Yes, I do.